Chapter 32-29. Murong Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai. Qiu Ran looked at him, and the others also looked at him. Yang Kai was stunned and pointed at himself. I'm going too? Qiu Ran said with a dark face. Didn't you hear the discussion just now? Yang Kai didn't hear anything and only focused on chatting with Murong Xiao Xiao. The temple sent Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao to go with them, probably to let them gain more experience. Although they had participated in the martial gathering before, they had participated as disciples. Now that they had been promoted to elders, the situation was different, so they could go out and gain more experience and meet more people. In the future, they might be needed to lead a team, so they wouldn't be completely clueless. But what was he going to do? Qiu Ran had just named 5 people, including himself. Did they need 5 elders from the Emperor Realm to lead a team for the Emperor Realm and below? Wasn't this a bit too much of a fuss? What's more, there were many trivial matters to attend to in the High Heaven Palace, and the hundreds of thousands of disciples hadn't completely settled down yet. Yang Kai wasn't willing to participate in the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so he hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, please forgive me, but junior brother still has something to do." Gao Shueting said, "You are also a temple elder. It's fine if you don't show up for so many years, but this time, you should go. Otherwise, I'm afraid others will forget that the temple still has an elder like you." Every elder from the Emperor Realm was the cornerstone of a sect, and the number of elders from the Emperor Realm was directly related to the status of a sect. The significance of having one more or one less was completely different. Gao Shueting's intention was obviously for Yang Kai to show up more and let others know that the temple had an elder from the Emperor Realm. At this point, Yang Kai could only nod and say, "All right, then junior brother will go." Yu Kuan laughed out loud. "Junior brother, don't look so unhappy. You should know that every time there is a martial gathering, it is a gathering of people from the Emperor Realm. There will be large and small exchanges and auctions in private. If you go there, you might be able to get some good stuff. Otherwise, why do you think the temple sent so many elders there?" However, Yang Kai could be considered to be quite wealthy now. He could afford to feed more than 100,000 people. There was no need for him to find anything good. He could only smile and nod. "Brother Yu is right." Then it's settled. Everyone, go back and make preparations. We'll set off in a month. With many matters settled, the crowd dispersed. Yang Kai stopped Di Rong and told him that he was going to the Technique Pavilion to copy some secret skills. Di Rong naturally agreed and personally led Yang Kai there. After being busy for half a day and paying some elder contribution points, Yang Kai walked out of the Technique Pavilion with satisfaction. He was not in a hurry to leave. He called a few elders he was familiar with and held a banquet on his Lingjian Peak to entertain them. Gao Shueting did not dare to call Yang Kai. It was not that she did not want to give him face, but that the last time Gao Shueting drank wine, Yang Kai was scared of her. This woman usually looked generous, but once she drank wine, it was as if she changed into another person. Yang Kai could not bear to look at her. Last time, Qiu Ran punished the elders with a lot of contribution points. Only Yang Kai was not punished for his first offense. This time, no one dared to call him. However, she came and sat at the table. Everyone looked at each other and put away their wine jars at the same time. The meal was tasteless. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Sun Temple for 2 days. On the 3rd day, the 100 Dao Source Realm and 300 Origin King Realm cultivators had been counted and sorted out. They all came to Lingjian Peak to report. When Yang Kai appeared, a voice that could topple gold mountains and topple jade pillars sounded, "Greetings, Elder Yang." Sweeping the crowd with his divine sense, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction with his hands behind his back. The spirit of these 400 people was good. In terms of cultivation, the temple was not careless. Both men and women were elite talents. In fact, the aptitude of a cultivator who could enter Azure Sun Temple would not be too bad. If it was too bad, the temple would not accept them. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting stood aside. After Yang Kai saluted the two of them, he faced the 400 disciples and said, "You probably heard from the Deputy Temple Master. This time, I invite you to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to serve as instructors. I hope you will do your best. This elder will not treat you unfairly. Everyone roared in response. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, Brother Chiu and Senior Sister Gao, do you have anything to say? Chiu Ran stepped forward. No matter what you see in a while, keep it in your stomach. Even if it's your brother or junior sister, you can't leak it at will. If you find out, this old master will not let you off easily. The group of disciples was puzzled. They did not know why Chiu Ran had such an order. Yang Kai knew that it must be about the cross-territory space array. It seemed that the temple attached more importance to this cross-territory space array than he thought and tried to keep it a secret. Yang Kai did not care. After all, it had already been exposed. If he did not activate it personally or did not have the token, no one would be able to activate it. Let's go. Chiu Ran waved his sleeves and took the lead to lead the way. The rest followed closely behind. In a short while, they arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain. Yang Kai asked the 400 people to enter in groups of 10 and stand on the space array. It could not be helped. The space in the cave was too small, and the scale of the space array that was set up was not large. Teleporting in groups of 10 was already the limit. Chiu Ran and Gao Shueting watched from the side. It was obvious that they wanted to see more clearly. Yang Kai was amused. He did not hide it. Instead, he asked Gao Shueting to take out the token and took the initiative to teach her how to activate it. 400 people were not a lot. They were all sent away in less than an hour. When Yang Kai appeared in the High Heaven Palace with the last group of people, the main hall was already packed with people. Gao Shueting also came. Not everyone had the opportunity to travel from the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory in an instant. Moreover, she was very curious about the High Heaven Palace, which was called Yang Kai. Naturally, she wanted to come and take a look. Hua Qingxi, who received the news, hurried over. She met Gao Shueting together with Bian Yuqing. Both sides chatted for a long time. Then Hua Qingxi led the hundreds of people and left. It would not be long before they were assigned to the various peaks. At that time, the pressure on the instructors in the Fire Dragon Palace would be greatly reduced. Gao Shueting did not leave. Since she was already here, she naturally wanted to take a look around. Yang Kai personally accompanied her and led her around the High Heaven Palace. Although she did not show it on the surface, Gao Shueting was extremely shocked. First, the number of disciples in the High Heaven Palace was as Yang Kai said. There were more than 100,000 people. The spirit peaks were filled with people. It was hard to imagine where so many people were recruited from. Second, the number of masters in the High Heaven Palace. Gao Shueting clearly sensed the aura of many masters from the Emperor Realm. Among them, there were even 2 or 3 third-layer Emperor Realm masters. However, their aura was different from that of ordinary humans. Their demonic chi soared to the sky. They were obviously masters at the level of a monster king. She knew that Yang Kai had monster king subordinates. In the past, Yang Kai had brought Ying to the Southern Territory and caused some rumors. However, she did not expect that there was more than one of them. Other than the monster king subordinates, the first chief and second chief were also from the Emperor Realm. There were obviously other masters from the Emperor Realm hidden in the other mountain peaks. Such a foundation was obviously not something that a newly established sect could possess. If these 100,000 disciples were allowed to mature, who in the world could compare to them except for the sects of the great emperors? There were also many natural formations. Although Gao Shueting was not proficient in the Tao of formations, she still had a good understanding of them. The formations covering the spirit peaks were extremely brilliant and were obviously the work of an expert. Out of curiosity, she asked and found out that Yang Kai actually had an Emperor Realm array master under him. Gao Shueting was so shocked that her mouth formed a circle. If she knew that there was an Emperor Realm weaponsmith and Emperor Realm pill master here, especially that Emperor Realm pill master, Wonder Pill Master, was a disciple of the great emperors, she did not know how to feel. Gao Shueting stayed in the High Heaven Palace for 2 days before leaving. She had to admit that what she had seen in the past 2 days had given her a great shock. Previously, Yang Kai's establishment of a sect was simply nonsense. She even persuaded him to stay in the lookout. Now, it seemed that she had thought too much. The High Heaven Palace was not inferior to the lookout at all. Being an elder in the lookout was not comparable to being the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai sent her to the space formation. Gao Shueting turned around and said, "Junior brother, I've thought about it. Since your High Heaven Palace and the lookout are connected by a formation, it's convenient for you to go back and forth. Can you exchange materials with each other? If you can send the specialties of the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory, and then send the specialties of the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory, you will be able to earn a large sum of money." Yang Kai sneered in his heart. "I've been doing this for a long time, so I don't need you to remind me." However, since the existence of the space formation was exposed, it was not impossible to cooperate with the lookout. Although the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not bad, the lookout was not weak either. With the lookout's strength, the materials collected by the lookout would not be too bad. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to Brother Chiu about this. Senior sister can go back and briefly explain it to brother. If the lookout is interested, junior brother will also agree. Brother Chiu should agree." This was a matter that would benefit everyone, so Chiu Ran had no reason to refuse. "After you finish dealing with the matters here, return to the lookout as soon as possible. At that time, you will personally discuss it with brother." "I will remember." Gao Shueting reminded, "Don't be too late. Don't forget about the martial gathering." I know. Gao Shueting glared at him before activating the space formation and leaving. After watching her leave, Yang Kai turned around. However, he did not expect the space formation to fluctuate behind him. When he turned around, he saw that there was an additional figure on the space formation. "Brother Li," Yang Kai grinned. The person who came was none other than Li Jiao. He was probably teleported over from the Fire Dragon Palace's space formation. The distance was not far, so he did not have any side effects. When he heard the voice, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang." "How did it go?" Yang Kai asked. Li Jiao sighed and said, "I failed you. Mi Chi is not very willing." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "It's good that he is not willing. It's good that he is not willing." Li Jiao smiled bitterly. How could he not know what Mi Chi was thinking? Previously, he wanted to persuade Mi Chi so that he would not give Yang Kai an excuse to establish his authority. However, it was useless to persuade Mi Chi. If he said too much, they might really fall out. Li Jiao sighed inwardly. Mi Chi was probably out of luck. He could only hope that Yang Kai would not go overboard. Chapter 3230. "Brother Li, you must be tired from the journey. Go back to the Fire Dragon Palace and rest. I will take care of the rest." Li Jiao was a little grateful when he heard this. He knew that Yang Kai cared about his friendship with Mi Chi, so he didn't plan to bring him to the High Sky sect. Otherwise, if Yang Kai really made a move on Mi Chi, it wouldn't be justifiable for him to just stand by and watch. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Jiao still cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you worry too much. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to help Brother Yang." His friendship with Mi Chi was nothing. Previously, when the negotiations with Mi Chi broke down, that little bit of friendship was already gone. In the future, if the Fire Dragon Palace wanted to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, they would have to rely on the High Heaven Palace. At this time, he naturally had to stand firm. Moreover, the friendship between him and Yang Kai was not something that Mi Chi could compare to. How could he not know what was more important? Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. "Since Brother Li has such good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Wait a moment, I will go and gather the troops. Later, Brother Li will follow me to the High Sky sect." Li Jiao nodded. Yang Kai's figure flashed and left. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Li Jiao instructed Bian Yuqing, who was waiting at the side. He turned around and stepped into the space array, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, several figures rushed over and landed in the main hall. Yang Kai looked around for a while and didn't see Li Jiao. He asked curiously, "Where is he?" Bian Yuqing said, "Palace Master Li said that he will go back to the Fire Dragon Palace first and gather some people to cheer for Palace Master. He's quite considerate." Yang Kai smiled and looked back at the three figures behind him. They were none other than the three monster kings. Although there were more than 100,000 people in the High Heaven Palace and the Emperor Realm had many people, the only ones who could really fight were the three monster kings. Hua Qingxi was the general manager and wasn't suitable for fighting. It would be bad if an accident happened. Bian Yuqing was guarding the space portal and couldn't leave. Although Ji Ying, the South Gate Army, and Hou Yu were from the Emperor Realm, they weren't good at fighting. They only had outstanding results in their respective territories. Naturally, it wasn't suitable to bring them out at this time. Yi Hen had also broken through to the First Order Emperor Realm, but his presence wouldn't make much difference, so Yang Kai didn't call him over. Having three monster kings following him was enough. Just as he was about to call Ying Fei and the others to set off, he heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him. Looking back, he saw Lu Yen pouting at the entrance of the hall, looking at him angrily. How could I forget about her? Yang Kai patted his head and took the initiative to wave at Lu Yen, motioning for her to come over. Lu Yen smiled, lifted her skirt, and jumped over, holding one of Yang Kai's big hands. The group of five stepped onto the space portal, and with a flash of light, they disappeared. In the Fire Dragon Palace, Li Jiao was very efficient. With a single order, 7 or 8 people from the Emperor Realm, 200 Dao Source Realm, gathered together and waited outside the space portal. Vice Palace Master Changsheng's clothes were untidy and his hair was messy, as if he had just crawled out of bed. He was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally didn't need to sleep. However, looking at the clear lipstick mark on his face, it was obvious what he had just done. While tidying up his clothes, he asked puzzledly, "Palace Master, where are we going?" A group of people gathered in front of a space portal that was directly connected to the High Heaven Palace. Could it be that they were going to attack the High Heaven Palace? Many people guessed this in their hearts and were startled. The High Heaven Palace was not to be trifled with. Everyone in the Northern Territory knew that the High Heaven Palace was guarded by 3 Monster King-level masters and the Southern Gate Army's sect protecting array. The Fire Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to deal with them with just the few people they had. The Seeking Passion sect was a good example. The Fire Dragon Palace was not much better than the Seeking Passion sect. Why are you asking so much? You'll know when we get there. Li Jiao coldly snorted and deliberately didn't say anything. The main reason was that the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory often interacted with each other. The elders of the Emperor Realm had some friendship with many people from the High Sky sect. If they revealed this information at this time, it might be leaked. After being reprimanded, Chang Sheng looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. With a flash of brilliance, 5 figures appeared on the space portal. Before they could see the people clearly, the first to arrive was the demonic Qi, which shocked the people of the Fire Dragon Palace greatly. When they took a closer look, they were surprised to find that Yang Kai was coming over. They couldn't help but look solemn as they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this master isn't going to go against the High Heaven Palace. Good. Looking at the 3 figures next to Yang Kai, their hearts trembled. Even though they hadn't seen them before, they could infer from the demonic Qi that these 3 were the famous Monster King. There was also a 7 or 8-year-old little girl, which made them a little confused. Could this little girl be Yang Kai's daughter? But they hadn't heard of Yang Kai having a daughter with anyone. Could it be an illegitimate daughter outside? Many people looked at each other with strange expressions. "Brother Yang." Li Jiao cupped his fists. Everyone followed suit and saluted, "Greetings, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced around and was immediately amused. What a big lineup. In addition to Li Jiao, there were 8 people from the Emperor Realm here, and 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Combined with the situation in Azure Sun Temple, Li Jiao had mobilized all the cultivator above the Dao Source Realm in the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, if you think there aren't enough people, I can still recruit some more, but in terms of strength, no need." He didn't plan to bring many people with him. It was already a pleasant surprise that Li Jiao could mobilize so many masters under his command to help. If there were more, they would just be a burden. If they weren't strong enough, what was the point of bringing them? Then, shall we set off now? Li Jiao inquired. Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go." Li Jiao shouted in a low voice and took the lead to fly into the sky, followed by everyone. The speed of flight between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm was completely different. The former was undoubtedly much faster. In order to take care of the Dao Source Realm cultivators, the group of people from the Emperor Realm in the Fire Dragon Palace also summoned their flight-type artifacts and pulled some Dao Source Realm cultivators with them. For a time, flying boats, flying swords, flying shuttles, chariots, windmills, and all kinds of flight-type artifacts turned into streams of light and flashed through the sky, like a meteor shower. Yang Kai also summoned his own flying boat and stayed inside with the three Monster King and Lu Yen. He followed behind Li Jiao and rushed to the High Sky Sect. The High Sky Sect wasn't close to the Fire Dragon Palace. The group flew non-stop for 2 days and still hadn't arrived at their destination. The group of people from the Fire Dragon Palace in the Emperor Realm saw some clues. This flight path seemed to lead to the High Sky Sect. Many of them had been to the High Sky Sect before, so they naturally knew the way. After communicating with each other for a while, they all felt a little nervous and asked Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng didn't refuse. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Fire Dragon Palace, so he was naturally duty-bound. Landing on Li Jiao's ship, he cupped his hands and asked, "Palace Master, are we going to the High Sky Sect?" Chang Sheng was surprised. "May I ask, Palace Master, what is the purpose of this trip?" Li Jiao said, "To help Palace Master Yang subdue the High Sky Sect." At this time, there was no need to hide anything. After all, they still needed to contribute later, so they didn't want to mess up the situation. Chang Sheng panicked and said anxiously, "Palace Master, please reconsider. You can't do this." "Why not?" Li Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Chang Sheng said, "The rise of the High Heaven Palace is very fast. A few years ago, they destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, and their reputation spread far and wide. In recent years, they have been silent and their reputation has dropped a little. If we really help the High Heaven Palace subdue the High Sky Sect, then the #1 sect in the Northern Territory will definitely be the High Heaven Palace." So what? Li Jiao thought that even if they didn't subdue the High Sky Sect, the High Heaven Palace's current foundation was not something other sects could compare to. Chang Sheng said with a serious expression, "May I ask, Palace Master, how does my Fire Dragon Palace compare to the High Heaven Palace?" "Not as good," Li Jiao said honestly. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He even suspected that Yang Kai could sweep through the entire Fire Dragon Palace by himself. Naturally, they were not as good, not to mention that there were 3 Monster Kings. "We are indeed not as good. My Fire Dragon Palace is already not as good as the High Heaven Palace. If the High Heaven Palace subdues the High Sky Sect, then where will my Fire Dragon Palace find a foothold in the Northern Territory? If the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. At that time, my Fire Dragon Palace will not be able to survive." Li Jiao looked at him and said, "Then, in your opinion, what should we do?" Chang Sheng said solemnly, "We should unite with the High Sky Sect and fight against the High Heaven Palace. With our 2 top sects joining hands, we should be able to contend with the High Heaven Palace, so as to prevent them from dominating." Li Jiao looked at him and didn't say anything. Chang Sheng was a little confused by his gaze. What did this subordinate say wrong? Li Jiao patted his shoulder and sighed. "It's not your fault that you think this way. It's human nature, but there are many things that you don't understand." Not to mention that Yang Kai had saved him time and time again, and he personally didn't want to be enemies with Yang Kai. Even if they really joined hands with the High Sky Sect, they would be able to fight against the High Heaven Palace? That was impossible. Yang Kai had the shadow of the dragon race behind him. Who would dare to provoke him? If it was a normal relationship, then it would be fine, but Yang Kai had done the deed of husband and wife with a level 9 giant dragon. "Palace Master, you didn't mention this, and I didn't hear it. Go back and tell them to put their hearts into their stomachs. This time, we don't need you to do anything. We just need to shout and cheer." Chang Sheng's expression twitched. "Palace Master means that Palace Master Yang and the others can destroy the High Sky Sect? You think they can't?" Chang Sheng shook his head. "It's not that I'm looking down on Palace Master Yang and the others. With the cultivation of the 3 great monster king, no one in the High Sky sect is their match. However, sieging a city is a bit different. Not to mention that the High Sky sect has many powerhouses, just the sect protecting barrier alone is not easy to break. Once the barrier is activated, even the 3 great monster king won't be able to do anything in a short time, right? Can't do anything about it? Li Jiao smiled mysteriously. Just wait and see. Chang Xing was in a daze. He didn't know why his palace master had so much confidence in Yang Kai. That was the High Sky sect, one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. How could the sect protecting barrier be broken so easily? However, since Li Jiao was so insistent, he couldn't say anything else. In any case, Li Jiao had already said that this trip was just to wave the flag and cheer. Fighting had nothing to do with them, and they wouldn't encounter any danger. He cupped his hands and left. After conveying Li Jiao's message, the people from the Emperor realm looked at each other. Chapter 32-31. In the main hall of the High Sky sect, there was singing and dancing, and the sound of stringed instruments lingered in the air. Below, a group of dancers in revealing outfits were dancing gracefully. In the main hall, a group of people from the Emperor realm sat in 2 rows. In front of each person was a table with exquisite fruits and nectar. Above them, the sect master of the High Sky sect, Mi Chi, and an old man with white hair and beard were sitting side by side. They were entertaining the guests warmly. The old man was old, and his clothes did not show his wealth. He would not be conspicuous in the crowd. There were several bulging bags hanging from his waist. No one knew what was inside. Such an old man was personally entertained by a figure like Mi Chi. Moreover, this old man was sitting in the same position as him. It was clear how much Mi Chi valued this person. Below, the elders and protectors of the High Sky sect also continuously raised their glasses to invite him. The old man did not refuse any of them. The rare bejeweled nectar slid down his snow-white beard, making the group of elders feel pain in their hearts when they saw this. In order to brew this spirit wine, they had spent a lot of energy and money. They were reluctant to drink it themselves, so they took it out to entertain the guests. However, the guests actually ruined it like this. However, this old man's identity was not something they could afford to offend. Even though they criticized him in their hearts, they could only smile apologetically. As the old man drank, he stared at the graceful and charming dancers below with lecherous eyes. He even grabbed a bunch of grape-like berries in his hand and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. He ate with a mouth full of saliva and was so happy that he forgot about his home. The berries looked very beautiful. They were blue and lustrous, and each one was like a crystal-clear gem. However, those who were familiar with this fruit knew that although it looked beautiful, it definitely did not taste good. The blue jade fruit was a kind of spirit fruit that could be used to refine spirit pills. However, it was not very useful. If eaten raw, it was extremely sour and difficult to swallow. Moreover, it was difficult to cultivate, so in the entire star boundary, this thing was very rare. It was not very useful, it did not taste good, and it was difficult to cultivate. Naturally, no one was willing to spend energy on it. The High Sky sect, on the other hand, had invested heavily in the blue jade fruit. Every year, they would cultivate a large number of blue jade fruits. There was no other reason other than the fact that this old man, Old Tao, liked them. Everyone had their own preferences. This blue jade fruit, which was hard to swallow in the eyes of ordinary people, was the most delicious thing in the world in the eyes of Old Tao. It was unknown why his taste was so unique. Old Tao had an extraordinary background, and Mi Chi had met him by accident. He had invited Old Tao to the High Sky sect as a guest. When he saw the blue jade fruit, he loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. Mi Chi naturally catered to his fancy and spent a lot of money to open up a blue jade orchard in the herb garden. He took care of it every year, and when it was time to harvest, he invited Old Tao to taste it. When he left, he even packed up all the blue jade fruits as gifts. Over the years, Old Tao had developed a habit. Every year, he would come to the High Sky sect for a few days to satisfy his cravings. After a few visits, they naturally became familiar with each other. That day, Li Jiao had left to deliver a message to Yang Kai. Mi Chi had immediately sent a message to Old Man Tao, informing him that the blue jade fruit was about to ripen and inviting him to come over. Old Man Tao naturally agreed and rushed over without stopping to rest. Immediately, good wine and good food were served. Mi Chi admitted that the High Sky sect was not a match for the High Heaven Palace. The three Monster King were not just for show. After he and Li Jiao were tricked by Yang Kai, he had always been brooding. Now, if he could use Old Tao to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression, he could bear it no matter how high the price. The three Monster King was indeed extraordinary, but in front of Old Tao, they were probably not enough. He enthusiastically toasted and sneered in his heart. He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to come to him quickly and let him know that the High Sky sect was not something he could bully as he pleased. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside the door and quietly said a few words to Mi Chi. Mi Chi's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly put down the wine cup in his hand and said, "Old Tao, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon." He had a terrified expression. Old Tao looked at him strangely. "What's the matter?" Mi Chi forced a smile. "It's just a small matter. Old Tao, you don't have to worry about it. I will take care of it myself." Old Tao threw a blue jade fruit into his mouth and chuckled as he chewed, revealing a mouthful of blue teeth. "Brother Mi, you are treating this old man as an outsider." "How would I dare?" Mi Chi quickly waved his hand. "It is an honor for Old Tao to come to my High Sky sect as a guest. How could I treat Old Tao as an outsider?" Old Tao said, "If it's related to the secrets of your High Sky sect, then it's fine if Brother Mi doesn't say anything. If you encounter any trouble, Brother Mi, don't hide it. Although this old man is not very strong, I still have some faith. Perhaps I can help Brother Mi resolve some of it." He also saw that Mi Chi's expression was a little strange. Obviously, he had encountered some trouble. Mi Chi hesitated for a while when he heard this, as if he was struggling. After a while, he sighed and said, "Since Old Tao doesn't treat this me as an outsider, then this me doesn't mind exposing my family's dirty linen." As he spoke, he picked up the glass of wine and drank it, as if he was drinking to drown his sorrows. Dirty linen? What happened? Old Tao was curious. Mi Chi sighed. "It's still that High Heaven Palace." Old Tao was startled for a moment and said with a strange expression, "That High Heaven Palace that rose not long ago? This old man remembers that the palace master of High Heaven Palace cheated you out of a lot of source crystals?" Mi Chi had told him about this many years ago. At that time, it seemed that he wanted him to go to the High Heaven Palace to make peace and let Yang Kai forgive those gambling debts, but how could Old Tao easily get involved in other people's quarrels? Although he came to the High Sky sect every year to taste some blue jade fruit and Mi Chi's hospitality was good, after all, it was just a small favor. It was not worthwhile to offend a top sect for this. His background was not small, but he couldn't get into any trouble. What's more, those were gambling debts, not Yang Kai snatched them from Mi Chi's hands. I'm ashamed. Mi Chi's face looked as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past. What are the people of High Heaven Palace doing here? Old Tao's face twitched. Are they here to ask for the source crystals you owe? If that's the case, this old man suggests that you pay to avoid disaster. Mi Chi cursed in his heart. All the good things he had over the years had been fed to a dog's stomach. As soon as he heard that it was the High Heaven Palace, they actually asked him to pay to avoid disaster. Sure enough, they were unreliable at the critical moment. However, since he was here this time, he had to borrow their tiger skin no matter what. If not, why would he enthusiastically invite Old Tao over as a guest? He was waiting for the moment when Yang Kai came to his door. So far, everything was going according to plan. With a sorrowful expression, he said, "Old Tao is right. Mi Chi is not a person who goes back on his words. If I agree to a bet, I will naturally accept my loss. Over the years, my High Sky sect has tightened our belts and sent a large amount of source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year. However, that bastard Yang seems to be unsatisfied. A few days ago, he sent someone to tell me to lead the High Sky sect to surrender to his High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, he will flatten my High Sky sect." Li Jiao did say that he wanted to surrender, but he was just spouting nonsense about flattening my sect. Old Tao's face sank when he heard this. This high heaven palace is too arrogant. Who said otherwise? Although this me is not talented, he is still the sect master of a sect with thousands of disciples under him. How could he sell himself for glory and live under someone else's roof? So, this me refused at that time and earnestly asked the high heaven palace to be magnanimous and let my high sky sect go. And the result? Old Tao asked. Mi Chi said with a sullen expression, just now, this disciple came to report that the high heaven palace's palace master, Yang Kai, brought a dozen masters from the emperor realm to my high sky sect. There are also more than 200 Dao source realm masters. It seems that they really want to flatten my high sky sect. Old Tao's eyes twitched. That can't be. He was no longer in the mood to throw the blue jade fruit in his hand into his mouth, faintly feeling that he had fallen into some kind of trap. Although he was old, he was not a fool. Mi Chi had specially invited him here just in time for the High Heaven Palace's invasion. This was obviously part of Mi Chi's plan. He wanted to borrow his strength. He couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart. Didn't I just eat some of your fruits every year? Did you have to trick me like this? However, on the surface he said, Sect Master Mi, aren't you overthinking things? This could be a misunderstanding. Mi Chi said seriously, that thief Yang has already set up his array. How could it be a misunderstanding? Old Tao threw away the blue jade fruit in his hand, feeling that it was extremely hot. He coughed dryly and said, Brother Mi, you haven't even seen his face yet, so how can you be sure that it's not a misunderstanding? Maybe when you meet him, you can just talk a little and settle the matter. Settle the matter, my ass. How could Mi Chi not know that he was trying to shirk responsibility, but he couldn't force him? He couldn't just say that he had eaten a lot of his blue jade fruit every year and that he was in trouble now, so he had to help him. Old Tao continued, moreover, the High Sky Sect's sect protecting array is extremely extraordinary. Even if Palace Master Yang comes, Brother Mi doesn't have to worry too much. Whether or not they can break the sect protecting array is another matter. Mi Chi squeezed out a smile on his face and nodded. Old Tao's words are reasonable. In that case, this Mi will go and investigate. I hope that this is really just a misunderstanding. Old Tao immediately said, Brother Mi, come back early. The corners of Mi Chi's mouth twitched. Seeing that Mi Chi really had no intention of going out with him, he understood that the so-called friendship between the two was just SOSO. He couldn't help feeling sad and angry, but he couldn't fall out with him, so he could only say, All right, Old Tao, please wait a moment. I'll go out and take a look. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and walked out. At the same time, he signaled the elders and protectors present with his eyes. The group of people immediately left their seats and followed behind him. In an instant, only Old Tao was left in the hall. Looking at the young girls who were still dancing below, then looking at the blue jade fruit in front of him, he suddenly felt a little bored. High Sky Sect. Outside the sect protecting array, Yang Kai stood calmly on the ground with his hands behind his back. Li Jiao stood next to him, and behind him were the three monster kings, their demonic chi soaring to the sky. Each of them had a fierce look in their eyes. Behind them were the Fire Dragon Palaces, the Emperor Realm and Dao Source Realm Masters. Their expressions were a little complicated. They didn't expect that he would really come to the High Sky Sect to cause trouble this time. What is this Palace Master Yang trying to do? Our Palace Master is really strange, actually cooperating with him. Inside the array, a group of High Sky Sect disciples who didn't have high cultivations were trembling. They gathered together and hugged each other for warmth, as if this would make them feel safer. The two sides looked at each other across the array. Facing the terrifying gazes of the three monster kings, they were suddenly a little scared and started sweating. Chapter 32-32. At first glance, Yang Kai's group was obviously aggressive and did not come with good intentions. Although the disciples of the High Sky Sect did not know what they were up to, they still had some common sense, so naturally, they were terrified. Yang Kai glanced over and said coldly, This king and sect master Mi are old acquaintances. I have come from afar to visit him because I have something important to discuss with him. Why are you refusing to let this king in and not opening the spirit array? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying this king's and sect master Mi's important matter? The disciples naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense. They all knew about the relationship between their sects and High Heaven Palace. The sharp decline in their sect's profits over the years was all because of High Heaven Palace, so they had long hated High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai to the core. They weren't enemies, but they were more like sworn enemies. Why would such a guy come to visit their sect master? He clearly did not have good intentions. What's more, the sect master had already ordered that the spirit array must not be opened without his permission, so naturally, he would not be scared by Yang Kai's words. The Dao Source Realm leader cupped his fists and said, "Please calm down, Palace Master Yang. Sect Master is already on his way and will be here soon. Please wait for a moment, Palace Master Yang. If there is anything you need, you may as well wait for the Sect Master's arrival. Palace Master Yang can speak with him personally." These words were spoken in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, fully displaying the demeanor of a great sect. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "It is said that the King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Sure enough, what is your name?" The Dao Source Realm leader's face twitched. What does this mean? Is he looking for trouble with me? After hesitating for a moment, he did not dare to hide and reported his name. Yang Kai nodded and pointed at him, "I'll teach you a lesson later." The man immediately wanted to cry but had no tears. "Palace Master Yang, this one is just following orders. Why lower yourself to my level?" Yang Kai said, "If you don't want me to lower myself to your level, then open the spirit array quickly and stop making noise." The Dao Source Realm leader shrunk his neck. How could he dare to open the spirit array? He was like an ant on a hot pan, completely at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a voice came from behind. I was wondering who it was that was so imposing. It turns out it was Palace Master Yang. This me has failed to greet you properly. I hope you can forgive him. Sect Master. The group of disciples turned their heads and looked over with joy on their faces. The Dao Source Realm leader was even more overjoyed as he felt a sense of relief. Led by his sect master, nearly 10 elders and protectors from the Emperor Realm flew over together. Now that the sect master was here, there was nothing for him to do. He quickly took a few steps back and stood behind the group of people from the Emperor Realm. Sect Master Mi. Yang Kai looked at Mi Chi with a smile. Long time no see, I trust you've been well. Mi Chi cupped his fists and said, Palace Master Yang is also as elegant as ever, his prestige undiminished. Although it was a compliment, it was hard not to hear it. Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, how could this guy be so fearless? Looking at the people from the Emperor Realm behind him, and then turning his head to look at the lineup on his side, Yang Kai felt that their strength was completely unequal. Where did he get the confidence to speak to me like this? Is he relying on the mountain defending array in front of him? Mi Chi asked curiously, shouldn't Palace Master Yang be enjoying life in High Heaven Palace? How come you have time to come to this remote place? Yang Kai laughed and said, I was out on a business trip and passed by this place. I haven't seen Sect Master Mi for many years, so I came to pay you a visit. I see. Mi Chi cupped his fists again. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master Yang. This me as well. Yang Kai said, Sect Master Mi, are you going to talk to me like this? Are you not going to invite me in? Speaking of which, this is the first time I've come to your High Sky sect. I wonder how it compares to my High Heaven Palace. Mi Chi shook his head and said, the High Heaven Palace is a beautiful place. My High Sky sect is naturally far inferior. Silently cursing himself for having a screw loose in his head for inviting Yang Kai in, Yang Kai quickly changed the subject. However, today is a bit unfortunate. This me is currently entertaining an honored guest, so it's somewhat inconvenient. If Brother Yang is interested, you might as well come another day. This me will personally accompany you. Yang Kai looked at him, a guest from afar. Sect Master Mi's hospitality is a bit unreasonable. Mi Chi smiled slightly. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang. It's really inconvenient. It wouldn't be good to offend that important guest. Which important guest is here? Why don't you let this king take a look? Mi Chi shook his head and said, That master doesn't like strangers. Palace Master Yang, I'm really sorry for today. Please go back. Yang Kai said lightly, what if this king insists on going in to take a look? Mi Chi narrowed his eyes and said, Palace Master Yang, please respect yourself. This is my High Sky sect, not the High Heaven Palace. It's not up to you to say what you want. If you want to show off, please go back to the High Heaven Palace. When the group of Mi Tian sect disciples heard this, they were all very excited. They felt that their sect leader was really domineering when he spoke. It was fun to listen to him. The palace master of Ling Shao Palace had asked for it. There was no need to harp on and embarrass himself. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. It seems that sect master Mi has something to rely on. Aren't you afraid that this king will flatten your High Sky sect in a fit of anger? Mi Chi said proudly, Heaven is watching what people do. Justice is in the heart of the people. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Justice is not in the heart of the people, it is in my hands. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly shed all pretense of cordiality. Mi Chi, this king came here personally to bring you two choices. Mi Chi said with a smile, then this me would like to hear what the two choices are. I hope Palace Master Yang can speak seriously and not make people laugh. Yang Kai said expressionlessly, submit to my High Heaven Palace and hand over 70% of your annual income in the future, or, this king will make your High Sky sect a branch of my High Heaven Palace. Mi Chi looked at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue. After a while he said, that's it. Yang Kai said with his hands behind his back, you choose yourself. Mi Chi chuckled and turned his head to look around, saying, Palace Master Yang is joking. Everyone, please give him some face. A group of elders and protectors laughed, and the disciples also cooperated. The scene was indescribably strange. Yang Kai looked on coldly, and the three-monster king also looked solemn. Mi Chi raised his hand and everyone's laughter came to an abrupt end. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, there is nothing to worry about in this world. Palace Master Yang, you can still save face if you retreat now. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will really become a joke. He seemed to be advising him out of goodwill, but in fact he was eager for Yang Kai to humiliate himself. He was determined to resolve this grievance today so that he would not have to send a large number of source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future. Sect Master Mi's words are full of confidence today. Yang Kai nodded slightly, I hope you won't regret it. Mi Chi shouted, this king has never regretted anything in his life. Good. Yang Kai shouted, since Sect Master Mi refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame this palace master for ignoring our old friendship and flattening your High Sky sect. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures rushed out from his left and right, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the sect protecting array. No one could even see what happened. They only felt a violent energy fluctuation, followed by a loud rumbling sound, and the earth shook. The sect protecting array shook violently a few times, and layers of ripples appeared. The 3 monster kings' fierce attack was terrifying. The demonic chi rolled and soared into the sky, startling many people. They all summoned their artifacts and urged their strength, as if they were facing a great enemy. Mi Chi, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He just looked forward with a smile and said, although my High Sky sect protecting array is not the best, it is not so easy to break. Palace Master Yang should save his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. With a light wave, the shaking array immediately stabilized, and even the ripples disappeared. No matter how the 3 monster king attacked, there was no reaction. It was not that there was no reaction, but that all the attacking power had been dispersed and transferred elsewhere. This was the power of the sect protecting array. When the array was activated, even the 3 monster king couldn't break it in a short time. If the people of Seeking Passion sect had hidden inside the array, Yang Kai wouldn't have had the ability to destroy them. What was worse was that they ran to Ice Heart Valley in full force, giving Yang Kai an opportunity to attack. The 3 monster kings didn't hold back in their attacks, and after a series of fierce attacks, Their strength was exhausted and they quickly retreated to Yang Kai's side, each of them wearing a look of shame on their faces, feeling that it was all Yang Kai's fault. On the other hand, the people of the High Sky sect laughed, their laughter full of ridicule. Michi said, "Palace Master Yang still hasn't given up? If this continues, it will be even more embarrassing." Previously, he was also afraid that the three-monster king would break his sect-protecting array, but now that the array was safe and sound, his heart immediately calmed down. It seemed that there was no need for Old Man Tao to make a move. The High Heaven Palace couldn't do anything to him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given them the source crystals from a few years ago. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "If this is what you are counting on, this king is very disappointed." Mi Chi coldly snorted and said, "Shameless boasting. A mere array is nothing. Watch as this king breaks it." Yang Kai's arms shook, and the people behind him all retreated 1,000 feet away. Mi Chi frowned. He didn't know what Yang Kai was doing. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was not weak, it hadn't been long since he ascended to the Emperor realm. How could he do something that even the three-monster king couldn't do? Just as he was wondering, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the void. A simple-looking stone man suddenly appeared in front of them. The group of people stared with their eyes wide open. No one saw how the stone man appeared. They only saw Yang Kai grabbing at the void, as if it had been hiding there all along. The stone golem was about half the height of a human and had sharp edges all over its body. It looked silly, but its pair of eyes were extremely quick-witted. As soon as the stone man appeared, it turned around and faced the High Sky sect's sect-protecting array. Immediately, it roared like a beast and pounded its chest with its fists. The group of people was stunned again. What was this guy doing? The momentum of his appearance was not weak, but what the hell was this self-mutilation? But soon, the shock turned into horror. Pairs of eyes slowly moved up, and one by one, they slowly raised their heads. As the earth shook, the stone man, which was only half the height of a person, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, it grew to a height of 400 to 500 feet before it slowly stopped. It was like a mountain in front of the High Sky sect's sect-protecting array. Chapter 32-33. An unimaginable pressure hit him in the face. It was as if the mountain-like monster was not standing in front of him, but was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that sharp stone pillars had grown out of the stone man's body. They were like barbs, and there was evil fire all over his body. Stone fire. Mi Chi's eyes narrowed. He had some eyesight and recognized some traces from the aura emitted by the embodiment. But why would the stone fire appear here? He had heard in his early years that there was a Holy Spirit stone fire in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory. It had even destroyed a Black Tortoise sect. He did not know if it was the one in front of him. What made him even more puzzled was, when did the stone fire become so huge? The information about the Holy Spirits was public. Anyone could collect some information as long as they wanted to. Therefore, Michi was not unfamiliar with the stone fire, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. As far as he knew, even if the stone fire had some secret techniques that could make its body bigger or smaller, it was absolutely impossible for it to become so huge. It was really strange. However, he did not know that the stone fire in front of him was the stone mongoose. It had once swallowed a floating continent. Although it had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to quench all the impurities, if the embodiment wanted to, it could become even bigger. So what if it was 400 to 500 feet? Yang Kai's 200 feet dragon body could only carry its shoes in front of it. The roar stopped, and the embodiment's eyes were wide open. It was ferocious like an angry King Kong as it looked down. A fist bigger than a palace was clenched tightly. It bent its arm back and smashed down. Before the attack arrived, the ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Mi Chi's expression changed drastically. He was no longer as calm as before. The High Sky sect's sect protection formation was indeed extraordinary. If he personally presided over it, it could withstand the attacks of the three monster kings without any damage. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, he had no confidence at all. Most of the formations in the world could be broken by force. If it could not be broken, then it meant that there was not enough force. Mi-Chi couldn't imagine how powerful this unimaginably huge stone fire was, nor did he dare to imagine it. In a hurry, he waved the array flags in his hand again and again, sending out beams of mystic light that struck the light screen of the array. The light screen lit up and seemed to become much more dazzling. Boom, the practicing body's fists smashed down, and the entire high sky sect shook. Countless houses collapsed in an instant, and dust flew everywhere. Many figures rushed up to the sky and looked around blankly. When they saw the huge figure in the distance, they were all dumbfounded. Although the high sky sect was protected by the formation, and as long as the formation was not broken, outsiders would not be able to force their way in. However, the Dharmakaya's punch was made up of the purest form of power. Even the sect protection formation could not completely eliminate it. Instead, under the influence of the formation, it spread to all parts of the high sky sect. Near and far, the high sky sect was a mess. The place where Mi-Chi and the others were standing was even more terrifying. When the huge fist smashed down, everyone could not help but feel that the sky was falling. The power of the fist turned into a shockwave, causing sand and stones to fly around in a large area, and the sun and moon to dim. Asterisk puff puff puff. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as blood and flesh splattered. Some of the high sky sect disciples with low cultivation were shattered into pieces by the invisible shockwave, exploding into a bloody mist on the spot. Only the cultivator above the Tao source realm managed to survive, but their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with horror. Mi-Chi was shocked. He did not care about the life and death of some of the disciples with low cultivation at the moment. His eyes were fixed on a spot on the formation's light screen, where the practicing body's fist had smashed down. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the seemingly impregnable formation's light screen, spreading wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the cracks had stretched for thousands of meters. Mi-Chi was shocked. Although he knew that the power of the monster's punch was absolutely not to be underestimated, he did not expect it to be so violent. Is this the power of the stone fire? The stone fire does not seem to be strong. Seeing the monster raise its fist again, Mi-Chi did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly waved the array flag in his hand, and under the surge of his Emperor Chi, a stream of light shot out. The shaking light screen gradually stabilized, and the cracks that appeared gradually disappeared under his efforts. Before he could catch his breath, the second punch had already smashed down. This punch did not seem to have hit the high sky sect's sect protecting array, but rather Mi-Chi's heart. It made his hair stand on end, and he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The same situation as before appeared again. The entire high sky sect shook violently again, and more buildings collapsed. Fortunately, seeing that the situation was not good, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind Mi-Chi cast their spells to resist, blocking the shockwave that came from afar, preventing the disciples with low cultivation from suffering any more damage. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk there was a crisp sound, and cracks appeared on the light screen of the grand array that had just been repaired. There were more and more cracks than before, and the distance was even longer. Mi-Chi was scared out of his wits, and once again waved the array flag to stabilize the grand array. The embodiment's fist that was raised again made him feel desperate. The sect protecting array that he was so proud of did not seem to be able to protect the high sky sect. It could be said that 90% of the arrays in the world could not withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. He roared, "Elders, help me!" As his voice rang out, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind him seemed to have woken up from a dream. They hurriedly took out their array flags, which were all array flags that controlled the sect protecting array. However, the one in Mi-Chi's hand was the main array flag, and the ones in their hands were just sub-array flags. Everyone's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. As the array flags were waved, the light screen of the grand array rippled with a dim light, and the cracks were slowly mended. The embodiment shook its head. It seemed to be a little angry that the power of its two punches did not manage to break the array. It suddenly clasped its palms together, raised them high, and smashed them down. We can't block it, we definitely can't block it. Although the attack had yet to land, whether it was Mi-Chi or the elders and protectors of the Emperor realm, this thought emerged in their minds. It was an instinctive feeling. In fact, this was indeed the case. When the embodiment's third punch landed, the shaking light screen of the grand array suddenly stiffened. Then, with the two punches as the center, dense cracks spread out in all directions. Under the horrified gaze of the High Sky sect, the light screen suddenly collapsed. The sect protecting array had been broken. Hundreds of feet away, the three Monster Kings figures shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect. They did not give them any time to react at all. Ying Fei's speed was faster. He took the lead, and Shi Lei and Xie Wei followed closely behind. When the sky was filled with claw shadows, the High Sky sect of the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect, who had yet to accept the fact that the grand array had been broken, could only parry Ying Fei's attacks. They could not fight back at all. The difference in cultivation was obvious. The High Sky sect only had Mi-Chi, who was a third-level Emperor realm master. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for Ying Fei, let alone the rest of the people. Shi Lei's body flashed with green lightning. He did not care about anything and directly rushed in front of Mi-Chi. He grinned maliciously. "You want to do this the hard way? Give me your life." He grabbed Mi-Chi's head with his huge palms. Mi-Chi threw out the battle flag in his hand and quickly summoned an artifact that looked like a steel ring. He clashed with Shi Lei. The grief, anger, and fear in his heart were indescribable. Xie Wei followed closely behind Shi Lei. In a flash, a huge scorpion shadow appeared behind him. It shook its head and wagged its tail. The scorpion stinger on its tail glowed with a green light. At first glance, it was extremely poisonous. Its whole body shook, and a cloud of green mist exploded. It directly enveloped 4 or 5 people of the Emperor realm. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cries of alarm could be heard from inside. No one knew what the situation was like. As soon as the 3 Monster King appeared, they took over all the higher-ups of the High Sky sect. Li Jiao raised his arm and shouted, "Kill!" Although he came here to cheer for Yang Kai, he naturally could not just sit on the sidelines. Since things had already come to this, he might as well go all the way. Helping Yang Kai take down the High Sky sect was the best thing to do. The group of elders from the Fire Dragon Palace was still in a daze. The scene in front of them was simply too difficult to accept. The High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory. They had both stood in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, but now, Yang Kai had easily broken their sect defending array. They had always thought that Yang Kai could destroy the Seeking Passion sect by luck. Who told the Seeking Passion sect to run to Ice Heart Valley to court death? But now, it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. The High Sky sect's array was broken so easily. If the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Heaven Palace became enemies, they would not have a good ending. Everyone originally thought that Li Jiao's decision to follow Yang Kai's lead was a bit of a loss of prestige, but now it seemed that the palace master was not incompetent, but had foresight. At this moment, when they heard Li Jiao's shout, they all came back to their senses and hurriedly chased after Li Jiao. They might not be willing to fight the High Sky sect head-on, but they were willing to beat a drowning dog. The people from the High Sky sect instantly complained. The 3 Monster King had already suppressed all of them, and now Li Jiao led a group of people from the Emperor realm, who were not inferior to them in numbers, to join the battle. How could they win? In an instant they were completely suppressed. One by one, the people from the Emperor realm were beaten until they vomited blood and lay on the ground. Mi-Chi roared in grief and indignation, "Li Jiao, you and I are irreconcilable." It was fine if Yang Kai came to deal with him, but Li Jiao also intervened. It was really difficult for Mi-Chi to accept. Li Jiao sent a High Sky sect elder flying with a palm and coldly snorted, "Mi-Chi, a wise man submits to circumstances. It is not too late to bow to Palace Master Yang. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will end with regret." Wishful thinking. Mi-Chi gritted his teeth and roared. He still had some backbone. The main thing was that he still had a trump card that he had not used yet. Seeing Shilei's lightning bolt coming at him, he took the opportunity to fly out and roared, "Elder Tao, save me!" On a mountain peak not far away, the white-haired Elder Tao was speechless. He had only come to eat some fruits and drink some wine, but he actually encountered this kind of thing. At this point, if he still could not guess Michi's intentions, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, as the saying goes, one who takes advantage of others goes soft. Michi had been polite to him all these years. Every year, when the blue jade fruit ripened, he would invite him over. It was fine if he did not encounter this kind of thing, but since he had encountered it, it was not right to just stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, Michi had already shouted, so it would be too much if he continued to pretend that he did not know. With a long sigh, Elder Tao tapped his foot and floated over. Chapter 32-34. Although Old Tao's appearance wasn't very impressive, his sleeves still fluttered in the wind as he flew over, giving him a sage-like appearance. Moreover, the aura emanating from his body was shockingly at the level of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Ying Fei glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and sneered. He moved like lightning and subdued the last High Sky Sect Elder, placed a seal on his body, and sealed his cultivation. Then, his figure fluttered left and right as he flew towards Old Tao. There were 32 monster kings in the savage, desolate ancient land. In terms of strength, the eagle might not be in the top 3, but in terms of speed, no one could compare to it. Even the 3 saint spirits would have to admit that they were inferior. In the blink of an eye, Ying Fei was only 1,000 feet away from Old Tao, and he was still rapidly approaching. Old Tao, who was flying towards him, didn't change his expression. He patted a cloth bag on his waist and threw it towards Ying Fei. The cloth bag opened in the wind and aimed at Ying Fei. A strong suction force came from it, causing a strong wind to blow. Ying Fei didn't act carelessly when he saw this. He didn't know what kind of artifact this cloth bag was, but since it was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, its power couldn't be weak. He zigzagged and tried to avoid the cloth bag. Who would have thought that the cloth bag would suddenly expand rapidly, becoming larger than a house in an instant? Moreover, a large green hand shot out from the bag, directly grabbing at Ying Fei. Ying Fei was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, but he was shocked to find that the monster chi in his body was boiling unstably, as if it had been disturbed by something. Caught off guard, he was caught by the large handprint and his face contorted in pain. After grabbing Ying Fei, the giant green hand immediately retracted back into the cloth bag. Ying Fei also disappeared at the same time. Old Tao raised his hand and took back the cloth bag. "Old Ying!" Shilei's expression changed dramatically as he cried out in surprise. He looked at the cloth bag with fear. As a fellow monster king, he naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with Flying Eagle. But now, this monster king, who was known for his speed, was captured by a cloth bag without being able to fight back. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Yang Kai knew that this wasn't the white-haired old man's ability, but rather the power of the bag artifact. Yang Kai didn't know what this bag artifact was, but it actually had such a miraculous effect. On the other side, Xie Wei's poisonous fog was also tumbling violently. It could be seen that his emotions were fluctuating violently. Michi, who was being beaten back by Rhino Lei, laughed loudly. "Thank you, Elder Tao." His meticulous preparations had indeed come in handy. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire his foresight. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, Old Tao might not have been able to deal with them so easily, but this was the Monster King. Old Tao was the best at dealing with monster beasts. Taking advantage of Shilei's distraction, Michi quickly retreated and broke free from Shilei's entanglement. He stood next to Old Tao and cupped his hands. "Old Tao, this group of thieves has gone too far. Please help me." Old Tao nodded expressionlessly. "Sure." Since things had already gotten to this point, he might as well go all the way. Moreover, the sudden appearance of 3 monster kings had surprised him. Once he captured these 3 monster kings, his mission would be completed. Even without Michi's request, he would have continued. "Die, old dog." Arcs of lightning wrapped around Shilei's body as the phantom of a vicious beast flashed behind him. He was obviously furious. He originally thought that following Yang Kai to the High Sky sect would be a piece of cake, but who would have thought that Flying Eagle would be captured in just a single exchange? Flying Eagle's capture was a disgrace to the savage, desolate, ancient land. How could Shilei let this go? In the face of Shilei's raging anger, Old Tao's expression did not change. His reply was incomparably direct as he threw the cloth bag in his hand again. Shilei's rushing figure came to a sudden halt. He looked up and saw that the cloth bag had opened up above his head and was emitting a powerful suction force. That wasn't all. With his strength, he could completely resist the suction force. The key point was that the big cyan handprint shot out from the cloth bag. As soon as the handprint shot out, Shilei felt his monster chi become somewhat chaotic. This scared him out of his wits, and he immediately understood how Flying Eagle had fallen for it. Before he could resist, the cyan handprint grabbed him and directly dragged him back into the cloth bag. This time, Old Tao did not put the cloth bag away. Instead, he made a hand seal and the cloth bag turned, aiming at the poisonous fog in the air. The poisonous fog was released by Xie Wei. As soon as the battle started, he dragged several High Sky sect disciples from the Emperor realm into it. No one knew what was going on inside, but from the cries of a group of High Sky sect elders, they knew that Xie Wei had the upper hand. The cyan handprint appeared again, but it was slightly dimmer than before. It seemed that this cyan handprint was a consumable that would disappear after a few uses. However, with Flying Eagle and Shilei as an example, Xie Wei did not dare to lower his guard. The poisonous fog rolled, and Xie Wei's figure suddenly rushed out, quickly escaping toward Yang Kai. The cyan handprint was like a maggot that could not be shaken off. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Before Xie Wei could escape far, it caught him and quickly pulled him back. After Xie Wei was put into the cloth bag, Old Tao made a hand seal, and the cloth bag tightened. It floated back to his hand, and he hung it on his waist. This unforeseen event could be said to have happened in a flash, and it made people's eyes unable to connect. The three monster kings were full of fighting spirit, and they came with great momentum. The people of the High Sky sect originally had no power to resist, but the situation was resolved by a white-haired old man and a strange cloth bag. Everyone was stunned. Li Jiao and the group of Fire Dragon Palace disciples from the Emperor realm did not dare to rush forward. They just looked like they were going to attack, and they retreated in horror. The three monster kings were not the white-haired old man's match, so how could they be strong enough? Mi Chi obviously did not expect things to be so easy. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed out loud and was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai, who was standing beside Old Tao with his fingers twitching, said, "Little thief, how dare you offend the High Sky sect? Today is the day you die." Old Tao raised a wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth. When he heard this, he glanced at Mi Chi. He knew that Mi Chi was using his power to intimidate others, but he did not say anything. Anyway, they had gained a lot from this trip, and it was not a loss to let him borrow some power. Yang Kai acted as if he did not hear anything. He just stared at the white-haired old man who did not look very good. This trip was originally to make an example of the High Sky sect, but before he could do so, the three monster kings were taken in by them. What the hell was going on? It was not that he did not want to save Xie Wei, but it happened too fast. He did not have time to react when Ying Fei and Shilei were caught. When Xie Wei fled to his side, he was stopped by Lu Yen when he wanted to save Xie Wei. He watched helplessly as Xie Wei was taken away. Otherwise, with his space divine technique, it should not be a problem to save Xie Wei. Who was this old man? What kind of secret treasure was that cloth bag? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Lu Yen suddenly walked past him step by step. Yang Kai looked down at her and said, "Be careful." Lu Yen was not weak, but the cloth bag was also very strange. Yang Kai did not know whether Lu Yen could deal with it. Lu Yen looked calm and did not change her pace. Tao Laoding, who was holding a wine gourd and pouring wine into his mouth, suddenly looked and his eyes widened. The wine in the gourd flowed down the corner of his mouth and wet his clothes. He hurriedly patted his clothes and then carefully looked at Lu Yen. The corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. Did she look so much like that person? His thoughts drifted and he recalled the events of more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, when he returned to the island to report to a certain master, he glanced at a figure sitting at the mouth of a volcano while chatting with the master. Although it was very far away, he still saw that the figure was a little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, who was also dressed like this. At that time, he was curious and asked the master about the little girl's identity. The master only replied with an unfathomable smile, so he did not dare to ask more. Although it had been more than 10 years and he did not see clearly at that time, the figure of a 7 or 8-year-old girl was too deep. When he suddenly saw it at this time, he could not help but think in that direction. Looking carefully again, she did look like her. "Little thief, don't you have any subordinates? What's the meaning of sending a little girl here?" Mi Chi was intoxicated by his success, clinging tightly to Tao Laoding's side and shouting wildly. After seeing Tao Laoding's methods, he became more and more fearless, but he did not dare to be too far away from Tao Laoding, lest Yang Kai seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. "Shut up!" Tao Laoding shouted. Mi Chi was suddenly silenced and glanced at Tao Laoding in amazement, only to find that he was looking at the little girl with a dignified expression, cold sweat gradually flowing from his forehead. This discovery startled Mi Chi, wondering if he could not provoke this little girl. Otherwise, why would Tao Laoding have such an expression? Suspiciously, Mi Chi looked carefully and saw that the little girl walking towards him had an indifferent expression. Her eyes were clear and pure. At a glance, he could tell that she was a beauty. She had such an elegant demeanor from a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Seeing the two sides getting closer and closer, but the little girl still had no intention of stopping, Mi Chi also became a little nervous, secretly circulating his emperor chi, ready to attack at any time. Lu Yen stopped 10 meters away. Observing from a close distance, Tao Laoding increasingly felt that his guess was right. This was probably the one he saw on the island back then. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he did not expect to meet in such a place. This was really a case of the Dragon King Temple. Although he was almost certain, he still needed to ask the necessary questions, so after hesitating for a moment, he secretly sent a message. Lu Yan's divine sense surged as he replied. The scene suddenly became strange. The High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were at loggerheads, but a little girl was communicating with a white-haired old man in the middle of the battlefield. Not long after, Tao Laoding nodded slightly and Lu Yan turned around and left, returning to Yang Kai's side in a few leaps. "You know that old man?" Yang Kai looked at Lu Yan suspiciously. Lu Yan said, "I don't know him, but he seems to have seen me before." "What do you mean?" "He's from Spirit Beast Island." "Spirit Beast Island of the Beast Warrior Master?" Yang Kai was surprised. Chapter 32-35. Lu Yan had lived on Spirit Beast Island for a while. Since she said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Yang Kai didn't expect this white-haired old man to have such a background. He had come into contact with a few people from Spirit Beast Island and had even seen the martial beast. They had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island together, so he naturally knew how powerful they were. Although there weren't many people on Spirit Beast Island, none of them could be underestimated. Whether it was Li Wuyi or Jiao Feng, they were all famous figures. In the past, Yang Kai only thought of them as ordinary third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. However, after meeting and talking with Yang Yan, he had some guesses that Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng were a group of people sandwiched between the Emperor realm and the Great Emperors. Because of the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, they couldn't become great emperors. Otherwise, they might have been figures who were on par with the great emperors. However, this was all Yang Kai's guess. He wasn't sure if it was true or not. However, the white-haired old man opposite him was from Spirit Beast Island. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai learned the situation. The white-haired old man seemed to have seen Lu Yan once from afar. However, Lu Yan was comprehending the mystery of the Fire Phoenix's origin at that time and didn't pay attention. That was why Lu Yan said that the old man knew her, but she didn't know him. What made Lu Yan see the clues was the pouch secret treasure used by the white-haired old man. She had seen this secret treasure in Jiao Feng's hands. The people of Spirit Beast Island called it the Spirit Beast Pouch. It was a very strange secret treasure that had a very obvious restraining effect on the monster clan. However, it didn't have much effect on other clans. The Spirit Beast pouch sealed the Imperial Beast seal, which was derived from the martial beast. Once the Spirit Beast pouch was used, as long as it was related to the monster clan, it wouldn't be able to escape the Spirit Beast pouch's binding. This was the fundamental reason why the three monster kings were easily captured. If they really fought, the white-haired old man might not be a match for any of them. However, with the Spirit Beast pouch, the white-haired old man could easily capture the three monster kings. Spirit Beast Island is in the Eastern Territory. Why did this old man come to the Northern Territory? Yang Kai was puzzled. Today, his face had been slapped so hard that he felt a little depressed. If the white-haired old man wasn't from Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have let this matter go. Lu Yen explained, Spirit Beast Island collects all the exotic beasts in the world, so those exotic beasts were naturally captured. There are people on the island who do this, and he is one of them. He probably came to the Northern Territory to look for exotic beasts. Yang Kai nodded gently. Mi Chi's expression became uncertain when the two were communicating. Although he didn't understand the development of the situation, he saw the secret communication between Lu Yen and Elder Tao. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He didn't dare to hesitate and cupped his hands. Elder Tao, if you can help me again, I will be very grateful. I will give you a big gift after this. He could only count on Elder Tao to help. Otherwise, his High Sky sect would never be a match for Yang Kai. Elder Tao sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. Give them whatever they want. Mi Chi's eyes widened. He didn't expect Elder Tao to say such a thing. He didn't know that Elder Tao was also very helpless. Although he was from Spirit Beast Island and was ordered to come to the Northern Territory to search for strange beasts, his status on Spirit Beast Island was not very high. On Spirit Beast Island, the Master of Beast Warrior was naturally the most respected, and below him were Li Wui and Nine Phoenix. That little girl seemed to have a close relationship with Master Nine Phoenix, so he didn't dare to offend her. While Mi Chi was stunned, Elder Tao took off the cloth bag on his waist and opened the Spirit Beast bag. Three figures immediately rushed out. They were Ying Fei and the others. The three monster king had a look of lingering fear. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked around and saw Elder Tao and Mi Chi. They looked at each other, and almost without hesitation, they rushed toward Elder Tao in a triangular formation. Although the three of them had suffered a great loss from the Spirit Beast bag just now, the three of them had sharp eyes and saw the drawbacks of the Spirit Beast bag. This secret treasure was indeed powerful, but it seemed that it could only target one person at a time. If the three of them attacked together, they could completely kill Elder Tao before the Spirit Beast bag showed its power. In an instant, demonic chi soared into the sky, and three clear murderous intents shrouded Elder Tao. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end, and Mi Chi was so scared that he staggered back and almost fell to the ground. Stop! Yang Kai shouted. Shi Lei and Xie Wei paused and stopped in midair, but Ying Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. It was actually an afterimage, and he had already rushed in front of Elder Tao. An eagle claw was only an inch away from Elder Tao's face, and the energy coming out of the eagle claw made Elder Tao's face hurt. Old Man Tao's back was drenched in cold sweat after having narrowly escaped death for no reason. He raised his head to look at Ying Fei, who was just inches away from him. He secretly rejoiced that he had been the first to finish off this demon king. Otherwise, with his speed, he might not have been a match for him. Monster King, don't be rude. Yang Kai's voice came from behind again. Since they were from Spirit Beast Island, they were not enemies. Moreover, Elder Tao took the initiative to release the three monster king, so how could Yang Kai sit by and watch him die? Ying Fei was also obedient. He withdrew his eagle claw, and his body did not move. He floated back, as if there was a force pulling him from behind. In an instant he stood side by side with Shi Lei and Xie Wei. The three of them stared at Elder Tao with vigilance. They had to be vigilant. They had just suffered a great loss at the hands of this old guy and lost their face. If it happened again, they would not have the face to stay by Yang Kai's side. When he retreated, Mi Chi finally returned to his senses. Although he did not know why Elder Tao changed his mind at the last minute and even released the three monster king, He knew that it was impossible. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed into the High Sky sect. "Old sir, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon. I will talk to you in detail later." Yang Kai smiled at Elder Tao. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. Space Divine Technique. Elder Tao's eyes narrowed. As a member of Spirit Beast Island, he naturally knew about the Space Divine Technique. Li Wui was a master of this technique. Elder Tao had seen Li Wui use the Space Divine Technique many times, but he never thought that he could see such a divine technique from someone else. Looking at the level of mastery, it seemed that he was not much worse than Li Wui. Elder Tao felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the reason Li Wui did not make a move just now was probably because of that little girl. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. A person who used the Space Divine Technique was not to be trifled with. They were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, but Li Wui had the reputation of being the strongest person under the Great Emperors. It was all because of the Space Divine Technique. On the other side, the rapidly escaping Mi Chi's vision blurred. Yang Kai had blocked his way with a cold expression and shouted, "Where do you think you are going?" Mi Chi gritted his teeth and put on a desperate stance. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand and a cold light flashed. Then, the spear shot out like a dragon. A humming sound rang out incessantly, covering a large area. He was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had some life-saving skills. This move of his showed his powerful foundation. The murderous aura of the spear that filled the sky was extraordinary. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the Emperor Realm felt their eyelids twitch. They knew that there was no way they could survive such an attack. However, Yang Kai just stood there without any intention of dodging. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao, only to see his palace master standing there calmly, not worried in the slightest. Of all the people present, Li Jiao knew Yang Kai's ability the best. He even dared to face the dragon race head-on, so how could he be afraid of Mi Chi? There was nothing to worry about. Facing this crazy attack, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This was the first time he had fought with someone as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his opponent was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Although Mi Chi's attack was not weak, it did not seem to be that scary in his eyes. Yang Kai leisurely stretched out his hand into the sky full of spear shadows and suddenly grabbed at the void. As the spear phantoms collapsed, Mi Chi's movements also froze, his eyes going wide as if he had seen a ghost. This was because Yang Kai's casual grab had actually caught the tip of Mi Chi's spear in the midst of countless feints. With his spear in hand, how could he use his killing move? Mi Chi's expression changed drastically, but his reaction was also extremely fast. He shook his spear and a rotational force was transmitted through the spear's body. He shouted in a low voice, "Let go!" He was hoping to use this move to shake off Kai Yang, and he wasn't able to do so without relying on himself. What he was relying on was that his cultivation was higher than Kai Yang's by one realm. The rotational force was transmitted to Yang Kai's palm in an instant, and as expected, Yang Kai's wrist was rotated. Mi Chi was about to continue, but he saw a vicious look appear on Yang Kai's face as he suddenly turned his wrist back. It was quite an imposing manner. The rotational force, which was completely opposite to the previous one, rebounded along the spear's body. Before Mi Chi could figure out what was going on, his whole body was sent spinning several times by the huge force. He forcibly pushed his Emperor Chi to stabilize his body, but the spear in his hand was snatched away by Yang Kai. Mi Chi was dizzy for a moment, and his face was filled with shock. Such great strength! He clearly felt that he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he have such great strength? This is true brute force. He didn't know the current situation of Yang Kai's body. How could he resist a half-dragon body? If it was Li Jiao, he would never have wrestled with Yang Kai. That was simply asking for trouble. Not waiting for him to regain his footing, a gust of wind whistled above his head. Looking up, he was frightened out of his wits. He saw that Kai Yang was still holding onto his spear, using his own artifact as a club, ruthlessly smashing down towards him. Mi Chi crossed his arms over his head and two arm guards appeared out of thin air on his arms. Asterisk Kong. The end of the spear smashed into the arm guard, causing it to flash wildly before quickly dimming. This emperor artifact had lost all its spirituality after being struck by this tyrannical blow, and Mi-Chi was suppressed by an irresistible force and fell down like a meteor, smashing directly into a nearby mountain, creating a large crater in its wake. Chapter 32-36. The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm who had fallen to the ground were all stunned. Their eyes were blank, and they felt that this was unbelievable. Their own sect master couldn't even take a single blow from the other party? The people of the Fire Dragon Palace were also stunned. They felt that this was extremely ridiculous. Mi-Chi was a third-stage Emperor realm master, so how could he be so weak? The three Monster King looked at each other in shock. They could see that Yang Kai seemed to be much stronger than before. Old Tao gulped, picked up his wine gourd, and poured it into his mouth. He had to drink to calm himself down. Mi-Chi, who had been smashed to the ground and flattened a mountain, felt dizzy. The blood in his body was tumbling, and after suppressing it with great difficulty, he saw Yang Kai landing lightly in front of him. He stood in front of him and flicked the spear in his hand, thrusting it towards him. "Spare me!" Mi-Chi shouted, "Palace Master Yang, spare me." At this time, saving his life was the most important thing. He couldn't care less about face. If he lost his life, what was the use of face? The tip of the spear brushed past his cheek, cutting off a few strands of his black hair. Mi-Chi's eyes widened, and he almost wet himself in fear. "Chi!" Yang Kai curled his lips and stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground. He then turned around and said, "Who else refuses to accept this? Who wouldn't accept this?" The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm had already been dealt with by Ying Fei and Xie Wei. At this moment, they were all lying on the ground and wailing. The few from the Emperor realm who fought Ying Fei had claw marks all over their bodies and were dripping with blood. Unfortunately, their cultivations were sealed by Ying Fei, so they couldn't even use their arts to heal themselves. As for those who fought with Xie Wei, their bodies were covered in a green glow, and large blisters appeared on their exposed skin. Their faces were green, and it was obvious that they had been poisoned. It could be said that the upper echelons of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm had all been wiped out. From beginning to end, the entire battle took less than a cup of tea's worth of time. "Palace Master Yang, please spare us." The disciples at the Dao Source realm and below knelt down one after another, each and every one of them looking as if they had just lost their parents. Mi-Chi's eyes dimmed as he stared at the figure with his back to him, glancing over at the long spear artifact in front of him, but he couldn't even summon the courage to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai unscrupulously exposed his back to him, which seemed to be full of flaws, but it made him even more fearful, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Glancing around coldly, Yang Kai snorted, "Whether you can live or not will depend on your sovereign's choice." Mi-Chi staggered to his feet and clutched his chest. He turned around and saw many familiar faces looking at him. Their eyes were filled with the desire to live. Since things had come to this, what else could he say? His fist was not as big as theirs, so he had to surrender. Although he was in a bit of a sorry state this time, fortunately, no one died because of it. It could be seen that Yang Kai's people were quite restrained. Sighing in his heart, Mi-Chi turned his head and cupped his fists. "The High Sky sect is willing to follow Palace Master Yang's lead. I ask that Palace Master Yang be magnanimous and let us live." Yang Kai turned his head and squinted at him, saying expressionlessly, "This is a serious matter. Sect Master Mi, please consider carefully before making a decision. This king is not in a hurry and can give you some time. If you are sincere in pledging your allegiance, that's fine, but if you are not, there is no need to force yourself, lest this king is accused of bullying others. My life is in your hands, what's there to consider?" Mi-Chi cursed in his heart. How could he not be firm at this time? If he had any other thoughts, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good end. Moreover, several of the elders here were poisoned and wouldn't last long. If they weren't detoxified quickly, their lives would be in danger. Is he fucking going to do that again? Although Mi-Chi cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on the surface. He said in a deep voice, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled. The High Sky Sect has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us if we have offended you. From today onwards, the High Sky Sect will sincerely pledge their allegiance to you. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose slightly. Sect Master Me is the sect master of a sect. Your words carry enormous weight. I naturally believe what you say. Since Sect Master Me is so sincere, this king will accept your kindness. The corners of Mi Chi's mouth twitched. He finally realized how despicable and shameless this person in front of him was. Didn't he bring so many masters here just to subdue the High Sky Sect? He even had Li Jiao come over to greet him before, and they even fought just now. Now, he actually had the face to say such words. It was as if he had taken the initiative to pledge his allegiance and Yang Kai had reluctantly accepted it. He was simply shameless. He just couldn't understand. Although the High Sky Sect was good, why was Yang Kai so fixated on it? He already owed Yang Kai a large debt, and every year he sent him a large sum of money, so why did Yang Kai insist on subduing his High Sky Sect? Was it just to show off the strength of the High Heaven Palace? Mi Chi put on a forced smile and said, "Thank you, Palace Master Yang." What was this? His people from the Emperor realm had been brutally beaten up, and he had lost all face. Even the escort array had been broken, and he was forced to pledge his allegiance, yet he still had to thank Yang Kai. Mi Chi's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He only hated that his strength was not as good as Yang Kai's, otherwise, he would have definitely taught Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai said, "Words are no guarantee. I ask Sect Master Me to show some sincerity." Mi Chi was startled and asked cautiously, "What kind of sincerity does Palace Master Yang want?" He was already so humble, yet Yang Kai still wanted to be so aggressive. Mi Chi secretly swore that if Yang Kai really did ask for something too excessive, he would reconsider. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I ask Sect Master Me to write an order and inform the High Sky Sect that from today onwards, the High Sky Sect is a subordinate sect of the High Heaven Palace." Mi Chi heard this and suddenly raised his head, his face alternating between red and green. Today's matter was indeed embarrassing, but it was only limited to the High Sky Sect. Even if news spread out afterwards, as long as the High Sky Sect didn't admit it, the world would only speculate. However, if he took the initiative to send an order, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. The High Sky Sect had many cities under its jurisdiction and many families and subordinate sections. After all, it was one of the top forces in the Northern Territory. As the saying goes, good news doesn't spread far and wide, but bad news spreads far and wide. Once this order was sent out, it wouldn't be long before the entire Northern Territory knew about it. This would cause the High Sky Sect to lose face in the entire Northern Territory. A dignified top sect in the Northern Territory had actually fallen to the point of becoming someone else's subordinate sect. How could he endure this? Yang Kai's face became cold. It seems that Sect Master Me is a little unwilling. Or perhaps what you said just now was just a casual remark. No, Mi Chi quickly waved his hand, it's just that. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up at the sky and said lightly, "Sect Master Me is so indecisive. It seems that you are not suitable to be in charge of the sect. Sect Master Me should abdicate." What did this mean? Was he forcing him to abdicate his position as sect master? If it were anyone else saying this, Mi Chi definitely wouldn't have taken it seriously, but since it was Yang Kai saying so, it was different. He was a fish on the chopping block, so Yang Kai could easily kill him and then choose a suitable elder to be in charge of the High Sky Sect. He believed that there would definitely be someone willing to cooperate with him. Feeling a chill in his heart, Mi Chi no longer dared to bargain, clenching his teeth and saying, "Right, I'll write." Yang Kai said, "Don't force it, it won't be interesting if you force it." Mi Chi said seriously, "This me is very sincere. Sect Master Yang, please understand." Since that's the case, let's write it and see. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Mi Chi immediately took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, writing the order. Yang Kai raised his chin and said, "Heal them." Ing Fei's figure flickered, and he swayed around a few of the High Sky Sect elders, slapping each of them and releasing their seals. Xie Wei opened his mouth wide, and the few poisoned the Emperor Realm elders on the ground immediately emitted a dark green aura, which he swallowed into his mouth. The seals were released, and the poison was cleared. A group of the Emperor Realm elders took out healing pills and stuffed them into their mouths, each with a complicated expression. After a while, Michi finished writing and handed the jade slip to Yang Kai, saying, "Sect Master Yang, take a look and see if it's okay?" Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it. He frowned and threw the jade slip back. "Your High Sky sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Don't write it in such a lowly manner and make others look down on you." Michi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their lives were in your hands, how could they not be lowly? But since Yang Kai wasn't satisfied, they had no choice but to write it again. He was the dignified sect master of the High Sky sect, but he was forced to write such a shameful order, and he was even picked on by others. How could he reason with them? Not long after, another order was written. Yang Kai checked it and nodded slightly. "That's more like it. Write the same order." He looked up at the High Sky sect elders and protectors who were healing their wounds and counted the number of people. 8. Michi didn't dare to disagree, and he obediently wrote 8 more orders. Yang Kai said, "Tell the people of the Emperor Realm of the High Sky sect to take the order and go to different places in 8 directions. Pass through the city, and enter the sect. Read the order in a crowded place and announce the High Sky sect's allegiance to the Northern Territory." Hearing this, the group of Mi Tian sect elders widened their eyes and stared at them in a daze. Mi Chi's expression also changed. Anger and humiliation flashed across his face, and there was also a trace of ruthlessness. He thought that even if he wrote the order, it would take some time for the news to spread. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so ruthless and ask the elders of the High Sky sect to personally take the order and read it to all the major cities and sects in the Northern Territory? This was simply humiliating the High Sky sect. How would he, the sect master of the High Sky sect, be able to establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? How would the elders of the Emperor Realm, who would read the order, be able to do so? How would the entire Northern Territory view the High Sky sect? As the saying goes, a gentleman prefers death to humiliation. At this moment, Michi had the impulse to fight Yang Kai to the death. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately humiliating him. But when he saw Yang Kai's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. Those eyes looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Michi didn't doubt that if he dared to make a move again, Yang Kai would definitely not let him go. He clenched his fists, but in the end he didn't dare to make a move. He comforted himself. It was better to live than to die. What was the big deal? Chapter 32-37. Slowly loosening his clenched fists, Mi Tian responded, "Yes. There's no time to lose, let's move out now." Yang Kai gestured to the side, not stopping for even a moment. Michi had no choice but to wave his hand and pass the order to the many elders before saying, "You all heard Palace Master Yang's words, go." He waved his hand, looking like he had nothing left to live for. The several elders who had not yet recovered from their injuries glanced at each other, unable to hide the grief and indignation in their eyes. But so what if they felt resentment in their hearts? They were not the other party's opponent, and their sect master had already lowered his head, so they could only follow orders. They immediately split up and flew off in different directions. Although their injuries had not healed, they were not serious and could be slowly nursed back to health along the way. Only now did they understand why the two-monster king had not killed them just now. It turned out that he had been waiting here, leaving them alive to run errands for him. This was premeditated. If the High Sky sects the Emperor Realm were all killed, who would read Michi's order? If it were anyone else reading it, it would not be convincing. Only the High Sky sect's elders and protectors would be able to confirm this matter. It was not hard to imagine that the news of Mi Tian's sect submitting to Towering Palace would spread out very soon. Mi Chi sighed in his heart, and he looked as if he had become much weaker. It was as if he had aged for no reason. "Get up, don't kneel, we will be a family from now on." Yang Kai glanced around at the High Sky sect's disciples who were still kneeling on the ground and raised his hand. The group of people looked at Mi Chi, not daring to move. Mi-Chi shouted in a deep voice, "Are you all deaf? Did you not hear Palace Master Yang's words? If you want to kneel, kneel until you die and don't get up in the future." A bunch of good-for-nothings. How did the High Sky sect raise such a group of cowards? Although their cultivation was not as good as Mi-Chi's, they shouldn't be scared to the point of kneeling by a few words from him, right? After a while, the group of people no longer dared to kneel. They all stood up with awkward expressions. Mi-Chi coldly snorted again. "From today onwards, you may not listen to this sect master's words, but you must listen to Palace Master Yang's words. Do you understand?" Sparse replies could be heard, all of them seeming weak. Hearing their own sect master speak like this, they also felt ashamed. Mi-Chi squeezed out a smile. "Palace Master Yang, do you have anything to say?" Yang Kai waved his hand. What was there to say to them? He just needed to deal with Mi-Chi. He turned to Old Tao and said, "Old sir, if you don't mind, would you like to come in for a chat?" Mi-Chi had the urge to roll his eyes. This was the High Sky sect, not the High Heaven Palace. However, Yang Kai had obviously regarded this place as his own territory, and he did not dare to say anything. Since he had chosen to submit, then the High Sky sect was really his territory. Old Tao pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you for your consideration. Since that is the case, this old man will trouble you." He also wanted to figure out the relationship between Lu Yen and Jiufeng. "Please." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Old Tao was polite, and the two of them simply walked in side by side. The three Monster King followed closely behind. Mi-Chi deliberately fell behind and walked with Li Jiao. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Last time, Li Jiao had come over to persuade Mi-Chi, but unfortunately, Mi-Chi did not listen. He thought that if he invited Old Tao over, he would be able to sit back and relax. Who knew that Old Tao would not be able to help him avoid disaster and would end up like this today? Li Jiao could not help but sigh. He reached out and patted Mi-Chi's shoulder, not knowing what to say. Mi-Chi transmitted his voice. "Brother Li, you and I have known each other for many years, and our friendship is not ordinary. Tell me, why does Palace Master Yang have to humiliate my High Sky sect? This me does not think that I have offended him, and I have paid him the annual debt on time, but why does he have to do this? He does not care about my High Sky sect's face at all. Furthermore, he did not even give him any time to breathe and immediately sent the elders of the Emperor realm out. He had originally planned to delay for a while and then think of another way to see if he could resolve this disaster, but now, where would he find the chance?" Li Jiao looked up and thought, "What is the use of being friends with me now? Last time, I was still kicked out by you, but this time, he was not in the mood to ridicule him." He only smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Mi, do you think that Palace Master Yang is humiliating you? Is he not?" Mi-Chi glared. If he was not humiliating him, why would he write the order himself and let the elders of the Emperor realm read it everywhere? That is not the case. Li Jiao shook his head. Mi-Chi asked, "Then why?" "To establish dominance." Li Jiao spat out two words. Mi-Chi was stunned. Establishing dominance? What dominance? Although the High Heaven Palace had not been established for a long time, it was already a top sect in the Northern Territory. This was recognized by the entire Northern Territory. Since it was already a top sect, its dominance was already there, so what was there to establish? Who was it for? Li Jiao pondered for a moment and said, "Palace Master Yang wants to unify the Northern Territory." The main thing was that this matter could not be hidden. Li Jiao believed that Yang Kai would make a move soon, so there was no harm in saying it now. He was not afraid that Mi-Chi would find out in advance. Mi-Chi was stunned, and his mouth opened wider than an egg. After a while, he recovered and said in shock, "Unify the Northern Territory?" This ambition was huge. The Northern Territory was not like the other three territories, which had great emperor sections. Although Medicine Pill Valley had the great emperors, Medicine Pill Valley did not interfere in the matters of the Northern Territory, so the entire Northern Territory could be considered a headless dragon, unlike the Southern Territory where Star Soul Palace was the leader, the Western Territory where Shadow Kill Hall was the leader, and the Eastern Territory where Spirit Beast Island was. Mi Chi did not expect Yang Kai's ambition to be so great, and he really dared to do such a thing. He said in a daze, "Is he not afraid of provoking public anger and the Northern Territory's heroes to attack him?" Li Jiao pursed his lips and said, "That's why he wants to establish dominance." Mi Chi was not a fool. Although he was a little cowardly, being able to cultivate to the third stage emperor realm meant that his brain was not too bad. He did not understand what establishing dominance meant before, but now that Li Jiao explained it, he could not understand. The High Sky sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, but so what? They were beaten by the High Heaven Palace to the point that they could not fight back and had no choice but to submit to protect themselves. If even the High Sky sect was like this, what choice did the other sects and families have? As long as this news spread out, when the High Heaven Palace wanted to invade other territories, no one would dare to resist. Mi Chi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because of this, my High Sky sect suffered an unexpected disaster. Li Jiao patted his shoulder again and sighed, "Don't worry, at least you're still alive." Speaking of which, the High Sky sect was also unlucky. Among the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley had a close relationship with Yang Kai. Mi Chi and Yang Kai had been traveling for many years and had established a good friendship. If Yang Kai wanted to establish dominance, the High Sky sect was his only choice. It could be said that Mi Chi deserved to be unlucky. The High Sky sect was a top sect in the Northern Territory, and if it was any other smaller sect, the effect would definitely not be as good. Mi Chi sighed, but it was useless to say anything now. However, after learning about Yang Kai's plan to unify the Northern Territory, he felt much better. After all, Yang Kai was not deliberately humiliating him and the High Sky sect. It was just a part of the plan. Not long after, a group of people entered the main hall. As the owner of this place, Mi Chi naturally arranged for the banquet to be replaced with a new one. He ordered the musicians to play music and the dancers to dance. Immediately, the main hall was filled with a scene of singing and dancing. However, the main seat was replaced by Yang Kai. Other than him, the sect master of the High Sky sect, there were no other members of the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect in the main hall. Instead, there were the 3 Monster King and the people of the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai raised his glass and invited everyone to drink, and everyone agreed. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai began to chat with Old Man Tao. On the way, they chatted for a while, so he knew the other party's name. The reason why Yang Kai invited him to stay and entertain him was mainly to inquire about Dragon Island from him. After creating havoc on Dragon Island, he left the Dragon Palace and entered the territory of the lower plains. He did not know what happened after that. He also did not know if Martial Beast took Fu Xian away. He also did not know if Dragon Island punished Zhu Qing. Unfortunately, Old Man Tao did not know about this either. He stayed in the Northern Territory to search for exotic beasts for Spiritual Beast Island. He had not returned for more than 10 years. He did not even know that Martial Beast brought people to Dragon Island. He did not know, and Yang Kai did not say much. However, his mysterious behavior made Old Man Tao suspicious. However, no matter whether Martial Beast took Fu Xian away or not, Zhu Qing definitely did not have to worry too much. Zhu Qing was now a rank 9 giant dragon. According to the purity of her bloodline, she was qualified to be an elder of Dragon Island. After the havoc he made last time, Dragon Island would not punish her. Her situation was somewhat similar to Fu Xian's. They were both married with humans. If Dragon Island really wanted to punish her, Fu Xian would definitely not be spared. Martial Beast naturally would not sit back and do nothing. If Dragon Island wanted to trigger Zhu Qing, they would definitely punish Fu Xian as well. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Old Man Tao was more curious about Lu Yan. He asked about her relationship with 9 Phoenix in a roundabout way. After being evaded by Yang Kai, he did not ask any more. Both parties did not get the answer they wanted, so it did not affect them too much. In the evening, the banquet ended and Old Man Tao took his leave. Yang Kai asked Lu Yan to send him off. Accompanied by Mi Chi, he chose a suitable place in the High Sky sect to arrange the space array. Mi Chi did not know what Yang Kai was doing at first. After communicating with Li Jiao, he learned the truth and secretly complained in his heart. With this space array connecting the two sects, it seemed that the High Sky sect would not be able to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression. The next day, Yang Kai led a group of people back to the High Heaven Palace, accompanied by Mi Qi. The first thing he did when he returned was to summon people for a meeting. The participants were all Dao Source Realm cultivators and above. There were not many of them. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were also among them, causing many people who did not know the truth to look at each other. Li Jiao was here, and everyone knew that he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, but what about Mi Qi? Even Hua Qingxi was puzzled. She looked at Mi Qi from time to time, only to see Mi Qi show a flattering smile, which made her confused. When everyone arrived, Yang Kai went straight to the point. Sect Master Mi has decided that the sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. From now on, the High Sky sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and almost wondered if they had heard wrongly. Only the three Monster King looked calm. Chapter 32-38. Inside the main hall, pairs of eyes looked at Mi Qi. Mi Qi was tactful and immediately stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled, and you have the world in your heart. This Mi is convinced. The entire High Sky sect is willing to submit to High Heaven Palace. We will follow your orders in the future, regardless of danger." Whether he was sincere or not, his words were beautiful and made everyone in High Heaven Palace have a good impression of him. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Mi Qi to be so straightforward. Although the two of them had some dealings before, he didn't realize that Mi Qi had such a side. Previously, when Yang Kai wanted him to submit, he resisted several times. Now, he had accepted his fate and was able to adjust his position and attitude well, which made Li Jiao look at him in a new light. However, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. The Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky sect were similar in strength. Li Jiao estimated that if he and Yang Kai hadn't gone out to live and die together several times, the High Sky sect would have ended up like the Fire Dragon Palace. It was also because of his friendship with Yang Kai that Yang Kai didn't attack the Fire Dragon Palace. But then again, the Fire Dragon Palace was now not much different from the High Sky sect. They were more like subordinates than subordinates. Everyone has heard Sect Master Mi's words. Let's get to know each other. Yang Kai waved his hand. Hua Qingxi smiled and stepped forward. She bowed and said, "I am the Chief Steward of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi." "Greetings, Sect Master Mi. Chief Steward is too polite." Mi Qi returned the courtesy. He was a little curious. What kind of bullshit position was Chief Steward? How come he had never heard of it before? However, seeing that she was standing in front of everyone, even the three great monster kings were below her, it seemed that her position in Yang Kai's heart wasn't low. He couldn't afford to offend her in the future and had to maintain a good relationship with her. Otherwise, he didn't know when she would make things difficult for him. He even had some suspicions in his heart. Yang Kai and this woman wouldn't have a dirty relationship, right? Otherwise, how could a first-order emperor like her have such a high position? Hua Qingxi didn't know what he was thinking, but if she did, she would definitely fight with him. She pointed to the side and introduced, "This is Rhino Monster King, Sect Master Mi, of course, of course." Mi Qi smiled and cupped his fists. How could he not have seen him before? Back in the Mi Tian sect, it was Shi Lei who had fought with him. Mi Qi clearly felt that he was not his opponent. Rhino Lei grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of fangs, making Mi Qi feel a little scared. Hua Qingxi continued, "This is Flying Eagle Monster King." Flying Eagle nodded lightly. "And this is..." Mi Qi introduced them one by one with a smile on his face. No matter how high the cultivation of the other party was, he always felt inferior. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told the High Sky sect to submit to the High Heaven Palace? Facing these mainstays of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally didn't dare to show any disrespect. Xiaowei Yihen, the Southern Gate Army, Houyu, the Emperor Realm, Qin Chaoyang, Qiyu, Aio, Guizhou, Gucong Yun, Ruan Baiting, and a group of other Dao Source realms. After getting to know them one by one, there were quite a lot of people. Mi Chi knew the Southern Gate Army, but it was the first time he knew that this famous array master was actually serving in the High Heaven Palace, so he couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that the Southern Gate Army was famous in the Northern Territory. Although they weren't as good as the disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, an array master was still an array master. They were extremely popular everywhere. Mi Chi also had thoughts of recruiting them back then, but the Southern Gate Army simply ignored him. If it were an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Mi Chi would definitely teach them a lesson, but the identity of an array master made him hesitate and not dare to act rashly. If he attacked the Southern Gate Army, he was afraid that the other masters in the Northern Territory wouldn't let him go, and the High Sky Sect wouldn't dare to provoke them. When he heard that Ho Yu was an Emperor Artifact Master, Mi Chi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was going on in the High Heaven Palace? Not only was the Southern Gate Army here, but there was also an Emperor Artifact Master? How many Emperor Artifact Masters were there in the entire star boundary? And this Emperor Artifact Master was actually a woman. He really didn't know where Yang Kai had recruited this group of weirdos. 3 Monster King, an Array Master, and an Artifact Master. Such a foundation was enough to amaze people no matter where they went, and now they were all gathered in one place. It was even more unbelievable. Mi Chi suddenly felt that submitting wasn't a bad thing. The High Heaven Palace's foundation was indeed superior to the High Sky Sects, so submitting wasn't a big loss. In the future, he might have to rely on the Southern Gate Army and this Ho Yu, but it was a bit embarrassing. Hua Qingxi's next sentence shocked him on the spot. This queen also has an Emperor Artifact Master, but she is currently refining pills and is inconvenient to come out. Please forgive me, Sect Master Mi. Emperor Artifact Master. Mi Chi almost bit his tongue as he was dumbfounded. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly. Speaking of which, Sect Master Mi should know this Emperor Artifact Master. I know him? Mi Chi was shocked. A thought flashed through his mind, but he instinctively didn't dare to believe it. Hua Qingxi said, "That's right, Master Jing. Sect Master Mi should be familiar with him." Mi Chi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His first thought was to look at Li Jiao with an inquiring expression, as if he wanted to know if this was true or false. Jing that was the 5th disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. He was actually also in the High Heaven Palace? He suddenly recalled the scene when he came with Li Jiao to watch Ji Ying and Yang Kai compete in alchemy. At that time, not only had he made a bet with Li Jiao and Yang Kai, but Master Ji also seemed to have made a bet with Yang Kai. He thought about it later. Although Ji Ying lost, with his identity as the disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. It was even more impossible for Ji Ying to stay in the High Heaven Palace. But now, it seemed that Ji Ying really did stay. Medicine Core Valley didn't have any objections? The wondrous Pill Great Emperors didn't have any objections. Mi Chi felt his head spinning and his gaze swept across everyone in the hall. A single sect actually gathered 3 peak grandmasters in the form of a Monarch Array Master, a Monarch Blacksmith Master, and a Monarch Alchemy Master. There were even 3 Great Monster Kings in the sect. What the hell was this sect? Even the Great Emperor's sects couldn't compare in some aspects, right? Mi Chi suddenly felt that his loss wasn't unjust. In a trance, he heard Yang Kai say on the stage, "My High Heaven Palace has a lot of disciples. Although there are some reserves in the warehouse now, we can't just sit there and wait. We need to have a long-term income to survive. Although the chief steward has taken over the territory of the Seeking Passion sect and can collect some taxes from those cities every year and even do some business, it's just a drop in the bucket. My High Heaven Palace has 10 or 20 times more disciples than the Seeking Passion sect, so we need to occupy 10 or 20 times more territory to survive for a long time. Today, I called you here to announce something. This palace master is determined to unify the Northern Territory and make all the cities and sects in the Northern Territory pay tribute to my High Heaven Palace every year. This is the only way to ensure that my High Heaven Palace's foundation doesn't fall. What do you think?" Looking around, the 3 Monster King had indifferent expressions. In any case, they were just Yang Kai's hired thugs. Yang Kai would do whatever he wanted. They weren't afraid of making a big deal out of this. At worst, They could just hide in the savage, desolate ancient land. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi and the others were surprised. Even Hua Qingxi hadn't heard Yang Kai mention this before. Hearing this for the first time today, she couldn't help but be stunned. She really didn't know when Yang Kai had this idea. Currently, the High Heaven Palace was in a period of growth. In fact, it wasn't a good time to make enemies. As long as they worked hard to develop for 100 years, with the huge number of disciples, they would definitely be able to dominate the northern territory. However, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, Hua Qingxi knew that he had already made up his mind. At this time, persuading him would definitely be useless. She couldn't help but wonder. If he really did this, it would definitely provoke the resistance of the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the northern territory. After all, who would be willing to give up the benefits that were right in front of them? Moreover, how could the High Heaven Palace have so many people to do this kind of thing? The new disciples were still in the process of familiarizing themselves, and their cultivation wasn't high. If they were sent out, they wouldn't be of much use. However, Yang Kai didn't care so much. He looked like he was going to cut the Gordian knot. He looked around and said, "No one has any objections. It seems that you all support this. Very good." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. What was the use of having objections? The High Heaven Palace was completely under your control. Normally you didn't care, but when you did, you had the final say. Yang Kai said, "I know what everyone is worried about. It's just a matter of manpower. You don't have to worry about this. Brother Li and Sect Master Mi will help my High Heaven Palace. When the time comes, when the three of us join forces, no one in the Northern Territory can stop us." Li Jiao and Mi Qi cupped their hands and said, "We are willing to listen to Palace Master Yang's orders." Li Jiao was already prepared in his heart, so he didn't feel anything. However, Mi Qi was wailing in his heart. He knew that the High Sky Sect had boarded a pirate ship this time. Yang Kai wanted to unify the Northern Territory and make those cities and sects provide cultivation resources every year. However, the High Heaven Palace couldn't transfer any useful manpower. When the time came, the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace's people would be the ones leading the charge. The other party would definitely hold a grudge against these two sections. However, the High Heaven Palace could safely hide behind them and enjoy endless benefits. It was really vicious. In other words, the High Heaven Palace didn't need to do anything at all. They only needed to send some people to supervise. Yang Kai was observant. How could he not know what Mi Qi was thinking? He was too lazy to care about him. Yang Kai wasn't planning to monopolize this matter. Since the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect were involved, he definitely wouldn't let them work for nothing. He would share some of the benefits with them. As for how much, that would depend on his mood. Hua Qingxi thought for a while and said, "Palace Master, should we inform Ice Heart Valley about this matter?" Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 3 had joined forces, but Ice Heart Valley was the only one who didn't know about this. If Yang Kai didn't have a friendship with Ice Heart Valley, then it would be fine, but the key was that they had a good relationship. It would be unkind of him not to involve Ice Heart Valley in this matter. Yang Kai's expression twitched when he heard this. "I have also thought about Ice Heart Valley, but I don't know what they want." The group of women from Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Yang Kai really couldn't ask them to do something that would incur public anger. It wouldn't be nice if he was reprimanded by Bing Yun. In his plan, if he obtained any benefits in the future, he would share some with Ice Heart Valley. After all, Su Yan was cultivating there, so it would be a good gesture to Ice Heart Valley. Chapter 32-39. Hua Qingxi smiled faintly. "Palace Master worries too much. Ice Heart Valley will never refuse such a good thing." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Hua Qingxi explained, "Because Senior Bing Yun has been missing for many years, and because Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed by the Seeking Passion sect, they don't have many properties and have only 2 or 3 cities under their jurisdiction. Most of their income comes from the spirit flowers and rare grasses planted in Ice Heart Valley. In recent years, Ice Heart Valley has also recruited many disciples, so it is likely that they are short on funds. Now that benefits have been delivered to their doorstep, how could they refuse? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. If that's the case, we can count them in. He didn't know as much about Ice Heart Valley as Hua Qingxi, but since Hua Qingxi said so, it must be the case. If they could really pull Ice Heart Valley into the war chariot, then the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory would join forces. Who in the Northern Territory would dare to stop them? After a while, he made a decision. Then let's count them in. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll go invite them over now." Yang Kai nodded and Hua Qingxi immediately flew out. In less than half an hour, she brought a woman with an ice-cold temperament into the hall. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned black and he looked at Hua Qingxi with some resentment, because the person she brought was Ji Yao. Ever since Yang Kai had secretly done it with Ji Yao, he was a little afraid to see her. On the one hand, it was exciting to do it secretly, and on the other hand, he felt that he had let down Su Yan and the others. His heart was tormented, and the most important thing was that he still couldn't figure out Ji Yao's intentions. From beginning to end, she had never discussed this matter with him. She seemed to let him do whatever he wanted without letting Yang Kai have his way too much. This made Yang Kai feel like he was being held hostage. Now that Hua Qingxi had brought Ji Yao over, it was easy to imagine how he was feeling. Hua Qingxi looked suspicious. She seemed to have noticed something wrong with the palace master's expression just now, but at this moment, she couldn't care less and cupped her fists. "Palace master, Elder Ji is here." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. "Junior sister Yao." In front of so many people, Ji Yao didn't show any abnormalities and simply bowed. "Senior brother Yang." Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "I invited junior sister Yao here because I have something to discuss with her. I believe the great general manager has already told Senior Bing Yun about this matter. I wonder what Senior Bing Yun's attitude is?" If he wanted to pull Ice Heart Valley into the water, Bing Yun's attitude was the key. Otherwise, everything would be nonsense. Ji Yao said lightly, "Honored Master said that Ice Heart Valley was only able to survive thanks to Senior Brother Yang's help. Now that Senior Brother Yang has encountered a difficult situation, Ice Heart Valley will do its best to help. If Senior Brother has any instructions, Ice Heart Valley will not refuse." Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he smiled slightly. "Good, then I'll have to trouble you." Looking around, he said, "Since everyone is here, let's discuss the rules. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible." Since they had decided to do this, there was no need to drag it out. In any case, the 4 great sects had joined forces and no one in the Northern Territory could compete with them. There was no need for any schemes, they just needed to push forward. The rules were quickly taken out. It was nothing more than the 4 great sects working together, and then with High Heaven Palace as the center, they would spread out to the entire Northern Territory and announce the High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord of the Northern Territory. In return, the various sects and cities in the Northern Territory would have to provide some cultivation resources to High Heaven Palace every year. After the discussion was done, Ji Yao, Li Jiao, and Mi Qi immediately returned to their respective sects to mobilize their forces. The next day, in front of High Heaven Palace's sect defending array, a group of people arrived. On the left was a group of beautiful women. Most of them had extraordinary appearances, and their temperaments were all different, dazzling anyone who saw them. This group was naturally the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. On the right were the people from Fire Dragon Palace, while behind them were the disciples of High Sky Sect, each numbering over 1,000. Altogether, there were 3,000 people. This was not a large number, but the proportion of masters among them was extremely terrifying. Dao Source Realm masters could be found everywhere in the Emperor Realm, and even the weakest was an Origin King. The people from High Heaven Palace were in the middle, led by the 3 Monster Kings. Yi Hen and the other Dao Source Realm masters were also dispatched, but the remaining people were not enough. Basically, all of them were Origin Kings, completely incomparable to the other 3 great sects. It was really because the disciples who had come from the Star Territory were temporarily useless that the High Heaven Palace side was seriously polarized. The strong were ridiculously strong, while the weak were ridiculously weak. Hua Qingxi summoned Li Jiao, Mi Qi, and Ji Yao and spread out a map. The map was marked with red dots, and each red dot represented a city, a sect, or a force that wasn't small in size. After some discussion, the thousands of people were divided into groups of 8 and dispersed. Each of these 8 groups had 2 disciples, each led by a Tao Source Realm Master or above. The goal of these people was naturally the locations marked on the map. The only purpose of this trip was to make these cities, sects, and families recognize High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord, then pay tribute every year. Yang Kai had already spread the word. If they knew what was good for them, that would be good, but if they didn't, they would fight if they could, and if they couldn't, they would send a message back. The masters from the Emperor Realm were not to be trifled with. However, the teams led by Tao Source Realm Masters mostly went to places that were easy to deal with. The harder ones would be taken care of by the Emperor Realm. With the power of the 4 great sects working together, not many people would dare to act rashly. Yang Kai also led a group of people and rushed straight to the headquarters of the few first-class forces in the Northern Territory. 5 days later, in the main hall of Myriad Ancestor Sect's headquarters, Sect Master Hua Yu stood in front of the hall and cupped her fists in farewell. Only when the group of 8 disappeared did she put away the stiff smile on her face and let out a sigh, a sullen look appearing on her face. Vice Sect Master Cheng Dahai walked over and said with grief and indignation, "Sect Master, are we really going to give 30% of our annual profits to High Heaven Palace?" "Yes, with just a few words from that little brat, giving away 30% of our profits, what will others think of our Myriad Ancestor Sect?" An elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Hua Yu said sadly, "Then what do you think we should do?" "If Sect Master is willing, subordinate will lead people to intercept him and take back the jade slip. At that time, the dead can tell no tales, and no one will know it was our Myriad Ancestor Sect who did it. Yes, that little brat's actions have already angered everyone. There are countless people in the Northern Territory who want to kill him, but who will know it was us?" Hua Yu turned her head and glanced at the elders and protectors around her before shaking her head. "You are not his opponent." The elder who spoke said, "How do you know we are not his opponent before trying? That little brat is only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If we all attack together, there is no need to try. I have already tried," Hua Yu said with a sad face. "You have already tried?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only now did they understand why Hua Yu had brought Yang Kai to the secret room just now. It turned out that she wanted to test his ability, or rather, see if there was a chance to take him down. After all, no one was willing to give benefits to others for free. What was the result? Everyone looked at Hua Yu expectantly. "I was not his opponent at all," Hua Yu smiled bitterly. The elder said, "Sect Master, there is no need to boost others' morale and diminish our own. You are also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so you are not much weaker than him, right?" Hua Yu said, "It is precisely because our cultivations are similar that I agreed so readily. He let me attack him for 10 moves, but he just stood there motionless. I couldn't even touch his clothes." What? Everyone was taken aback, wondering if they had heard wrong. They were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai just stood there motionless for 10 moves, yet the Sect Master couldn't even touch his clothes? What kind of concept was this? In other words, did Yang Kai block the Sect Master's attack with just his Emperor Chi? But he just casually attacked and took this old master down. Hua Yu threw out another bombshell, causing everyone to feel dizzy inside. With such means, how can my Myriad Ancestor Sect compete? If we do not do as he wishes today, I am afraid my Myriad Ancestor Sect's 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed. He dares. Cheng Dahai roared. Hua Yu glanced at him and said, "He probably dares. If the 4 top sects join hands and want to destroy my Myriad Ancestor Sect, how can we resist? A few days ago, I heard that the High Sky Sect had submitted to the High Heaven Palace, so I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is true." Everyone fell silent. Their faces were filled with misery. 30% of their annual income had to be handed over, which meant that everyone would lose 30% of their income every year. No one would be happy about this. Things progressed unexpectedly smoothly. Yang Kai led a group of people to the Northern Territory, and with the High Sky Sect's submission, He was able to obtain the contracts that required the sects to hand over 30% of their annual income without much effort. No one dared to resist, at most, like the Myriad Ancestor sect, quietly testing Yang Kai's skills before finding a way out. Yang Kai also didn't just run away. Whenever he found a suitable place, he would arrange a space array and connect it to the High Heaven Palace. This way, if anyone failed to fulfill their promise in the future, the High Heaven Palace could come and teach them a lesson at any time. In the Northern Territory, as long as there was a city, a sect, or a family in charge, they would have to hand over 30% of their income. 30% might not be much, but 30% of the entire Northern Territory was a bit terrifying. This meant that even if the High Heaven Palace didn't do anything in the future, they could still take 30% of the Northern Territory's profits. What's more, with the connections of these cities, sects, and families, they could collect a large number of specialties from the Northern Territory, increasing the trade between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory. The goods collected from the Southern Territory could also be sold in the Northern Territory, and the difference in profit was also a considerable figure. After being busy for more than 20 days, Yang Kai directly returned to the High Heaven Palace through a space array. He had gnawed on several difficult bones in the Northern Territory. The reason why things went so smoothly was because the news of the High Sky sect's submission had spread. Even the High Sky sect had submitted, so they had no choice. Secondly, this time, the 4 sects had joined forces, so no one dared to resist. Chapter 3240. The matter in the Northern Territory had been settled, and there were still some loose ends that he didn't need to worry about. With Hua Qingxi presiding over and the cooperation of the other 3, it wouldn't take much time to solve them all. It was almost time, so Yang Kai greeted Hua Qingxi and led Bian Yuqing to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. They didn't return to Spirit Sword Peak, but flew directly to Spirit Jade Peak where Qiu Ran was. It was the first time Bian Yuqing came to Azure Sun Temple, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. Looking around, she secretly compared Azure Sun Temple and found that the environment of Azure Sun Temple seemed to be worse than her own High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She was born in the Southern Territory, and the Blue Feather sect she was in was just a small sect that didn't even have the Emperor realm. Azure Sun Temple, on the other hand, was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. It was much stronger than Blue Feather sect, so she naturally admired Azure Sun Temple. If she was still in the Blue Feather sect, it was impossible for her to be qualified to set foot in Azure Sun Temple, but now that she was the 2nd Chief Steward of High Heaven Palace, she was qualified to do so. Looking at Azure Sun Temple from a different perspective, she naturally had a different feeling. Staring at the heroic figure in front of her, she secretly rejoiced that she had met a noble person. If she hadn't met Yang Kai, how could she have the ability to be promoted to the Emperor realm? She was afraid that she would have been killed outside the Spirit Lake Palace, not to mention now that she had great power. In the entire High Heaven Palace, she was only below Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi. She was the 2nd chief of High Heaven Palace. There were guests at Spirit Sword Peak. Qiu Ran woke up from meditation and summoned Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing in the hall. After introducing both sides, Bian Yuqing saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Greetings, Deputy Temple Master Qiu." She had also heard of Qiu Ran, the Deputy Temple Master of the Azure Sun Temple. He was a real person above all others. Before she came, she was still a little nervous. She naturally thought a lot when she saw this master, whom she had never met before. But after meeting him in person, she realized that he was nothing more than this. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the same person she was in the past. She lived in the High Heaven Palace all year round, and even the 3 great monster king were often seen. A mere 2nd Order Emperor Realm Master could no longer give her much pressure. 2nd Chief Steward. Qiu Ran cupped his hands in greeting. Yang Kai said, "As for the specifics of the cooperation, Brother Qiu, you can discuss it with 2nd Chief Steward Bian. I won't accompany you." The main reason he brought Bian Yuqing here was to discuss the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting had mentioned this before. Since it was Gao Shueting who brought it up, he naturally couldn't ignore it, lest that woman got hold of his weakness and kept nagging. Hua Qingxi was currently coordinating the affairs of the Northern Territory. He had no time to spare, so the matter of discussing the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple naturally fell to Bian Yuqing. Qiu Ran was startled. Junior brother Yang, don't you need to personally make such a big decision? What he meant was, you sent a second chief steward to discuss with me. Can you really represent me? This involved a lot of interests. It would be awkward if Yang Kai didn't admit it when they reached an agreement. After all, he had seen Yang Kai haggling over every ounce with him. Yang Kai smiled heartily. Brother Qiu, you can rest assured that as long as you reach an agreement, I have no objections. How could Qiu Ran know about his recent big movements in the Northern Territory? Although the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple could bring a lot of benefits, Yang Kai didn't care much about it. What's more, he also had a cooperation with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was a business, and it was the main business in the Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple was just a foil. If he wasn't a guest elder of the temple, how could he send such benefits over? Turning around and walking out, he turned back and said, Second Chief Steward, you might as well make some concessions. After all, I am an elder of the temple. Bian Yuqing responded respectfully. Qiu Ran had a gratified expression on his face. Yang Kai said such words in front of him, which undoubtedly made him have a good impression of him. Immediately, Qiu Ran and Bian Yuqing began to discuss in detail. Yang Kai went straight to Gao Shueting's Purple Bamboo Peak. When he saw Gao Shueting, he asked about the Southern Territory Martial Gathering and learned that there were still 3 days before they could set off. There was plenty of time, so he went to find Murong Xiao and Xiao Baiyi to catch up. He had been in a hurry the past few days, so he didn't have time to talk much. Murong Xiao was fine. She was more enthusiastic and had a good personality. Everyone knew each other since they were in the Dao Source realm and had been promoted to Temple Elder, so they had a good chat. Xiao Baiyi was more annoying. The expression on his face was colder than Ji Yao's, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million. After a few words, he asked him to leave, which made Yang Kai want to beat him up. It was inconvenient for a host to not keep a guest, so Yang Kai left in a huff. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye on Spirit Sword Peak. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly and all things were alive. On top of a Spirit Sword Peak, dozens of figures stood. The leader wearing a purple robe was particularly conspicuous. Yang Kai flew over and stopped in midair. When he saw the man in the purple robe, he was slightly startled and cupped his fists. Greetings, Temple Master. The man in the purple robe was the Temple Master of Temple, Wenzi Shan. He had a warm smile on his face and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked quite elegant and elegant. When he heard Yang Kai, he smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Yang. It is this subordinate's duty to share the burdens of the temple, Yang Kai said solemnly. It couldn't be helped. In the Northern Territory, he was the temple master of the High Heaven Palace. Here, he was just a guest elder, so he still needed to show the necessary etiquette. Wait a moment, little Shueting hasn't arrived yet. Sigh, women are so troublesome. Even when going out, they are so slow. As soon as these words came out, many people glared at him. Even Murong Xiao, who had arrived early, pouted. Being scolded like this for no reason naturally put her in a bad mood. Wenzi Shan seemed to realize this as well. He reached out and grabbed the stubble on his chin, looked up at the sky, and said with a look of vicissitudes, Today's wind is very noisy. Elder Luo, Elder Xiao, Elder Murong. Yang Kai greeted the other 3 people from the Emperor realm one by one. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Luo Chen was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with him, but because this person's personality was relatively cold, he didn't communicate much with the temple elders. Yang Kai only knew of such a person, but had never had much contact with him. The 3 people also returned the greetings one by one. These are the disciples who are going to participate in this martial meet? Yang Kai looked up at the dozens of people standing neatly behind him. The dozens of disciples cupped their fists in unison. Greetings, Elder Yang. Among these dozens of people, there were Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. After all, the martial meet in the Southern Territory was divided into several levels. Dao Source Realm Cultivators were compared to Dao Source Realm Cultivators, Origin King Realm Cultivators were compared to Origin King Realm Cultivators, and Origin Returning Realm Cultivators. The temple naturally had to select the best cultivator from each level to participate in this martial meet. The dozen people in the front row were naturally Dao Source Realm Cultivators, followed by Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm Cultivators. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, finding that many of them were familiar faces. It seemed that they had participated in the Four Seasons Realm trial together, but they didn't communicate much and were only familiar with each other. Back then, they were all Dao Source Realm Cultivators, and now they were still Dao Source Realm Cultivators. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was not a simple matter, and many people were stuck in the Third Order Dao Source Realm for their entire lives. Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao were able to break through to the Emperor Realm partly because of their good aptitude and perception, and partly because of the benefits they obtained in the Four Seasons Realm and Shattered Star Sea. Looking at them, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly paused on a young man's face, because he really knew this person and knew his name. Shui. Back then, Yang Kai came to the temple with Qin Chaoyang holding the red dust token for the first time, asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons Realm. When the red dust token was issued, the temple could not refuse, so naturally, they gave him a spot. However, the spots to enter the Four Seasons Realm had long been allocated, and since the temple had also given out a spot, there was naturally one less. And the spot that was missing belonged to this guy named Shui. When the news spread, Shui refused to accept it and went to fight with Yang Kai, but the result was that he was naturally not Yang Kai's opponent. Many years ago, if Yang Kai had not seen this person, he would not have remembered it. For eyes met, and Shui Yi's expression was a little awkward, but there was also a kind of viciousness that came from knowing shame. Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source Realm, but now Yang Kai had become an Emperor Realm Master, while he was still struggling in the Dao Source Realm, so it was inevitable that he felt inexplicable. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, realizing that this guy had not been wasting his time all these years. Back then, he was only in the Second Order Dao Source Realm, but now he was already in the Third Order, and his position was extremely high. Obviously, he was the candidate that the temple had high hopes for. As they reminisced about the past, the two looked away as soon as their eyes met. Shui Yi secretly sighed. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him. Now that their identities were different, if Yang Kai really wanted to embarrass him, he could not resist. At this moment, a stream of light rushed over from Purple Bamboo Peak and stopped in front of everyone in an instant. When Zishan's eyes lit up as he said, "Little Shui Ting, you're dressed so beautifully today. Are you preparing to get married? Congratulations. Congratulations." "Shut your stinky mouth." Gao Shueting glanced at Wen Zishan coldly, not giving him any face. When Zishan said, "Oh, why are you so fierce? Be careful that no one dares to marry you. If you can't get married, you'll become an old maid." Gao Shueting's eyes became colder and colder, and she had the urge to stab him to death with her sword. She coldly snorted, "It's none of your business." She was such a beautiful woman, but she was actually forced to use vulgarities. It could be seen how bad her mood was. The group of disciples lowered their heads and looked at the two with dull expressions, their quarrel going in one ear and out the other. Luo Chen looked down at the ground, Xiao Bai looked up at the sky, and Murong Xiao looked at her fingers, seemingly hesitating whether to cut her fingernails. Yang Kai came over and casually praised, "Junior sister's fingers are very beautiful." Murong Xiao blushed furiously, not knowing where to place her hand. Everyone turned their heads to look at him, and Yang Kai also realized that he had misspoken and his expression twitched. Fortunately, Gao Shueting asked, "Is everyone here?" Xiao Baiyi nodded, "Everyone is here." "Since everyone is here, let's go." After speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward. A group of people followed closely behind. When Zishan was stunned for a moment and touched his chin, "It seems I am the temple master." Chapter 3241. Along the way, Yang Kai finally learned a side of Wen Zishan that no one knew about. A chatterbox. There was no end to his chatter. Although Yang Kai felt that this guy was a bit unreliable before, he hadn't spent much time with him after all, so he didn't know what his character was like. This time, Yang Kai finally saw it for himself. First, he pestered Gao Shueting, so naturally he was snubbed. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, only Gao Shueting dared to not give him face. After suffering a setback from Gao Shueting, he slowed down and caught up with Yang Kai and the others, talking about the past and present with great enthusiasm. Luo Chen and Xiao Baiyi were both relatively indifferent people, so they didn't speak much. Out of respect for the temple master, they replied a few words before closing their eyes, looking like they were conserving their energy. With this, Yang Kai and Murong Xiao were in for a bad time. Fortunately, Wen Zishan didn't pester the two for too long. After half a day, they fell behind the crowd again and joined a group of Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters. Murong Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The group of disciples behind them gave them face. The key was that Wen Zishan, a temple master, didn't put on airs, so how could they not cooperate? Especially the few disciples who were patted on the shoulder by Wen Zishan and praised as the future pillars of the temple will depend on you in the future. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves and wanted to take out their hearts for Wen Zishan to see, to let him know that their loyalty to the temple could be witnessed by heaven and earth and the sun and moon. Yang Kai glanced back from time to time with a wonderful expression on his face. He knew that he was a bit unreliable as the High Heaven Palace Temple Master, but compared to Wen Zishan, he was simply a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Flying all the way, they passed by several cities and passed through space arrays. In the evening, the crowd arrived at the location of Orthodoxy Temple. Towering mountains rose and fell like a giant dragon lying on the ground. The scenery was beautiful and varied. Orthodoxy Temple was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so naturally, it occupied a paradise. The environment here was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the slightest, adding to the beautiful scenery. Looking from afar, clouds and mist rose from the mountains, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the world a golden yellow. In front of the gates of the Orthodoxy Palace, there were many people moving about. It was very lively. It was obvious that the date of the martial gathering was approaching. Many people had rushed over. After all, the martial gathering was a grand occasion for the entire Southern Territory. Not to mention the bountiful rewards that made people envious. If one could perform well in the martial gathering, they would definitely be able to receive the care of their elders in the future. There were also many lowly cultivator who wanted to fight for a future in the martial gathering. This was not without precedent. Although those cultivator of low birth could not participate in the group competition, as long as they performed outstandingly in the individual competition, most of them would be able to join the major sections. For those large sects, what they were fighting for was the ranking and face. The generous rewards were secondary. However, for some small sects or families, those rewards were really enviable. Not to mention, there was a chance to make a great leap. Who would be willing to miss it? Therefore, every martial gathering in the Southern Territory was extremely lively, and there were countless participants. Tomorrow was the opening day of the martial gathering, and Azure Sun Temple had come at the right time. As one of the top sects, they naturally had to put on airs. Although Wen Zishan was not very reliable, he still knew the importance of this kind of thing. Today, the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Palace was not activated, but there were many people outside welcoming guests. As soon as the group from Azure Sun Temple landed, an elderly man dressed in black immediately greeted them. Beside him was a young man with a refined temperament. Both of them were the Emperor Realm cultivators. The elderly man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the young man was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Temple Master Wen's visit brings light to Orthodoxy Palace's humble dwelling. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you, the elderly man greeted with a smile and cupped his fists. Wen Zishan also put on the air of a temple master, as if the chatterbox on the way here was not him at all. He smiled lightly and said, "Elder Feng is too polite. Is Elder Feng the one welcoming guests this time?" The elderly man was none other than Elder Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai had seen him more than once, so he was not unfamiliar with him. He had also cooperated with Gao Shueting many times. Back in the Four Seasons realm, when the demonic qi invaded Maplewood City, and when the demonic spirit was revived in the southern swamp, he had appeared. However, the two were not of the same generation, so they did not have much interaction. Yang Kai, however, had dealt with the young man behind him. The young man obviously also noticed Yang Kai. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you're here too." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Brother Zhuang." This young man was the rising star of Orthodoxy Palace, Zhuang Bufan. He had appeared in the Four Seasons realm and Shattered Star Sea. He was from the same generation as Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao, so naturally, they were not unfamiliar with each other. Now that they were gathered together, it was natural for them to have a chat. With this, no one paid attention to Luo Chen, but he was naturally indifferent, so he did not feel awkward and just stood there without saying a word. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a swishing sound coming from afar. Everyone looked back and saw a huge sword rapidly approaching from the horizon. The terrifying sword qi it exuded seemed to be able to hurt people from a distance, so no one dared to underestimate it. Feng Ming smiled slightly and said, "Holy Master Ma is here." When Zishan curled his lips in disdain, he really knows how to pick the right time. He seemed to feel that he had suffered a loss by coming early. Star Soul Palace had sent people to observe the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so when Zishan had personally led a team to give face. As a top force in the Southern Territory, Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally would not be ignorant, so Holy Master Ma Qing had personally led a team here. They were all old acquaintances, so when Zishan knew that Ma Qing had come as soon as he saw the sword light. Sure enough, the sword light suddenly approached, and when the light dissipated, a group of dozens of people appeared. The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was thin, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. His figure was tall and straight, and his whole person gave off an unstoppable feeling. "This is Ma Qing?" Yang Kai could not help but look at him curiously. It was also the first time he had seen the Holy Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so he did not expect it to be an old man. Compared to him, Wen Zishan was much more pleasing to the eye. Feng Ming took the initiative to greet them and exchanged pleasantries. Ma Qing and the others cupped their fists in return. This time, the people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land were similar to those from Azure Sun Temple, led by 4 or 5 elders from the Emperor realm. There were dozens of disciples of all levels in total, and they were obviously the best of the best. "Brother Wen," Ma Qing put one hand behind his back and stroked the beard on his chin with the other, nodding lightly to Wen Zishan. When Zishan was a little tired, Brother Ma is very punctual. He seemed to be mocking him for coming on time. Ma Qing's expression was still indifferent. "My disciples are not very easy to worry about, so I took some time on the way." When Zishan smiled, "If they know they are not easy to worry about, they should have set off earlier. It is not good to keep Brother Lei waiting. Brother Wen seems to have just arrived, right?" When Zishan curled his lips, "I have been here for half a day, but I have only been talking to Elder Feng until now." The two seemed to have some grudges, and they were not at each other's throats as soon as they met. Not only were the two temple masters and holy masters like this, but even their disciples were the same. Dozens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were glaring at Heavenly Martial Holy Land's disciples, and naturally, the other side was not willing to be outdone and glared back, as if they were water and fire. Yang Kai was amazed. Although he was the guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, to be honest, he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple, and he didn't know what kind of enmity they had with Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The moment the disciples met, they were silently confronting each other. The two temple masters and holy masters above were not easy to worry about, but the disciples below were not soft persimmons, and the same was true for the elders in the middle. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Murong Xiao Xiao and the others' eyes meeting with the 4 from the Emperor realm of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the air. What the hell? Yang Kai was confused. Among the 4 elders of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, a young man walked out. The young man was arrogant and unruly, and his eyes were cold and sharp, like a fierce beast hibernating in his body, ready to burst out at any time. This young man's eyes were also very strange, one blue and the other red, looking very strange. Wuchang. Just like his name. Each of the top sects in the Southern Territory had a rising star in each generation. The rising star of Azure Sun Temple was Xia Sheng, the rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land was Zhuangbu Fan, and the rising star of Orthodoxy Temple was Wuchang. Yang Kai had dealt with him in the Four Seasons realm and knew that this guy was difficult to deal with. He seemed to have a special physique, and his individual combat strength was extremely strong. In the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory, Xia Sheng was defeated by him and was ranked second in the individual battle. Although he regained some face in the group battle, when it came to the number 1 youth in the Southern Territory, the first person that came to everyone's mind was Wu Chang, not Xia Sheng. Of course, Lan Sun from Star Soul Palace was also very good, but Star Soul Palace would not send disciples to participate in the martial gathering, so there was no ranking. Yang Kai secretly wondered if the two sects were fighting like this because of the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory. In the individual battle, Xia Sheng was suppressed by others, and the Azure Sun Temple was quite unconvinced. In the group battle, the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was suppressed by the Azure Sun Temple, and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was definitely not comfortable. Wu Chang's 2 different colored eyes glanced at everyone, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Xia Sheng didn't come?" He seemed to be a little disappointed. Yang Kai said, "Brother Xia was guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave." "Coward!" Wu Chang coldly snorted. Xiao Baiyi's drooping eyes suddenly raised, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword as he glared at Wu Chang. Murong Xiao also looked at Wu Chang angrily. As soon as they met, Wu Chang scolded someone, and the person he scolded was Xia Sheng, the leader of Azure Sun Temple. Who in Azure Sun Temple could swallow this insult? Feng Ming glanced over, intentionally or unintentionally, but he had no intention of stopping them. He was still talking and laughing with Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan also pretended not to hear. It was not appropriate for him, the temple master, to intervene in the confrontation between the people below. The same was true for Ma Qing. Although the 3 top sects in the Southern Territory often cooperated, the competition was also fierce. Everyone wanted to suppress the others, but with Star Soul Palace sitting at the top, no one dared to fall out, so it was not a big deal to let the people below make a scene. Chapter 3242. Why are you scolding me? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wu Chang sneered, "He doesn't even dare to see me, isn't that cowardly?" Murong Xiao said angrily, "Brother Xia is busy, it's not that he doesn't dare to see you." Wu Chang clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Everyone has excuses, he's just afraid of being embarrassed by this king again, right?" "That's not it." Murong Xiao still wanted to argue, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and said flatly, "I have also heard about what happened at the last martial gathering. A moment of pride is nothing, but before I came, Brother Xia said that junior brother Wu Chang is a very enthusiastic person, so I must accompany you." He hadn't even seen Xia Sheng recently, so it was impossible for him to give such an explanation. However, he was now representing Azure Sun Temple, so how could he allow himself to be slapped in the face? Naturally, he had to refute and stabilize his momentum first. Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and nodded slightly. "You have some qualifications, I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Maybe it'll be a surprise." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "This son of a bitch, don't fall into my hands, or I'll teach you a lesson." "Shameless boasting." Wu Chang sneered. Chen Wenhao turned his head and shouted, "Wu Chang, shut up, this is Orthodoxy Temple, don't be presumptuous." Gao Shueting also said, "Stop talking." Wu Chang's face was filled with resentment, but he knew he couldn't refute his elder's face in front of outsiders, so he simply waved his hand and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai and the others naturally didn't bother to continue arguing, so the disturbance disappeared. After all, everyone knew that in this situation, no one could fight. Arguing would only make them look like fools. When Zishan chuckled, "Young people are really full of youthful vigor, not bad, not bad." Feng Ming was non-committal as he cupped his fists and said, Most of the southern mountain ranges' fellow Taoists have arrived. The hall master is currently accompanying them. This way, please. He then turned to Zhuang Bufan and said, Little Fan, lead the 2 seniors to the guest hall. Yes, Zhuang Bufan responded and stretched out his hand. Everyone please. Feng Ming said, Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma, please forgive me. I have duties to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to accompany you. Elder Feng is too polite, let's chat later. When Zishan smiled slightly and followed behind Zhuang Bufan towards the top of the mountain. Ma Qing also nodded at him. He led the group of people from the heavenly martial Holy Land and followed closely behind. This time, there was no competition. As the group of people walked further and further away, Feng Ming suddenly looked back and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He frowned slightly. When there was no one around, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. No one knew who he was sending a message to. When the group was halfway there, they came to a fork in the road. On both sides, there were disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace waiting. When they saw people, they bowed and extended their hands in invitation. Zhuang Bufan turned his head and said, Seniors, please make arrangements for the disciples participating in the martial meet. This group of people was going to rest at the top of the mountain, and only those from the Emperor realm were qualified to do so. The disciples behind them naturally couldn't follow. Everyone was well aware of this. When Zishan turned his head and gestured to Gao Xueting, Gao Xueting immediately arranged for a group of disciples from Azure Sun Temple to follow an attendant to the right path. Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally chose the left path. The disciples of the 2 forces didn't get along very well. If they were really arranged to stay together, it was likely that a fight would break out before the martial meet began tomorrow. One must know that at this time, there were no elders from the Emperor realm to suppress them. The remaining group of people followed Wu Chang up the stairs again. The people from the 2 forces were divided into 2 groups. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the mountain. A magnificent palace with an extraordinary aura came into view. There were already attendants waiting outside the palace. Zhuang Bufan led a group of people into the palace. When they entered, a burst of noise came, causing Yang Kai, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others to look at each other. They didn't expect it to be so lively. Looking around, they were a little surprised. There were no less than 500 to 600 people gathered in the palace, most of whom were masters from the Emperor realm. Attendants shuttled back and forth, and the palace was filled with tables with fruits and delicacies, as well as fine wine. The palace was full of guests, and it was very lively. From time to time, there would be people shuttling back and forth, raising their cups and inviting people to drink. In the middle of the palace, a group of more than 40 young girls were dancing. Their clothes were not revealing, and each of them was full of youthfulness. Their faces were also beautiful, and their waists were graceful. As they danced, some people smiled and looked at them. Although these dancers had been arranged by the Orthodoxy Hall to liven things up, the Orthodoxy Hall's status was still there, so they wouldn't spend too much effort in this aspect. If they were dressed too skimpily, others would inevitably look down on them, so the current arrangement made the Orthodoxy Hall look even more imposing. However, most people's attention was not on them. This was the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, and the sect masters and patriarchs of various sects were gathered here. This was the time to build relationships, so who would have the time to pay attention to them? It was not easy for people from the Emperor realm to gather together, and the martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a good platform for this gathering. As soon as when Zishan and Ma Qing led a group of people in, someone put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up to salute, Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma. As soon as the voice came out, the noisy hall quieted down. Everyone turned their heads and greeted him. When Zishan had a smile on his face as he bowed to everyone. Under Zhuang Bufan's lead, he walked all the way to the front. Ma Qing, on the other hand, was looking straight ahead with a cold expression. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was like this. It was not that he did not give face to others. At the head of the table, a burly man in black clothes looked over with a smile. He turned his head and said to a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance sitting on his right, "I told you, Those two would definitely arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Look, aren't they here now? The scholarly man smiled and said, Brother Lei is truly a genius. Besides Orthodoxy Temple's temple master Lei Gu, no one else had the qualifications to sit at the head of the table here. This scholarly man was obviously a sect master from one of the Southern Territories' sects. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his seat was very close to the front. Brother Lei. When Zishan and Ma Qing stepped forward and cupped their fists, Lei Gu stood up and said, The two of you must be tired from the long journey. Please take a seat first. Although there were many tables in the hall and many people were seated, the 4 tables at the front were empty and no one dared to occupy them. These 4 tables were obviously reserved for people from Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. When Zishan and Ma Qing separated to the left and right, each leading their respective elders to sit on the left and right. When Zishan and Ma Qing naturally each occupied a table, while the few elders they brought along squeezed together in one corner. Azure Sun Temple's side had one more person than Heavenly Martial Holy Land's side, so one table was full. Immediately, a maid came forward to pour wine for everyone. Lei Gu slowly stood up, raised his cup high, and said in a clear voice, This is the Southern Territories Martial Gathering, a grand event. I am indebted to the Southern Territories' fellow Taoists for holding this martial gathering in my Orthodoxy Temple. This Lei and my Orthodoxy Temple will do our best to create a fair competition for everyone in the Southern Territory. We will not show any favoritism. Here, I wish all of your sect's disciples victory and prosperity in the martial Tao, passing down the torch of our Southern Territory. This little wine is not enough to show my respect. Please drink to your heart's content. Thank you, Temple Master Lei. In the hall, everyone responded in unison, raised their cups, and drank together. The scene was lively. A toast was Lei Gu's etiquette as the host, followed by everyone's free time. Tomorrow was the day of the martial gathering, and at that time, it would not be so harmonious. Casualties and losses among the disciples were inevitable. Many people from Azure Sun Temple's table came to toast, but most of them came because of Gao Shueting's face. Luo Chen did not have many connections, so he did not have this privilege. Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao purely came to broaden their horizons and did not know many people from the Emperor realm, so naturally, no one paid attention to them. Yang Kai took the time to ask Murong Xiao about it, and understood why the relationship with Heavenly Martial Holy Land was a bit stiff. Things were as he expected. It was indeed because of the previous martial gathering. In the individual and group battles, both sides fought for first and second place, so naturally, there was some competition. Half an hour later, Lei Gu, Wen Zishan, and Ma Qing left early. The 3 of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's martial gathering. Although Orthodoxy Temple was in charge of the roster and the layout of the venue, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing still had to check it out. After the 3 of them left, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became livelier. It was obvious that the 3 of them gave off some pressure. Yang Kai drank and ate while looking around, looking a little bored. To be honest, he was a little interested in the martial gathering at first, but after coming here, he found that it was just SOSO. If this matter had not been brought to him, he would have wanted to go home now. Although there wouldn't be any major problems with the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, the dust hadn't settled yet, so he couldn't be at ease if he didn't personally oversee it. The main reason was that his cultivation was high now. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the competition between Tao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't arouse his interest. He had already killed a lot of people from the Emperor Realm, so how could he be in the mood to watch these small fights? However, since Azure Sun Temple had given him the nod, he could only accompany them. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Gao Shueting. Senior Sister Gao, what did that guy Wu Chang mean when he said that Brother Xia was afraid of losing to him again? Is this martial gathering going to have a competition between people from the Emperor Realm? Gao Shueting said, There won't be a martial gathering, but there will be after the martial gathering. Participation is voluntary, and there are no rewards. It's purely an exchange. Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind. If Wu Chang provoked him again, he would definitely teach him a lesson. No matter what kind of special constitution he had, he couldn't be stronger than a third-order Emperor Realm Master, right? Yang Kai thought that with his current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to face a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he used all his cards, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have to stand aside. He just didn't know if Wu Chang would give him this opportunity. Raising his cup to his lips, Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw Wu Chang looking in his direction. His blue and red eyes were extremely strange. Yang Kai sneered and showed a look of disdain, which almost made Wu Chang's nose crooked. Chapter 3243. Late at night, the banquet was over. The people from Azure Sun Temple were led by a maid to their lodging. It didn't take long for them to reach a mountain peak that was full of world energy. The scenery was beautiful, and the soft moonlight poured down on the earth, illuminating the surroundings. There was a brightly lit palace on the peak. It was where the people from Azure Sun Temple were staying. The disciples had also come here to rest. The maid led everyone here and left respectfully. Someone else led them to the guest room. Not long after, everything was arranged. After a little tidying up, Yang Kai's heart moved. He took out a communication artifact and checked it. He frowned, opened the door, and walked out. He turned a corner, came to another room, and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," Gao Shueting's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. He saw Wen Zishan, Luo Qin, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao in the room. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Wen Zishan shook a jade slip in his hand. "I have something to do." Saying so, he flicked the jade slip over. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He closed the door and scanned it with his divine sense. He was surprised. "What is this?" Inside the jade slip was a list of names, each name corresponding to a number, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He saw his own name on the list, and it appeared more than once. Gao Shueting explained, "We led the team here not only to urge the disciples to work hard, but also to act as judges." Judges? Yang Kai was stunned. Gao Shueting explained, "The martial gathering is divided into 3 levels, Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm. Let's not talk about the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm for now. The fights between Dao Source Realm disciples can't be underestimated. They need the Emperor Realm to be the judge. First, to ensure the fairness of the competition, and second, to ensure that no one dies during the competition." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai understood a little. Although the martial gathering was in the nature of a competition, if they really fought, the situation would change in an instant. It was very likely that there would be some unnecessary casualties, and if they wanted to avoid this, they would naturally need a stronger cultivator to stand guard. A competition between Dao Source Realm cultivators could only be stopped or rescued by the Emperor Realm. Otherwise, if 100 or 80 people died in a martial assembly, no one would look good. After knowing this, Yang Kai carefully looked at the jade slip and said, "In other words, I need to be in charge of combat ring number 8 for a total of 5 days?" Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Yes, the martial gathering will last for a month. In the individual battles, Junior Brother Yang, you'll be in charge of arena number 8. Remember the time, and the others will take turns to guard the arena." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he remembered. This time, there were so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so even if the martial gathering lasted for a month, he only needed to watch for 5 days. Naturally, the rest would be taken turns. He couldn't be the only one watching for 30 days. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "Wouldn't this give some people a chance to cheat? If one of their own sect's disciples went up, it would be inevitable that they would take care of him." When Zishan chuckled, "They're all people who care about face. Even if there's an opportunity, no one will do it too obviously. They will try to ensure fairness. Besides, other than you referees in charge of each arena, there will be others who will be watching the various arenas. It won't be easy to cheat." Gao Shueting said, "In any case, just remember one thing. Don't let anyone die. As for other situations, you'll have to take care of yourself." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll do my best." He didn't take it too seriously. Although it was the first time in his life that he was a referee, with his current strength, Protecting two Dao Source Realm cultivators in a battle without risking his life was not a problem. In addition to Yang Kai, Xiao Bai-yi, Murong Xiao, and the others also had this task. Everyone would be referees for about 5 days. When Zi Shan gave a few more instructions before the crowd dispersed, Gao Shueting took out her communication artifact and called the participating disciples over, giving them another round of instructions. At the same time, on another spirit peak, in a secret room, a burly man was sitting on the ground. Black qi was wrapped around his body, filling the entire secret room. It kept turning and swimming around like a spirit snake, looking extremely terrifying. There was a knock on the door, and the burly man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black, without the slightest trace of whiteness. A timid person would probably be scared half to death if they saw this. Just as he opened his eyes, the black qi wandering in the secret room seemed to be summoned and retracted into his body. His black eyes gradually returned to their original color, and the black qi disappeared, making him look no different from an ordinary person. "Come in." A majestic voice sounded. The door was opened, and an elderly man stepped in. The burly man looked up at him. "Why is that guy here?" The elderly man frowned and said, "I'm also surprised. I haven't heard any news about him for more than 10 years. It is said that he has long left the Southern Territory. I don't know why he would appear at this time." The burly man said, "What the hell is Wen Zishan doing? It can't be that he specifically called him here because of the martial meeting, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence?" The burly man coldly snorted, "Whether it's a coincidence or not, this person can't be left alive. He's a hindrance to our grand plan." The elderly man raised his brow. "Master, you mean prevention is better than cure? Find a way to get rid of him." The elderly man was silent for a moment, then frowned and said, "This person is not easy to get rid of. If it's easy to get rid of him, then why did I call you here? The martial meeting is scheduled for a month. Think of a safe way to get rid of him within a month. Be sure to leave no traces behind." "Yes." The elderly man cupped his hands. Seeing that there were no more orders, he retreated. He came to the door of the secret room and sighed. If it was just an ordinary person from the Emperor realm, then it would be fine. They could find more people to get rid of him, but this person was somewhat unusual. He controlled the law of space. Even if he couldn't beat him, his ability to escape was first class. Once he escaped, the news would be leaked and they would fail. This was difficult. After thinking for a long time, the elderly man finally made up his mind. It seemed that he could only find someone from that side to make a move. Only someone from that side could get close to him without him noticing and give him a fatal blow. After making up his mind, he hurriedly left. The sky was clear and blue for thousands of miles. In the huge basin surrounded by mountains on all sides, flags were fluttering and heads were moving. This was the place where the martial meeting was held in the Southern Territory. In the entire Southern Territory, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators gathered at the Orthodoxy Palace. Other than this basin, there was no other place that could accommodate so many people to compete together. In the basin, there were hundreds of arenas scattered like chess pieces. They were all meticulously built and protected by arrays. It was enough to allow hundreds of cultivator pairs to fight on the arenas together. Halfway up the mountain to the east, there was a row of newly built huts with tables set up. Sitting here, one could have a panoramic view of the mountain valley. The Emperor Realm Masters of the Southern Territory's great sects came here in 2s and 3s, and after some polite greetings, they sat down one after another. The people from the 3 great sects naturally sat at the top. On the first day of the martial meeting, whether they were willing or not, the leaders of the 3 great powers all showed up. Because there were even more important people on the stage, they couldn't afford to be careless. In the valley, tens of thousands of cultivator pairs who were about to participate in the martial meeting held their breaths. The tense atmosphere spread. Many people looked up at the mountainside with reverence, secretly fantasizing about when they would be able to sit there. And this martial meeting was definitely the best platform for carps to leap over the Dragon Gate. As long as they could perform outstandingly in the martial meeting, those with good backgrounds would receive more resources to nurture, and those with poor backgrounds might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. In the stands, the people from the Emperor realm couldn't understand this feeling, so they continued to chat and laugh. Suddenly, a streak of light came from afar and landed on the stands. "They're here." Lei Gu smiled slightly and stood up first. Everyone else also quickly stood up. Originally, there were people who were secretly surprised at who dared to fly so arrogantly in the Orthodoxy Palace, but after seeing Lei Gu's expression, they could guess a thing or two. How could they dare to be careless? The light landed in front of the crowd, revealing several figures. The one in the lead had a dignified appearance and a vigorous aura. Surprisingly, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. The people behind him, regardless of their cultivation, were all dignified and had extraordinary temperaments. The people from Star Soul Palace had arrived, and it was Xiao Yuyang. "Greetings, Brother Xiao." Lei Gu and the others cupped their fists. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "No need to be so polite, this Xiao has arrived late." Every martial meeting in the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace would appear. After all, it was a matter of the entire Southern Territory. As the guardian god of the Southern Territory and the Overlord sect, Star Soul Palace naturally had to participate, but they didn't send their disciples to participate. Instead, they were here to supervise. Not late, not late, the timing is just right. Lei Gu chuckled. Although their cultivations were about the same, Xiao Yuyang was here on behalf of Star Soul Palace, so how could he not give face? After inviting Xiao Yuyang to take a seat and casually exchanging a few words, Xiao Yuyang said, "It's about time, let's begin." Lei Gu nodded and winked at Feng Ming. Feng Ming stepped forward, took out a scroll, spread it out with both hands, and read aloud. "Today, tens of thousands of young talents from the Southern Territory have gathered here for the martial meeting. Orthodoxy Temple is honored. With Star Soul Palace taking the lead, we have drawn up a few rules. We hope all participants will abide by them. If anyone violates them, they will be severely punished." His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of his Emperor Qi, it spread throughout the mountain valley, allowing tens of thousands of people to listen attentively. There weren't many rules, and if there were too many restrictions, it wouldn't be interesting, but there were still some restrictions. For example, if someone had already admitted defeat, they couldn't be ruthless. Another example was that no spirit pills could be taken during the competition, especially those that could stimulate one's potential and increase one's cultivation. Once discovered, not only would the person involved be punished, the sect behind them would also suffer. Every martial meeting had these rules. Before coming, the elders of their respective sects would repeatedly remind them of these rules, so the tens of thousands of people naturally knew them by heart, but they still had to follow the necessary procedures. For a time, only Feng Ming's voice echoed throughout the mountain valley. After the rules were read out, it was time to read out the rewards. This was the highlight of the competition. Everyone had come here to compete for these benefits, so the tens of thousands of people in the mountain valley immediately raised their heads in anticipation. Chapter 3244. The rewards for every martial gathering were extremely generous, and if the rewards weren't good enough, it wouldn't attract people to risk their lives. Under normal circumstances, the rewards were pooled together by the three great sects. Star Soul Palace would also contribute half of the rewards, which included pills, secret techniques, and so on. What made the tens of thousands of participating cultivators even more excited was that not only would the first place in the individual and group battles receive generous rewards, they would also be able to enter the secret lands of the three great sects to cultivate for a month. Each of the three great sects of the Southern Territory had their own unique foundation. Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror World, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Martial Intent Palace, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds all had their own benefits. The Divine Ascension Mirror World was a place to cultivate one's soul, Martial Intent Palace was a secret land to comprehend various concepts, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds were an excellent place to temper one's physical body. The secret lands of the three great sects contained a cultivator's essence, chi, and soul. If one could pass through one of these three places, their future would be limitless. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a reward? Resources were all external forces, and one's own strength was the foundation. Not only would the first place receive these rewards, but they would also be able to choose any sect to join and be directly nurtured as a core disciple. When this reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley all breathed rapidly, unable to contain their excitement. But then again, in the past martial gatherings, the first place winners were always from the three great sects, and they were all core disciples. Thus, although this reward was very attractive to 90% of the participants, it was just icing on the cake for the disciples of the three great sects. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The reason why this reward was given out was to show the other cultivator apart from the three great sects, to attract them to use their full strength and strive for the best ranking. Over the years of the martial gatherings, there had been people who had done this, and it wasn't just once. Originally unknown cultivators had stood out in the martial gatherings, been accepted by the three great sects, and finally achieved extraordinary results. The second place winner's reward was slightly less attractive. They could only choose a sect to join as a core disciple, so the reward for the 3 secret lands were reduced to 2. The third place winner could choose a sect to join, and the reward for the secret lands. Below that, there were only resource rewards. There were no opportunities to join a sect or cultivate in the secret lands. When such a reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley naturally rubbed their palms together. They secretly made up their minds that they had to perform well this time. Perhaps they would really be able to leap over the dragon gate. Phone. Phone. The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the entire valley, deafening everyone's ears. Halfway up the mountain, silhouettes appeared one after another, each with a different color flowing light on their bodies. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. One after another, they landed on the chess-like high platform in the valley. Kai Yang was also among them. As the referee, he naturally had to take the stage first. This was the first time in Yang Kai's life that he was acting as a judge, but with his knowledge and experience, he was able to remain calm. Standing on the 8th arena, Yang Kai held a jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a series of numbers, each number representing a cultivator. The order of appearance and their respective opponents had already been arranged, so all Yang Kai needed to do was call out the numbers of both sides and wait to see what would happen. Raising his eyes and looking around, he said in a clear voice, "The first match, number 308 against number 1561. As soon as his voice fell, a petite figure flew out from under the stage and landed firmly on it. Bowing to Yang Kai, she said in a crisp voice, "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai sniffed. He wondered if he was older than the other party, but with his strength, there weren't many people in the star boundary who could stand on equal footing with him or call themselves his senior. The newcomer nodded and smiled before taking a closer look. The one on the stage was a petite woman with 2 delicate ponytails tied behind her head. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a decent dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. She didn't look too old and still had some youthful aura. Her cultivation was also quite good, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai wondered which sect she came from. While he was still sizing her up, another person jumped onto the stage. It was a handsome man dressed in black robes that fluttered in the wind. His aura was imposing, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. He was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Kai Yang glanced at him, secretly thinking that this number 301 was in trouble. Not everyone was like him, able to fight above their own realm, beheading opponents who were stronger than them as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The difference in cultivation between 2 realms was often a huge disparity in strength. If that wasn't the case, what was the point of cultivating so hard? Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be generalized. In a life or death battle, one's own mentality, grasp of the situation, and the ability to adapt to changes were all key to victory or defeat. There were many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Seeing her opponent come on stage, number 301 cupped her fists and politely said, "Rakshasa Sect's Jade Chalice." No matter how they fought later, she still had to show proper etiquette. The referee was watching from the side. The man in black robes didn't think so. He just raised his hand and pointed at the Rakshasa sex jade chalice, saying expressionlessly, "Get down, you're not my opponent." His tone wasn't arrogant, as if he was stating a fact. He was indeed qualified to say so. After all, his cultivation was one minor realm higher than his opponent's. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Jade Chalice's face. Biting her lower red lips, she said, "We haven't fought yet, how do you know I'm not your opponent?" The man in black robes said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jade Chalice was furious, but she suddenly took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart. Turning her head to look at the calm Yang Kai, she asked, "Senior, can we begin?" Since she had come here, how could she be scared off by a few words? However, the other party's condescending attitude really made her angry. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have taken the initiative to attack instead of asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his stomach, looking calm and composed. He nodded and said, "Yes." In fact, the two of them could have started as soon as they entered the ring, but Jade Chalice's scholarly appearance won her some favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes suddenly rushed towards Jade Chalice like a whirlwind, a large saber as tall as a grown man appearing in his hand out of thin air. The saber flashed with electric light as he rushed in front of Jade Chalice and chopped down without the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at his posture, it was as if he would only stop after cutting Jade Chalice in half. Jade Chakram was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. There was no warning at all. In a hurry, she flicked her wrist and lashed out with a soft whip, turning it into a series of afterimages to protect her vital points. A series of clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. The two people in the ring, one in front and one behind, rapidly dashed forward, face to face. The man in black robes closed in step by step, the large saber in his hand giving off an extraordinary aura. His attacks were bold and fierce, as if he didn't care about defending at all, suppressing Jade Chalice until she was a little breathless. His cultivation was one level higher than Jade Chalice's, and since he had taken the initiative, he naturally had the upper hand. However, Jade Chalice was obviously not bad. That soft whip in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and even though she had lost the initiative, she was able to block hundreds of fierce attacks from her opponent in an instant. Although she was a little out of breath from the pressure, she was not so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. This scene made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows slightly and watch seriously. He couldn't help but take it seriously. He was the referee of the 8th ring, and had to do his best to ensure that no one died. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he had to stop it. This was the first day of the martial meet, and he didn't want anything to go wrong in the first match. To be honest, from a personal point of view, he was biased towards Jade Chalice. This had nothing to do with gender, but mainly because Jade Chalice was very polite to him. On the other hand, the black-robed man's arrogant look made him feel uncomfortable. "I am the referee of the 8th ring, and you don't even call me senior. What do you mean by not even looking at me when you come up?" But the referee couldn't side with anyone, and could only wait and see. At the same time, he sighed slightly in his heart, thinking that Jade Chalice was doomed. Her cultivation was not as good as the others, and she had lost the initiative. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be decided very soon. On the ring, the two people flew quickly, one in front and one behind. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to the edge of the ring. Jade Chalice was forced to retreat, so she couldn't pay attention to the situation under her feet. When she realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Once she fell out of the ring's range, she would lose. This sudden change made Jade Chalice panic, and she cried out in alarm. Her body suddenly leaned back, and her center of gravity was unstable. The black-robed man who was chasing after her had already expected this. After all, the angle of vision was different, and he could see clearly what Jade Chalice couldn't see. Seeing this, he sneered, "Get lost." As he spoke, he slashed at Jade Chalice. Yang Kai almost couldn't help but make a move. But in this instant, Jade Chalice's body bent to an unbelievable angle, one foot hooked on the edge of the ring, and her bent body just happened to dodge the black-robed man's slash. Then, with a shake of the soft whip, she wrapped it around the broadsword, and with a twist, she floated behind the black-robed man. The two people's positions were switched in an instant. Many of the cultivator watching below the ring were stunned, and a group of cheers rose and fell. Obviously, it was Jade Chalice's fellow disciples who were cheering. Yang Kai was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Jade Chalice to find a way out of a hopeless situation. He saw clearly that this wasn't Jade Chalice's plan, and her reaction after missing the step and the panicked expression on her face weren't fake. She was able to escape the danger of falling out of the ring all because of her own adaptability. Chapter 3245. Yu Chao, who had escaped from the crisis, did not stop and flicked the whip in her hand, causing it to shoot out like a snake from its lair towards the back of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's saber missed its target, but his figure had already noticed that something was wrong, so he quickly turned around and slashed out with his saber. Guang. With a loud bang, the black-robed man's figure swayed for a moment before he recovered. On the other hand, Yu Chao was sent flying by a huge recoil, coughing up a mouthful of blood midair before she staggered to the ground. Yang Kai secretly lamented. If Jade Chakram also had the same cultivation as her opponent, that blow just now would have been enough to clinch victory. However, because of the difference in cultivation and Jade Chakram's hasty attack, she was unable to grasp the opportunity and was instead injured by her opponent. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them had already walked around the checkpoint where they had failed. It was truly a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his spirits. He hadn't expected to encounter two such people on the first day of the competition. He could see that whether it was Yu Chakram or the black-robed man, both of them were extremely strong in the Dao Source realm. Even if they were placed in the top 3 forces, they would be highly valued figures. Yang Kai really didn't know how they cultivated to have such a heritage. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated all the sects in the world. A sect that could survive for less than 10 million years must have its own reasons for existing. It was not only the top sects that could produce outstanding talents. In a trance, Yang Kai remembered Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The 4 Seasons realm trial had brought fame to 2 people. One was himself, who had refined a heaven-defying extraordinary treasure pill with his Dao Source realm cultivation, and the other was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The octagonal door was a small sect in the Southern Territory, inferior to Blue Feather sect in the past, but Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door, was not even afraid of Wu Chang and was able to fight him head-on without suffering much of a disadvantage, which was a testament to his strength. Thinking of Luo Yuan, Yang Kai had seen a guy who looked somewhat similar to Luo Yuan yesterday, but because he had been too far away, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to him, so he wasn't sure if it was him. Maybe it really was that guy. The octagonal door was from the Southern Territory after all, so there was no reason for them not to participate in the martial gathering. Just as he was lost in thought, Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man began to exchange blows again. On the stage, the 2 men's silhouettes intertwined non-stop, a blade and a whip clashing against each other, producing clanking sounds. One of them had a ferocious aura, and the other was agile. They were actually fighting back and forth, and it was not a one-sided situation. The situation here also attracted the attention of many cultivator. In a short while, the surroundings of the 8th arena were actually filled with people. All of them looked at the stage with a serious expression, secretly wondering how they would win if they encountered these 2 opponents. Yang Kai was also excited to see this. If it wasn't for the fact that the High Heaven Palace didn't need to open their doors to accept disciples, he would probably have asked Hua Qingxi to hold such an exciting competition. Although this kind of competition was a little complicated, it was indeed the best way to select outstanding talents. However, he couldn't guarantee their character. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the black-clothed man's expression became more and more ruthless. After all, in his opinion, his opponent's cultivation was slightly lower, so he should be able to easily deal with her. However, the fact was that the woman who was jumping up and down was actually the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and his attacks became more and more fierce. Although Jade Chakram relied on her own quick reactions and agile movements to constantly contend with him, after all, the difference in cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. It was already very difficult for her to fight until now, and it was almost impossible for her to win. Her two ponytails were a little messy, and many places were broken in half, which was caused by the opponent's astral island. She looked quite miserable, gasping for breath, her chest rising up and down, and her face was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that her hand holding the whip was trembling constantly as she continued to exchange blows with her opponent's broadsword. The violent force transmitted from the whip was not something she could withstand for a long time. The black-clothed man obviously knew that using his advantage to attack was a disadvantage, so he didn't give Jade Chakram any time to breathe, forcing her to fight him head-on. Finally, when the saber came into contact with the soft whip, a soft cracking sound rang out. The soft whip was actually cut in half by the saber, and the tip of the whip shot out. The black-clothed man was overjoyed when he saw this. He had had enough of his opponent's whip. Now that he had broken her artifact, how could she still have the strength to fight back? Looking up, a cold light flashed across Jade Chakram's face as she hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could she retreat? Die! The black-clothed man shouted as he swung his broadsword downwards, a look of victory on his face. Winning is not easy. Before this thought had even crossed his mind, he suddenly saw the panic on Jade Chakram's face disappear and a sly light flash across her eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind her. Not good. The black-clothed man's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Jade Chakram had used, it was obvious that he had been careless and it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. A fierce light flashed across his eyes as he swung his broadsword at an even faster speed. Jade Chakram hurriedly used the remaining half of the whip in her hand to block, but her opponent's all-out attack was too fierce for her to block. The broadsword slashed down from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen, nearly cutting her in half. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a rag sack. While in mid-air, she changed the hand's seal in her hand again. The black-clothed man only felt his body tighten as he finally realized what Jade Chakram was doing. The half of the whip that he had sent flying had taken advantage of the moment he was unprepared to wrap around him, catching him off guard. An inexplicable force emerged from the whip, suppressing his cultivation, causing the source chi in his body to become somewhat sluggish. When he raised his head again, a look of despair appeared on his face. Because Jade Chakram had been sent flying backwards, the half of the whip in her hand had been sent flying straight towards his forehead. If this hit, he would undoubtedly die in his current state. "I admit defeat," he hurriedly shouted. The long whip suddenly stopped, stopping an inch away from his forehead. Just a little bit more and it would have pierced through his head. The energy coming out from the tip of the whip was like an awl piercing his forehead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The half of the whip had been thrown out by Jade Chakram. The fact that it stopped in front of him was naturally not because of Jade Chakram's control, but because of Yang Kai's actions. The moment he shouted the word, "Admit defeat," Yang Kai had reached out and grabbed the whip, protecting his life. At the same time, he raised his other hand and Jade Chakram's flying body stopped in midair. The black-clothed man looked over in shock, his face suddenly becoming ugly. Because Jade Chakram's body was floating at the edge of the ring, just a little bit away from leaving the ring. Everything had been for naught. If he had shouted just a little bit slower, Jade Chakram would have lost. But at this critical moment of life and death, how could he dare hesitate? It was useless to be upset now. When Yang Kai released his hand, the whip that had stopped in front of the black-clothed man's forehead fell to the ground. His other hand was slightly pulled back, and Jade Chakram, who was supported by an invisible force, slowly floated in front of him. Looking down at the woman at his feet, Yang Kai frowned. This first battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. Although the black-clothed man didn't suffer too much injuries, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After suffering such a great loss, he probably wouldn't dare to underestimate people whose cultivation was weaker than his. Jade Chakram was even more miserable. She was already at a disadvantage in the head-on confrontation, and now her two arms were shaking uncontrollably. There was a bloody wound from her shoulder to her waist, and blood was gushing out. It was a terrible sight to behold. This could be considered a serious injury. Although it was not life-threatening, if she was not treated properly, she would not be able to face the next battle. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai squatted down and pressed one hand on Jade Chakram's shoulder, urging his Emperor Qi to stabilize her injury. His other hand flicked out a healing pill and stuffed it into Jade Chakram's mouth. Jade Chakram's eyes were a little dazed. Obviously, she had just been hit hard and was still a little dazed. When she saw that it was Yang Kai who was treating her, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and asked in a trembling voice, Did I win? Yang Kai looked at her with an expressionless face and declared in a clear voice, Contestant 301 wins. Hearing this, Jade Chakram's eyes bloomed with surprise and she smiled happily. When the black-clothed man shouted that he had admitted defeat, she had not fallen out of the ring, so naturally she had won. But soon, Jade Chakram could not smile anymore because of the severe pain from the wound on her waist. She forced herself to look up and suddenly blushed. Where the black-clothed man had cut her, her clothes were tattered and her delicate undergarment was exposed. Others might not have seen it because of the angle, but the referee was squatting in front of her, so how could he not see it? For a moment, Jade Chakram had the urge to faint. Yang Kai really didn't pay attention to this, only thinking that this woman was trying too hard. After noticing that her complexion wasn't right, he followed her gaze and his brow twitched. Taking out a piece of clothing from his space ring, he covered her wound before looking down and shouting, Who is her fellow disciple? Immediately, two beautiful women rushed up and cupped their fists. Senior. Take her away and treat her. Yang Kai waved his hand. The two women thanked him and put away Jade Chakram's artifact before helping each other away. Below the ring, everyone was silent. When Jade Chakram walked down, everyone involuntarily parted to make a path for her, their faces filled with respect. On the ring, the defeated black-clothed man stood for a while before shaking his head sadly, cupping his fist to Yang Kai before also flying down. Although he had lost his first battle, it was not a complete loss for him. He would have another chance later, so he was not too worried. Yang Kai stood on the ring and acted like a referee, his expression meticulous as he gripped the jade slip and shouted, Number 605 against number 8036. Chapter 3246. Perhaps it was because the battle between Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man had a good start, but the following cultivators were all trying their best to show off. They used all kinds of magical techniques and fought fiercely. Some of the fights were really not bad, making Kai Yang nod his head repeatedly. But there were also some fights that were dull and boring with nothing to write home about. If it wasn't for his duty as a referee, Kai Yang would have already dozed off. A day passed, and when evening came, the sounds of fighting in the various arenas in the valley stopped. Tens of thousands of cultivators rested and waited for the next battle. Yang Kai also returned to the spirit peak that belonged to the Azure Sun Temple. He was exhausted from the day. In fact, he only stood in the arena and watched. He didn't fight many times, but it was very tiring to maintain his focus. After resting for 2 hours, Gao Shueting sent a message to him, asking him to come over. Yang Kai had no choice but to open the door and go out. Outside the hall, several elders of the Azure Sun Temple from the Emperor Realm were waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, when Zishan grinned, Let's go. Where are we going? Yang Kai couldn't help but be suspicious. You'll know when we get there. When Zishan had a mysterious look on his face as he led everyone in a certain direction. Halfway through, he asked Gao Shueting and found out that they were going to participate in a conference. The martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a grand occasion. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered in one place, and hundreds of cultivators from the Emperor Realm gathered in one place. It was an extremely rare scene. During the day, a group of cultivators from the Emperor Realm were responsible for acting as judges and maintaining the order of the martial gathering. At night, it was time for the cultivators from the Emperor Realm to gather and interact with each other. This was also the custom of every martial gathering. With so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm, everyone had some good stuff on hand. It wasn't worth it to sell these things, but they could be exchanged with others for treasures they needed. Of course, as the host, The Orthodoxy Temple would also collect many treasures and take them out to attract others during the martial gathering. This wasn't the only exchange meeting. There would be an exchange meeting on the first night and another every 5 days. There would be a total of 6 meetings. It was guaranteed that everyone from the Emperor realm would gain something. Hearing that it was an exchange meeting, Yang Kai was also interested. When they arrived, they saw hundreds of people from the Emperor realm gathered in a large hall. Although there were many people, it wasn't noisy. Only the surging spiritual energy indicated that these people were secretly communicating with each other. After the people from the Orthodoxy Hall arrived, a simple opening speech was given and the exchange officially began. As the host, the Orthodoxy Palace was the first to throw out a few extraordinary treasures, stirring up everyone's enthusiasm. Soon after, there were people who took out things they didn't want to trade for things in the hands of others. During this period, the exchange meeting was just a platform. As for how to make sure both sides didn't suffer a loss, that would need to be discussed in private. Azure Sun Temple didn't make any moves for the time being. Yang Kai didn't know what the others were thinking, but he didn't see anything that interested him. Now that his knowledge and experience were far greater than before, ordinary treasures couldn't tempt him, so he was mainly here to watch the fun. On the other hand, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao seemed to be very interested in many things. Unfortunately, the two of them had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago, so they didn't have enough wealth to exchange with others, so they could only sigh. In the middle of the night, the exchange meeting ended and everyone returned to their own places. The next day, the martial gathering began again, and the mountain valley that had been silent all night was lively again. Yang Kai didn't join in the fun again and just sat in his guest room to rest. Today, he didn't need to be a referee, so with nothing to do, he simply entered the small sealed world to investigate. Recently, he had been busy, so he didn't pay much attention to the situation of the small sealed world. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to take a look. As soon as he entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai felt that there was an invisible will in this world that was paying attention to him, as if a sleeping dragon had raised its eyes to look at him for a moment before closing them again. Yang Kai knew that it was the will of the rolling stone, so he didn't take it to heart. In the star territory, using the small sealed world as a carrier, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to devour cultivation stars, inadvertently giving birth to a trace of will in the entire small sealed world, and even transforming it into a rolling stone, which could be said to be a great gain. However, the rolling stone didn't have much self-awareness. Its existence was very strange, and Yang Kai still didn't know how it was born. Even if he was given another chance, he couldn't guarantee that he could make a second rolling stone. Today's small sealed world was vast and full of vitality. The rolling stone had devoured several cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Not only did it integrate the territory of those cultivation stars, but the creatures that lived on those cultivation stars were now all living in the small sealed world. The existence of these creatures brought about birth, old age, illness, and death, becoming, living, becoming, breaking, and emptiness, allowing this world to have an initial cycle of reincarnation. Inexplicably, Yang Kai felt that today's small sealed world was a little different from before. It seemed that this was the real world. With just a thought, an invisible and magnificent force was added to his body, making Yang Kai feel like he was the real world. World force. Only by comprehending the world force could one be qualified to become great emperors. Yang Kai, who clearly felt this power, was pleasantly surprised. Although he could control the small sealed world before, he didn't feel the world force from this world so easily. It seemed that after the rolling stone devoured several cultivation stars and countless creatures, it had really changed this world. Although he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master now, he would never stop at the level of the Emperor Realm. Even if his future was full of thorns, he was destined to move forward bravely. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and focused on perceiving this world. It was a wonderful feeling. His whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. It was as if his whole body had integrated into this world, but also as if he was lying in his mother's womb, undisturbed by any external disturbances, allowing his body and mind to drift endlessly. There was no need for him to deliberately feel anything. The world had turned into a hotbed, making him willing to sleep here and never wake up, forever maintaining this wonderful state. Invisible and formless power gathered from all directions, like a silkworm spitting out silk, surrounding him in layers. The world was quiet. Yang Kai closed his eyes and maintained this wonderful state. Suddenly, a chill came from his mind, and all the warmth and comfort disappeared. An indescribable sense of crisis descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes. He felt dizzy and only sensed that the divine sense he radiated showed signs of merging with this world. His face changed drastically and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to force himself to wake up. His divine sense, which had spread like a tide, suddenly returned with a loud bang. His ears went deaf, his vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body stiffened and fell to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes gradually regained focus. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. This was especially true for the depths of his head, which felt like it was being torn apart. His fingers twitched for a moment before he slowly regained his senses. Finally, he sat up cross-legged and began meditating. At this moment, Yang Kai's whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened. He just wanted to use this mysterious small world to comprehend the world force, but his soul had actually shown signs of dissipating. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, Yang Kai was afraid this time he would have been in deep trouble. What was going on? It was just a small meditation session, but he had almost failed miserably. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he faintly felt that the so-called world force was not something he could touch right now. It was precisely because he had come into contact with the existence of this world force that he was unable to bear it. The Emperor Qi in his body was a little chaotic. Yang Kai wanted to investigate, but he found that he was unable to condense his spiritual energy, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Yang Kai slowly regained his strength and with a single thought, he appeared directly in the medicine garden. The entire mysterious small world had undergone tremendous changes, but the medicine garden had not changed at all. This was the core area of the mysterious small world, and also the restricted area of the entire mysterious small world. The existence of the medicine garden had long been concealed by Yang Kai using some methods. From the outside, this large area was hazy and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Without his permission, even those from the Emperor realm would not be able to break in. After entering the medicine garden, Yang Kai found that there were many people gathered around, all of them origin kings. Obviously, they were the cultivator from the cultivation stars that had been swallowed by the rolling stones. They had probably also discovered the strangeness of the medicine garden and wanted to see what was going on, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. At this moment, they had all gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing how to enter the medicine garden. This scene amused Yang Kai greatly as he did not expect his medicine garden to be so attractive to these people. He had placed the hundreds of millions of living beings in the mysterious small world for 2 reasons. Firstly, when the rolling stones devoured the cultivation stars, he had no qualms about swallowing these living beings as well. Although Yang Kai had the means to expel them, it would take a lot of time, so he simply let them go. Secondly, he wanted to see what changes would happen to the mysterious small world after these hundreds of millions of living beings moved in. Facts proved that the mysterious small world had indeed changed. If the previous mysterious small world was just an empty shell, then the current mysterious small world had become more substantial. It was like a walking corpse that had its own consciousness and had truly become a world of its own. This could be seen from the changes in the world force. However, Yang Kai would not allow them to have any improper thoughts about his medicine garden. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai released an invisible force from the ground. In the next moment, the many cultivators gathered around the medicine garden showed looks of horror on their faces because everyone was pushed back uncontrollably, as if there was a giant invisible hand dragging them. Whether they were third-order origin kings or second-order origin kings, No one could resist this force. In front of such a force, everyone felt small and insignificant. Chapter 3247. If you dare come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice rang out between heaven and earth, like rolling thunder, deafening everyone. Everyone who had just steadied themselves had a drastic change in expression. They could tell that the owner of this voice was the so-called Lord of the world. Who would dare to stay where they were? They all fled. Two delicate little people noticed the situation here and flew out from the medicine garden like dancing butterflies. When they saw Yang Kai, they bowed. Master? These were Mu Zhu and Mu Lu that Yang Kai had brought out from the ancient desolate lands. Mu Zhu swept her eyes over Yang Kai and covered her red lips. Master, are you injured? With Yang Kai's pitiful appearance, it was difficult not to notice. Yang Kai weakly waved his hand at them and continued to regulate his breathing. The two wood spirits glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. Suddenly, their figures flickered and one stood in front of Yang Kai while the other flew behind Yang Kai. At the same time, they formed hand seals, constantly changing their positions. Suddenly, a dark green light curtain appeared and enveloped Yang Kai. From the dark green light curtain, firefly-like lights flew out and filled Yang Kai's body. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, these lights were swallowed into his stomach. Yang Kai also knew what the two were doing, but he had no intention of stopping them. He had long heard that the Wood Spirit clan was extremely good at healing, so how could he not understand their intentions at this moment? As the dark green light swallowed and exhaled, Yang Kai felt the pain all over his body gradually disappear, replaced by a burst of soreness and itchiness. His body gradually regained its strength, and even his soul that could not be condensed quickly recovered. Looking inside himself, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little surprised as he discovered that there was actually a green light inside his body. This light was full of vitality and was repairing his damaged flesh and meridians. The green light was clearly the work of the two wood spirits. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the tiny person floating in front of him had a solemn expression. Sweat was slowly dripping down the tip of her nose. It seemed that doing this was a burden for them as well. To be honest, it was difficult to tell if these two wood spirits were Yang Kai or not. But, judging from the person in front of him, it was likely that she was Mu Zhu. If she was Mu Lu, it would be easier for her to be embarrassed. As if sensing Yang Kai's peeping, Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes without batting an eyelid. With two wood spirits assisting him in healing, he was able to relax. In less than an hour, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he had already recovered. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly sensed it as well. They both stopped, and the green light screen that had been enveloping Yang Kai suddenly dissipated, along with the green light. Thank you. Yang Kai thanked him. Mu Zhu pursed her lips and said, Master, you are too polite. Yang Kai stood up and swept the medicine garden with his divine sense, raising his brow. Although he had planted many spirit flowers and rare herbs in this medicine garden, Yang Kai had never carefully taken care of them because there was the immortal tree here. The immortal tree was full of vitality, and coupled with the heavy earth and many earth vein stones in the medicine garden, anything he planted here would not wither. But now, looking at it again, such a large medicinal garden had been taken care of in an orderly manner. The spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs were not spaced apart, but they were arranged neatly. Some of the short plants had already borne fruits. Those fruits were cyan, green, and red, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai was sure that this was the work of the two wood spirits because he had only casually arranged these herbs when he was planting them before, so there was no need for him to carefully plan them like this. He even saw many plants that he had never seen before, but they all seemed to have just sprouted and looked very young. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were particularly conspicuous as they were located on both sides of the medicine garden. Yang Kai looked over and saw a leaf of the immortal tree curled up like a small bed. Looking at the firmament tree, there seemed to be a similar situation. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, Do you usually sleep on those leaves? Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other and the former said, Is it not good? If it is not good? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, You are the experts in this area. Do whatever you want. Thank you, Master. Yang Kai smiled and said, Why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you. The Wood Spirit clan was an existence that specialized in taking care of medicine gardens in ancient times. If there was a wood spirit in a medicine garden, the yield would increase by at least 30%. Yang Kai did not expect that Mu Lu would force 2 of her people to stay with him. From this, it could be seen how attractive these rare plants were to the Wood Spirit clan. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were not very willing to be separated from their clansmen, but after coming to this medicine garden, they understood why their patriarch wanted them to do this. The legendary Immortal tree and the incomparably wondrous firmament tree were existences that could only be seen in the records of ancient books. Who would have thought that they would be gathered in this small medicinal garden? When they entered this medicine garden that day, the 2 wood spirits were stunned, and only then did they understand their patriarch's intentions. These 2 precious treasures could only be carefully taken care of by the Wood Spirit clan, and by taking care of them, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu could also obtain great returns. This was related to the special cultivation method of the Wood Spirit clan, so it was not something that outsiders could understand. Mu Zhu bit her red lips and said with some apprehension, Master, we decided to plant some things here. I see. Yang Kai had long discovered that there were many sprouts that had just broken through the ground in this medicine garden. Although he didn't know what they were, since they were planted by them, they must be rare spirit medicines. If they wanted to plant them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop them. In any case, once they matured, he would be the one to benefit. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of objecting, Mu Zhu couldn't help but feel relieved. Every wood spirit had collected many strange seeds and planted them in this medicine garden. If Yang Kai objected, even if they couldn't bear to, they would still have to eradicate them. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of objecting. Plant whatever you want, there's no need to tell me. Since the medicine garden has been handed over to you, you can make the decisions here. Thank you, Master. Mu Zhu smiled but hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hesitate. Mu Zhu glanced at Mu Lu and pushed her. Mu Lu blushed and said shyly, Master, can you expand the medicine garden a little? The place now is a little small. The medicine garden wasn't small. Many of the herbs that Yang Kai had collected over the years were planted here. How could it be small? But to the wood spirits, it was still small. Such a medicine garden, whether it was Mu Lu or Mu Zhu, could be managed by one person. It was a little difficult to expand. Of course it can be expanded. How much do you want to expand it? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu thought for a moment and said, Double? What other request do you have? Mu Lu lowered her head and said, If Master can find more seeds for us from outside, that would be great. No problem. Now that the High Heaven Palace was powerful, it was naturally easy to collect some seeds. The 2 wood spirits only had these requests, so after mentioning them, they were satisfied and warmly invited Yang Kai to take a look. They weren't asking for credit, but just wanted to show their results. Yang Kai didn't refuse and immediately strolled around the medicine garden with them. The 2 wood spirits accompanied him on his left and right, explaining a thing or two from time to time, allowing Yang Kai to gain some knowledge. It had to be said that the Wood Spirit clan's understanding of flowers and plants was unparalleled. They knew the characteristics of each spirit medicine, its growth environment, its maturity cycle, and how to harvest it like the back of their hand. After half a day, Yang Kai left. Before leaving, he naturally doubled the size of the medicine garden according to their wishes. There was nothing in the new medicine garden, so Yang Kai left it to them to deal with. The next few days were uneventful. Yang Kai spent most of his time in retreat, meditating in his room. While cultivating, he recalled the insights he gained in the small sealed world. Although he was quite embarrassed at that time, it wasn't without gains. At the very least, he gained a better understanding of the world force. After a few days, Yang Kai acted as a referee for another day. That night, he called Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to participate in the exchange meeting. Last time, Yang Kai just came to join in the fun, but this time, he came prepared and had a target to exchange with. It was rare for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together, so Yang Kai could exchange some strange seeds from them to satisfy the needs of the two wood spirits. As for what he wanted to exchange, he had a variety of monster cores in his hands. If he took them out, they would definitely cause a commotion. There were also various artifacts and pills, but Yang Kai still chose Emperor pills. 2 bottles of Emperor pills were thrown out, and sure enough, it attracted the interest of many people. As he wished, he was able to exchange them for some plant seeds. After returning to his room, he tossed them to Mu Zhu and Mu Na. Seeing Yang Kai get the seeds so quickly, the two wood spirits were naturally happy. Although they had also collected some seeds themselves, the medicine garden was now expanding, so they didn't have enough seeds on hand. The seeds Yang Kai exchanged just happened to solve this urgent problem, so they kept urging Yang Kai to bring them more. Yang Kai naturally agreed. However, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange for anything at the exchange meeting. Seeds, even if someone had them, they would just collect them casually. It was impossible for them to be treasured like the wood spirits, so naturally, there wouldn't be too many. Yang Kai could only wait until the end of this martial gathering and return to the Northern Territory to think of a way. He believed that by then, with the help of the entire Northern Territory, collecting some seeds would be a piece of cake. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on his door. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. The door opened, and a woman dressed as a maid stood outside. She bowed and said, "Elder Yang, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." This maid was arranged by the Orthodoxy Temple to serve them. In truth, the Emperor realm didn't need to serve them. They were only here to run errands and do odd jobs. "Who is it?" Yang Kai felt a little strange. Since it was someone who wanted to see him, it was definitely someone with a lower status than him. Yang Kai couldn't think of anyone who would want to see him at this time. "It's a woman. She said she's here to thank Elder Yang for saving her life. She seems to be called Jade. Chapter 3248. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, it should be the woman who fought in the 8th arena on the first day of the martial meet. Seeing that she wasn't stupid, Yang Kai smiled lightly. His first thought was to refuse. That day, he was the referee, so when the Jade Chakram was sent flying, he naturally had to lend a hand. He didn't expect the other party to repay him, but after thinking about it for a moment, since the other party was already here, it would be unreasonable to refuse, so he quickly changed his mind and said, "Bring her here." The maid nodded and left. Outside the hall, Yuchuan stood there respectfully, her hands held flat, holding a piece of washed clothing. She looked a little nervous, wondering if Elder Yang would see her. After receiving Yang Kai's help that day, she had recovered after a day of rest. She wanted to thank him immediately, but she didn't know who Yang Kai was or which great force he came from. She had been inquiring about him for the past few days and had finally found some clues. The referee who saved her and secretly fed her a spirit pill turned out to be an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's name was not unfamiliar to many people in the Southern Territory. He had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, he had been conferred the title of guest elder by Azure Sun Temple, and he had clashed with an elder of Star Soul Palace during the coronation ceremony. It was just that he had kept a low profile for more than a decade and was gradually forgotten. Yuchuan didn't expect that she would be lucky enough to meet such a person and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Now that she had inquired about Yang Kai's identity, she immediately rushed over. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple came in and out, and after seeing her, they all looked at her strangely. Some people even asked her why she was here, but after learning that she was here to visit Elder Yang, they didn't ask any more questions. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, the maid returned. Jade Chakram's expression turned serious as she looked at her nervously. Fortunately, the maid smiled slightly and said, "Elder Yang invites you in." "Many thanks," Yuchuan nodded politely. The maid didn't say anything more and turned around to lead the way. Jade Chakram followed behind without looking sideways. Not long after, they came to a side room. The maid gestured, and Jade Chakram took a deep breath and stepped in. There was only one person in the room, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the distance. After hearing the sound, he looked back, and when their eyes met, Yuchuan immediately recognized him as the referee of the 8th arena. Rakshasa sect's disciple Yuchuan greets senior. Yuchuan stepped forward quickly and bowed. Yuchuan's eyes met, Yuchuan's eyes, and smiled. Yuz Chuan. Yuzhua raised her head and stared at him with her big bright eyes. She said respectfully, "A few days ago, I was saved by senior and received the help of the elixir. Yuzhua is here to thank you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's my duty. Miss you, you're too serious." Jade Chakram pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior, saving me is your duty, but giving me the spirit pill is a kind act." Although Jade Chakram's consciousness was hazy at that time, I didn't completely lose consciousness. If it weren't for Senior's spirit pill, Jade Chakram wouldn't have been able to continue the next few days of the competition. This was the truth. Although she didn't know what grade of spirit pill Yang Kai had secretly given her, without that spirit pill, she definitely wouldn't be able to go all out in the following matches. She suspected that the spirit pill was an emperor pill, because only an emperor pill would have such a powerful effect, allowing her to recover on the second day. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but didn't comment. Logically speaking, as a judge, he shouldn't have given the contestants any spirit pills. However, he did it secretly and believed that no one would notice. The jade pendant also wouldn't spread the news. Moreover, it was given after the competition, so it didn't matter. Jade Chakram took a step forward and raised the clothes in her hands slightly. "I've washed senior's clothes and have come to return them." Yang Kai nodded. "Put them down." He didn't reach out to take them. It was just a set of ordinary clothes. At the time, he had casually taken them out to cover Jade Chakram's wounds and didn't think of taking them back. However, this woman's actions made Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Jade Chakram obediently put the clothes in her hands to the side and turned her head, curiously looking around the room. She didn't show any fear, but instead appeared natural and unrestrained. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, "Is there anything else?" Although the door wasn't closed to avoid suspicion, it wouldn't be good for a man and woman to be seen in the same room. Not to mention he was now a judge. How could he privately interact with the contestants participating in the martial meet? If word of this got out, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be slandered. Yang Kai's words had the intention of sending her off. Obviously, Jade Chakram wasn't stupid and understood the meaning behind his words. Quickly taking out a set of beautiful clothes from her space ring, she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior's great kindness, Jade Chakram will always remember. I didn't know what to give Senior as a thank you gift, but I just happened to see a set of good clothes in the market and bought it. If Senior doesn't mind, please accept it." Her voice became softer and softer, obviously feeling that it wasn't appropriate for a woman to give a man clothes, but she really didn't know what to give Yang Kai as a thank you gift. Yang Kai's cultivation was obvious, and he had given her an emperor pill to heal her wounds. Obviously, he was quite wealthy. With her financial resources, even if she went bankrupt to buy something, it would probably be of little value to Yang Kai. Rather than waste it, she simply bought a new set of clothes. She had dirted one of Yang Kai's clothes, so giving him a new one could be considered returning the favor. Regardless of whether it was expensive or cheap, it was still a token of goodwill. Glancing at the extremely beautiful clothes, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time someone had given him clothes, and it was someone he hadn't had much contact with, and a woman at that. If this scene were seen by others, it would be difficult for them not to misunderstand. Staring at Jade Chakram thoughtfully, Yang Kai said lightly, "As the referee of the martial meet, I will be impartial on the stage. Saving you is only part of my duty. Giving you a spirit pill was only a small gesture because the martial meet was already over. If it had been anyone else, I would have done the same." The implication was that she shouldn't think too much. Yang Kai suspected that this woman had approached him for some special purpose. If that was the case, then this woman was simply too realistic. Jade Chakram nodded. "Senior is right." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. Although Jade Chakram didn't meet his gaze, the corner of her eye clearly sensed something. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, she lowered her head and said, "If Senior doesn't like it, then I will take it back." Her mood couldn't help but be a little gloomy. She bowed and said, "Sorry for disturbing Senior, Junior will take her leave." Speaking of which, it was only a set of clothes. How could she have the nerve to take it out? Now that she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Since it is a gift of thanks, there is no reason to take it back." Jade Chakram looked up at him with a stunned expression. Without waiting for her to recover, Yang Kai took the clothes from her hand. He didn't try it on, mainly because the clothes were too beautiful. If he wore it, he would definitely look flashy. Yang Kai didn't dare to wear it. Seeing that he really took it back, Jade Chakram suddenly smiled, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks. Her eyes were clear. It seemed that he had thought too much. Yang Kai observed her expression and made a judgment in his heart. Then Senior should rest, Junior will take her leave. Jade Chakram bowed again, feeling both physically and mentally happy. Wait a moment. Yang Kai raised his hand. What other instructions does Senior have? Jade Chakram half turned and looked at him curiously. I heard you mention a city square just now. Is there a city square nearby? Jade Chakram nodded and said, There is a large city square inside the Orthodoxy temple. Everything is sold there. Senior hasn't been there before? Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know about this, so he asked, Where is it? It's just below a canyon, not far from here. If Senior wants to go, I can take you there. Jade Chakram volunteered. Just point me in the direction, I'll go there myself. Jade Chakram smiled and said, It doesn't matter, my competition today is over anyway, there's nothing else for me to do. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't know what the word avoid suspicion meant. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the city square, she became extremely enthusiastic, even adding, I don't know what Senior wants to buy. I'm quite familiar with the city square, so I can show Senior the way. Since she had such good intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so after hesitating for a moment, he simply nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Jade Chakram quickly waved her hand. Senior is too polite. After reaching an agreement, the two of them walked out. Yang Kai wrapped Jade Chakram in his Emperor Chi and followed the direction Jade Chakram pointed towards the city square. Casually asking about the situation of the competition over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that Jade Chakram had actually passed all the challenges without suffering a single defeat, which made him look at her in a new light. In fact, Yang Kai had seen this on the first day. Based on her performance at that time, no matter what the final result of this martial gathering was, she would definitely enter the eyes of many people. As long as the Rakshasa sect was willing to let her go, Yang Kai estimated that the top 3 great forces in the southern territory would not refuse her joining. The question was, would the Rakshasa sect be willing to let her go? Of course not. It was not easy to cultivate such a disciple, so how could they give her up so easily? Moreover, whether she was willing to leave the Rakshasa sect was still unknown. Chatting along the way, Yang Kai had more or less grasped her personality. She was quite lively and cheerful, and indeed not a scheming person. Yang Kai didn't reject such a person, not to mention she was quite beautiful and had a clear voice, so it would be nice to have her by his side. The martial gathering has always been a place for fish to leap over the Dragon Gate. If at the end of the martial gathering, someone invited you to join a better sect, what would you choose? Yang Kai asked casually. Jade Chakram suddenly said with a solemn face, The sect has been very kind to me, and my honored master has treated me like her own parents. I will not leave the Rakshasa sect. After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai and said, Senior, do you want me to join the Azure Sun Temple? She looked embarrassed, as if she didn't know how to choose. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I just asked casually, that's not what I meant. Oh, Jade Chakram nodded and suddenly pointed down, We're here, that's the city square. Chapter 3249. The city square was very large. A canyon that was more than a dozen miles long was almost the entire territory of the city square. On both sides of the canyon, inside the caves, there were many shops. Countless cultivators came and went, and the sounds of shouting could be heard constantly. This was the market of the Orthodoxy temple, and all the shops belonged to the Orthodoxy temple. There were also some businesses owned by the Orthodoxy Temple's disciples, selling everything. Although it was usually lively, it was not as lively as it was now. The main reason was because of the recent opening of the martial gathering. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered here, so naturally some people came here for a stroll. Yang Kai had not yet landed when he saw the cultivator below dressed in the same clothes, and groups of disciples shuttling back and forth. In fact, every great sect had a market like this, and Azure Sun Temple also had one, but Yang Kai had not seen it before, so he thought it would not be worse than this one. Landing in front of the market, Yang Kai was not stopped, and he walked directly in with Wuxia. Women were naturally interested in this kind of lively place, and their personalities were cheerful and lively, so after arriving here, they smiled and walked backwards, looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Senior, what do you want to buy here?" Although she was walking backwards, it was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, shaking her shoulders from time to time to avoid the crowd. "I want to buy some seeds." Yang Kai looked around. The reason he came here on the spur of the moment was to buy some seeds. The main reason was that the woodbead and woodew's demand for seeds was too great recently. Although he had obtained some from the exchange last time, it was simply not enough for them. When he sent the seeds over, the two wood spirits kept urging him to get more as soon as possible. Before, he did not think that there would be a market here, but now that he knew, he decided to make a trip here. Seeds. Wuxia was a little stunned when she heard this, seemingly not expecting Yang Kai to come here for this, but after thinking for a while, she said, "I know where they are, Senior, come with me." Saying so, she turned around and drilled into the crowd, like a fish swimming in water, her figure flexible. Although Yang Kai was not in a hurry, he did not fall too far behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a shop. It was a shop that sold herbs. Under normal circumstances, this kind of shop would also sell some seeds, but the quantity would definitely not be too much. In fact, this was indeed the case. Under Yu's inquiry, the shopkeeper took out some seeds. Yang Kai checked them a little and did not dislike them. He bought them and left. Who would have thought that Jade Chakram would actually haggle with the shopkeeper? She had a sharp tongue and forcefully lowered the price by about a fifth, which made Yang Kai laugh. When it was time to pay the bill, Yu Zhuang also wanted to snatch it. How could Yang Kai let her do this? Naturally, he didn't agree. After leaving the shop, Jade Chakram led Yang Kai to the next shop. She seemed to be very familiar with the place. Yang Kai wondered how many times she had been here. After half a day, they had reached the end of the 10-kilometer market. Yang Kai's harvest was also quite good. Although the seeds he bought weren't too precious, the two wood spirits didn't ask for too much, so he just let them try to grow them. "Senior, what else do you want to buy?" Jade Chakram blinked at him. "Nothing for the time being." Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked at her. "You still have to compete with others tomorrow. Go back and rest early. I'll have to trouble you today." Jade Chakram smiled, her eyes curved into a crescent shape. "It's no trouble at all. If Senior has any instructions in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." After a pause, she said, "Then I'll go first. Senior, you should also go back and rest early." Yang Kai nodded, and Jade Chakram rushed to the sky. Halfway through, she looked back at Yang Kai and waved her hand vigorously. Watching her leave, Yang Kai weighed the animal skin bag in his hand and stuffed it into the small sealed world. He placed it in front of the medicine garden, believing that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu should be able to find it. He turned around and flew towards the spirit peak where Azure Sun Temple was. The news that Rakshasa sect's Jade Chakram came to look for Yang Kai spread like wildfire among Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Murong Xiao Xiao deliberately came to ask about it, as if Yang Kai and Jade Chakram had some unspeakable relationship, making Yang Kai a little speechless. Even Gao Shueting looked at him a little strangely. Xiao Baiyi, needless to say, had a look of disdain on his face, which made Yang Kai a little angry. The following days were still uneventful. Yang Kai would come out of seclusion every few days to act as a judge in the mountain valley. As time passed, more and more cultivators were eliminated. Those who could continue to stand in the ring were more or less capable. During this period, Jade Chakram once again stood in the 8th ring. Her opponent was still a cultivator from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. This battle was even more difficult than the battle on the first day, but it was resolved by Jade Chakram's ability to adapt at the critical moment. She did her best to blast her opponent out of the ring. However, Yang Kai also saw that although Jade Chakram's ability was good, it would be difficult for her to enter the top 10. Her cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. If she also had the cultivation of a third-order Dao Source realm, she would definitely be in the top 5 of this martial meet. Yang Kai did not go to the Emperor Realms exchange anymore. There was nothing good anyway. However, Gao Shueting came back to pass a message to him. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm wanted to exchange some Emperor pills from him, and he had to name the price himself. Yang Kai ignored all of them. That day, he exchanged Emperor pills for seeds casually. How could he throw out more Emperor pills to attract covetous eyes? On the 20th day of the martial meet, the results of the individual battle rankings were released. The one who won first place was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, nor was it a disciple of the Three Great Forces, but someone from the Octagonal Door. Yang Kai recognized this person. She was the beloved daughter of the previous sect master of the Octagonal Door, Su Zi. This was a huge upset, causing the Three Great Forces to lose face. Yang Kai did not have much contact with Su Zi, but he knew that she had a soft spot for Luo Yuan. Back then, when Yang Kai refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, Su Zi asked Yang Kai for one. She wanted to give it to Luo Yuan to help him reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible, but Luo Yuan did not appreciate her kindness. Instead, he directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and forced her to swallow it. Falling flowers are filled with love, but flowing water is unintentional. After so many years, Su Zi's cultivation had also reached the peak of the third-order Dao Source realm. With the extraordinary treasure pill as her foundation, it was not difficult for her to break through to the Emperor realm. This time, she suppressed tens of thousands of young talents in the Southern Territory, adding luster to the Octagonal Door. For this reason, the unknown Octagonal Door once again entered the sights of many masters. In fact, since Luo Yuan ascended to the Emperor realm, the Octagonal Door was no longer a small sect. Its influence had expanded greatly, and Luo Yuan had also taken over the position of Octagonal Door's sect master. This time, Su Zi also won first place in the Martial Gathering's individual battle, which brought great glory to the Octagonal Door. Today, the Octagonal Door only had Luo Yuan in the Emperor realm, but in time, when he and Su Zi fully grew up, they were bound to lead the Octagonal Door to prosperity. One had to know that the reward for first place in the martial gathering was an opportunity to cultivate in the secluded lands of the Three Great Sects. Coupled with the extraordinary treasure pill, Su Zi would likely be able to break through to the Emperor realm after coming out of seclusion this time, making countless people green with envy. Second place went to Shui Yi of Azure Sun Temple, who lived up to expectations, suppressing the participating disciples of Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Third place went to Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land had no chance to enter the top 3 this time, so the leading elder had a bitter look on his face, probably not knowing how to report back. Further down the list, most of the disciples from the great sects ranked near the top, showing the strength of their respective sects. The individual battles ended here, and the remaining 10 days were for the group battles. The competition venue was still this mountain valley. Several hundred people from the Emperor realm spent a day dismantling the hundreds of arenas and dividing the entire mountain valley into more than a dozen territory areas, each of which could accommodate hundreds of people. In the individual battles, only one referee was needed, but in the group battles, 5 referees were needed in each territory to ensure that no one died. Naturally, Kai Yang was also called up. Just like before, everyone would take turns to act as a referee, rotating once every 3 days. In order to compete for the ranking of the group battles, the disciples of each sect did their best, fighting vigorously in the arena. All kinds of tricks emerged one after another, and plots and tricks were played one after another, making people amazed. It was hard to imagine that this group of people would do anything for the ranking. But it was no wonder, the ranking was related to the face of each sect, who dared to not pay attention. Azure Sun Temple's disciples were all elites, and no matter what the ranking was in the individual battles, they were invincible in the group battles. In the first few days, they didn't meet any opponents at all until they met the disciples of the other two top sects. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating again when a maid came to report that Yuchua was asking for an audience. Ever since that day, Jade Chakram had come here every few days. There was a legitimate reason for this visit, the main reason being that she was here to deliver seeds to Kai Yang. At that time, she saw that Yang Kai was very interested in the seeds in the market, so after returning, she asked her fellow disciples to help collect them, and then sent them to Yang Kai. She had already delivered 3 times, and although the things were not expensive, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was not right. This woman's eyes gradually became a little sticky, and Yang Kai was not inexperienced. How could he not know what she was thinking in her heart? Perhaps the way he saved her the first day had buried something in her heart, and through these days of contact, it gradually showed signs of taking root and sprouting. Although she was very careful to hide it, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not see it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to have a good talk with her. He really didn't want to provoke any woman now, and the matter with Ji Yao was not clear yet, so he asked the maid to bring her in. Not long after, a head popped out from the door frame, and Yuchua smiled and said, "Senior, did I disturb you?" After several contacts, she found that Yang Kai was not arrogant and was more familiar with him. "Since you're already here, what can I do if I disturb you?" Yang Kai looked at her snappily. After several contacts, they were familiar with each other. Chapter 3250. Yu Chao stuck out her tongue and flashed into the house, taking out an animal skin bag and handing it to Yang Kai as if she was presenting a treasure. "I found some more seeds for you, take a look." Yang Kai reached out and took it, muttering, "You don't need to find more in the future, it's enough." Yu Chao froze for a moment and nodded, looking a little disappointed, but she soon cheered up and asked, "Senior, why do you collect these seeds?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "How could I not pay attention to what Madam told me?" "Madam?" Yu Chao was obviously surprised. "Senior, you have a madam?" How come she had never heard of such a thing? These days, she had inquired a lot about Yang Kai, but there was no information about this at all. Yang Kai nodded, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, "I have several." Several. Yu Chao couldn't help but be a little absent-minded, her mood suddenly becoming very lonely. She was no longer as lively as before, and when she learned that Yang Kai not only had a madam, but several, she obviously became a little absent-minded, casually chatting with Yang Kai for a while before taking the initiative to leave. Yang Kai sent her to the door, looked at her departing back, and slowly shook his head. He had no choice but to reveal his personal secrets, so he just hoped to cut the Gordian knot. The group battle was still going on in full swing. The more they went on, the more elite they were, and the more intense the fights were. The foundation of many sects in the southern mountain range could be seen through the group battle. The more they could stay at the end, the more powerful the sect behind them was. Naturally, none of the 3 major forces were eliminated. Unsurprisingly, the final 3 places were contested by the 3 great forces. The group from Azure Sun Temple finally lived up to expectations and won the competition at the Dao Source Realm level. Although they lost in the competition at the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm, it was not a big deal. The rankings had all been announced, and hundreds of the Emperor Realm's tens of thousands of participating disciples once again gathered in the mountain valley. Xiao Yu Yang loudly announced the names of the top 10 in each stage of the competition and the rewards they received. The cultivator and sect whose name was called out all felt proud, while those who failed secretly swore to wipe away their shame at the next martial gathering. The Southern Territory martial gathering came to an end, but the crowd did not disperse. According to tradition, the Orthodoxy Palace, as the host, would host a banquet on the last night. Whether it was the people from the Emperor Realm who came to hold the line or the tens of thousands of participating disciples, they were all invited. The banquet would be held at night, so it would take some time. Yang Kai returned to his residence. Not long after, the maid came to inform him again that Yuzua was asking for an audience. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He pondered for a moment and said, "Just say I'm not here." Although he hadn't made it clear last time, he had made his intentions clear. Yang Kai didn't know what Yuzua was thinking, but he really didn't want to provoke her again. The maidservant looked at him curiously, not understanding why Kai Yang had treated Jade so well a while ago, but today he didn't even want to see her face. However, this wasn't something she could control, so she could only obediently withdraw. Outside the hall, the maid returned and looked at Yuzhua. "Elder Yang isn't here?" Yuzhua asked curiously. "I saw him come back." The maid smiled slightly. "Perhaps he went out again." Yuzhua obviously didn't believe her. She had seen Yang Kai return here with her own eyes and there was no trace of him leaving, so how could he not be here? Just as she was about to ask the maid to take a look again, she suddenly seemed to realize something and squeezed out a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." The maid shook her head and said, "Young lady is too polite." Yuzhua turned around and her eyes suddenly turned red. She flew back to where she had landed in a fit of pique, but stopped halfway, turned around, and stared at Yang Kai's room, waved her hand vigorously, and left quickly. Yang Kai stood by the window and took in this scene. He sighed slightly. Since things had come to this, he could only silently bless her in his heart and hope that she could break free from this quagmire soon. At night, the valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here and tables were set up all over the valley. Maids and attendants shuttled back and forth, and the disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace were also busy, serving up fine wine and delicacies. The Orthodoxy Palace was hosting a banquet, and such a grand occasion was rarely seen. In the place where the people of Azure Sun Temple gathered, Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Senior Sister Gao?" He didn't see Gao Shueting. Murong Xiao replied, "Senior Sister said she was feeling a little unwell, so she didn't come." "Are you okay?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Murong Xiao blushed a little and said, "It's not a big deal, I just need to rest." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. With so many people coming to toast, the people of Azure Sun Temple naturally couldn't just sit still. Under Wen Zishan's order, several people from the Emperor realm had to go out and toast. On the way back, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by, rushing into the darkness and disappearing. "What the hell?" Yang Kai frowned, threw down the wine glass in his hand, and followed. A moment later, a few miles away, a person was waiting in front. Yang Kai walked over and cupped his fists. "Brother Luo." Luo Chen turned to look at him and said lightly, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai frowned. Just now, it was Luo Chen who quietly sent him a message, asking him to come over. Speaking of which, although he and Luo Chen came here to participate in the Southern Territory martial meet this time, they really didn't communicate much with each other. This guy was even less talkative than Xiao Baiyi. At the very least, Xiao Bai would occasionally speak a few words, but Luo Chen was like a mute, unable to utter a single word. He seemed to be an anomaly in the entire Azure Sun Temple. According to Murong Xiao, none of the elders in the temple had a particularly good relationship with him. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with him and didn't speak much, let alone have the slightest friendship. Yang Kai really didn't know why he called him over in the middle of the night. "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you," Luo Chen said and led the way. "Senior Sister Gao?" Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why was she being so mysterious? If Gao Shueting wanted to see him, she could have just come here directly. Why did she ask Luo Chen to pass the message? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai followed behind Luo Chen. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and said, "Brother Luo, this isn't the way back." Looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were flying out of Orthodoxy Temple, which made him feel even more strange. However, Luo Chen, who was leading the way, didn't explain at all, which made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. His figure suddenly stopped as he stared at Luo Chen's back. Luo Chen also stopped and looked back at him. "Brother Luo, what are you doing?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Luo Chen repeated, "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you." Yang Kai asked, "Why does Senior Sister Gao want to see me?" Luo Chen said, "I'm only responsible for passing the message. I don't know the specifics." Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before suddenly flipping his hand and taking out a communication artifact. He poured his divine sense into it and contacted Gao Shueting. Luo Chen's actions made him feel a little suspicious, so he couldn't care less about offending Luo Chen at this time. He had to find Gao Shueting and clarify things first. The communication artifact quickly responded. Yang Kai, who had finished his investigation, was stunned. Gao Shueting really wanted to see him, but she didn't say anything and only said that he would know when he got there. After putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai cupped his hands awkwardly at Luo Chen. After all, his actions just now clearly showed that he didn't trust Luo Chen, but it turned out that he was overthinking things. Luo Chen was still the same as before. He didn't say a word and continued to lead the way. After a while, the two of them left Orthodoxy Temple. Naturally, no one stopped them along the way. Luo Chen sped along the way. About an hour later, Luo Chen pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, "Senior Sister Gao is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "You're not going?" Luo Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai was speechless. Serves you right for not having any friends. No one can get along with this bullshit personality of his. I really don't know how Gao Shueting made him move. Yang Kai looked in a direction. The mountain wasn't far away, so Yang Kai rushed over. When he landed on the top of the mountain, Yang Kai looked around. There was no one around. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but there were no traces of living beings. "Senior Sister Gao!" Yang Kai shouted, but there was no response. He felt that tonight's events were even stranger. First, Luo Chen was asked by Gao Shueting to pass a message to him, but now that he was here, Gao Shueting was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she hasn't arrived yet? Suspicious, Yang Kai took out the communication artifact again and poured his divine sense into it. He wanted to ask Gao Shueting, but this time, Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. Just as he was focused on fiddling with the communication artifact, a shadow silently appeared behind him in the darkness. The shadow was like a wisp of black smoke that suddenly appeared without any warning. What was even stranger was that even though it was so close, Yang Kai didn't notice it at all. The shadow slowly condensed into a blurry figure that seemed to disperse in the wind. The figure raised a hand, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed it at Yang Kai's back at an extremely slow speed. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The world was quiet, and only the sounds of birds and insects could be heard. Yang Kai was still fiddling with the communication artifact. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he didn't notice the danger behind him at all. All of a sudden, the sounds of birds and insects stopped abruptly, as if they had been frightened by something. All the sounds were completely wiped out at this moment. The dagger that had been slowly moving towards Kai Yang's back suddenly burst forth with an unimaginable speed, fiercely thrusting forward. Yang Kai felt a stabbing pain as his emperor qi erupted. The communication artifact in his hand exploded into a cloud of dust. His flesh wriggled and became as hard as iron. The foot-long dagger penetrated 5 inches into his internal organs, but it was firmly locked in place by his muscles. The black figure holding the dagger fluttered, and a look of shock burst out from where his eyes should have been, as if he hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked. Although the dagger had penetrated Yang Kai's body, it didn't achieve the desired effect. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood what the problem was. There was something wrong with this person's body. It was not something an ordinary person's body could compare to. Without giving him any time to react, Yang Kai glared at him, turned around, and threw out a punch. Chapter 3251. A violent burst of qi burst out, but it passed through the dark shadow's body and hit the air, causing a crack to appear in the void. Now that he had been exposed, the dark shadow no longer hid and stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand, intending to kill Yang Kai. Qi. Yang Kai did not move, but he was pushed back continuously. The ground under his feet seemed to have been plowed, creating 2 long gullies. He stretched out a hand to grab the dagger that had pierced into his waist, ignoring the blood dripping from his fingers as he stared at the dark shadow in front of him, trying to get a better look. Just now, he had been on the brink of death, which made him both shocked and angry. He was shocked because his opponent had attacked without leaving a trace, and he had not even noticed it. This person's assassination technique was simply amazing. Who in this world could block such a method? He was angry because he had actually been attacked by someone. He had been able to avert the danger not because he had detected any killing intent, but because he instinctively felt that something was wrong and moved his body to the side to avoid being hit. Otherwise, he would have been in a really bad situation. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a violent force passed through the dagger and exploded in his body, turning Yang Kai's waist into a bloody mess. He had no choice but to circulate his emperor qi with all his might to resist the power of the explosion. Golden blood filled his mouth as he roared, "Who are you?" He was led here by Luo Chen and had contacted Gao Shueting before coming here, so he did not think too much about it. Who would have thought that he would be attacked here? This was obviously a premeditated assassination. He could not figure out who he had offended to use such a method to kill him. What role did Luo Chen and Gao Shueting play in this whole process? He did not want to think too much about it, but he had to. The most important thing now was to resolve the crisis in front of him and figure out the identity of the person who had attacked him. He could deal with Luo Chen and Gao Shueting later. The dark shadow did not answer and continued to push Yang Kai forward. Yang Kai scanned the dark shadow with his divine sense, but he still could not see the true face of this dark shadow. He could not even detect any vitality from it. It seemed that it was really just a shadow and not a physical body. Yang Kai was furious and threw another punch. The black shadow turned a blind eye and allowed the fist to hit its body without any resistance. Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright. There was a strong poison on the dagger, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was for it to take effect so quickly. Not bothering to probe further, Yang Kai's space principles surged as he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the black shadow. The black shadow let out a muffled groan, and its erratic body suddenly became much more solid. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. His brute force had no effect on his opponent, and even his emperor qi could not hurt his opponent. If even his space principles were not effective, then he was afraid that this time he would really be in deep trouble. Fortunately, the law of space did not disappoint him. Under the compression of space, the black shadow was indeed unable to bear it and showed signs of revealing its true body. Cut! Yang Kai roared as a moon blade appeared out of thin air, turning into a beautiful arc that cut through the black shadow's body. A burst of warm blood spread out as the black shadow was cut into 2 halves, but strangely recombined. However, the blurry face clearly showed a painful expression. Although the crescent blade did not kill him, it had injured him. Before Yang Kai could make a second move, the black shadow suddenly let go of the dagger and retreated. How could Yang Kai allow him to come and go as he pleased? Opening his 5 fingers, Yang Kai clenched his fist and the space around the black shadow suddenly froze. This move was beyond the black shadow's expectations and could be described as impossible to guard against. Only now did the black shadow realize that this person in front of it was not to be trifled with. No wonder his superiors wanted him to kill him first. Otherwise, he might have really ruined his plan. Exile! Yang Kai roared, and the space that imprisoned the black shadow began to collapse. A black hole suddenly appeared behind the black shadow, and an extremely terrifying suction force came from the black hole, wanting to swallow the black shadow whole. This black shadow was too dangerous. Even the moon blade could not kill it, so Yang Kai did not have the mood to investigate its identity. He would kill it first and think about it later. The exile secret technique was a divine technique that could banish the target into a void crack. No matter how weak the black shadow was, once it was banished into a void crack, it would not be able to escape and would eventually die of old age in the void crack. Feeling the aura of nothingness and chaos coming from the black hole, the black shadow became a little flustered. When a sharp whistle sounded from its mouth, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared from all directions, each of them holding a powerful artifact and bombarding Yang Kai indiscriminately. Yang Kai's expression changed. He did not expect this guy to have helpers, and these helpers' cultivations were all from the Emperor realm. Looking up, he was shocked to find that these figures were all very familiar. Every one of them was a face that he had just dealt with recently, and some of them were even faces that he had just met during the day. These people were actually from the Emperor realm that were led by various large sects and families in the Southern Territory to participate in the martial gathering. However, at this moment, the aura coming from these people made Yang Kai's heart palpitate. Looking up, the Emperor realm was wrapped in a faint black qi. Demonic qi. The scene in front of him was too familiar. How could he not know that the Emperor realm had already been corroded by the demonic qi, and their bodies and minds had become the demon race? How could there be demonic qi? In that moment of hesitation, his body was already enveloped by a violent energy. A small bell suddenly appeared, spinning and becoming as tall as a person, enveloping Yang Kai within. The pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts on the bell seemed to come alive, quickly swimming around. The mountains and rivers bell. More than a dozen people from the Emperor realm attacked with all their strength. Even Yang Kai did not dare to casually take this attack head-on, not to mention now that he was poisoned and had a dagger stuck in his waist. With a series of rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, blocking all the attacks. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly shrank and was held in Yang Kai's hand. Turning his head, he saw that the black shadow that was about to be swallowed by the banishing secret technique had taken advantage of his distraction to break free from the shackles. In the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes stared deeply at Yang Kai, and then its body exploded, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the attack failed, it retreated 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth, his heart filled with extreme grief and indignation. He had never suffered such a big loss since his debut. He had almost died at the hands of others, and he did not even get to see the other party's true face. He did not even know the other party's origins. It was simply a disgrace. Yang Kai did not have time to investigate either. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm had already activated their Emperor artifacts again and attacked him madly. Obviously, they were trying to buy time for the Black Shadow to escape. Yang Kai pulled out the dagger stuck in his waist and sealed the wound with his secret art. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of a white-bearded old man, punching him in the face. The white-bearded old man did not make a sound as he was sent flying backwards, fainting mid-air. This old man was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? The remaining people from the Emperor Realm were fearless and showed no intention of running away. For people rushed out from the left and right sides while the others held their Emperor artifacts and bombarded him indiscriminately. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them coldly as his figure flickered to avoid a barrage of attacks. The two sect masters who had rushed over were caught off guard and were blasted to pieces, not even leaving behind their bones. Yang Kai didn't know which sect's sect master had died here. The mountains and rivers bell attacked again, enveloping the three people on the right. A world-suppressing pressure descended from the sky. The three people sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. When the bell rang, they lost control of their strength and their Emperor Qi became chaotic, causing them to stagger and fall down. Before they could land on the ground, the mountains and rivers bell had already covered their heads and trapped them. Yang Kai did not stop and flashed to the side of a beautiful woman. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and pushed his Emperor Qi. First, her Emperor Qi was imprisoned, then he slapped the back of her head, knocking her out, and threw her into the mountains and rivers bell. In the blink of an eye, half of the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters who had set up an ambush here had been killed, and the remaining half saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so they didn't continue to fight and instead scattered and fled. Yang Kai wanted to chase after them, but half of his body was starting to go numb. He could only grit his teeth and stop, watching them escape. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense and confirming that there was no more danger, he reached out and grabbed the two people who had been knocked out, throwing them into the mountains and rivers bell to suppress them. Then, his figure flickered and he hid in the sealed world bead. In the medicine garden, Yang Kai appeared with a slightly pale face. He went directly to the Immortal tree and sat down cross-legged. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard the commotion and came over. When they saw Yang Kai in such a state, they were shocked and hurriedly surrounded him, casting their arts to heal him. A green light curtain enveloped Yang Kai, and with the nourishment of the Immortal tree's vitality, Yang Kai immediately felt much better. In fact, the injuries he suffered this time were secondary. Although the dagger had stabbed into his body and damaged his internal organs, with Yang Kai's current physique and strong recovery ability, it was not a big problem. The key was the strange poison on the dagger. He did not know what kind of poison it was, but even with Yang Kai's current physique and second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was still poisoned. His Emperor Qi surged and cleansed the numb half of his body. With the help of the two wood spirits, that half of his body gradually recovered. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai. Otherwise, if it was any other third-order Emperor Realm Master who was poisoned by this strange poison, they would not be able to save the situation. Yang Kai was now a half-dragon, and the dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative conditions. Naturally, poison was one of them. Although the poison on the dagger was strong, it was still not enough to kill a dragon race member. Even if an ordinary dragon was poisoned, it would not be a big deal. However, Yang Kai was only a half-dragon, so it would take some effort to expel it. The two wood spirits were not only good at healing, but also at detoxifying. With the cooperation of the two, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was no longer the normal golden color, but a green light. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose, and when it fell to the ground, it made a sizzling sound. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his body a little. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him, but when he recalled the attack just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Chapter 3252. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had rarely met an opponent he could fight. He had even killed a few third-stage Emperor realm masters, so his mentality had inevitably changed. Today, he realized that the world was so big and there were so many capable people out there. The price of underestimating others was to suffer. It was all thanks to his half-dragon body that he was able to escape from death this time. If not for his half-dragon body, that Black Shadow's sneak attack from behind might have taken his life. If not for his half-dragon body, the strange poison on the dagger would have also caused him to die without a burial ground. It was because of the sturdiness of his half-dragon body that he was able to stop the dagger's advance with his flesh and blood, preventing himself from being fatally injured. He was able to slow down the spread of the poison and truly survive. Thinking back to what happened tonight, Yang Kai was full of doubts. He came here because Luo Chen had used Gao Shueting's name to pass on a message. Otherwise, why would he come here for no reason? The Black Shadow's ambush here was obviously premeditated. What did this have to do with Luo Chen and Gao Shueting? Previously, he had contacted Gao Shueting and received some response. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have trusted her so easily. There was also the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, which made him feel that something was wrong. The demon thought had just been discovered in the Southern Territory. During the dozen or so years when he returned to Hung Luo Star Field to fight, the Southern Territory had been hunting down and searching for those escaping demon wills. It was said that they had already been wiped out, so how could there be so many people who had become the demon race? Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. These dozen or so people were from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in the martial meet this time, and he hadn't noticed anything unusual until morning. If they had all quietly become the demon race, then what about the others? Hundreds of the Emperor realm's elite disciples from the Southern Territory had gathered in that mountain valley. If they were all killed, then it would be a big joke. Not daring to think about it anymore, Yang Kai flashed out of the sealed world bead. On the mountain peak, the mountains and rivers bell stood quietly. The mountain peak was a mess, and there were traces of the battle left behind. There was some movement inside the bell. Obviously, the suppressed enemies inside were trying to find a way to break out, but the suppression force in the mountain valley was extremely strong. How could they break out at will? Yang Kai punched the bell, and with a loud bang, the bell immediately quieted down. Only a few miserable cries could be heard. Yang Kai. The situation was as he had expected. This old man had become the demon race, but it seemed that he had not become the demon race for long. The demonic chi had not eroded too much, so he could still be saved. With a solemn look on his face, Kai Yang's aura suddenly underwent an astonishing change. In an instant, it became ancient and desolate. It was as if he had stepped out from an ancient and distant world, giving off a feeling of incompatibility with the current world. The power of a wizard. Yang Kai was not only from the Emperor realm, but also a wizard king who specialized in all kinds of wizard spells. From his previous contact, the power of a wizard was definitely the most effective way to restrain the demonic qi. Reaching out and pressing on the old man's head, Yang Kai chanted a complicated and strange spell. A layer of hazy light instantly enveloped the old man. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly glowed with a pale red light. Blood. In that ancient world, Yang Kai had fought with the demon race for many years. He had the experience of saving people who had become the demon race. The bloodthirst could effectively resist the erosion of the demonic qi, and with the help of his wizard spells, it should not be difficult to pull this old man back from becoming the demon race. However, the bloodthirst was formed by stimulating the blood essence of the cultivator. This old man was not young, so his lifespan would be affected. But how could Yang Kai care about this now? He just wanted to quickly understand today's matter and then make plans. The bloodthirst was activated, and the spell changed again. This time, it was exorcism. The old man instantly trembled like a sieve. His face twisted, as if he was enduring great pain. Wisps of black smoke came out of his 7 orifices. The black smoke disappeared as soon as it left his body. It was the demonic qi that had invaded his body. It was all purified by the exorcism. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his power, he still bared his teeth and roared at Yang Kai like a ferocious beast. It seemed that he would not stop until he bit off Yang Kai's flesh. The scene in front of Yang Kai reminded him of his past experience. In that ancient world, the demon race and the barbarian race fought each other. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. If he had not experienced it himself, it would be difficult to imagine how cruel the war between the two races was. But soon, the old man's struggling and roaring subsided. The demonic qi overflowing from his 7 orifices became less and less, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded. After a few dozen breaths, the old man collapsed to the ground as if he had been fished out of the water. He blinked his eyes and asked blankly, "What happened?" Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. "Do you recognize me?" The old man's vision gradually focused and he asked in surprise, "Are you Elder Yang of Azure Sun Temple? Don't you remember what happened to you?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The old man frowned and thought for a moment. After a while, his face changed greatly. This old man what happened? He seemed to have some impression of what happened just now. He was not completely ignorant. Yang Kai said, "You were eroded by the demonic qi and become the demon race." "When did you become the demon race?" "How did you become the demon race?" "Become the demon race." The old man's face changed and became extremely pale. He laughed twice and shook his head. "Impossible, this is impossible." He still didn't believe it. He had been chasing those demonic wills in the Southern Territory for many years. He obviously knew what it meant to become the demon race. He had even seen others become the demon race. It was a real change in temperament. They didn't recognize their own family and could even kill their own wife and daughter. But he never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. For a moment he felt a little uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. Look at the 4 of them." The old man turned his head and looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing that the 4 people were still wrapped in the dark demonic qi, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had to face reality. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all the strange things that happened to him. Think about it carefully. Is there anything suspicious? The old man hesitated. "This afternoon, Madame Han and I were invited by Elder Feng to see Temple Master Lei, and then, I don't remember much." "Feng Ming Leigu?" Yang Kai's face changed. To be called Elder Feng and Temple Master Lei by him, there were probably only 2 people in the entire Southern Territory. If these 2 people were the main culprits, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the Orthodoxy Hall. His face was full of worry. "That's right." The old man slowly shook his head. "It can't be Temple Master Lei who did this. Elder Yang, where are you going?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yang Kai suddenly rush into the sky and rush in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He staggered to his feet, feeling incomparably weak. He turned his head and looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the ground. Then he looked at the scene of the battle around him. He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said in pain, "The world is going to change." He could faintly feel that the world was about to change. With 4 people by his side who had become the demon race, he couldn't just ignore them. If they woke up, they would probably go out and wreak havoc everywhere. But he had some friendship with these 4 people, so he couldn't kill them. He could only think of a way to imprison them first, and then find Yang Kai to rescue them later. Since that elder Yang was able to save him from his bedevilment, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save the other 4. The Orthodoxy Hall was currently in chaos. There were sounds of fighting everywhere, and people were constantly running away. Bodies fell into pools of blood one after another, dying. One of the 3 major sects in the Southern Territory had become as cruel as hell in less than 2 hours. One after another, people from the Emperor realm covered in black gas shuttled back and forth. They killed people like they were cutting vegetables. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. More than 100 people from the Emperor realm formed a circular formation, forcing all of the escaping people to retreat to the valley. That was the place where the martial gathering and tonight's feast were held in the Southern Territory. Feng Ming held the communication compass in his hand and checked the information inside. He frowned and turned to Lei Gu, saying, "There's news from that side. They failed." Lei Gu's clothes fluttered. Although his entire body was also covered in pitch-black demonic qi, he clearly didn't lose his rationality. This was because he wasn't simply corroded by the demonic qi, but rather possessed by the demonic intent. The current Lei Gu was no longer the Lei Gu from the Orthodoxy Hall. Feng Ming was clearly the same. Hearing this, Lei Gu angrily said, "How did they fail? How could such a foolproof plan fail? I don't know the exact situation, but that person escaped." Feng Ming shook his head. Lei Gu's expression turned ruthless. It was because he was afraid of that person's space divine technique that he thought of ways to get rid of him first to prevent him from using the space divine technique to mess things up. However, he didn't expect that he still didn't succeed, which made him very dissatisfied. However, he also knew that even that person failed, so even if he personally made a move, it wouldn't be much better. It could only be said that man proposes and God disposes. It seemed like he still underestimated that person's ability. "Hurry up. Try to get this done before the news is leaked," Lei Gu ordered. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flashed and he shot into the night sky. Under the night sky, Yang Kai's figure flickered. His face was tense, and while his heart was slightly relieved, he was also extremely worried. He originally suspected that this matter was related to Luo Qin and Gao Shueting, and reality proved that it was related to them. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that it wasn't their original intention. Luo Chen and Gao Shueting were probably also corroded by the demonic qi and were then controlled by someone else. Yang Kai also suddenly recalled that Luo Chen and Gao Shueting seemed to have gone out together during the day. Now, it seemed like they were summoned by Lei Gu. Their situation was probably the same as that old man, and they were both careless. However, he couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the demon thought in the Southern Territory was already suppressed? How could they still make such a big move? Furthermore, they purposely chose the time of the martial gathering in the Southern Territory. It was obvious that the plan was grand and wasn't done in a day. They probably planned this a long time ago. Chapter 3253. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to Orthodoxy Temple, but the scene he saw made his eyes twitch. The sect protecting array of Orthodoxy Temple had been activated, and a translucent barrier of light covered the temple like an inverted bowl, protecting it completely. Before he arrived, he heard a series of screams. It was obvious that many people had already been killed. Looking at a certain location in Orthodoxy Temple, he saw black qi rising to the sky and demonic qi growing everywhere. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. If he remembered correctly, the place where the demonic qi was born should be where tonight's banquet was being held. Before he left, Several hundred elite disciples from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of southern territory had gathered there. Could it be that they had all been killed? Thinking about it again, that didn't seem right. If that was the case, there was no need for Orthodoxy Temple to draw him away. Several hundred disciples from the Emperor realm, and many of them were third-layer emperors. If they had all been killed and corroded by the demonic chi, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. The purpose of drawing him away was obviously because Orthodoxy Temple was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the situation and decided to make the first move. Yang Kai's proficiency in the space divine technique was no secret, and once they failed to strike him, Orthodoxy Temple would have no chance to strike again. From the looks of it, although the situation was dangerous, it hadn't reached the point of no return. Yang Kai guessed that when Zishan and the others wouldn't be so easily corroded by the demonic chi and might be resisting inside Orthodoxy Temple. His figure flickered and he stopped in front of the great array. Looking around, his eyes widened in anger. Inside Orthodoxy Temple, many cultivators were scrambling to escape. They had obviously sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the whirlpool that was Orthodoxy Temple, but with the sect protecting array blocking them, how could they escape? They were all blocked, and many of them were killed by the pursuing demons. Others, seeing that there was no hope in escaping, hurriedly returned to find another way out. Screams, pleas for mercy, and cries of grief filled Yang Kai's ears. The people who had been alive and kicking during the day had all been reduced to meat paste in an instant, causing Yang Kai to burn with anger. Sweeping his gaze around, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly froze as he stared at a certain spot a few dozen meters away. On a small slope, a corpse was lying on the ground. The clothes were familiar, the face was familiar, but there was a hole in the chest, and the internal organs could be vaguely seen. Fresh blood dyed the slope where the corpse was lying. The blood had not dried, the eyes were not closed, and the head was tilted to one side as it lay there motionless. The originally dazzling eyes were now dim and had lost their luster. Jade Chakram? Yang Kai's lips parted as he called out softly, but there was no response. The person who had been looking for him for the past month had died just like that? Yang Kai simply didn't dare believe his eyes. The clear and melodious voice reverberated in his ears, and the figure that turned around and waved goodbye to him was incomparably clear. He still remembered the apprehension she had when she came to thank him with clean clothes, and the expectation in her eyes when they talked many times. He had once whipped a famous horse when he was drunk. Fearing that he would hurt the beauty because of his passion, Yang Kai didn't dare and wasn't willing to entangle himself with her. Thus, he shut the door and put an end to it. However, that lively figure was now lying on the cold slope, as if she had some kind of premonition. Before she died, her eyes were still open as she looked in this direction, looking at him who had returned after so long. The blood in his body suddenly became bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai avoided that pair of soulless eyes that were staring at him. He didn't dare to meet her gaze, so he lowered his head. The hair in front of his forehead cast a shadow over his eyes. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky, "Lei Gu!" Several dozen li away, Lei Gu, who was standing in the void, turned his head when he heard this. He coldly snorted, "You actually came back." His eyes flashed and then he rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's angry roar was clearly heard by quite a few cultivators who were currently running away. Right now, they were gathering towards him from all directions. They stopped in front of him and shouted through the sect protecting great formation, "Senior, save us." Yang Kai looked up and swept his eyes over their panicked faces. His eyes locked onto a certain place behind everyone. Lei Gu's tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the void. His face was cold and his eyes were pitch black. Demonic chi wrapped around his entire body. As soon as he appeared, he gently waved his hand. Yang Kai's eyes shrunk. He shouted at the cultivator in front of him, "Hurry and run." How could they still escape? Lei Gu was a third-layer Supreme Emperor. Now that he had been corroded by demonic thoughts, his bloodthirst had become his nature. An invisible slash swept over and directly cut several dozen people in half at the waist. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the sect protecting great formation. All living beings wailed in grief. Being cut in half at the waist wouldn't immediately kill someone, but it would make them experience boundless fear before they died. Those miserable screams and wails added endless gloominess to this world. You still dare to come back? Lei Gu coldly looked at Yang Kai and sneered. Sure enough, it was you who did this. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Lei Gu sneered and said, So what if I did? What can you do to this king? Yang Kai glanced at the sect protecting great formation in front of him. His boundless anger and guilt were suddenly suppressed. He calmly said, You think a great formation can stop me? Lei Gu said, Then you can try. Yang Kai pointed at him, If I don't destroy your orthodoxy temple, I swear I am not human. At this moment, a person suddenly shouted from inside, Yang Kai, orthodoxy temple has become a demon's den. Quickly go and ask for help. Yang Kai was startled. He recognized that it was Wen Zishan's voice, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Gu. He shouted loudly, Temple Master, what's the situation inside? It can still hold on for a while. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that the situation inside was probably not good. Otherwise, Wen Zishan wouldn't have told him to go to Star Soul Palace. However, going to Star Soul Palace at this time was a long journey. It would take at least a few days. By the time he returned, it would be too late. He could only reply, Temple Master, don't worry. I have a plan. Lei Gu suddenly grinned, Yang Kai, this king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. How about you rely on this king? With your abilities, your future is promising. Rely on you? In your dreams? Yang Kai angrily rebuked. His figure shook as he shouted, Dragon transformation. A loud dragon's roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared and disappeared in a flash, entering Yang Kai's body. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly grew. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Lei Gu's line of sight slowly moved upwards as the expression on his face changed. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes as he stared at the behemoth in a daze and cried out involuntarily, Dragon vein. He finally understood why that person had failed. This Yang Kai actually had a dragon vein. Although it didn't seem to be orthodox, to be able to use a dragon vein to such an extent, it obviously wasn't too bad. The dragon race had tough bodies and a strong immunity to poison, so it would be strange if that person could succeed. However, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to use such a divine technique. If he had known earlier, he would have told that person to be more careful. Perhaps he really could have succeeded in one hit. Space divine technique, and a dragon vein. Lei Gu's face sank. If this child isn't eliminated, he will definitely become a big problem. Without waiting for Lei Gu to regain his senses, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and released his avatar. With a thought, he understood Yang Kai's intention. With a roar, his body suddenly grew bigger. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. What he saw today was simply inconceivable. It was already unexpected that Yang Kai could become so big, but where did this stone golem come from? It looked like a stone fire, but was there such a big stone fire? Break the formation. Yang Kai's figure was towering and his voice was like a dragon's roar. When he finished speaking, he raised his hands high with his avatar and smashed them down. It was as if 2 mountains were crashing down. 2 huge pits immediately appeared on the light screen of the sect protecting formation. Last time, the High Sky Sect's sect protecting formation was broken by the avatar with brute force. The foundation of the High Sky Sect was not much worse than the Orthodoxy Temple. No matter how strong the sect protecting formation was, there was still a limit. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't doubt that he and his avatar could break this formation. When the pits appeared, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. However, before he could regain his senses, the sunken light screen actually bounced back at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, an extremely powerful force was transmitted through his fists. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying. His 20-meter tall body was like a collapsing mountain. He rolled along the way and trees fell down. A rumbling sound came. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that his avatar was also in the same situation. Moreover, it was even bigger and caused more of a commotion than him. While tumbling, Yang Kai struggled to adjust his body and finally stabilized himself. On the other side, the avatar was the same. Their eyes met and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation was very different from the High Sky sects. Lei Gu's side also heaved a sigh of relief, secretly praising their luck. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation could reflect brute force, with the strength of the two monsters in front of them, there was probably no formation in the world that could stop their wild attacks. Again, Yang Kai shouted. He took large strides forward. Although he looked clumsy, he was actually extremely fast and arrived in front of the formation. This time, he threw out a punch. Boom. The light screen of the formation caved in again, but this time, a violent force bounced back, causing his arm to go numb. He couldn't help but stagger back. The same thing happened to his avatar. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized that something was wrong. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation could actually reflect brute force. No matter how much strength he used, it would reflect the same amount of strength he used. It was simply his nemesis with his avatar. If the High Sky sect's formation was also like this, his avatar wouldn't have been able to break it so easily that day. Ridiculous! Lei Gu sneered when he saw this. The opportunity is right in front of you. You can't blame others if you don't cherish it. When my demon race army flattens this world in the future, don't regret it. Demon race army, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a draconic roar, a golden dragon phantom punched out and hit the light screen of the formation. This time, ripples appeared on the light screen of the formation, but there were no signs of rebound. Yang Kai understood when he saw this. Sure enough, this spirit array could reflect brute force, but it could only resolve energy attacks. In other words, it was impossible to break this spirit array with brute force. This simply made the greatest advantage of him and his embodiment useless. Chapter 3254. Seeing this, Yang Kai and the embodiment no longer hesitated and used their respective divine technique to attack the Orthodoxy Temple's array. In the ancient and profound dragon language, the secret techniques of the dragon race transformed into golden dragons that advanced one after another. The flames on the embodiment's body also burned fiercely, turning the place where he stood into a sea of fire that burned the array's light screen. For a moment, the array's light screen rippled and flashed wildly. Lei Gu snorted coldly when he saw this, and a flag appeared in his hand. He waved it and stabilized the array. Although he had been corrupted by demonic intent and his temperament had changed greatly, almost turning him into a completely different person, he could still easily control everything that Lei Gu possessed. This array flag was the main array flag of the Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting array. With his ability to control it, the array formation immediately became impregnable. Yang Kai's eyes widened. If the array wasn't broken, how could he enter the Orthodoxy Temple? How could he save Wen Zishan and the others? How could he avenge those who had died? For a moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that he had no choice but to ask for help from Star Soul Palace? But if he delayed going back and forth for a few days, who knew what would happen to Wen Zishan and the others? They might be eroded by the demonic qi and become demons. Since Lei Gu dared to make a move at this time, he obviously had great confidence. Turning his head, he saw the embodiment's body burning fiercely and burning the array, but looking at the situation, it was not possible to break the array in a short time, even if he cooperated. Lei Gu said coldly again, "Junior, you've ruined my plans. I'll make you beg for death." This time, there was already a flaw in the plan. Yang Kai was not dead, so the news here would definitely spread. In other words, the plan had failed. Fortunately, the failure was not complete. There were still so many people from the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of cultivator who had fallen into the trap, so it was better than nothing. If so many people were demonized, it would definitely be a force that could not be underestimated. It could open up the next stage of the grand plan. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped and retreated. He coldly glared at Lei Gu and used his technique to shout, "Hall Master, can you hold on for a day?" Lei Gu frowned when he heard this. He didn't know what Yang Kai meant by giving him this one-day deadline. Judging from the current situation, this boy's best course of action was to go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help, but the journey to Star Soul Palace was long. How could he return in one day? Even if he was proficient in the divine technique of space, he would not be able to do such a thing. When Zi Shan's voice came from inside Orthodoxy Hall, "We will do our best." Another person's voice rang out, "Boy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the Star Soul Palace." It was the voice of the Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Holy Lord, Ma Qing. He sounded exasperated. He didn't expect Yang Kai to still be here. Yang Kai gazed at Lei Gu and thundered, "All right, you guys should hold on. One day later, we will save you from the sea of bitterness." After saying this, he turned around and left. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cold corpse on the slope and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if it was being gripped by a hand. After a few flashes, he disappeared from Lei Gu's field of vision. After he left, Lei Gu stopped urging the array flags, and the flashing light of the sect protecting Grand Array gradually subsided. He turned his head and glanced at the embodiment. Sacred Spirit Stone Fire? The embodiment stood tall, looking down at him from across the Grand Array. Its two eyes were like burning flames, flickering endlessly. It was connected to Yang Kai, so there was no need for too much communication to understand Yang Kai's plan. At the same time, it was filled with anger and guilt because of Yu's death. It stayed here to restrain Lei Gu's energy so that he couldn't deal with Wen Zishan and the others wholeheartedly. On the other hand, it was waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Grand Array. It would be best if it could break the Grand Array before Yang Kai returned. Even if it couldn't, it could reduce some of the Grand Array's power and prepare for the next plan. Seeing that the embodiment didn't speak, Lei Gu said coldly, "Sacred spirits are so noble, when have they been reduced to being controlled by a human? This is a disgrace to the sacred spirits." If the embodiment was really Shihua, it might be angered, but the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai after all. How could it care about such provocation? Seeing that it didn't respond, Lei Gu frowned and gave up on this useless effort. He turned around and was about to fly inside. But before he could fly away, the embodiment urged the flames to climb up the Grand Array's light screen, burning it to the sky. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. He waved the array flags in his hand and a layer of light appeared on the light screen, isolating the power of the flames. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure shuttled through the void, and it only took him a moment to return to the mountain peak where he had been attacked. The white-haired old man was meditating while the four demonic chi wrapped around him were still unconscious. After noticing the movement, the old man was startled, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yang Kai had returned. Overjoyed, he called out, "Elder Yang, quickly go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help and report the matter of Orthodoxy Temple to the great emperors. Otherwise, the southern territory will be in danger," Yang Kai said hurriedly. "Ah." The white-haired old man was startled for a moment before nodding fiercely, "Good." He then pointed to the four people and said, "Then they go." Yang Kai turned his head and glared at him, like an enraged beast about to devour him. Facing such a terrifying gaze, the old man didn't dare to say anything else. Realizing that time was precious, he hurriedly summoned his flight-type artifact and flew towards Star Soul Palace. After he left, Yang Kai waved his hand and took the four unconscious people who had become the demon race into his mysterious bead world, suppressing them somewhere inside. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered countless materials, directly beginning to work on this mountain peak. Going to Star Soul Palace to ask the great emperors to take action was certainly a way out, but Yang Kai wasn't optimistic about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of the great emperors, it was just that it would take too much time. By the time the great emperors arrived here, it was likely that the matter here would have already been settled. If he wanted to resolve this disaster and avenge those who had died, he would have to rely on something else. Yang Kai had his own plans. In his mind, the scene of the cold corpse lying on the mountain peak kept flashing, the dim and lifeless eyes seemingly engraved into the depths of his soul, forever staring at him, tormenting him with every breath he took. Strictly speaking, They had only known each other for less than a month, and they weren't even close. On the path of the martial Tao, fighting and killing was normal. The death of a single person shouldn't have caused such a big emotional fluctuation, but because of the endless self-blame, the act of turning around and waving goodbye became an eternal parting. The power of the space array surged endlessly, and many materials gradually merged on this mountain peak, forming a prototype spirit array. As time passed, this spirit array gradually became more complete. After less than half a day, a brand new space array had taken shape. Without having time to inspect it too much, Yang Kai stepped onto it and stared at the location of Orthodoxy Temple for a moment before urging the power of the array. In a flash of light, Yang Kai disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. On top of the space array, Yang Kai's figure appeared, alarming the people guarding the array. Today, Bian Yuqing was still guarding the array. When she saw Yang Kai, she immediately stood up and cupped her fists. "Palace Master." Her gaze suddenly focused on Yang Kai's waist, and she asked in shock, "Palace Master, are you injured?" Although the sneak attack from the Black Shadow was no longer serious, the bloodstains were still there, which naturally couldn't escape Bian Yuqing's observation. "Where is the head chief?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Bian Yuqing was startled, feeling that there was something wrong with Yang Kai today. He was so aggressive, like a volcano that was about to erupt, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, wondering just who had injured him and who had provoked him. This was the first time Bian Yuqing had seen Yang Kai in such a state, and hurriedly replied, "The head chief just returned yesterday, she should be resting." "Call her over." "Yes." Bian Yuqing hurriedly took out her communication compass and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Palace Master, please wait a moment, the head chief will be here soon." Although she said she would be here soon, in less than 10 breaths, Hua Qingxi had already come in from outside and glanced at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. When Bian Yuqing sent her a message just now, telling her to quickly come to the teleportation array, she looked extremely anxious, so she didn't dare to delay and rushed over without stopping to rest. When she saw Yang Kai standing there with a solemn expression, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Before she could speak, Yang Kai asked, "How many people from the Emperor realm can we mobilize now?" Hua Qingxi blinked and said, "Palace Master, are you referring to the entire Northern Territory, or the entire High Heaven Palace?" "The entire Northern Territory." "Then why are you mobilizing them, Palace Master?" "Murder, revenge, extermination." Yang Kai spat out a few words coldly between his teeth. Hua Qingxi was shocked and realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be so murderous. She said solemnly, "If there's enough time, 300 to 400 people won't be a problem." During this period of time, the High Heaven Palace had led the other 3 sects and had been integrating the major forces in the Northern Territory. Although it hadn't been long, many sects had already chosen to submit. There was no other way. With the 4 top sects working together, who in the Northern Territory could stop them? Since they had already submitted, the High Heaven Palace had given orders. Whether they were willing or not, they had to obey. "Okay, I'll give you half a day to mobilize all the people from the Emperor realm and gather here. After half a day, I'll come and pick you all up." Yang Kai turned around and stepped onto the space array again. After pondering for a while, he said coldly, "Tell them that if anyone dares to not come or cooperate with me, when I have the time, I'll definitely exterminate their entire sect." Hua Qingxi's face changed color. She wanted to ask more, but Yang Kai's figure had already disappeared from the space array. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing looked at each other. They were both confused. Hua Qingxi said, "What happened to the Palace Master?" Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I'm not sure. He didn't say anything." Hua Qingxi frowned slightly. She could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had met with some trouble. But what kind of trouble was it that required so many people from the Emperor realm to help him? She had also seen the bloodstains on Yang Kai's body. Although she wasn't sure how serious his injuries were, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still injured. It was clear that the enemy this time was very strong. She didn't dare to delay. After a simple discussion with Bian Yuqing, they took out their communication compasses and sent out messages. They all stepped onto the space array and began to mobilize all the experts in the Northern Territory. Chapter 3255. Yang Kai had set up a lot of space arrays in the Northern Territory some time ago, so it was quite convenient to travel back and forth. Otherwise, how could they find anyone to help them in just half a day? Half an hour later, more than half of the Northern Territory had become turbulent because of the High Heaven Palace's order. Countless people from the Emperor realm were anxious, not knowing why the High Heaven Palace suddenly summoned them. Were they going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? But what good would that do for the High Heaven Palace? Many people naturally wanted to pretend to be sick and not go, or they had other excuses, but the order from the High Heaven Palace made them not dare to not go. Yang Kai had already said that he would destroy their sect, so who would dare to be perfunctory? The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him, and now the High Heaven Palace was occupying the ruins of the Seeking Passion sect. No one wanted to become the second Seeking Passion sect. This guy was not joking, he was completely capable of destroying other sects. People were constantly teleporting to the High Heaven Palace through the space array. 3 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, the main hall gradually became overcrowded. When the latecomers saw that so many people from the Emperor realm had gathered in the Northern Territory, they immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the High Heaven Palace did not intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river, otherwise, there would be no reason for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather in one place. There were also people who gathered around Bian Yuqing to ask about the situation, but how could Bian Yuqing know what was going on? Yang Kai hurried back to say a few words and then left in a hurry. She had no idea what was going on, so she could only ignore those people's questions. However, no one dared to be presumptuous here. Seeing her cold face and not answering, they could only step back in embarrassment and show flattering smiles. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Back then, she had to look up to the Emperor realm, but now, she had to give them face. This was something that Blue Feather sect could never give her. She knew better than anyone that the one the Emperor realm was afraid of wasn't her. She was just a first-order Emperor realm master, and there were countless people here who were stronger than her. If it weren't for the High Heaven Palace behind her, this situation wouldn't have happened. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. The High Heaven Palace was in an uproar. Yang Kai had already teleported to the savage, desolate ancient lands. Inside the small treehouse, Yang Kai leapt out just in time to see a stone puppet poke its head in his direction. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yang Kai asked, "Is the elder here?" The stone mongoose pointed at the elder's treehouse, and Yang Kai dashed towards it. Not long after, he saw the elder in the treehouse. The elder looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Little friend, why have you returned?" Yang Kai didn't seem to have left for long, at most 2 months. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. "I have a matter to ask the Stone Mongoose clan for help." The elder nodded and said, "No problem." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder, aren't you going to ask me what it is?" He didn't expect the elder to agree so readily. The elder chuckled. "It seems that you have encountered some trouble. The Stone Mongoose clan doesn't have many friends, so how can the Stone Mongoose clan stand by and do nothing when a friend is in trouble?" Yang Kai bowed deeply. "Many thanks, elder, for your help. However, you should know that this matter is related to the Southern Territory." "The Southern Territory?" The elder raised his eyebrows. The savage wildland was in the Eastern Territory, so the Southern Territory was a bit out of his reach. However, when he thought about the space array that Yang Kai set up, he suddenly understood something. This matter is also related to the demon race. The demon race. The elder cried out in surprise. Yang Kai looked at him and said thoughtfully, "Elder, do you know something about the demon race?" The elder's expression was solemn. "In this world, other than the sacred spirits, I'm afraid no one knows more about the demon race than the Stone Mongoose clan. The sacred spirits had their own source of inheritance. That inheritance wasn't just about power, but also the memories and experiences of past generations of sacred spirits. Therefore, no matter what kind of sacred spirit they were, they would more or less absorb some of the memories of their ancestors. Even though the demon race was a long time ago, The sacred spirits weren't completely ignorant. Although the Stone Mongoose clan didn't have the convenience of an inheritance, they had a long lifespan. The elder himself had lived through many great eras and had personally fought against the demon race. How could he not know how terrifying and difficult the demon race was? The demon race has appeared in the Southern Territory? The elder asked with a serious expression. Yang Kai said, more than a decade ago, a demon den appeared in the Southern Territory. Someone broke the seal of the demon den and released thousands of demon wills. These demon wills can corrode a cultivator's body and take over their bodies. It's very hard to guard against them. In the past decade, the Southern Territory has been hunting these demon wills. It's said that they have already been wiped out. However, I only realized last night that that was only on the surface. There are even more demon wills hiding in the dark. They are targeting the cultivator in the Southern Territory. All the large sects in the Southern Territory, hundreds of the Emperor realm, and tens of thousands of elite disciples were all involved. This junior was lucky enough to escape, but I must hurry back and save them before it's too late. There is such a thing? The elder was shocked. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was still shocked when he heard Yang Kai say that hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples were involved in the Southern Territory. He quickly stood up and said, the demon race is not a matter of the Southern Territory. It's a matter of the entire star boundary. Although the Stone Mongoose clan has been living in peace for a long time, we can't stay out of this matter. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Thank you, Elder. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly led the way. When they got down from the treehouse, the elder gently tapped the ground with his walking stick a few times. The Stone Mongoose immediately walked out of the treehouse one by one. Many wood spirits also flew over. Yang Kai's message was conveyed in a few simple sentences. The Stone Mongoose and wood spirits were shocked. Obviously, they all knew how terrifying the demon race was. Needless to say, under Yang Kai's command, they all walked into the small treehouse and stepped onto the space array. When Yang Kai built this space array 2 months ago, he had made some preparations. He had specifically built it to be large, just in case he needed the stone puppet's help one day, so he had never expected it to come in handy so soon. The Stone Mongoose was too big and could only teleport one person at a time. Yang Kai arranged for them to be teleported one by one before turning to the elder and saying, don't act rashly for the time being. I don't know how many people the demon race has left behind, or if there are any reinforcements. Elder, lead them to guard the space array while I summon more people to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. Yes, little friend, don't worry. The elder nodded and was the last to enter the space array. After sending off the Stone Mongoose elder, Yang Kai rushed into the sky without stopping and rushed in a certain direction. His Emperor's Qi was released without any regard for consumption, and his space principles were constantly activated as his figure flickered. In less than half an hour, a majestic palace appeared in front of him. It was the palace of the Southern Saint Luan Feng in the ancient land. Before he landed, he heard an angry shout, "Who goes there?" A charming woman flew towards him. She was wearing revealing clothes, and her demonic qi soared to the sky. She was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, no weaker than Ying Fei and the others. Yang Kai glanced at her and found her familiar. He knew that she was one of the 32 Monster Kings, but he couldn't remember which Monster King she was. He was in a bad mood and wasn't in the mood to tangle with her, so he waved his sleeve and said, "Get lost." The Monster King was furious. Although she was below the Southern Saint Realm in the ancient land, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this, not even the other Monster Kings. When a woman went crazy, she was very terrifying. Just as she was about to teach Yang Kai a lesson, she suddenly found that this person looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she was surprised and delighted. "Isn't this that guy?" Her anger turned into a smile. "So it's..." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai had already rushed past her and landed directly in the Luan Feng's palace. Looking around under the shocked gazes of the maids, he shouted, "Luan Feng!" The Monster King was embarrassed, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. Everyone knew that this human was related to the Blood Door and the Divine Spirit Source, so no one dared to offend him. Ying Fei and the others also didn't know how lucky they were to be able to follow him around. It was simply enviable. She was confident that her cultivation was not inferior to Ing Fei and the others, and her figure was also not bad. If she could take this opportunity to form a relationship with him, she might be able to get close to him in the future. Before she could finish her thoughts, she heard Yang Kai's angry roar. Her expression immediately changed as she wondered what was wrong with this guy today. He looked like he was going to punish her. She didn't know what he was going to do. She didn't dare to approach Yang Kai rashly, so she just floated in the air and watched anxiously. Her heart was very conflicted. If the Southern Saint Realm fought with him, should she help or not? Offending the Southern Saint Realm wouldn't bring her any good, but if she offended him, she would never be able to awaken her ancestral spirit source again. "What are you shouting for?" A cold voice called out as Luan Feng appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Her face was so gloomy that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost from it. Staring at Yang Kai, her expression was full of disgust, secretly feeling a headache coming on. "Why is this guy here again? Last time I was taken advantage of by him, is he still not satisfied? Isn't this appetite a bit too big?" His heart was secretly annoyed, so naturally his tone wasn't too good. But when he saw Kai Yang's expression, his heart couldn't help but jump. His expression wasn't quite right. Had he provoked him? "I have something to ask for your help." Yang Kai didn't waste time and went straight to the point. So he wanted her help. Luan Feng heard this and immediately felt relieved. As long as he didn't come to find trouble with her, she raised her hand and lightly said, "Is this the attitude you should have when asking for help?" Running to her palace and shouting, he simply didn't put her in his eyes and even shamelessly asked for her help. Although she was afraid of the power behind Yang Kai, it didn't mean that she would give up her dignity as a divine spirit. She secretly decided to give Yang Kai a show of strength so that he wouldn't be so arrogant in the future. "Just tell me if you want to help me or not." Yang Kai completely ignored her thoughts and said in an extremely tough tone. The Luan Feng was angry and funny at the same time. "If you don't say what you want to help me, how can I answer you? Do you think I will agree to die if you want me to?" "Of course it is within your ability." The Luan Feng curled her lips. "I don't owe you anything, right? That's why I said I want to ask for your help." Chapter 3256. This brat was becoming more and more annoying. The Luan Feng secretly gritted her teeth. "So what if I help you? So what if I don't? Help me this time and I will remember your kindness. If you don't help me, I will leave immediately." The Luan Feng sneered, "What do I need your kindness for?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her, nodded, and soared into the sky. The Luan Feng was startled. Was he really going to leave? How could he do this without giving her any time to think? Was he crazy? Although the Luan Feng hated Yang Kai's rude and unreasonable attitude, if Yang Kai really held a grudge against her, she would have a hard time in the future. She could only raise her hand and angrily shout, "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my territory? What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and tilted his head to look at her. The coldness in his eyes almost condensed into a solid substance. When their eyes met, the Luan Feng's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai's state was not right this time. Although she found him annoying before, he was still reasonable. This time, it was as if he was a completely different person. It seemed that he had really encountered some kind of trouble, and it was a trouble that made him extremely angry. "Where are you going?" the Luan Feng asked in a low voice. "None of your business." He did not have the proper attitude to ask for help. The Luan Feng was furious. She wanted to slap this brat to death, but she knew that he was not weak. If she forced him to use all his cards, she might not be able to kill him. Moreover, once they had a falling out, the consequences were not something she could bear. She bitterly clenched her teeth and shouted, "There will be no next time." This was a promise. Yang Kai did not waste time and directly said, "Call Fan Hua and Songgo here. Also, summon the other 29 Monster King of the ancient land." He turned around and returned to the bedroom, standing not far from the Luan Feng. The Luan Feng was shocked. "What do you want?" She thought that he was only asking for her help. Who knew that he would ask for such an exorbitant price? Not only did he ask for Fan Hua and Songgo, But he also asked for the 29 Monster King. They were the strongest forces in the entire ancient land. Was this bastard planning to start a war with the sects of the great emperors? Thinking of this, the Luan Feng's body turned cold. Although she was a holy spirit, she knew her own limits. There were only a few great emperors, and every one of them was an existence recognized by the heavens and earth. If they really went up against the great emperors, not many people in the savage wildland would be able to survive. Not to mention, the sects of the great emperors had extremely strong foundations. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, he felt his hair stand on end. He had long felt that this guy was extremely daring. Wasn't his courage a bit too big? She had to admit that she was overthinking things. What are you waiting for? I want to see them within 2 hours. Hurry up and contact them. Yang Kai saw Luan Feng standing there stupidly and was annoyed. He gave the High Heaven Palace half a day's time, and they needed to finish gathering in half a day's time as well. How could they waste so much time? Luan Feng suppressed the panic in her heart. She wasn't in the mood to care about Yang Kai's rudeness. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. What do you want us to do? You should at least tell me, right? Kill them, save them. Who is the enemy? After Luan Feng asked this question, her heart jumped. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would say the name of one of the great emperors. Who would have thought that Yang Kai's eyes would close and 2 words would pop out of his mouth? Demon race. Demon race. Luan Feng's expression changed. Where did the demon race come from? Although she hadn't seen the demon race with her own eyes, the inheritance she obtained from the origin allowed her to have some understanding of the demon race. In this land, there hadn't been a demon race for hundreds of thousands of years, so why would a demon race suddenly appear? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Are you going to keep talking nonsense with me? Within 2 hours, I want to see those 2 and the 29 Monster King. If you can help me this time, I guarantee that you will all become holy spirits in the future. Luan Feng was instantly stunned. She clenched her teeth with a bitter expression. Once Yang Kai said this, it would be fine if it didn't spread out, but once it did, the 29 Monster King would definitely submit to him. Even if the 3 great saints joined hands, they wouldn't be able to suppress it. And if she refused Yang Kai's request today, she was afraid that the 29 Monster King would hold a grudge against her. At that time, she would be in a difficult situation. You win. Luan Feng coldly snorted and said, 2 hours isn't enough. Some of the Monster King's territories are too far from here. They won't be able to get here in 2 hours. How long? 2 hours. Then I will wait here for 2 hours. After saying this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and stood in place, motionless. Luan Feng glared at him and then disappeared into the depths of her palace. It was unknown what she was going to do. Yang Kai didn't monitor her. In any case, that was all he had to say. If Luan Feng was sensible, she would naturally help him. If not, it wouldn't be too late to settle accounts later. The northern territory was still gathering and it would take some time. Luan Feng was obviously angry with Yang Kai. Before she left, she had also dispersed all the surrounding maids, allowing him to stand there like a javelin, but no one came to pour him a cup of tea, her obvious disdain for him. A moment later, a fragrant wind blew and someone landed beside Yang Kai. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a seductive woman looking at him with a smile. It was the Monster King he had met before. When their eyes met, the seductive woman smiled and bowed. This mistress, do me, greets master. She was already wearing revealing clothes, so at this moment, intentionally or unintentionally, she was showing off her beauty and flattering him. Her smile was even more brilliant than a flower. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Dumi waved her hand and said, It's nothing. This mistress is the Monster King under Holy Senior Nan. I have long admired Master's magnificence. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation. Saying so, she waved her hand and took out a recliner from her space ring, politely saying, Master, please sit. Yang Kai gently nodded, the coldness on his face easing slightly as he sat down. Dumi suddenly leaned over and whispered, Holy Senior has a bad temper and neglected Master. I hope Master won't blame her. As she spoke, her breath was like orchids. and a touch of fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai's murderous aura and anger dissipated a lot, and his tumultuous mood gradually calmed down. Turning his head, he looked at her faintly and said, "You said bad things about her in private. What if she heard you?" Dumir's face stiffened and she said awkwardly, "I'm just talking to Master. I believe Master won't spread it." Yang Kai looked her up and down and asked curiously, "What kind of monster are you?" Dumir smiled and said, replying, "Master, this mistress is a flower monster." As she spoke, she raised her hand and pinched the air, and a small golden flower immediately appeared between her fingers. The fragrance was strong and intoxicating. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's rare for a plant to become a spirit." It was many times more difficult for a plant to become a spirit than a body of flesh and blood. Yang Kai did not expect that the monster king in front of him was actually a flower monster, and to be able to cultivate to the level of a monster king, this was extremely rare. Dumir said sadly, "Master, you flatter me. This mistress has also suffered a lot, and experienced many flowing time great emperors to have today's achievements." As she spoke, she quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, she bit her lip and said, "Master, I heard that Ing Fei, Shilei, and Xie Wei are working under you? You already know the answer." Dumir curled her lips and said, "What can 3 men do? I'm afraid they can't even serve Master well. I don't know what the holy sages are thinking. They should send a woman to serve Master well. At the very least, they should take care of Master's daily life." "Are you very good at serving people?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Dumir eagerly said, "Master, do you want to try? I see that Master is depressed and has a lot on his mind. This is not a good thing. The war is imminent. It's best to empty your mind and body so that you can go all out. If Master doesn't mind, this mistress can show you a little." After saying that, she eagerly looked at Yang Kai, quietly waiting for his reply. After a long time, she did not see any reaction from Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and walked behind Yang Kai. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she leaned over to Yang Kai's ear and said, "Master, just relax. Leave the rest to this mistress. I will definitely satisfy you." The gentle fragrance, like an invisible hand, tickled Yang Kai's ear, making his heart ripple. It soothed Yang Kai's suppressed anger and all kinds of negative emotions. 2 soft and delicate hands rubbed his shoulders and head with varying degrees of strength as Yang Kai's monster chi and divine sense began to fluctuate. Soon, Yang Kai felt as if he was immersed in a sea of flowers. The world was vast, and the sea of flowers was boundless, making his body and mind feel ethereal. Seeing Yang Kai's tense expression gradually relax and his breathing become stable, Dumir pursed her lips and smiled. She became more attentive. Following the Luanfang's message, more and more figures appeared in the savage, desolate, ancient land. Their demonic chi soared to the sky and their demonic chi surged. Many demon generals and commanders raised their heads, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know why their king was moving. 2 hours later, more than 10 monster kings had gathered in the Luanfang's bedroom. The rest were on their way, and it wouldn't be long before they all gathered here. A group of monster kings came to the courtyard where Yang Kai was. They either sat or stood, staring at Yang Kai and Dumir. Dumir was not ashamed of being stared at like this. Instead, she rubbed Yang Kai even more diligently. Her slender neck was raised high like a proud rooster. "Bitch. Human, wanton. Woman shameless." A beautiful female monster king saw her like this and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Her face was full of disdain. Beside him, a furry male demon monarch chuckled and said, "You can go too." The female monster king coldly snorted, "I'm not that low." The male monster king looked at her and sneered, "Why are you pretending to be pure? Which monster king in the savage, desolate, ancient land hasn't tasted you?" The female monster king was furious, "I'll tear your mouth." The male monster king reached out and hugged her, "What are you going to use to tear it? Get lost. All right, stop fooling around. Who knows why the Lord has gathered us this time?" Another monster king stood up and asked with a puzzled expression. Chapter 3257. The monster kings shook their heads. None of them knew why they were gathered here. They were summoned by their respective saint masters. Although they didn't know why, they were sure that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. However, Yang Kai sat there calmly, enjoying Dumi Er's service. They didn't want to disturb him. The monster kings recognized him and knew what kind of power was behind him. They didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. Time passed slowly. One monster king after another arrived. In less than 2 hours, the 29 monster kings had gathered. Luan Feng, Songgo, and Fan Ke also appeared. Seeing the three of them, the monster kings bowed. Yang Kai also finally opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. It had to be said that although Dumi Er's behavior was a bit frivolous, she was really good at serving people. She was a flower monster in human form and seemed to have her own innate divine ability that could soothe people's mood. Is everyone here? Kai Yang turned his head and looked around. Fan Ke's face didn't look good. Although he had heard the general situation from Luan Feng, Yang Kai's actions made him feel uncomfortable. The savage, desolate ancient land was the monster race's territory. Since when did a human become the master? After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Everyone is here. Then let's go." Yang Kai stood up and led the way to the stone mongoose's residence. The 29 demon kings looked at the 3 saint venerables anxiously. What else could Fan Hua and the others say? They could only raise their hands. In a flash, they rushed to the sky and followed Yang Kai. Fan Ke and the other 2 arrived first, keeping pace with Yang Kai as they stared at each other in silence. Yang Kai took the initiative and said, "You 3 are very righteous. This time, you helped me with all your strength. I will remember this and repay you generously in the future." The Luan Feng coldly snorted, "You weren't like this before." She still bore a grudge against Yang Kai for being so arrogant and bossy. If he had acted like this earlier, she would have been less worried. Yang Kai turned and glared at her. "You still have the nerve to say that? What's wrong? Can't I just say it?" The Luan Feng also lost her temper and stared back at Yang Kai without showing any weakness. Yang Kai said, "If you hadn't destroyed my space array back then, would we still be in such a hurry? We can reach our destination directly through your Phoenix Net Palace. Now, it'll take us at least 2 hours to reach our destination. If we delay our important matters because of this, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Hearing him mention the past, the Luan Feng blinked and felt a bit guilty. After all, it was true that he had destroyed the space magic array, but who would have thought that he would be in such a hurry today? She turned her head and said, "Why are you yelling at me? I didn't know that this would happen." "Alright, since things have come to this, arguing is useless." Fan Hua jumped out to smooth things over. No matter what, the ancient lands didn't want to have a falling out with Yang Kai. They had to maintain the status quo. "Little brother Yang, why don't you tell us what happened?" The Luan Feng only told them that Yang Kai wanted to recruit all the high-level combatants of the ancient lands. It seemed that this matter was related to the demon race, so she didn't explain it clearly. Now that they had decided to act, they naturally had to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai heard this and was too lazy to argue with the Luan Feng. He pondered for a moment and said, "More than 10 years ago, I received an invitation to go to the southern swamp in the Southern Territory to explore an ancient cave mansion. Since they had some time on the way, Yang Kai immediately told them about the trip to the ancient cave mansion and what happened after that. Then, he talked about the martial gathering in the Southern Territory. When they heard that the demonic will had awakened and that the Southern Territory had encountered the demonic thought, the 3 of them were shocked. When they heard that the Orthodoxy Temple's temple master in the Southern Territory had been possessed by the demonic thought and set up a scheme to deal with the hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples in the Southern Territory, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and felt the seriousness of the problem. "So, the hundreds of the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory are still trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple? When I left, it was like this. If the array isn't broken, they won't be able to come out. I don't know what the situation inside is like." Songgo rubbed his chin and said, "The hundreds of the Emperor realm. I don't know how many of them have not been corrupted by the demonic qi." Since Yang Kai had been attacked by more than 10 people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, then it was certain that more people had become the demon race. After all, the martial gathering had already been going on for a month. If the Orthodoxy Temple had not planned this beforehand, then the demonic chi would have been able to corrupt more people. Normally, it would not be obvious, but once it erupted, it would cause great destruction and cause more people to be infected by the demonic chi. If this cycle continued, then everyone would become a demon race. I hope the situation isn't too bad. Song Go sighed. The Luan Feng frowned and said, if the Orthodoxy Temple had planned this for a long time, then why did they lure you out to assassinate you? Isn't this the same as shooting themselves in the foot? Yang Kai said coldly, maybe they didn't expect that they would not be able to kill me. In fact, it was indeed so. Yang Kai thought back to the previous attack and still had some lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that the assassin didn't know his background and didn't know that he had a half-dragon body, he would have been dead already. The Luan Feng shook her head and said, what I mean is, why didn't they just leave you in the Orthodoxy Temple and let you sink into the mud? There was no need to do this. Sango said, it shouldn't be a secret that little brother Yang has the space divine technique. I think they were afraid that he would notice something was wrong and run away. It would be safer to kill him first. The Luan Feng thought it was reasonable and nodded slightly. Fan Ku suddenly said in surprise, those demon race people really played a big game of chess. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why he suddenly sighed. Fan Ku said, think about it. If you didn't escape the assassination, what would have happened to the Orthodoxy Temple? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while. The worst result would be that everyone alive become the demon race. Exactly. Fan Ku said, and if these people who become the demon race returned to their respective sects and acted secretly, Yang Kai followed his words and was shocked. The Southern Territory is in danger. Fan Ku said, at that time, the entire Southern Territory will be the demon race's territory. Even if the great emperors act, it will be difficult to change the situation. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He realized that Fan Ku's guess might really be the Orthodoxy Temple's plan. If he hadn't escaped the assassination and leaked the news, who would have known about the chaos in the Orthodoxy Temple? Sango said, since the Orthodoxy Temple dares to attack the entire Southern Territory, they must have gathered a lot of demon race people. With just the few of us, Yang Kai said in a low voice, don't worry, it's not just you, I've also invited others. This time, not a single demon race person will escape from the Orthodoxy Temple. Others. Sango looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask. He was afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and didn't have a plan. Since he had a plan, there was no need to worry too much. Yang Kai said, in any case, when you fight those demon race people, you must be careful not to be corroded by the demonic chi. You must also be on guard against the demonic chi. I have seen people being possessed by the demonic chi with my own eyes. There were no signs before, and there were no abnormalities after the demonic chi took over. It was very strange. We understand. Fan Ku nodded. They didn't deliberately lower their voices, so naturally, the monster kings behind them could hear them clearly. This was also Yang Kai's intention. When they heard that they were going to fight people being corroded by the demonic chi, the monster kings were shocked. This was a never-before experience. They didn't know whether the demonic chi was stronger or the demonic chi was stronger. Regardless, this was a good opportunity to perform. Once they caught Yang Kai's eyes, they wouldn't have to worry about not becoming holy spirits in the future. Luan Feng didn't tell them about Yang Kai's promise. It wasn't because she was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word, but because if she said it, the monster kings would be deeply grateful to Yang Kai. This would shake the 3 holy sages' rule in the ancient lands. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the stone mongoose's residence. The elder didn't leave. He stood there with Mu Na, the leader of the wood spirits, and waited. Seeing the 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king descending from the sky, they couldn't help but look at each other. They secretly sighed. They knew that Yang Kai had a lot of influence in the ancient lands, but they didn't expect it to be this big. He had wiped out all the higher-ups in the ancient lands. When the two sides met, The elder and the 3 holy sages exchanged a few words. Then, under Yang Kai's lead, they stepped into the space array. After a flash of light, they arrived at the mountain peak. The 8 stone mongoose had been there for a long time. They were guarding the space array. When they saw the space array moving, they all turned their heads to look. The 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king appeared one after another. Everyone stared at each other, and soon, they separated into 2 sides. The relationship between the stone mongoose and the ancient lands monster kings had never been very harmonious. It was only in the past 10 years that they had eased up a little. This was also because of Yang Kai. After sending the monster kings to the ancient lands, Yang Kai asked them to wait for a while. Then, he turned around and stepped into the space array. In the High Heaven Palace, in the main hall where the space array was located, there were people moving around. Nearly 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered here. Some of them were whispering to each other, while others were watching coldly from the side. As time passed, impatience gradually spread. If it weren't for the experts from the 4 top forces eyeing them, these people from the Emperor realm from various sects would have already been in a mess. They had received orders from the High Heaven Palace to come here. They didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't get an answer even when they asked the chief steward, Hua Qingxi. Naturally, they felt uneasy. They always wondered if the High Heaven Palace had secretly raised their butcher's knife and was going to kill them. However, what good would this do to the High Heaven Palace? Ying Fei, Xie Wei, and Shi Lei stood in a triangular formation. Their demonic qi soared to the sky as they coldly looked around. Anyone who met their eyes would avoid them, not daring to act rashly. Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing Yihen, the Southern Gate Army, and the people from Ice Heart Valley gathered together. Ice Heart Valley had sent 5 people from the Emperor realm, led by Ji Yao. Her face was cold, and no one dared to approach her. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect were also gathered here. Basically, except for the 2 or 3 sects who stayed behind to guard the Emperor realm, everyone else from the 4 sects had come. Li Jiao and Mi Qi huddled together and whispered. They were also confused, not knowing what Yang Kai was doing. Chapter 3258. Amidst the whispers, a bright light flashed from the space array, and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Everyone turned their heads to look. Some of them looked serious, while others looked suspicious. After all, not everyone had seen Yang Kai before and knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Those who knew him naturally looked serious, while those who didn't only felt that this young man had an extraordinary aura and wasn't a pushover. Greetings, Palace Master Yang. Scattered voices sounded. Those from the Emperor realm who had seen Yang Kai for the first time finally knew his identity and hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi took a step forward. Yang Kai looked around with his sharp eyes. Seeing that there were quite a few people, he was quite satisfied. His expression eased a lot, and he asked, "Is everyone here?" Hua Qingxi said, "Those who can arrive in half a day have basically arrived. The people from the Dragon Tiger sect and the Profound Cloud Pavilion haven't arrived yet." There were only a little over 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered in the hall. There were definitely more people from the Emperor realm in the entire Northern Territory, but Yang Kai gave them a deadline of half a day, so Hua Qingxi went to inform them specifically. Those who obviously couldn't reach the High Heaven Palace in half a day weren't notified. This was also thanks to the many space arrays that Yang Kai had set up in the Northern Territory that were connected to the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, not even a quarter of the people would be able to come. It was because of those space arrays that 200 people from the Emperor realm could gather in half a day. The Dragon Tiger sect, the Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai nodded lightly and waved his hand. "If you're not here, then don't come." Although his tone was calm and did not reveal the slightest bit of malice, the people of the Emperor realm who were present could still hear the unfriendliness in his words. They secretly sighed. These 2 sects would probably no longer be able to establish themselves in the Northern Territory in the future. They might even be eradicated by this guy. They could not help but feel a little sad for the loss of the rabbit and a little angry at Yang Kai for acting arbitrarily. A sect that had only risen 30 years ago actually controlled the future of the cultivator and the rise and fall of the sect in the entire Northern Territory. No one would believe such a thing. However, the other party's fists were too big, and they also had the precedent of destroying the Seeking Passion sect. Therefore, even if they felt resentment and anger in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it. Everyone, I'm sure you're all wondering why I've gathered all of you here in my high heaven palace. I'll tell you now. First, it's to save people, and second, it's to kill. A middle-aged man cupped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask, Palace Master Yang, who do you want us to save and who do you want us to kill?" With so many masters gathered together, the commotion they would cause would not be small. Basically, 1/5 of the top combatants in the Northern Territory were gathered here. He really couldn't understand what kind of situation would require so many people to be mobilized. Even the 4 top forces had almost all come out. Yang Kai glanced at him. He didn't know which sect master this man was, but he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master and had a righteous aura. He didn't show any fear when facing Yang Kai's gaze, so he nodded lightly and said, "The person I want to save is a cultivator in the Southern Territory. Like everyone here, they are the sect masters and sect masters of the Southern Territory." A cultivator in the Southern Territory? An uproar broke out in the hall. No one had expected that today's matter would involve the Southern Territory. This was the Northern Territory, so far away from the Southern Territory. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a nearby thirst. Palace Master Yang wanted to save the people in the Southern Territory, so why did he gather the people in the Northern Territory? Compared to this, everyone was more shocked by what happened to the Southern Territory's sect masters and sect masters. Why did so many people need to be mobilized to save them? Although they weren't in the same territory, since they were sect masters and sect masters, they definitely weren't weak. At the very least, they were the Emperor Realm's sect masters. If even they couldn't solve the problem, how could they? "The ones we need to kill are demons," Yang Kai shouted, suppressing the noise. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at him with their eyes wide open. Even Ji Yao, who had always been cold, had a change in her expression. Yang Kai didn't care what they thought and continued, "Hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory have become the demon race's trap. They are trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple and can't escape. At any time, they could be corroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race's dangerous path. Right now, their only hope is this seat, so this seat needs everyone's help to break the Orthodoxy Temple's protective array, kill the demons, and rescue the people in the Southern Territory." These words were simply outrageous, shocking everyone present and making them feel dizzy, instinctively thinking that Kai Yang was just joking. First of all, the Southern Territory was so far away, so who would know? But Yang Kai just had to say it with certainty. Second of all, the existence of the demons was far too distant. It was said that they had been corroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race's people, but where did the demonic chi come from? The situation is like this. I don't care if you believe me or not. Once you arrive, you will naturally know. When you go to the Southern Territory, everyone must remember one thing. You must protect yourselves well and not be easily corroded by the demonic chi. You must also guard against the demonic chi's possession. If the former appears, this seat may have a chance to save you, but if the latter, good luck. Let's go. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment before immediately leading the Emperor Realm's people into the space array. The High Heaven Palace's array was not small and could transport 20 to 30 people at a time. With Yang Kai here, it didn't even need to be inlaid with source crystals. It only needed to be activated by activating the space principles. After the light flashed, groups of people disappeared. No matter what they thought at the moment, they were tactful and didn't raise any objections, obediently following the arrangements. At the back of the crowd, an ordinary-looking woman and an elderly man were gathered together. Both of them were second-order emperors and were sect masters of first-class sects in the Northern Territory. They were only slightly inferior to the High Heaven Palace, Ice Heart Valley, and the other 3 great forces. Except for the fact that they didn't have a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had fewer people in the Emperor Realm, their foundation was also extraordinary. The 2 of them were together, quietly communicating with each other. The woman said, "This high heaven palace is too much. First, they gave us half a day to get here, then they didn't even ask for our permission before directly asking us to fight the demons. How can they do this?" The elderly man nodded. "Yes, it's too much. Previously, everyone was forced to submit because of the high heaven palace's strength and prestige, so they already had resentment in their hearts. Now that they were suddenly dragged out to fight the demons and save a group of strangers from the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, the resentment in their hearts deepened." The woman continued, "Do they really think that the Northern Territory belongs to the High Heaven Palace? This is just the beginning and they're already like this. What will happen in the future?" The elderly man smiled bitterly. "Life will be difficult." The woman glanced at him. "Do you want to be bullied like this forever and be powerless to resist?" The elderly man was shocked. "Resist? How are you going to resist? I advise you not to act recklessly. The foundation of the High Heaven Palace is right here. Do you see those 3 monster clans? Those are the 3 monster kings, each of them comparable to a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master. How can we be their opponents?" The woman snorted coldly. "A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. The High Heaven Palace has caused a lot of trouble in the Northern Territory recently. Which sect doesn't have any complaints? Who is willing to be ordered around by them? As long as the Northern Territory's sects can unite, what can the High Heaven Palace do?" The elderly man said thoughtfully, "You want to unite with the others?" The woman said, "For the sake of the future, this is the only way. If the High Heaven Palace is tactful, they will naturally take a step back. If not, how can they compete with the entire Northern Territory? Even if the other 3 sects join forces, it won't work. The key is whether or not the people are united." The elderly man nodded slightly and said, "After this incident, this old master reckons that everyone is aware of the crisis. If there is a chance to resist, they won't miss it. Otherwise, if their lives are in the hands of others, I'm afraid they won't be able to live comfortably. After this incident, you and I might as well go out and walk around more. If there is a chance, it won't be too late to discuss it in detail." "That's reasonable. Then let's agree on this first. And let's not talk about it for now. It's our turn. I don't know where we are going." The woman and elderly man stood on the space array with some other people from the Emperor realm. Suddenly, a light enveloped them and they felt dizzy. It was as if they were shuttling through the endless void. Even as strong as they were, they still felt dizzy and their knowledge sea was in chaos. When they finally came back to their senses, the uncomfortable feeling spread throughout their body. The woman felt that she was standing on solid ground. Her face was slightly pale, and even her footsteps were a little shaky. She heard a low shout in her ear, "Don't block there. Hurry up and come down. There are more people coming from behind." Before she could see who was speaking, the woman hurriedly dodged to the side. She pinched her fingers together and silently circulated her secret art to relieve the uncomfortable feeling. However, her face was full of suspicion. It wasn't that she hadn't used a space array before. This time, she came to High Heaven Palace through a space array. She had used it many times before when she was traveling around the Northern Territory, but she had never felt as uncomfortable as this time. This was the first time she had experienced such a feeling. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be happening. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could she almost not be able to withstand the pressure of a single teleportation? Opening her eyes and looking around, she saw many familiar and unfamiliar faces around her. They were all extremely pale and had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Obviously, they were all uncomfortable. The elderly man was also next to her. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, whispers came from the side. Although the voices weren't loud, everyone present was from the Emperor realm. Who couldn't hear them? The woman and elderly man were both shocked and said in horror, "The Southern Territory? Impossible, right? This is the Southern Territory? A moment ago, we were still in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. How did we end up in the Southern Territory in the blink of an eye?" Their first reaction was disbelief. However, after scanning the surroundings with their divine senses, they found that the terrain and climate here were indeed very different from the Northern Territory. It was as if they were really in the Southern Territory. Thinking about the feeling of being teleported and the records they read in the ancient books, a thought flashed through their minds. The two of them couldn't believe it. They turned their heads and looked at the space array they came from. Their eyes were burning with passion. A space array that could cross territory. Chapter 3259. It wasn't impossible to travel from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory in an instant as long as there was a space array that could cross territory. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. It seemed that only a few great emperors' sects possessed it, and it was passed down from ancient times. It was unknown whether it could still be used. The woman and the elderly man hadn't thought of this before, but after hearing the whispers around them, they finally came to their senses. Could it be that they had just used a space array that could cross territory? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was possible. Only a space array that could cross territory would have such a strong transmission aftereffect. After all, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant was not something that could be compared to the previous transmission. Where did the High Heaven Palace get a space array that could cross territory? The territory occupied by the High Heaven Palace originally belonged to the Seeking Passion sect. Most of them had visited the Seeking Passion sect before, so they were aware of the Seeking Passion sect's heritage and understood that it was impossible for the Seeking Passion sect to possess a space array that could cross territory. They had long heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai, was proficient in the space principles. Could it be that he could even arrange a space array that could cross territory? If this was true, then it would be a big deal. The woman and the elderly man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The whispers around them grew louder and louder. The words, Southern Territory, appeared more and more frequently. Some people didn't believe it, while others, like them, stared at the space array with burning eyes. If this was really a space array that could cross territory, then it would be a huge treasure. Just like how Yang Kai could see the benefits brought by the flow of goods between the two territory, they could naturally see that with such a space array connecting the north and south, any sect could become rich. For the sake of caution, the woman was about to ask the people of the High Heaven Palace about it, but when she looked around, her face turned sluggish. The elderly man hadn't recovered from the shock of instantly arriving at the Southern Territory and crossing the space array, so when he saw the woman's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The woman didn't respond at all, but her eyes were fixed in a certain direction. The old man was puzzled. Following her line of sight, he was instantly dumbfounded. Over there stood 8 or 9 stone golems, each of them several zhang tall. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Just by looking at them, they gave off a strong visual impact. Their bodies, which seemed to be made of stone, were filled with an indescribable sense of power. No one dared to doubt their valiant fighting strength. Could this be the legendary stone mongoose? Wasn't it said to be extinct? Why were there so many of them here? It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all there was to it. On the other side of the stone mongoose, there were a lot of silhouettes. There weren't many of them, only about 30 of them, but every one of them was emitting a terrifying demonic chi. Previously, the woman and the elderly man were too focused on the existence of the space magic array to notice the demonic chi. At this moment, when they used their hearts to examine it, their expressions changed drastically. These monster race cultivators were all Monster King level existences. None of them were a match for them. The woman and the elderly man clearly saw the 3 monster kings of the High Heaven Palace mingling with the other monster race cultivators, laughing and chatting. Counting carefully, there were 32 of them. In other words, there were 32 monster kings here. What kind of power was this? One had to know that most of the so-called top sects only had a single third-stage Emperor Realm Master. For example, the Fire Dragon Palace only had Li Jiao, the High Sky sect only had Mi Qi, the Seeking Passion sect only had one, and Ice Heart Valley only had Bing Yun. In comparison, the power represented by these 32 monster kings was extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, the 200 cultivators of the Emperor Realm gathered in the Northern Territory wouldn't be able to defeat them even if they joined forces. They would only stand a chance if they worked together. Were they also helpers invited by the High Heaven Palace's palace master? Where did this group of monster kings come from? Why had they never heard of the existence of these monster kings before? Gudong. The sound of gulping could be heard as everyone's attention shifted from the territory crossing space array to the monster kings. The monster kings obviously felt it too. Many monster kings opened their bloody mouths as if they were pranking them. The demonic chi on their bodies became even more terrifying, causing the cultivators of the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory to tremble in fear. They were afraid that these guys would madly rush in and start a massacre. If that happened, they would be doomed. The woman suddenly remembered a rumor. Her pupils shrank as she stared at the 2 men and 1 woman standing in front of the 32 monster kings. She quietly transmitted her voice, 32 monster kings. What do you think? What do you think? The elderly man subconsciously replied. The woman said, I heard that in the Eastern Territory, there is a savage desolation ancient land that retains its savage aura. It has not changed even after thousands of years. And in that savage desolation ancient land, there are 4 Saint Masters, and each of them has 8 powerful monster kings under their command. The elderly man blankly said, for Saint Masters, and each of them has 8 monster kings. Wouldn't that be a perfect number of 32? Actually, he had heard of this rumor before, but it was just a rumor. Without seeing it with his own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. But there was no such coincidence in this world. There were 32 monster kings in the savage desolation ancient land, and there were 32 here. The elderly man's face was pale as he said, Are you saying that they came from the savage desolation ancient land? That is the Eastern Territory? The woman said, What's wrong with the Eastern Territory? We came from the Northern Territory. So that's how it is. So the 3 monster kings in the High Heaven Palace came from the savage desolation ancient land. The existence of Ying Fei, Xie Wei, and Shi Lei was not a secret, but many people in the Northern Territory did not understand how Yang Kai managed to subdue these 3 monster kings and put them in the High Heaven Palace as guards. Until now, this question that had puzzled everyone for a long time finally found a suitable answer. That makes sense. Those legendary stone mongoose that was rumored to have gone extinct probably came from the savage desolation ancient land. The elderly man gently nodded. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, If these stone mongoose and monster king came from the savage desolation ancient land, then who are the 3 in front of us? The woman turned her head stiffly to look at him. She had thought of this question a long time ago. At this moment, she said word by word, Holy Spirit. The elderly man immediately lowered his head. After thinking for a while, he said, This old man thinks that what we said before was not well thought out. Let's take our time to think about it. Originally, they wanted to wait until this matter was over to contact the other northern territories, the Emperor realm, to resist the pressure of the High Heaven Palace. But now that they saw that Yang Kai had casually gathered so many helpers, including the Stone Mongoose, the Monster King, and the Holy Spirit, who would dare to act rashly. Although they might all be in the Eastern Territory, with the existence of the Trans-Territory Space Magic Circle, it would only take a breath's time to travel from the Eastern Territory to the Northern Territory. Since they were here now, it meant that the Eastern Territory also had a Trans-Territory Space Magic Circle. If they really pissed off the High Heaven Palace and dragged this group of people to the Northern Territory, even if all the Northern Territory's sects worked together, they might not be a match for them. Not to mention, when the time came, people would definitely be divided. The woman nodded in agreement. Actually, it's not bad to have a leading sect in the Northern Territory. It's better than being scattered. She was probably comforting herself. There were more than 200 people from the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. If the woman and elderly man could see the Stone Mongoose and Monster King's origins, there was no reason why the others couldn't. At this moment, when they saw so many Monster King and Holy Spirits waiting obediently here, they didn't dare to complain. They all looked down and waited obediently at the side. The shock in their hearts didn't need to be told to outsiders. Mi Qi and Li Jiao huddled together. The former's expression kept changing. He secretly felt lucky that he didn't fall out with the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a High Sky sect now. He probably wouldn't even know how he died. Li Jiao's performance was not bad. After all, he had caused a ruckus on Dragon Island with Yang Kai. He also knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and a dragon lady. Therefore, even though he was a little shocked by Yang Kai's methods and reputation, he was one of the few people who were relatively calm. He even had a strange sense of superiority. He thought that if Yang Kai really called the dragon race from Dragon Island over, it would be very interesting. However, he didn't know what kind of attitude Dragon Island had towards Yang Kai. Logically speaking, with Dragon Island like this, they were bound to be Dragon Island's archenemy. However, the key was that Yang Kai had sex with a dragon lady. Just as everyone was shocked, Yang Kai led the last group of people to the spatial formation. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Yang Kai's gaze swept across everyone and said loudly, "This is the Southern Territory. The Orthodoxy Palace is not far away. Later, I ask that everyone work together to help me save people and prevent the demons from escaping. The most important thing for everyone is to protect yourselves and not be affected by the demonic qi. Secondly, capture those who are affected by the demonic qi. Try not to kill them if you can. Can't kill them?" Everyone was shocked. Fan Ku frowned and said, "Since they have already become the demon race, why leave them alive? If they couldn't kill them, then they could only capture them alive." Although everyone present was strong, capturing them alive was still a bit troublesome. Moreover, what was the use of capturing them alive? It was easy to become the demon race, but it was extremely difficult to get rid of the demonic thoughts. In his opinion, as long as they were affected by the demonic qi, there was no need to keep them alive. "I have my own plans. Of course, if I have no other choice, I would rather kill them than let a single demon escape." Yang Kai said with a serious expression, "Do you all understand?" "Understood." The 200 people from the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory shouted in unison. At this time, no one dared to disrespect Yang Kai. A group of Monster King and 3 people who were suspected to be holy spirits were watching. "First, I ask that everyone surround the Orthodoxy Palace and follow my orders." Yang Kai waved his hand and led the way towards the Orthodoxy Palace. "Let's go." A group of people followed closely behind him. A moment later, a faintly discernible curtain of light appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the Orthodoxy Temple's grand protective array. Everyone's heart trembled at the sight of this grand array. Such a grand array was the foundation of a top sect. As they approached the grand array, Yang Kai waved his hands left and right, and the several hundred people instantly split into 2 groups and flew out in an orderly manner along the Orthodoxy Temple's spirit array, stopping at regular intervals. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they had completely surrounded Orthodoxy Temple. Chapter 3260. While Yang Kai and the others were taking action, inside Orthodoxy Temple, Lei Gu, whose body was wrapped in demon qi, apparently received the news. He turned his head to look at the demon next to him and asked, "Are you sure?" The demon cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Master, I'm absolutely sure. There are more than 200 people, all of them from the Emperor realm." This demon was wearing the robes of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was obvious at a glance that he was a member of Orthodoxy Temple. His cultivation was also at the First Order Emperor realm, and he was probably an elder of Orthodoxy Temple, but at this moment, he had obviously been possessed by a demonic sense. Lei Gu's eyes flashed as he frowned. How is this possible? The layout of the Southern Territory was very meticulous, and they had taken advantage of the martial meet to plot against many Emperor realm masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples. They had been scheming against the unsuspecting, so there was no way they could have been foolproof, but they had not expected that Yang Kai would make a mistake at the last moment. He also didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had disappeared for more than a decade, would participate in the Southern Territory's martial gathering, so he sent someone to lure him away and assassinate him secretly. Who knew that even that person would fail, making him depressed? Only now did he realize that the person with the space divine technique was really good at preserving his life. And in less than a day, where did that surnamed Yang find so many helpers? And all of them were from the Emperor realm. But the demon under his command spoke with such certainty that he had no choice but to believe it. To be safe, he decided to take a look himself. After exhorting a few words to the demon, his figure flickered and he arrived at the mountain gate. Looking around, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. Yang Kai, who had been away for a day, had returned, and he had indeed brought a lot of helpers with him. In addition to Shihua, who had been staying here to monitor the situation, there were also 8 or 9 stone golems and a dozen or so people from the Emperor realms surrounding him. Looking around, outside the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Temple, there was a person standing in the air at regular intervals. When they saw him appear, they all looked up. They really were from the Emperor realm, and there were quite a few of them. Although Lei Gu wasn't sure how many people Yang Kai had brought with him, it seemed that the demon's report was correct. Where did he find so many from the Emperor realm? It had only been a day. Even if he had rushed to the various sects in the southern territory to inform them, it was impossible for him to find so many reinforcements in such a short time. Lei Gu's expression became a bit solemn. He vaguely felt that things weren't going well. If this plan failed, then Yang Kai would definitely be the main culprit. His heart was filled with hatred. After planning for so many years, his grand plan was going to fail in the hands of a single person. How could he not be angry? As expected, it has become the demon race. Ji Yao was standing beside Yang Kai. After seeing Lei Gu, she immediately clicked her tongue in wonder and sized him up. This was also her first time seeing the cultivator of the demonic chi and become the demon race. Even though it was her first time seeing it, the black energy on Lei Gu's body gave her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. There was a kind of rejection that came from the depths of her soul. Was this the demonic chi? It really was filthy. Lei Gu, today will be the day of your death. Yang Kai shouted through gritted teeth. The sight of his enemy made his eyes turn red. Lei Gu's expression was cold and he didn't say a word. He suddenly turned around and left, not even intending to say a word to Yang Kai. He came here mainly to see if the information was wrong. Now that it was confirmed, there was no need to stay any longer. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He knew that this guy was going to cut off all means of retreat, so he immediately shouted, "Is the temple master here?" His voice was activated by his Emperor Qi and like rolling thunder, it spread into the depths of Orthodoxy Temple. A hearty laugh immediately came from inside. Not dead yet. "Temple master, hold on a little longer. I'll save you now," Yang Kai shouted again. When Zishan's voice came, "Okay." Although he didn't know what was going on outside, since Yang Kai had returned, he must have found help. Now that everyone's hope of escaping was on Yang Kai, he could only trust him unconditionally. "Little brat, why aren't you attacking? If you keep talking, your temple master is going to become the demon race." Ma Qing's exasperated voice also came. When Zishan laughed, "Bullshit, you're the one who's going to become the demon race." Yang Kai grinned when he heard this. Fortunately, they were still in the mood to bicker. This meant that the situation hadn't reached the most critical point yet. He raised his hand high and his voice resounded in all directions. "Everyone, heed my order." Clanging sounds could be heard as swords and sabers were drawn. Emperor artifacts were summoned one after another. Monster Qi and Emperor Qi were rolling, ready to attack. Yang Kai's raised hand swung down fiercely as he shouted, "Attack!" As he spoke, a dark moon blade slashed forward and slammed into the light curtain of Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array. A poochie sound immediately rang out as the light curtain caved in slightly and ripples spread out from the center of the impact. In the next moment, hundreds of attacks of various shapes and sizes bombarded the light curtain from all directions, causing it to sway unsteadily. For a moment, the sky darkened as the world energy became chaotic and various principles intertwined like a net. Before the light curtain of the grand array could be stabilized, it began to sway from side to side. It looked like it was about to collapse, but to everyone's surprise, the light curtain actually withstood a round of fierce attacks and did not collapse in the first place. Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array was naturally extraordinary. If someone had been in charge of it, it might have been able to repair itself quickly, but at this moment, this spirit array was only defending itself on its own. There was no one in charge of it, so even if it had some self-repairing ability, it was of little use. It wasn't that Lei Gu didn't want to stay here to preside over the spirit array, But he also knew that the situation was hopeless. With so many masters joining forces to attack, even if he was in charge, the spirit array wouldn't be able to last much longer. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to think of something else that might give him a chance. The first wave of attacks had only just stopped when the second wave arrived, and it was even more ferocious than the first. The heavens and earth changed color and the universe was turned upside down. Everyone in the Emperor realm felt an indescribable sense of excitement rise in their hearts. Never before had so many masters taken action together. Just the momentum alone was enough to shock anyone who saw it, and as a part of this scene, the helpers Yang Kai had brought naturally shared the glory of this event. With a series of rumbles, the spirit array collapsed and the light curtain that had been covering Orthodoxy Temple burst like a soap bubble. Kill! Yang Kai roared and was the first to rush in. Beside him, Jiao also followed closely behind, her figure graceful, but as she rushed into Orthodoxy Palace, she turned her head and glanced to the side. On a small slope, there was a woman's corpse. She had a beautiful figure and beautiful features, but her eyes were wide open, as if she had died with a grievance. She didn't know what the relationship between this woman and Yang Kai was, but just now, Yang Kai had clearly glanced in that direction, and after looking, there was a trace of pain in his eyes. Ji Yao's eyes flashed and she pointed down. A snowflake floated out and lightly fell on the woman's corpse. The snowflake didn't melt and instead released an extremely cold aura. In the blink of an eye, the woman's corpse was sealed in a block of ice. A group of demon dwellers wrapped in black qi rushed in. They all had dull expressions and seemed to have lost their minds. They were like walking corpses. They wore different clothes, but they were obviously disciples of the various sects in the southern territory. They waved their weapons and charged at the group of people from the Emperor realm without any regard for their lives. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt. His figure was erratic as he flitted past one demon dweller after another. He reached out and gently patted them on the back of their heads. The group of demon dwellers suddenly fell from the sky like dumplings and into the forest below. Yang Kai didn't kill them. Others might not be able to solve the problem of being corroded by the demonic qi and becoming the demon race, but he could dispel the demonic qi and let these demon dwellers regain their consciousness. Otherwise, if he really started a massacre, the Yuan qi in the southern territory would definitely suffer a great loss. But at this time, he didn't have the time to take care of them one by one. He could only knock them out as soon as possible. They didn't fly too high, so even if they fell like this, it wouldn't be fatal, not to mention there was still the forest below. The people behind Yang Kai also followed suit. While urging their Emperor Qi to protect themselves, preventing the demonic Qi from corroding their bodies, they also knocked out their enemies. The demon dwellers who rushed over were all below the Emperor realm, so how could they be a match for them? Even if they didn't fear death after becoming the demon race, they still didn't have the qualifications to fight the Emperor realm. One by one, the demon dwellers fell unconscious, creating a spectacular scene. But there were too many of these demon dwellers, at least 1,000, and this was only from the direction of the sect gate. If the demon dwellers in the other directions of the Orthodoxy Temple were included, Yang Kai estimated that in just one day, the number of disciples from the southern territory who had become the demon race had reached tens of thousands. With Yang Kai taking the lead, the dozen or so people stabbed into the camp of those who had become the demon race like a sharp knife. Wherever they went, no one was able to withstand a single blow. That's all there is to it, huh? A First-Order Emperor Realm Elder from the High Skies sect laughed. Before, Yang Kai had gathered so many masters and made such a big scene that it was inevitable that people would feel nervous. They thought that the so-called demon dwellers were very powerful, but now that they had fought against them, they realized that they were just SOSO. It seemed that whether it was a demon dweller or not, strength was the foundation of everything. He wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Most people who came into contact with the demon dwellers for the first time had the same thought. The demonic qi of the demon dwellers was indeed a little strange. It was extremely corrosive and full of evil and filth, but everyone had their emperor qi protecting their bodies and many of them were wearing artifact armors, so they weren't afraid of the thin demonic qi at all. Although the dozen or so people were surrounded by thousands of people, they talked and laughed as usual. Although there were many demon dwellers, with the methods of these dozen or so people, it would probably take less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to knock them all out. When that time came, they would converge and directly attack the depths of the Orthodoxy temple. Lei Gu would definitely not be able to escape. But at this moment, many of the demon dwellers' faces suddenly turned red and their bodies swelled up as if they were being inflated. Their bellies swelled up as if they were pregnant for 10 months. Painful sounds came from their throats as the demonic chi on their bodies fluctuated violently. The sudden turn of events caused many people to be stunned. Their movements couldn't help but slow down a lot, but everyone felt a faint sense of crisis. "Be careful!" Yang Kai's face changed as he let out a loud shout. He grabbed the neck of one of the demon cultivators and squeezed it hard, trying to make it faint. However, the demon cultivator just stared at him with his eyes wide open and showed no signs of stopping his body from expanding. Chapter 3261. With a loud bang, the demon cultivator exploded, leaving no corpse behind, but there was no blood spattering. Instead, the demon cultivator turned into a mass of pitch-black demonic chi that wrapped around Yang Kai. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk as the sounds of explosions rang out one after another, the demon cultivators exploded, causing Yang Kai's heart to sink. Up in the sky, where the Orthodoxy temple had been fighting, the dense mass of demonic chi grew rapidly like black mushrooms as the demon cultivators exploded, covering a large area in the blink of an eye, forming a black cloud that covered a radius of more than a dozen kilometers. The dozen or so disciples of the Emperor realm who were following closely behind Yang Kai were caught off guard and were all wrapped up in this black cloud. Even Yang Kai was not spared. Everyone who had been talking and laughing a moment ago suddenly paled. The thin demonic chi that they had not taken seriously until now had become hundreds of times denser and its power had risen sharply. With a sizzling sound, the demonic chi began to corrode everyone's protective emperor chi. Even as strong as the disciples of the Emperor realm, they felt their protective emperor chi on the verge of collapse. In a very short period of time, holes began to appear in their protective emperor chi, causing many of them to cry out in panic. No one needed to say anything. The dozen or so people almost did not hesitate as their figures flickered and they frantically fled. When everyone escaped from the black cloud's range and looked back, their faces were filled with lingering fear. No one had expected those demon cultivators to self-detonate, and the power of their explosions was so terrifying. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Previously, there had been thousands of demon cultivators rushing towards them, but they had only knocked out 300 to 400 of them, but in that instant, at least 500 to 600 of them had self-detonated. In other words, just in their direction, the elite disciples of the Southern Territory had lost 500 to 600. It must be the same in the other directions. It could be said that the Southern Territory's elite disciples had suffered heavy losses. "Brother Chin!" A terrified voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and narrowed his eyes. He saw a middle-aged man standing there with a helpless look on his face. His emperor chi had been broken, and his body was wrapped in a dark demonic chi. This demonic chi was like a living creature, drilling into his body through his pores and orifices, causing his aura to change dramatically in a very short time. Even his eyes were covered in this dark demonic chi. Yang Kai didn't know who this person was, but he should be a helper that he had recruited from the Northern Territory. He also didn't know which sect he was from. When the people around him saw this, they all turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered to the side, staring at him vigilantly, afraid that he would suddenly attack them. The man himself was obviously a little confused, his hands spread out in front of his eyes as he stared blankly, then looked up at Yang Kai and begged, "Palace Master Yang, save me." If the demonic chi completely eroded his mind, he would be no different from those demon cultivators who had self-detonated before. At that time, his life and death would be out of his control, and he wouldn't even know when he would self-detonate. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai appeared in front of him, his aura suddenly changing dramatically. As he chanted an incantation, a ray of light shot out from his hand and enveloped the man. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the dark demonic chi seemed to have encountered its nemesis, and as the light enveloped the man, the dark demonic chi rushed out of his pores before dissipating. The man's chaotic mind stabilized, and a feeling of escaping death filled his heart as he excitedly said, "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Although he didn't know what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used, he could clearly feel that the demonic chi that had invaded his body had been expelled. "Be careful." Yang Kai glanced at them coldly. They were from the Emperor realm, and they had almost become the demon race. How foolish. He also saw that it was not that the demonic chi was difficult to guard against, but that it was the first time these guys had come into contact with demon cultivators, and they had been a little careless just now. Otherwise, they would have only needed to maintain their Emperor Chi to protect themselves, and this situation would not have happened. Perhaps it was also because those demon cultivators had self-detonated at close range. Otherwise, how could he have lasted so long under the monstrous demonic Chi outside Maplewood City when he was only from the First Order Dao Source realm? Even if the demonic Chi was corrosive, as long as he protected himself and did not give it a chance, it would not be a big problem. Wizard technique. On the crown of a big tree in the distance, a dark shadow lurking in the shadows saw this scene, and his eyes could not help but shrink. Others did not know what method Yang Kai had used to expel the demonic Chi, but he knew that it was the wizard technique. In ancient times, the demon race had suffered a great loss at the hands of those great wizards, and it was because of this that he was so shocked. There was actually someone in this era who knew the wizard technique? And looking at the way he had cast it, it seemed that he was extremely proficient in the wizard technique, otherwise, it would not have been so easy to cast an exorcism technique. But how was this possible? Heroes were created in every era, and every era had its own laws. With the current laws of heaven and earth, how could there be someone who could cultivate the wizard technique? Before he could finish his thoughts, his eyes suddenly blurred, and a figure stood in front of him like a ghost. This person was shocked and quickly retreated without thinking. Condense. A cold voice entered his ears, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He looked up and saw that Yang Kai, who was originally a few li away, had appeared in front of him at some unknown time. And after he spat out that word, the surrounding space suddenly solidified, turning into a formless cage that surrounded him. He struggled with all his might, urging his own strength to break free from the power of imprisonment, but he felt like he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the more he sank. Demonic intent. Yang Kai stared at his pitch-black eyes and coldly snorted. This person was clearly different from those demons who had fearlessly rushed over. Although those demons who had been corroded by the demonic chi had become the demon race, they had lost their ability to think. Meanwhile, this person in front of him could move on his own. This person had undoubtedly been possessed by the demonic intent, just like Lei Gu. And from his appearance, he should be an elder of the Emperor realm from the Orthodoxy Palace. "You deserve to die." This person gritted his teeth and growled, his body suddenly expanding. He was about to self-destruct. Obviously, he knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent and was even more unwilling to be captured. "You want to self-destruct in front of me? Look at me." Yang Kai shouted as a golden slit suddenly appeared in his right eye and poured out his spiritual energy in a seemingly corporeal manner. The demonic intent who was about to self-destruct was stunned, his inflated body involuntarily shriveling. Before he could react, Yang Kai had grabbed him by the neck and stuffed him into the sealed world bead to be suppressed. Yang Kai didn't kill him because there were still many things he didn't understand. If he left him alive, he might be able to get some useful information. In addition, Yang Kai also wanted to see if he could save this person from being possessed by the demonic intent, just like how he had rescued those who had been corroded by the demonic chi. After succeeding in his attack, Yang Kai turned around and looked back, his brow furrowing. He saw the huge black cloud in the sky tumbling, and then hundreds of vortexes appeared. The dense black chi poured into these vortexes and soon disappeared. In a flash, the black cloud disappeared and hundreds of figures with demonic chi appeared again. They were part of the thousands of demon dwellers just now. Of the thousands of demon dwellers, 500 to 600 had self-destructed, and 300 to 400 had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai and the others. The remaining 100 or so had been hiding in the black cloud all this time and only now revealed themselves. And after devouring the demonic chi formed by their companions who had self-destructed, each of them had greatly improved in strength. The aura they exuded was not much weaker than that of the people of the Emperor realm. What the hell? The High Sky Sect elder's eyes trembled, his face full of shock. Only now did he realize how ridiculous he had been for underestimating the enemy. At first, they didn't put the 1,000 or so demon dwellers in their eyes, but who would have thought that in the end, they would be able to gather a force that could fight against them. But soon, everyone found that something was wrong. Because although the hundreds of demon dwellers had greatly improved in strength, they stood in place stupidly, like wooden stakes. Hurry up and knock them out. Yang Kai shouted, his heart understanding. It seemed that these demon dwellers who had been corroded by the demonic chi temporarily did not have the ability to move on their own. The reason they had rushed over just now was because they had been driven by someone. And the one who had driven them should be the Orthodoxy Temple Elder who had been possessed by the demonic chi. Now that he had captured the one who had driven them, the hundreds of demon dwellers immediately became like puppets with their strings cut. The dozen or so people heard the voice and carefully rushed over to the 100 demon dwellers, but after a few exchanges, they found that these demon dwellers showed no signs of resistance and were knocked unconscious one after another. Seeing this, Yang Kai was even more certain of his conjecture. These demon dwellers who had been corroded by the demonic chi really did not have the ability to move on their own. He didn't know whether it was because they had always been like this or because they had become the demon race for too short a time. At this moment, there was no time to think about it. Yang Kai soared into the air and looked around. He saw that the Orthodoxy Temple had been divided into more than 20 battlefields, each of them fiercely engaged in battle. The situation on his side could be considered good. The Northern Territory expert from the Emperor realm who had been corroded by the demonic chi had been saved by him and did not become the demon race. The Orthodoxy Temple Elder who had driven the demon dwellers had been captured by him, and the demon dwellers had also lost the ability to move. However, the other battlefields did not have such a good start. Yang Kai could clearly see that the Northern Territory experts from the Emperor realm had already become the demon race and were turning against their former allies. These demon dwellers were enraged and could only fight back. They could not kill the demon dwellers, so a lot of their energy and manpower were tied up. The demon dwellers who had swallowed a large amount of demonic chi and had greatly increased their strength had also rushed in without fear of death and were fighting to the death with the allied forces from the Eastern and Northern Territory. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he turned his gaze towards a certain place down below and sent a few words to the Stone Puppet Clan elder with his divine sense. The elder and the 8 stone mongoose elders pushed forward layer by layer, beating the demon dwellers until they were in a sorry state. Their bodies were special and did not fear the demonic chi at all, so they were not worried about becoming the demon race. They also had extraordinary strength and were invulnerable. Ordinary experts from the Emperor realm were no match for them, not to mention the demon dwellers. If it were not for the fact that they were too strong and did not dare to casually attack, they would have already killed the demon dwellers. Chapter 3262. Hearing Yang Kai's message, the elder's expression changed and he immediately whispered a few words to the 8 stone mongoose. In the next moment, the 9 stone mongoose clan members spread out in all directions. On top of a tree, an Orthodoxy Temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic sense carefully concealed his aura and concealed his body, perfectly blending in with his surroundings. Many people passed by above or below him, but no one noticed his presence. He hid here and looked at a battlefield a few kilometers away, controlling hundreds of greatly improved demons to fight against a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm. At that moment, his vision suddenly darkened as a mountain appeared in front of him, blocking the light above his head. The Orthodoxy Temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic sense was startled and looked up, only to see a 10-meter-tall stone mongoose staring at him. I was discovered. I was actually discovered. And I was discovered by a stone mongoose at that. Where did the stone mongoose get such keen insight from? The Orthodoxy Temple elder was confident that his hiding was flawless. Unless there was a 3-layer Emperor realm mirror searching for him, it would be impossible for him to be discovered. Without any hesitation, the Orthodoxy Temple elder retreated. However, Right at this moment, something tightened around his feet as if he was being grabbed by a large hand. He turned his head in horror and revealed a look of disbelief. The hand that had grabbed his ankle wasn't a giant hand, but a vine. His demonic chi shook, and the vine immediately exploded into dust. But this momentary delay gave the stone mongoose a chance to attack. A huge fist came smashing down like a mountain, hitting the Orthodoxy Temple elder squarely in the chest. In an instant, the Orthodoxy Temple elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning, the sound of bones breaking resounding from his chest as he fell to the ground like a rag sack. Before he hit the ground, pieces of his internal organs spurted out from his mouth and nose, and his neck tilted to one side as he breathed his last. Even if this Orthodoxy Temple elder was possessed by the demonic sense, he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. The Stone Mongoose clan members were all extremely strong, and even a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master would be severely injured by a single punch from one of them, let alone an Orthodoxy Temple elder. The Stone Mongoose turned around and ran in another direction. A murmur came from behind. The Stone Mongoose didn't have keen senses, but with the guidance of the Wood Spirits, things were different. The Wood Spirits and the Stone Mongoose tribe worked together and fought side by side in every battle. The Wood Spirits had an unparalleled ability to sense trees. The demonic wills hidden in the trees might be difficult for others to detect, but the Wood Spirits only needed to communicate with the trees around them to know where the ambush was and provide the Stone Mongoose with the correct guidance. The 9 Stone Mongoose moved together. One by one, the demonic wills hiding in the Orthodoxy Temple were dragged out, either dead or injured. Without the control of these demonic thoughts, the Devil Cultivator quickly lost their ability to fight. They all stood there foolishly, allowing others to knock them out, and fell down like raindrops. Yang Kai looked around coldly and soon fixed his eyes on a certain direction. It was the valley where the martial meeting was taking place. When he left a day ago, the valley was filled with dark demonic chi. Today, when he returned, it was even more ferocious than the day before. When Zishan and the others were trapped in that valley, the situation here was settled. Those who were possessed by the demonic wills were mostly eliminated. Without these people, the remaining devil cultivators wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. He no longer hesitated and rushed towards the valley. Halfway there, 3 streaks of light came from 3 different directions and landed beside him. They were Fanku, Songgo, and Luanfeng. Obviously, they had seen his movement and came to help. No matter how much they hated Yang Kai and how much they wanted to slap him to death, Yang Kai still had that woman behind him. She was the natural enemy of all divine spirits. Before that woman entered the blood door, she had been intimate with Yang Kai. They also knew how important Yang Kai was to her. If Yang Kai really died in front of their eyes, when that woman came out, the 3 of them would definitely have a hard time. Therefore, Fan Ku and the others had to stay by Yang Kai's side to prevent any accidents. The 4 figures sped along without the slightest obstruction. Soon, they arrived at the side of the valley and landed on a mountain peak. The 3 holy spirits furrowed their brows as they glanced over. Their eyes were filled with dread. This was because the valley was filled with rich demonic chi. The demonic chi was rolling and squirming like a living creature. They didn't know how such demonic chi was formed, but they were certain that once they fell into it, they would definitely have a hard time. In the middle of the valley, there were some sounds of fighting, as if someone was trapped inside. "Boy, you ruined my plans. Do you think you can save them?" Wishful thinking, Lei Gu's voice came from somewhere in the valley, drifting erratically, making it impossible to distinguish the direction. "Hiding your head but showing your tail. If you have the ability, why don't you fight me head-on?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Lei Gu laughed loudly. "Naive, this king will deal with them first before dealing with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the devil chi in the valley began to churn even more violently. Cries of alarm rang out from the center of the valley, mixed with cries for help. Yang Kai's expression changed. "Junior sister Murong." He clearly heard Murong Xiaoxiao's voice and wanted to rush over, but he was pulled back by Luanfeng, who glared at him and said, "What are you doing? Are you courting death? Let go." Yang Kai angrily flung her hand away. Fan Wu's figure flickered and blocked in front of him, quickly saying, Yang Kai, don't be impulsive, that guy is clearly deliberately provoking you and leading you into a trap. If you really rush over, you'll fall into his trap. Song Dog also advised, yes, the demonic chi here is so strong, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the open, we need to think about it carefully. Think about it carefully, my ass. Yang Kai spat at the three divine spirits and said with a ferocious expression, my friends are all inside and I don't know how long they can hold on. If I don't go save them, do you think I'll just stand here and watch? But you can't just rush over like this, at the very least, you need to know what's going on inside, Fan Wu said with a frown. How about this? Call everyone outside over and we'll work together to expel the demonic chi in this valley. The situation will be clear at a glance. Yang Kai's face was gloomy, but he didn't insist, seemingly knowing that this was the only way. But at this moment, Murong Xiao Zhao's exclamation came again. Lei Gu, you're courting death. Yang Kai's expression darkened and his space principles fluctuated, directly disappearing from where he stood. His voice came from the boundless demonic chi as he rushed in without a care. Fan Wu and the others were dumbfounded. The Luan Feng's chi fluctuated as she said resentfully, idiot. Song Dog also shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Fan Wu's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, what are you still standing around for? Follow him. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, since Yang Kai had rushed in, they had no choice but to follow. Fortunately, the three of them were holy spirits and were naturally resistant to the demonic chi, so they weren't afraid of the demonic chi for a short period of time, but as time passed, no one could guarantee anything. What they were most worried about was Yang Kai. Who knew what kind of conspiracy Lei Gu had prepared to deal with him, but he had actually jumped into such an obvious trap. It was simply a miracle that he had survived until now. As soon as they stepped into the demonic chi, the three holy spirits' hearts sank because they had lost track of each other in an instant. The demonic chi was surging in all directions, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Even up, down, left, and right had become a blur. Bursts of ghostly cries and wolf howls rang in their ears, disturbing their minds, and murderous intent surged in all directions. Faintly discernible shadows shuttled back and forth like fish, their speed extremely fast, making it impossible for them to track them. In this unique environment, the demonic chi could definitely exert 120% of their strength, but they had to be on guard while resisting the demonic chi's corrosion. The situation was not optimistic. The three of them were quite loyal. After entering, they kept shouting Yang Kai's name, hoping to get a response, but it seemed that they were the only ones left in this world. Who else was there? In the darkness, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew forward. Murong Xiao Zhao's exclamations kept ringing in his ears, as if she was fighting with someone. Following the sound, he couldn't find anyone. Suddenly, Murong Xiao Zhao's scream came to an abrupt stop, causing the veins on Yang Kai's forehead to bulge as he came to a stop. The surroundings were silent, and no matter how Yang Kai listened, he couldn't hear anything else. The sudden stop of the scream seemed to indicate that Murong Xiao Zhao had encountered an accident. This caused Yang Kai's face to distort. He raised his hand and summoned his myriad sword. As his emperor chi surged, a shocking sword wave slashed down as he shouted angrily, Lei Gu, get out here. Lei Gu didn't react at all. Instead, where the sword wave passed, another scream rang out. Yang Kai froze for a moment before recognizing that it was Xiao Baiyi's voice. Rushing over, he saw a man leaning against a big tree, dressed in white robes and covered in blood. His hands were covering the wounds on his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to stop the blood from gushing out. Xiao Bai. Yang Kai walked up to him and asked in a trembling voice. Xiao Baiyi raised his head and looked over, his face pale, but after seeing Yang Kai, he smiled bitterly. Junior brother Yang, your injury? Yang Kai stared blankly at the wound on Xiao Baiyi's body that ran from his shoulder to his crotch. It was a sword wound, and there were still remnants of his own emperor chi fluctuations. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Junior brother, you don't have to blame yourself. Xiao Baiyi smiled at him as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I can't hold on any longer, you should run as far away as possible. Yang Kai still stood in place, his eyes fixed on the sword wound on Xiao Baiyi's body. His whole body seemed to have been immobilized, his eyes trembling slightly, filled with fear and guilt, as if he hadn't expected that he would hit Xiao Baiyi with his sword. Chapter 3263. Run! Xiao Baiyi suddenly mustered up his strength and roared, his violent movements aggravating his injuries. The Emperor Qi covering his body immediately collapsed and boundless demonic qi poured into his mouth, nose, and wounds, causing him to show signs of becoming the demon race in a very short time. A painful roar came out of his mouth as Xiao Baiyi struggled to maintain a thread of clarity. His eyes trembled violently and were gradually replaced by darkness. Just as his eyes were about to be completely filled with darkness, he suddenly showed a bitter smile and then desperately pushed his strength. His body swelled and burst open with a bang. Pieces of flesh and blood sputtered in all directions, as if a flower made of blood had bloomed under the tree. Yang Kai roared towards the sky, his voice filled with grief and indignation as his Emperor Qi surged violently and his eyes turned red. His roar came to an abrupt end as he looked around coldly and said in a gloomy voice, "Lei Gu, if I don't tear you to pieces, I swear I'm not human." As soon as these words fell, Lei Gu's laughter rang out in his ears. Yang Kai was enraged. His myriad sword bloomed with light as it slashed out in all directions, cutting into the darkness and disappearing. With the release of the sword, his mood became more and more unstable, and his eyes became redder and redder, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. It was an extremely frightening sight. "Brother Yang!" A soft and uncertain voice called out from behind him. Yang Kai didn't even look at it, turning around and slashing out with his sword. The sword qi easily broke through this person's protective Emperor Qi and passed through everything. Murong Xiao Xiao, who was covered in blood and in a sorry state, stared at him in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Then, from between her eyebrows to her chin, a line of blood appeared, and with a loud bang, her body split in half, blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground, instantly dying. Yang Kai's breathing became heavy as his blood-red eyes flashed, but that was all. The black qi around him tumbled and poured into his body without leaving a trace, but he didn't seem to notice it. After a while, his whole body became covered in demonic qi. Lei Gu's voice sounded again. "How does it feel to slaughter your fellow disciples? How does it feel to become the demon race?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and continued to wield his myriad sword mechanically. One after another, familiar or unfamiliar figures came from all directions, but they were all mercilessly cut in half by Yang Kai. Within 10 steps, everyone was killed. Soon, the ground was piled with layers and layers of corpses. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally stood up, gasping for breath. Black qi swirled around his body, and his eyes turned pitch black. Even though his cultivation had reached the second-order emperor realm, he couldn't maintain this kind of unrestrained release of power for too long. In the darkness, two figures stood tall, looking in the direction of Yang Kai through the thick demonic qi. These two were none other than Lei Gu and Feng Ming. "It should be about time," Feng Ming asked. Lei Gu furrowed his brow, as if he wasn't sure, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. However, to be cautious, he slowly shook his head and said, "He has the bloodline of the dragon race, so he has a natural resistance to demonic qi. It's best to be careful and wait a little longer." Feng Ming said, "It's not like the dragon race hasn't become the demon race before. What's more, his dragon race bloodline isn't pure. If his state of mind didn't show any flaws, he might be able to resist for a while, but he accidentally killed his fellow disciples, causing his heart demon to rise. Now that he's in this boundless demonic qi, it's already hard for him to last this long. I think he has completely become the demon race." Lei Gu nodded and said, "That's true." He was still a little hesitant. Feng Ming volunteered, "I'll go take a look. This person is rare. If I can use him, it will be a great contribution in the future." "Be careful," Lei Gu warned. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flickered as he walked towards where Yang Kai was. He wasn't careless. Although he was almost certain that Yang Kai had already become the demon race, he still needed to be on guard. His demonic essence surged, ready to retreat at any time. And following his footsteps, the boundless demonic qi took the initiative to open up a path, revealing a scene shrouded in darkness. The distance between them was less than 10 zhang. Feng Ming carefully examined Yang Kai's situation while slowly walking forward. Soon he arrived 3 feet in front of Yang Kai. Without any warning, his hand suddenly turned into a claw, grabbing at Yang Kai's chest. His claw overflowed with energy, and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was clearly powerful. With a qi sound, the claw pierced 3 inches into Yang Kai's chest, and blood splashed out in an instant. Yang Kai still didn't move, as if he couldn't feel any pain. Seeing this scene, Feng Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He was certain that Yang Kai had really become the demon race. After all, he had killed so many people without hesitation, and there were even a few of his fellow disciples among them. How could he resist the corrosion of the demonic qi under the influence of the inner demon? And from the outside, this brat had indeed been affected by the demonic qi. His actions just now were just a final test. If he had only pretended to become the demon race, then he would have reacted to his fatal attack. Now that he didn't resist, it meant that he had succeeded. On the other side, Lei Gu also let out a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. This time, he could finally report to his superiors. Originally, he didn't know how to report the failure of the Southern Territory. But now, as long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could completely offset this mistake. This person was proficient in the power of space, and he also had some dragon race bloodline, which would be very useful in the future. Feng Ming had already retracted his hand. Yang Kai's chest was instantly bleeding, but his expression was dull, as if he didn't feel anything. He walked around Yang Kai in a circle and seriously examined him. Feng Ming nodded and said, "Good, good, good." Once again standing in front of Yang Kai, he suddenly took out a pitch-black box from his chest. That box was made of an unknown material, neither gold nor jade. When he opened the box, a seed-like thing appeared inside. The seed was also pitch-black and was only the size of a mung bean, but it fluctuated with a clear divine soul fluctuation, as if it wasn't a seed, but a person. Feng Ming reached out and pinched that seed, and slowly pressed it between Yang Kai's eyebrows. The moment the two touched, the pitch-black seed attached itself to Yang Kai's forehead and, as if it had come to life, squeezed into Yang Kai's head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a figure appeared in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. This figure was wrapped in black qi and constantly distorted, making it impossible to see its facial features clearly. "Is this how you possess others?" A voice suddenly called out. The black figure was startled and turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see Yang Kai's soul avatar floating quietly above his knowledge sea, holding a long saber in his hand as he smiled towards them, his smile full of ridicule and ridicule. "You haven't become the demon race." A hoarse voice called out, making it impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, but it was filled with disbelief. Seeing Yang Kai's soul avatar, how could the black figure not know that they had been deceived? If Yang Kai had really become the demon race, his soul avatar would definitely have become the demon race at this moment. All he needed to do was swallow Yang Kai's soul avatar and occupy Yang Kai's body. How was this possible? The situation of Yang Kai's body had clearly become the demon race and was being eroded by the demonic qi, so how could he still maintain his consciousness? Yang Kai had even beaten him at his own game and waited for him here. Moreover, under Feng Ming's attack just now, he had not resisted at all, so how could he be sure that Feng Ming would not take advantage of this opportunity to take his life? How audacious! How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. The black figure flickered, turned into a cloud of black mist, and tried to escape from Yang Kai's knowledge sea. However, in this world, Yang Kai dominated everything. It was easy to enter, but if he wanted to leave, he would need Yang Kai's permission, or he would need to use a stronger force to tear through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Although the black figure's strength was extraordinary, he was only a demonic sense. Without the support of a physical body, he could not display his full strength, so how could he break through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea? For a time, The black figure was like a beast trapped in a cage, struggling left and right, unable to escape, and unable to even send a message to the outside world. Yang Kai pointed the soul-severing saber at him from afar, his expression cold. Being locked on by this aura, the black figure clearly felt that a great disaster was looming over him, and even though he did not have a physical body, he still felt cold all over. He was also decisive, knowing that he could not escape from someone else's knowledge sea, so he simply turned around and rushed towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to die together with him. Chop! With a shout, the soul-severing saber trembled and turned into a saber light, slashing towards the black figure's body. With a mournful scream, the charging black figure was split in two and then exploded, disappearing without a trace. After dealing with the demonic sense that invaded his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and his soul avatar escaped from his knowledge sea. In the darkness, Yang Kai opened his eyes, moving his pitch-black eyeballs, and a faint expression appeared on his stiff face. Feng Ming stood in front of him with his hands behind his back, nodding when he saw this. "Let's go." He did not have the slightest suspicion, turning around and leaving. Yang Kai looked at his back, really wanting to stab him to death, but he still held back. Passing through the thick demonic qi, the two quickly arrived in front of Lei Gu, and Feng Ming smiled. "It's done." Lei Gu was also full of smiles, looking at Yang Kai and nodding. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Master." The smile on Lei Gu's face suddenly froze, and Feng Ming's expression also became stunned, turning his head to look. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, keenly feeling that he seemed to have given himself away. What could be wrong with just calling him master? Before he could finish his thoughts, Lei Gu and Feng Ming suddenly split up, retreating rapidly. Yang Kai also made a prompt decision. Under the urging of his space principles, the surrounding space instantly froze, and at the same time, two moon blades slashed towards Lei Gu and Feng Ming. Everything happened in a hurry, so he did not have time to prepare a killing move. As expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Lei Gu was actually able to shatter space with his powerful strength. His figure was only slightly hindered by the Moonblade, allowing him to avoid the Moonblade's attack. Chapter 3264. Feng Ming, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. He was imprisoned by the space principles, and before he could even react, the Moonblade had already arrived in front of him and pierced through his body. A crescent-shaped hole immediately appeared on his chest, and one could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 organs from the wound. He lowered his head and looked at the hideous wound on his chest and abdomen. His eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Ming's physical body was at the second-order Emperor realm, which was almost the same as Yang Kai's, but he was beaten to such a state in a single exchange. Of course, this was because he was caught off guard, but the other party's methods were just too shocking. If he was really just Feng Ming, he would definitely be unable to move after this attack, and could only wait for death. However, he was born from a demonic spirit, so even if he was fatally wounded, he didn't immediately collapse. Instead, a large amount of demonic qi grew from the wound on his chest and abdomen, wriggling and filling up the wound. On the other side, after Lei Gu dodged the Moonblade, he let out a roar and used all his strength to break free from the restraint of the space principles. He retreated with a terrified expression, wanting to return to the darkness. As long as he could dodge a few of Yang Kai's attacks, he would be able to conceal himself again. In this boundless demonic qi, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to find him. How could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? After the 2 Moonblades were sent out, Yang Kai raised his hand and threw out a small, pitch-black beast that was about a foot long. The small beast looked like an ordinary dog, but as soon as it appeared, its eyes shone with a terrifying light, filled with joy and excitement. Return to ruins. When Yang Kai returned from the frozen earth, he kept the return to ruins in the High Heaven Palace. When he went to Dragon Island, he didn't bring it with him. Since the enemies this time were demons and many demonic spirits, and the return to ruins was Nemesis, how could he not bring it with him? Previously, when he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he summoned it and quietly stuffed it into the sealed world bead. Lei Gu was slightly taken aback by the appearance of the void end. He still didn't understand why Yang Kai would bring out this little beast at this time, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror from the depths of his heart, as if he had encountered his natural enemy. The myriad sword rose up, turning into a sword net that enveloped Lei Gu, sealing off his escape routes. Meanwhile, Return to Ruins immediately pounced in front of Lei Gu. Its large mouth split open, and its small dog head immediately became larger than a house. Its mouth was filled with nothingness and primal chaos as it bit down on Lei Gu's head. Return to Ruins. Lei Gu turned pale with fright. Just now, he didn't recognize the identity of the Return to Ruins because it happened so suddenly. Now that he saw this strange situation, how could he not remember that this was the Return to Ruins? The strange beast Return to Ruins was a famous existence in the entire demon territory. Any demon race that had lived long enough would know how terrifying it was. Although the Return to Ruins in front of him wasn't a terrifying existence that could devour an entire world, at the very least, it had a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins. This was something that made all demon race members pale in fright when they talked about it. An extremely terrifying aura was transmitted from that pitch-black mouth. Lei Gu only felt his entire body turn cold. Coupled with the blockade of Yang Kai's sword net, there was no way out at all. Seeing that he was about to be bitten by the Return to Ruins, Lei Gu suddenly waved his hand. A figure charged out from the side, blocking in front of Lei Gu. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her dress fluttered, and her beautiful face was filled with indifference. Her eyes were completely covered in darkness. Gao Xueting. Yang Kai's eyes widened when he saw this, and the sword net that enveloped Lei Gu instantly dissipated. He previously guessed that Gao Xueting was poisoned, and now that he saw it, it was indeed so. She and Luo Chen were probably corroded by the demonic qi and turned to become the demon race. Gao Xueting blocked in front of him and didn't move at all. She didn't have any intention of resisting at all. So how could Yang Kai kill her? When he retracted his move, he saw the Return to Ruins closing its mouth, wanting to swallow Lei Gu and Gao Xueting. Without even thinking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and arrived at the side of the Return to Ruins, kicking out. With a whimper, the Return to Ruins was sent flying. When Yang Kai turned back to look at Lei Gu, his face couldn't help but distort. Despicable! On the other side, Lei Gu took advantage of this gap and pressed his hand on Gao Xueting's head. The demonic qi in his hand was fluctuating, and he could kill Gao Xueting at any moment. Lei Gu didn't have any joy of escaping from death at all. His expression was twitching, and he looked at Yang Kai with eyes that were about to spit fire. He didn't expect to be played by this brat. The main reason was that his acting was too realistic. He didn't dodge Feng Ming's fatal attack and allowed Feng Ming's claw to pierce 3 inches into his chest. How could he be so sure that Feng Ming was just testing him? Right now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to use Gao Xueting as a hostage. It was more like a trapped beast fighting. It shouldn't be like this. After planning for so many years and using so many demonic seeds, under normal circumstances, he should have captured the several hundred people from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of elite disciples in the Southern Territory. Then, he would have quietly turned the entire Southern Territory into a part of the demonic territory. However, the plan went wrong with Yang Kai first, so he had no choice but to change his strategy. What was even more hateful was that Yang Kai actually summoned so many powerful helpers in a single day, making his plan unable to succeed at all. In the end, he was even played at his own game, so Lei Gu's mood was naturally very bad. After disappearing for more than 10 years, why did he appear at this crucial moment? Moreover, he kept ruining his plans. Release them. Yang Kai shook the myriad sword and pointed at Lei Gu. Lei Gu stared at Yang Kai with a sinister expression. He was indifferent, as if he had already disregarded his own life and death. Yang Kai stared back at him without backing down. Seeing that he had no intention of compromising, he also felt a headache. He had already considered this situation before, but he didn't know where Gao Xueting was, so he couldn't save her first. As expected, Lei Gu still took her as a hostage. What made him feel the most helpless was that Gao Xueting had become the demon race, so she didn't have any intention of resisting. Instead, she was obedient to Lei Gu's orders. Whimpering sounds could be heard as the endless abyss crawled up from the side and whimpered a few times at Yang Kai, looking very aggrieved. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of paying attention to it, it rolled its two small eyes and fixed them on Feng Ming. Feng Ming's body was heavily injured, but he used the demonic qi to seal his wounds, so it didn't seem like his life was in danger. However, after being stared at by Return to Ruins, he immediately felt his hair stand on end. He quietly moved closer to Lei Gu. Return to Ruins crawled on the ground, his small eyes following his footsteps. Suddenly, he jumped up without any warning and pounced at Feng Ming as fast as lightning. Feng Ming's expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but Return to Ruins' bloody mouth suddenly fell from the sky. The stench enveloped him. Feng Ming roared, "Save me!" The shouts came to an abrupt end, and only the sound of someone swallowing could be heard. A lump visibly bulged out of the ultimate's throat and rolled down his throat all the way to his stomach. In the past, when Return to Ruins' bloodline had just been activated, Feng Ming had been swallowed once. However, Return to Ruins was still too weak at that time. Feng Ming relied on his powerful cultivation to fight his way out of Return to Ruins and escape. However, after all these years, Return to Ruins had already grown. In the reincarnation world, Return to Ruins had swallowed a large amount of demonic qi and the demon race, turning them into his own strength. Feng Ming had been possessed by the demonic qi and turned into a demon. Even if he was in perfect condition, Return to Ruins would still have a headache. Plus, he had already been heavily injured by Yang Kai, so how could he resist? He was swallowed in one bite. Lei Gu's expression kept changing. The corner of his eyes cautiously watched Return to Ruins as his face slightly twitched. After Return to Ruins swallowed Feng Ming, it curled its tongue and looked at Lei Gu eagerly as if it wanted to swallow him as well. Ever since it returned from the reincarnation world, it hadn't eaten anything to its liking. Now that it finally encountered a demon, it naturally wanted to feast. However, Yang Kai didn't allow it, so it didn't dare to act rashly. It could only settle for the next best thing. It opened its mouth and released a powerful suction force. The demonic qi in the surroundings surged into its mouth and decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. "You can't escape." Yang Kai indifferently looked at Lei Gu. "Quickly surrender and I can spare your life." Lei Gu calmly said, "Do you think this king is a 3-year-old child?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Your life isn't worth that much in my eyes." Lei Gu fiercely said, "But her life is different." While speaking, the hand pressing down on Gao Shueting's head slightly tightened. Gao Shueting immediately revealed a pained expression. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" Lei Gu said, "Why didn't you become the demon race?" This question had been bothering him and he couldn't wait to find out the answer. Not to mention Yang Kai's actions just now, even now, Yang Kai was also wrapped in demonic qi. He was clearly being corroded by the demonic qi, but why was he able to maintain his consciousness and not become the demon race? If he couldn't find out the answer to this question, he couldn't be at ease. "What can a mere demonic qi do to me?" Yang Kai sneered. The dantian in his body was sealed with an even purer ancient demonic qi. Compared to the demonic qi around him, it was simply a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Even if he didn't have the dragon race bloodline, Yang Kai still had a strong resistance to this demonic qi. While speaking, his body shook. When his whole body released bloody light, the demonic qi that invaded his body was all pushed out and returned to its original state. What about the demonic qi? Lei Gu's face twitched. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Where did the demonic qi come from?" Lei Gu said, "You killed so many people, many of them were from the same sect." Yang Kai snorted and said, "You want to affect my mind with just a few illusions? How can you be sure?" Lei Gu shouted. Those who were killed were indeed illusions, but in this boundless demonic qi, they were extremely real existences. Watching the fellow disciples who were on good terms with him die under his own sword, even if he had some doubts, there would definitely be flaws in his mind. Unless this person's heart was as firm as a rock, his will was firm, or he had a way to distinguish between reality and illusion. Shabai. Yang Kai showed an unfathomable smile. What? Lei Gu frowned, obviously not understanding. Don't ask if you don't understand, it will only show your ignorance, Yang Kai snorted coldly. When he first met Xiao Baiyi, he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. He had to admit that Lei Gu's method was really good, but when he said Xiao Baiyi, he knew something was wrong. Xiao Baiyi never admitted that he was Xiao Bai, he would only reiterate his name very seriously. Chapter 3265. Before entering the valley, Yang Kai suspected that Lei Gu was luring him into a trap. The most obvious was Murong Xiao Zhao's 2 screams. The 2 screams were more urgent than the last, and their intentions could not be more obvious. Yang Kai naturally rushed into the mountain valley alone with a furious look on his face, wanting to see what Lei Gu was up to. Everything that happened after that was just going with the flow, and the result was just as he had hoped. He had hooked a big fish like Lei Gu, but now, because of Gao Shueting, he was holding back. As the two exchanged a few words, the demonic qi in the valley had been greatly reduced, all of it entering the stomach of Return to Ruins. The darkness gradually dissipated, and the valley's original scenery gradually revealed itself. Figures stood tall, and there were many corpses on the ground. The entire valley was no longer green like before. It was a mess as far as the eye could see, and the ground was almost dyed red with blood. At the center of the valley, several thousand people were gathered, arranged into one array after another, and shrouded these people in either strong or dark light. These people were the people from the Southern Territory who had participated in the martial gathering this time, and had yet to become the demon race. It could be seen that they had been relying on the array to last until now, but no matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, their faces were all pale, and they were clearly at the end of their rope. Around this group of people were tens of thousands of demon dwellers, surrounding them. The dissipation of the boundless demonic qi surprised everyone. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk as the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, powerful auras appeared one after another, filling the valley in an instant. It was the group of helpers Yang Kai had brought. Fan Hua and the others saw that Yang Kai was safe and sound, and they were slightly relieved, but their gazes were quickly attracted by Lei Gu. Everyone could see that Yang Kai seemed to be confronting Lei Gu at this moment, and Lei Gu had a woman who had become the demon race as a hostage. They did not know what relationship that woman had with Yang Kai. Little Xue Ting. When Zi Shan's voice came, and his face was unprecedentedly solemn. When his purple robe fluttered, he had already arrived beside Yang Kai, his gaze deep as he looked at Lei Gu. There was no need for him to ask. He could tell what the situation was. Lei Gu's expression was gloomy as he slowly scanned his surroundings. Seeing the experts standing in great numbers in all directions, he also understood that the situation was hopeless. The plan this time could be said to have failed miserably. His heart was filled with hatred. Although there were still tens of thousands of demons that had become the demon race, the strength of those people was mixed. Moreover, the time it took for them to become the demon race was too short. They needed to be distracted to control them, so they couldn't be of much use. At most, they could only mess up the situation a little. Do you think you can escape? Yang Kai looked at Lei Gu and said indifferently, do you believe that with a single order from me, not even your bones will remain? Lei Gu laughed loudly, of course I do. However, before I die, I can drag her down with me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yang Kai nodded. I believe it too. After a pause, he said, I'll say it again. Your life isn't that valuable in my eyes. Let her go and I'll let you go. An angry shout came. It was Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Holy Master, Ma Qing. He was covered in blood, but it was unknown whether it was his own or someone else's. He was in a sorry state. He stared coldly at Lei Gu and said, he is the culprit of this matter. We can't let him go. Moreover, this matter has obviously been planned for a long time. If we capture him, we might be able to get some information out of him. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan both tilted their heads and looked at him. Ma Qing glared and said, if we let him escape this time, there may be another catastrophe in the Southern Territory. Gold Envoy Xiao, what do you say? Xiao Yu Yang frowned and didn't say a word. He naturally agreed with Ma Qing's words. He also knew that Ma Qing's words were not selfish. The The Southern Territory had been besieging and suppressing demonic wills for more than 10 years. Originally, he thought that most of them had been killed. Even if there were a few that slipped through the net, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Who would have thought that the entire Orthodoxy temple would fall without anyone noticing? No one knew who made such a big move and what their purpose was. If they could capture Lei Gu, there was hope that they would be able to get some information out of him. They would be more prepared in the future. At the very least, they would know who else among the masters in the Southern Territory had been possessed by demonic wills. Just based on this point, Lei Gu couldn't easily get away. But at this time, he couldn't make the decision. He was the gold envoy of Star Soul Palace. Normally, he could represent Star Soul Palace. With one order, no cultivator in the Southern Territory would dare to disobey, but at this moment, Xiao Yuyang turned his head and glanced at the unfamiliar masters around him. He smiled bitterly in his heart. His words were probably useless. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan were obviously trying to snatch Gao Shueting back. If he really went against them, he would be the one to lose face. Ma Qing saw that Xiao Yuyang didn't speak and naturally knew what he was worried about, so he didn't count on him. He looked at Wen Zishan and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master Wen, this Ma knows how you feel, but I still hope that Temple Master Wen will consider the overall situation and the people of the Southern Territory. You are the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Every word and action of yours is a role model for the millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory. Think twice." When Zishan's face was filled with pain as he slowly said, "Brother Ma, if Madam Qi falls into such a situation, what will you do?" Madam Qi was his first wife. She had a second-order Emperor realm cultivation and was standing next to him at this moment. Ma Qing's face twitched a few times as he gritted his teeth and said, "You have to give up something to gain something." His voice was filled with sorrow, as if he had really given up on Madam Qi. As soon as these words came out, a woman in a palace dress next to him couldn't help but tremble and lower her beautiful eyes slightly. When Zishan smiled bitterly, "Brother Ma is so bold, shut him up." Yang Kai suddenly winked at Fan Hua. Fan Hua's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ma Qing, raising his hand and pointing at him. Ma Qing was shocked, and the long sword in his hand swung out a series of sword flowers towards Fan Wu. Fan Hua coldly snorted as a savage aura burst out from his body, instantly making Ma Qing feel as if he was in an ancient world. The Emperor Qi in his body was somewhat chaotic, and his sword moves were full of flaws. Fan Hua's hand was like a butterfly flitting through flowers, passing through the sword flowers and accurately landing on Ma Qing's chest. His fingertips were bursting with energy, ready to kill Ma Qing at any time. The group of people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land were shocked. They never thought that their holy master would be subdued in one move. Fortunately, Fan Hua didn't intend to kill him, otherwise, Ma Qing wouldn't be alive right now. Although the holy master had consumed a lot of his strength and was now like a crossbow, how could he be defeated so easily with his foundation as a third-order Emperor Realm Master? A divine spirit. Ma Qing's eyes trembled as he stared blankly at Fan Hua in front of him, unable to believe his eyes. The one standing in front of him was actually a divine spirit. Although Ma Qing had never seen Fan Hua before, he couldn't be wrong about the special aura he was exuding. This person was actually a divine spirit in human form. Although he didn't know what kind of divine spirit it was, with such strength, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for him, let alone now. What frightened him even more was that a divine spirit actually obeyed Yang Kai's orders. What was wrong with this world? How could Yang Kai command a divine spirit? Fan Hua looked at him coldly. "This king is not in a good mood, so don't force me to kill you." He gently tapped Ma Qing's chest, causing him to take a few steps back. Ma Qing opened his mouth, but Madam Qi, who was standing next to him, tugged at his sleeve. In the end, he just sighed. He could tell that this divine spirit in front of him wasn't just bluffing, he really had the intention to kill him. In the valley, thousands of Southern Territory cultivators and tens of thousands of demon dwellers were facing each other, but it was completely silent. It seemed that everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Kai and Lei Gu. These two were the key to solving this matter. "All right, now we can have a good talk." Yang Kai looked past Gao Shueting and stared at Lei Gu. If you want to die, you can do it now. I guarantee that you will die without a complete corpse. When Zi Shan's eyes flashed and his heart jumped to his throat. Fortunately, Lei Gu's expression didn't change and he didn't have any intention of killing him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It seems that you want to live. That's right, it wasn't easy to possess a body and be reborn. Now that you've occupied the body of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, it's time to be free and unfettered. Who would want to die? His eyes narrowed as he waved his hand. But look around, do you think you can escape? You're threatening me. Lei Gu coldly snorted. Yang Kai said, I'm just letting you see reality. I forgot to introduce you. Do you see that one over there? That's the Divine Spirit Fan Qi from the Eastern Territory. And this one is the Divine Spirit Song Go, and this beautiful lady is the Divine Spirit Luan Feng. And these are the 32 monster kings under them. Luan Feng heard this and curled her lips. On the other hand, the 32 monster kings all showed fierce expressions. They urged their monster qi and rolling demonic qi to increase pressure on Lei Gu. The cultivator in the Southern Territory was inexplicably frightened. They were already shocked when they saw Ma Qing being subdued by Fan Qi in one move. Only now did they realize that there wasn't just one divine spirit here, but 3. And there were 32 monster kings. What kind of power was this? It was simply unheard of. Even Star Soul Palace couldn't pull such a force over, right? What made people feel slightly relieved was that they seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai, so they didn't have to worry about causing trouble in the Southern Territory. And there are more than 200 cultivators in the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai pointed to the side. Everyone raised their heads and puffed out their chests, unwilling to lose to those monster kings. Lei Gu angrily shouted, I'm not scared. Yang Kai calmly said, I don't mean to scare you, I just want to tell you that we can have a good talk. What kind of talk? Lei Gu said in a low voice. Even when he was talking, he was hiding behind Gao Shueting, not giving anyone a chance to take advantage of him. You want to live, I want her. The solution is simple, I let you go, you let her go. Lei Gu sneered, let me go first. When I'm sure it's safe, I'll let her come back. Yang Kai coldly laughed. Do you think that's possible? When Zi Shan interrupted, I'll trade for her, you can take me as a hostage and let your demonic qi fill my body. Chapter 3266. Hearing this, Lei Gu sneered, why would this king do something unnecessary? Gao Shueting was the best hostage in his hands, so there was no need to exchange her for Wen Zishan. If he really did that, there would be too many variables. Not to mention the possibility of accidents during the demonic qi infusion. Wen Zishan's cultivation was one minor realm higher than Gao Shueting's, so it wouldn't be easy to control him. If not for this, there would have been a third-order Emperor Realm Master among the cultivators who were eroded by the demonic qi to become the demon race this time. It wasn't that Lei Gu and Feng Ming didn't want to, but it was too difficult to implement, so they settled for the next best thing, which was the first-order and second-order Emperor Realm Masters. What do you want? When Zi Shan no longer had his usual carefree attitude, and his face was unprecedentedly serious, I only want her to be safe. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Lei Gu snorted, I said, let me go. When we reach a safe place, this king will naturally let her go. That's impossible. When Zi Shan slowly shook his head, how can I believe something without any guarantee? Lei Gu said calmly, if you want her to be safe, you can only gamble. At worst, we'll all die together. He pushed his demonic qi, and Gao Shueting immediately groaned. Stuff. When Zi Shan's face changed drastically, and he raised his hand and shouted. Lei Gu was about to say something when Yang Kai suddenly said, we can't agree to your proposal, and you don't agree to my proposal either. How about this, let's each take a step back. Lei Gu turned his gaze to him, let's hear it. Yang Kai said with his hands behind his back, I'll let you go, but I have to follow you. When we reach a suitable place, hand over my senior sister Gao to me. This is my bottom line. If you can't accept it, then there's no need to talk about it anymore. Lei Gu did not answer, but his eyes flickered. Wen Zishan's heart was in his throat as he secretly circulated his emperor qi, ready to take action immediately if anything went wrong. The scene in the valley seemed to be frozen. There was no sound, no movement, and time had never passed so slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Looks like you don't agree." As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, "Monster King, listen up." Boom! When the demonic qi soared into the sky, the 32 Monster Kings figures swayed and surrounded Lei Gu and Gao Shueting in 3 layers. Their escape routes were completely sealed. Every Monster King's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light. Their eyes were filled with eagerness. "I'll count to 3. If he still doesn't answer, go and tear him apart." Yang Kai's eyes coldly stared at Lei Gu. His raised hand raised a finger, and then a number jumped out from his mouth. "What?" When Zishan's body tensed up. His 2 fists clenched and unclenched, unclenched and then clenched again. The nervousness in his heart could not be any greater. 2. A second finger was raised. 32 killing intents simultaneously enveloped Lei Gu. The monster qi in every Monster King's body stirred. They did not care about Lei Gu or Gao Shueting. To them, these 2 were strangers. At this moment, they only listened to Yang Kai's orders. Since he said to tear Lei Gu apart after the count of 3, then they would really rush up and tear him apart. They did not care about Gao Shueting's life or death. Being enveloped by these 32 killing intents, the demonic qi on the surface of Lei Gu's body surged. Even though he currently had a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm cultivation, against these 32 Monster Kings' combined forces, there was no way he could survive. He would probably die without a burial site in just one exchange. He stared deeply at Yang Kai, looking into the depths of Yang Kai's heart through his eyes. He wanted to see even the slightest bit of hesitation and deliberate mystification. However, to his disappointment, Yang Kai's expression did not change. There was only determination in his eyes. When the 3rd finger was raised halfway, Lei Gu said in a low voice, "Only you can follow." Of course. Yang Kai put down his hand and put it behind his back. He was calm, but the group standing behind him could clearly see that his hand was slightly trembling. It was clear that his heart was definitely not as calm as he looked on the surface. They could not help but doubt. If Lei Gu still did not speak, would Yang Kai really be able to make the 32 Monster King rush over? "Make way." Yang Kai waved his hand. The 32 Monster Kings surrounding Lei Gu immediately split into 2 sides, making a path. When Fan Hua, Song Go, and Luan Feng saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. This was the Monster King under their command. Since when did a human have the right to order them around? Yet these disappointing fellows actually obeyed without any hesitation. It was simply infuriating. "Please." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Lei Gu said unhurriedly, "You better keep your word. If this king finds out that you left any traces for them to follow, or if this king discovers their aura, you will bear the consequences. Put your heart in your stomach." Yang Kai sneered. Lei Gu snorted coldly. He urged his demonic essence, wrapping it around Gao Shueting as he rushed out through the opening in the encirclement. Yang Kai followed closely behind, unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking in the direction the 2 left, Wen Zishan looked hesitant. Naturally, he was not at ease with Yang Kai chasing alone. He originally planned to quietly follow behind, but Lei Gu's words made him hesitate. If he accidentally exposed his aura and Lei Gu noticed, Gao Shueting would be finished. He could also track from far away, but if the distance was too far and he could not grasp the direction of the tracking, Yang Kai would not have a chance to leave a mark. Ma Qing sighed and patted his shoulder. "Brother Wen, since that boy has made such a suggestion, he will definitely be able to bring Elder Gao back. You just wait and see." After he finished speaking, he saw that Wen Zishan did not react, so he could only walk back. He looked at his wife and disciples and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The group of disciples shook their heads when they heard this. Madame Qi, however, stared at him coldly, causing Ma Qing's forehead to break out in cold sweat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he asked, "Madam, what's wrong?" Madame Qi flicked her sleeves and walked to the side, her cold voice sounding, When you go back, write a letter of divorce to me. Holy Master Ma, you are a righteous man. As a woman, I may drag you down in the future. It's better for us to go our separate ways, lest I ruin your reputation one day. The cold sweat on Ma Qing's forehead became even more intense as he quickly chased after her. Madam, why do you say that? He knew that what he had just said to Wen Zishan had probably hurt his wife, but that was just talking about the matter as it was, so there was no logic to it. On the other side, Wen Zishan, who had been standing silently in place for a long time, finally closed his eyes in pain. After hesitating for so long, he still did not have the courage to chase after Yang Kai and Lei Gu. It was already too late to move now, so he could only pin all his hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he could bring Gao Shueting back in one piece, but the hope was too slim. Although Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, Lei Gu was not to be trifled with either. He was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and Gao Shueting had already become the demon race under his control. He really could not think of any way Yang Kai could take Gao Shueting back. Just as he was thinking this, he felt someone walk up to him and tug at his sleeve. He opened his eyes and looked down, only to see a 7- or 8-year-old little girl looking up at him with clear black and white eyes. You are? Wen Zishan looked at her suspiciously. Although she was just an ordinary-looking little girl, he did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. This was because when he saw this little girl fight just now, the aura on her body was so strong that even he felt a little inferior. He did not understand how Yang Kai had so many monsters around him. Not only did he easily mobilize 3 holy spirits and the 32 Monster King, but even a little girl was so powerful. There was also that little black dog that could devour demonic chi. Each one was stranger than the last. Do you want to chase after them? Lu Yan asked. When Zishan's expression brightened, can you track where they went? Lu Yan shook his head, I can't. When Zishan's eyes instantly dimmed, but unexpectedly, Lu Yan pointed to the side and said, he can. Looking in the direction he was pointing, he saw a stone man half the height of a human standing there quietly, winking at him. Him. When Zishan was puzzled. This stone man seemed to be a little different from the other stone men. He seemed to be more lively and spirited. Seeing Wen Zishan looking at him, the stone man said, follow me. He reached out and pointed at Fan Ku and the other 2 holy spirits. The 3 of you come with me. Fan Ku and the others looked at each other, but did not ask any more questions. They all nodded. The Dharmakaya turned around and left. Lu Yan quickly followed. Wen Zishan did not hesitate and followed closely behind Lu Yan, followed by the 3 holy spirits. They flew as fast as lightning, spiritual mountains and rivers flashing under their feet. The group of people's cultivation had almost reached the level of perfection, so their flying speed was naturally not too slow. After flying for a while, Wen Zishan said suspiciously, they are not going in this direction. Lu Yan turned around and raised a pinkish-white finger to her lips, blowing it. Wen Zishan's face twitched slightly, and he did not dare to say anything more. He could only follow behind silently, hoping that they were going in the right direction. Along the way, the Dharmakaya took the lead, and the rest of the people tried their best to restrain their auras and follow behind. They turned here and there, pretending to be serious. However, except for Lu Yan and the Dharmakaya who were unwavering in the direction they were going, Wen Zishan and the 3 holy spirits were confused. They chased all the way and did not detect the slightest aura of Yang Kai or Lei Gu, so they did not know if they were going in the right direction. What made Wen Zishan even more anxious was that the Dharmakaya would sometimes stay in a certain place for a long time before moving again. During this time, there was no trace of investigation at all. It was completely spontaneous, flying wherever it wanted to go. Thousands of miles away, Yang Kai had his hands behind his back and was strolling leisurely, following closely behind Lei Gu. At first, Lei Gu wanted to rely on his speed to shake off Yang Kai, but after several attempts, he knew that it was impossible. Chapter 3267. In terms of flying speed, Yang Kai might not be as good as Lei Gu. After all, there was a difference in cultivation levels. However, Yang Kai had the space divine technique and could ignore the obstruction of space. Even if he desperately tried to open up a bit of distance, Yang Kai would still instantly catch up. How could he shake him off? After trying a few times, Lei Gu didn't do anything useless. However, he was indeed careful enough. He constantly changed directions while flying and even deliberately circled around a certain place a few times. This was all to prevent people from following behind. Yang Kai also let him be. He didn't say anything and just followed behind him not far away. Lei Gu would never have thought that Yang Kai had a technique like the Avatar. He didn't need to deliberately leave behind any imprint. The sole deep connection between himself and the Avatar was the best guide. The Avatar could sense his existence, and he could also sense the Avatar's existence. However, outsiders would never be able to sense this invisible connection. After 2 days, Lei Gu finally confirmed that there were no pursuers behind him. Only then did he release his speed and rush in a certain direction. After flying for another 2 days, a vast swamp suddenly appeared in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. They had actually already arrived at the southern swamp. Yang Kai didn't know if Lei Gu came here on purpose or not, but the southern swamp was where the first devil cave appeared. Since Lei Gu came here, he clearly wasn't shooting without reason. Either there were other helpers lying in ambush here and Lei Gu wanted to borrow the power of these demons to deal with him, or Lei Gu wanted to use the terrain here to completely hide. Regardless of the situation, he couldn't continue to go deeper. That was why before Lei Gu truly entered the southern swamp, Yang Kai's figure flashed and blocked his path. Lei Gu's figure paused. His large hand was still on Gao Shueting's head. He coldly snorted and said, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai leisurely sighed and said, "Even if we can see each other off for 1,000 miles, we still have to part in the end. I have already fulfilled my promise, now it's your turn." Lei Gu indifferently said, "It's not enough." Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "You've been running for a few days now, and no one else is chasing after you except me. Let go of my senior sister, and I'll let you go." Lei Gu snorted and said, "I have the final say on when to release it. It's not up to you to tell me what to do." Yang Kai said impatiently, "If you don't let go, am I supposed to keep following you? Lei Gu, don't go overboard. Otherwise, it will only make me doubt your sincerity. If you don't agree, then I can only fight to the death with you." Lei Gu frowned. He turned his head to look around and muttered, "Fine, I'm afraid no one will chase after us here. So, give me back my senior sister." Yang Kai reached out his hand. Lei Gu grinned sinisterly. "I'm returning it to you, do you dare to take it? Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, it's 2 against 1 right now. Aren't you afraid that this king and your senior sister will work together to kill you?" Yang Kai said with a calm expression, "You can try." Lei Gu looked up to the sky and laughed. "Brat, you're bold because you're skilled. This king admires you very much. Why don't you pledge allegiance to my demon race? With your skills and courage, if you pledge allegiance to my demon race, your future will definitely be smooth. Becoming great emperors won't be a fool's dream." Yang Kai said with a tired expression, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and let her go. My patience is limited, don't force me to make a move." Lei Gu's smile faded and he said with a cold snort, "Since you insist, then take it." When he finished speaking, he reached out and gently pushed Gao Shueting's back. Gao Shueting immediately flew towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Gao Shueting arrived in front of Yang Kai, but before Yang Kai could make a move, the demonic qi on the surface of her body suddenly squirmed and swelled crazily. An extremely dangerous aura radiated from her body. She even opened her arms as if she wanted to hug Yang Kai. "Shameless!" Yang Kai shouted in exasperation. He knew that Lei Gu definitely wouldn't let her go so easily. As he said, he would even control Gao Shueting to join forces with him to deal with him. However, Yang Kai never expected that Lei Gu would directly control Gao Shueting to self-destruct. If Gao Shueting really self-destructed, then all his efforts would have been in vain. Moreover, at such a close distance, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. The self-destruction of a second-order Emperor Realm Master was absolutely terrifying. At that time, Lei Gu could take the opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't unprepared. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's left eye turned into a golden vertical eye. His spiritual energy surged out like a tide and enveloped Gao Shueting. At the same time, he opened his hand and clenched the sealed world bead. He urged the sealed world bead to open a world entrance, and a huge vortex appeared in front of his palm. Gao Shueting, whose demonic qi was surging and fluctuating dangerously, plunged into the vortex and disappeared in an instant, as if she had been swallowed by an invisible beast. Yang Kai immersed his mind into the sealed world bead without stopping, and then urged the power of the sealed world bead to suppress her. Only when he saw with his own eyes that the demonic qi on the surface of her body showed signs of stabilizing did he relax. With a bang, a huge impact came from his chest and abdomen. An incomparable pain spread throughout his body, causing him to snap back to his senses. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood and looked dispirited. However, with the help of this impact, he took the opportunity to retreat a few thousand meters. A few thousand meters away, Lei Gu looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He was holding a round hammer in his hand, and his eyes were full of shock and uncertainty. Gao Shueting had disappeared right under his nose. He couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Using Gao Shueting's self-destruction to cause a certain amount of damage to Yang Kai, then taking the opportunity to take his life, this plan could be said to be foolproof. Unless Yang Kai didn't care about Gao Shueting's life and death and dodged. However, under his watch, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of dodging at all, and Gao Shueting's sudden disappearance right before she was about to self-destruct made his plan go awry. Lei Gu's reaction was also fast. Even though Gao Shueting had made a mistake, he still rushed forward and took advantage of the moment when Yang Kai was distracted to smash his hammer into Yang Kai's chest. Lei Gu had used all his strength in that attack, so a second-order Emperor Realm Master would definitely not be able to survive. He would definitely be smashed to pieces. What surprised him even more was that Yang Kai didn't die. Although the sound of bones breaking could be heard, a large part of his chest caved in, and his aura became extremely weak. He was still alive. Only now did Lei Gu realize that he had underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's physical body. He had seen Yang Kai transform into a half-dragon with his own eyes, so he naturally understood that he had underestimated the strength of that half-dragon body. But now that things had gotten to this point, Lei Gu had no intention of retreating. Even if this little brat in front of him had the Space Divine technique, how long could he last with such a heavily injured body? The failure of the plan in the Southern Territory was all because of him, so how could Lei Gu let him live freely? He was determined to kill him here. For eyes met, Lei Gu's murderous intent surging and his eyes cold. Yang Kai's aura was weak and his face was pale, but he still grinned. This grin was fine, but it affected his injuries and caused him to spit out another mouthful of golden blood. Lei Gu raised the round hammer and pointed it at Yang Kai. "Boy, you ruined this king's plans. Today you will die." As soon as his words fell, the round hammer turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived above Yang Kai's head, smashing down with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Before the attack even arrived, the void shattered, and cracks appeared one after another. Yang Kai held his breath and raised his hand. The mountains and rivers bell appeared and spun straight towards the round hammer. With a loud bang, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out like an invisible blade, splitting the whole world into two. The mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly as it was smashed away, and the watermelon hammer was also blocked. Yang Kai couldn't withstand it and fell down, smashing into the swamp. His face was covered in dirt, but he didn't dare to stay in place. He hurriedly soared into the sky, put away the mountains and rivers bell, then turned around and fled in the direction he came from. When a tiger falls to level land, it is bullied by dogs. When a dragon swims in shallow water, it is teased by shrimps. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of Lei Gu even if he was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill him. But just now, in order to suppress Gao Shueting's self-destruction, he had no choice but to delay for a moment. Lei Gu's Emperor artifact directly smashed into his chest, displacing all his internal organs. If it weren't for his half-dragon body supporting him, he would have been crushed to pieces. Even so, he was seriously injured at this moment. How could a third-stage Emperor Realm Master attack with the full power of an Emperor artifact be so easy to withstand? The circulation of Emperor Qi in his body was slightly blocked, making it inconvenient for him to attack. Even though he used the mountains and rivers bell to block the other party's attack, he was just barely hanging on. If he didn't escape now, he wouldn't be able to escape once he was entangled by Lei Gu. He was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have hidden Lu Yen in the sealed world bead. With Lu Yen as his trump card, Lei Gu wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As long as he delayed until reinforcements arrived, Lei Gu would die. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to do so before. Now, he could only rely on himself to deal with Lei Gu. As he fled, a gust of wind blew behind him and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Yang Kai looked up and suddenly had the urge to curse. Above his head, a dense number of hammer shadows smashed down. Obviously, Lei Gu was really angry and wasn't going to let him leave alive. Yang Kai took a deep breath, endured the pain all over his body, and began to circulate his space principles. The hammer shadows in the sky smashed down, creating huge craters in the ground. Yang Kai was also smashed to pieces. However, Lei Gu's gaze suddenly turned and looked to the other side. Not far away, Yang Kai's figure appeared strangely. Obviously, he had used the Space Divine technique to avoid the fatal attack. Lei Gu roared in anger. He had long heard that those proficient in the Space Divine technique were the best at escaping. Now that he saw it, he knew that this reputation was not in vain. However, from the distance Yang Kai had teleported, he could infer that the other party was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. He wouldn't be able to use this kind of life-saving method more than a few times. He immediately soared into the sky and chased after Yang Kai, shouting, "Boy, where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai was amused when he heard this. He was a little worried that Lei Gu wouldn't chase after him, but if that was the case, he could only turn back and entangle with him. That would be too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would capsize. In his current state, he really couldn't fight with his full strength. Chapter 3268. Fortunately, Lei Gu seemed intent on killing him and didn't plan on letting him go, saving him some effort. Yang Kai quickly grabbed a handful of spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth, cursing in a muffled voice, "Are you fucking crazy? If you dare chase me again, I won't be polite with you." Lei Gu sneered, "Boy, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Are you satisfied with the burial place this king chose for you?" While speaking, the round hammer in his hand turned into layers of light and shadow, smashing down on Yang Kai until he could only dodge. There were several times when the hammer narrowly missed him, but Yang Kai used the Space Divine technique to dodge. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to escape from the wrath of an enraged third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai was the only one who could do this by teleporting, but he was in such a sorry state that Lei Gu was in a good mood. Previously, in Orthodoxy Temple, this boy had summoned several hundred helpers to surround him, eyeing him covetously. Now, the wheel of fortune had turned and he finally understood what it meant by the saying, "The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years" meant. However, there was one thing that Lei Gu had to admit. This brat's life-saving skills were truly top-notch. That Space Divine ability was unfathomable, making people envious. If he didn't know that not everyone could cultivate the power of space, Lei Gu might have spared him and captured him alive to carefully interrogate him about the specific cultivation method. But it was also because of this that Lei Gu's determination to kill him became even more firm. If he didn't take this opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai today, he wouldn't have many chances in the future. After chasing for a while, Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. His vitality was simply unimaginable, but Lei Gu clearly saw that every time he used the teleportation secret technique, he would spit out a mouthful of golden blood. It was clear that the burden was too great and he couldn't bear it. "Boy, if you stop now, this king can still give you a quick death. If this king catches you, you'll beg for death." Lei Gu threatened as he chased. Yang Kai was seething with anger. With a face full of grief and indignation, he said, "The world is so big. If you don't take this opportunity to escape, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Do you really think I came here alone?" As soon as the statement came out, Lei Gu was shocked and couldn't help pausing while controlling his emperor artifact, but he quickly reacted and roared, "No matter how eloquent you are, don't even think about leaving this place alive today." He clearly thought that Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things. Of course, when they left the Orthodoxy Palace one after another, there would definitely be people following behind them. However, after a few days of hard work, Lei Gu believed that there was no one who could hide his tracks. Even if there were people chasing after him, he would have long shaken them off. At this moment, Yang Kai was trying to scare him. He was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. "Fine, fine, fine. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand and felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He hurriedly urged his space principles to use the same technique, but when he moved, a sharp pain came from his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Even the Emperor Qi in his body suddenly became chaotic, preventing him from using the space divine technique. This shocked him greatly. The embodiment had already set up a trap with Lu Yen and the others, waiting for him to step into it with Lei Gu. If he was killed by Lei Gu here, then all his efforts would have been in vain. It wasn't the first time he had suffered such heavy injuries, nor was it the first time he had been chased into such a sorry state, but it was the first time he felt so close to death. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai abruptly turned around and slashed down with the myriad sword with all his strength. Everything paled in comparison, leaving only the light of this sword in the world. The round hammer smashed down, and the sword light collapsed. Yang Kai spat out blood, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from his arms. His entire body flew out like a rag sack. Injuries on top of injuries, but he had made the most accurate response at the most critical moment, saving his little life. Using the power of the round hammer to fly out, he waved his hand and released the two wood spirits from the sealed world bead. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly still didn't understand the situation, and when they appeared, they were at a loss. "Lend me a hand," Yang Kai said with difficulty. As soon as he spoke, blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were greatly alarmed when they saw this. They turned their heads to look at Lei Gu, who was chasing behind them. How could they not know that Yang Kai was being chased? The two of them glanced at each other, and without hesitation, the two of them used their techniques. Their bodies suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of light that gathered behind Yang Kai's shoulder blades. In an instant, two exquisite wings appeared on Yang Kai's back. When the wood spirit race fought side by side with the stone mongoose, they would always use this method to assist. Yang Kai had seen the elders and the wood spirit race's chief do this before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. With a flap of his wings, his entire body flew forward like an arrow that left a bow, his speed incredibly fast. Lei Gu, who was chasing behind him, was stunned when he saw this. He revealed a look of suspicion. What kind of technique was this? He was clearly about to kill Yang Kai, yet he actually made another pair of wings. This was simply a bit inconceivable. Moreover, with that pair of wings, this brat's running speed suddenly became much faster. Lei Gu was furious. He put away the round hammer, and the demonic qi around his body rippled. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he used, but he actually quickly chased after him, not letting him go at all. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu didn't understand the situation. They only knew that Yang Kai was currently avoiding being chased, so they used all their strength to fly away. However, Lei Gu was determined to kill Yang Kai, so how could they escape? The distance between the two sides quickly closed, making the two wood spirits very anxious. The frequency of their wings flapping became faster and faster. Yang Kai weakly pointed in a direction for them. Then he closed his eyes and silently operated his secret technique, catalyzing the effects of the spirit pill he had just swallowed. During the chase, the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed. When they passed by a valley surrounded by mountains, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Light shot out from his eyes in all directions. Behind them, Lei Gu, who was flying into the valley, suddenly felt alarm bells ring in his heart. An incomparable feeling of danger spread through his entire body, making him suddenly stop and vigilantly look around. 100 zhang away, Yang Kai leisurely turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood. He calmly looked at Lei Gu and said, "Chase, Why aren't you fucking chasing anymore? After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, in addition to his powerful recovery ability, Yang Kai finally let out a sigh of relief. Although there was still a long way to go before he fully recovered, at least he wasn't as weak as before. Lei Gu coldly glanced at Yang Kai when he heard this. He turned around and was about to leave. A figure flashed behind him. Fan Hua blocked the path with his hands behind his back. He indifferently said, "This path is blocked." Lei Gu's eyes narrowed when he saw this. His body didn't move, but his expression shifted to the left. However, another figure suddenly appeared on that side, revealing a woman in a white palace dress. When he looked to the right, another thin and short man also appeared like a ghost. Lei Gu's heart sank. He naturally knew who these three people were. Yang Kai even specially introduced them to him a few days ago, so he knew that these three were all holy spirits. How could it be like this? They had actually been lying in ambush here, waiting for him to walk into the trap. And from Yang Kai's previous actions, he was actually stupid enough to be lured into this trap. The only thing Lei Gu couldn't understand was how they had secretly contacted each other. He didn't see any movement of him taking out a communication compass, nor did he see any traces of him leaving a secret mark. Three holy spirits. Lei Gu couldn't even smile bitterly. He wasn't a match for one holy spirit, let alone three. For a moment, his intestines turned green with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have directly escaped into the southern swamp. What was the point of chasing? Now, he had fallen into the other party's trap. He probably couldn't escape. At this critical moment of life and death, he was very decisive. There were holy spirits blocking the way from his left, right, and back. He couldn't resist. His figure flashed and pounced forward. Only the front was the only way out. Yang Kai wasn't his match at all in his current state. Facing the aggressive Lei Gu, Yang Kai stood in place without moving. The corner of his mouth held a mocking smile. Lei Gu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized that Yang Kai should have hidden something, but now that the arrow was on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. The demonic chi around his body surged, turning into a giant palm that grabbed at Yang Kai. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could make those three holy spirits hesitate. He could then use the same trick and leave calmly. The demonic chi giant palm broke through the air. Just as it was about to capture Yang Kai, a petite figure suddenly flashed behind Yang Kai. That figure was a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very cute. But this little girl's next move made Lei Gu's soul leave his body. She opened her mouth and blew out a breath. That breath suddenly turned into a monstrous flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The moment the pitch-black demonic chi giant palm came into contact with the flame, it was burned to pieces and became unrecognizable. Not only that, the flame turned into a flaming blade in the air and slashed down, heading straight for his face. The aura of death enveloped him. Lei Gu's expression changed drastically. Although he couldn't recognize what kind of flame it was, he knew that he couldn't touch it. He raised the round hammer and it suddenly became as big as a house, blocking above his head. The flaming blade slashed the round hammer but couldn't break through its defense. However, when Lei Gu withdrew his Emperor artifact, he saw a small flame burning on the round hammer. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish it. For a moment, the burning round hammer flashed wildly. I already told you if you continue to chase after me, I won't be polite anymore, but you just won't listen, *cough***. Yang Kai clutched his chest. He wanted to ridicule Lei Gu a few more times, but he was powerless to do so he could only give up. Lei Gu's face was ashen. He knew that he couldn't escape today no matter what. The hatred in his heart couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Do it. Yang Kai gently waved his hand. 4 figures pounced at Lei Gu from the front, back, left, and right. 4 fierce murderous intents locked onto him. Lei Gu raised the round hammer high and shouted, "Demon race is immortal." While speaking, the demonic chi around his body fluctuated violently. His entire body also rapidly expanded. Seeing this, Fan Ku and the others stopped and retreated. Chapter 3269. With a boom, dust returned to dust, and dust returned to earth. Lei Gu exploded into a cloud of blood mist and scattered in the air. Fan Ku and the other two were shocked. They were moved by his decisiveness. Even if they knew that they were going to die, not many people in this world would choose to self-destruct. If they were in his shoes, the three of them would definitely fight like cornered beasts. Although the final result was already decided, who would know the result if they didn't fight? Is the demon race really so cruel? The three of them shuddered. While they were in doubt, they saw Yang Kai fly down with a weak face and search around the rubble. The Luan Feng frowned and flew down gently. She said in annoyance, "What are you looking for instead of healing yourself?" Yang Kai coughed softly and said, "As long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die." In the 1,000 illusionary dream world, he dealt with the demon race all year round. He knew that the powerful demon race had strong vitality. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their demon heart was not destroyed, they could miraculously revive. If he wanted to kill this kind of demon race, he had to completely destroy their demon heart. Although Lei Gu was determined to self-destruct, Yang Kai still had to guard against him escaping. Fortunately, he didn't find anything similar to the demon heart. It seemed that after being possessed by the demon will, it was different from the normal demon race. After having Lu Yen burn this area, Yang Kai finally relaxed. Even if Lei Gu really planned to escape under the burning of Lu Yan's true phoenix fire, he probably wouldn't have the chance to revive. The avatar sneaked over from the side. Originally, it was hiding below to prevent Lei Gu from escaping, but who knew that it didn't have the chance to fight at all? However, this time, it was thanks to the connection between it and Yang Kai that it could safely set a trap and catch Lei Gu off guard. If it wasn't for this, how could Yang Kai easily agree to follow Lei Gu alone? His avatar was his greatest trump card. The few of them huddled together and didn't say much. Yang Kai was heavily injured and urgently needed to be treated, and the mess at the Orthodoxy Palace still needed to be cleaned up. The 32 Monster King was still there, and without the 3 Holy Spirits, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause. Don't judge them by how obedient they were in front of Yang Kai, but in reality, they were all arrogant and unruly people. No one was in the mood to stay here, so they immediately returned the way they came. Yang Kai handed the sealed world bead to Lu Yen for safekeeping while he hid in the sealed world bead to heal his wounds. The existence of the sealed world bead was his biggest secret and trump card, but as his strength grew, there was no need to deliberately keep it a secret anymore. Fan Ku and the other two would definitely not publicize this matter, so it was not a big deal to expose it in front of them. Lu Yen and the others naturally didn't need to talk about their return, but Yang Kai came to the medicine garden and sat cross-legged under the immortal tree. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both used their secret techniques to draw out traces of essence from the immortal tree to heal him. Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to heal himself many times before, but most of the time, he just took the leaves and consumed them directly. The immortal tree didn't have many leaves in total, so after being plucked a few times by Yang Kai, it was almost bare. With only a few leaves left, Yang Kai didn't dare to touch them, lest he damaged the immortal tree's foundation. However, the Wood Spirit Clan's magical methods allowed them to draw out the vitality of the immortal tree and inject it into Yang Kai's body without harming it. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful physique and restorative abilities, it only took 3 days for him to fully recover, a speed that made Yang Kai very happy. Without the assistance of the 2 Wood Spirits, it would have taken him at least a month to fully recover from his injuries this time. In his happiness, he naturally praised Mu Zhu and Mu Lu's magical methods, causing the 2 Wood Spirits to blush and become extremely bashful. After recovering, Yang Kai finally had the time to deal with Gao Xueting's matter. Gao Xueting was eroded by the demonic qi, causing her body and mind to become the demon race. Previously, she was controlled by Lei Gu and almost self-destructed. Fortunately, Yang Kai pulled her into the sealed world bead in time to suppress her, otherwise, she would have been dead by now. With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai arrived at the loft where Gao Xueting was being suppressed. Pushing open the door and walking in, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. That was because when she sensed someone approaching, Gao Xueting suddenly turned her pair of black eyes and looked at him. Then, a strange sound came from her throat and her expression became ferocious, as if she couldn't wait to eat Yang Kai's flesh and drink Yang Kai's blood. This change made Yang Kai frown, because according to his previous observations, the demons in Orthodoxy Temple were divided into two types. The first type was like Lei Gu and Feng Ming, possessed by a demonic sense. This type of demon was pure demon and had their own thoughts and thoughts. They were wholeheartedly devoted to the demon race. The second type was like Gao Shueting and many other cultivators in the Southern Territory who had become the demon race. They were eroded by the demonic qi. This type of demon didn't have their own thoughts and was controlled by the former type of demon. But now, Gao Shueting clearly had some self-awareness, but it wasn't Gao Shueting's own consciousness. From her ferocious expression, it was a reaction after becoming the demon race. Yang Kai arrived in front of Gao Shueting and looked at her with a complicated expression. He softly called out a few times, but Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. She only roared and struggled. If it wasn't for the suppression, she would have already pounced on him and fought him to the death. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that after becoming the demon race, all the demons without self-awareness would become like this and rely on their own instincts? If that was the case, then the Orthodoxy Temple would be in trouble. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's aura suddenly changed, becoming ancient and desolate. It was as if he had walked out of an ancient painting. His hands formed a seal and he chanted an incantation. A ray of light entered Gao Shueting's body. It was the bloodthirst technique. Although it was the most commonly used wizard technique, it wasn't a high-level wizard technique, but it was proven to be very effective in resisting the corrosion of demonic qi. In an instant, a red light shone brightly. The essence blood in Gao Shueting's body was stimulated, and her entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of crimson light. A trace of pain flashed across her face. At the same time that the red light shone brightly, boundless black qi also spread out from Gao Shueting's body. It tangled with the red light and neutralized it. Gao Shueting's expression also fluctuated. Yang Kai changed his incantation and used the exorcism technique. A cool light descended from the sky, cleansing Gao Shueting's body and mind. Sizzling sounds could be heard as strands of black smoke seeped out from Gao Shueting's body. As if they had encountered some kind of nemesis, they fled for their lives before disappearing into thin air. Yang Kai stood in front of Gao Shueting with a solemn expression as he impatiently used the exorcism technique. As time passed, the demonic qi seeping out from Gao Shueting's body became thinner and thinner. The flickering black and red light also gradually became red. Finally, the black in Gao Shueting's eyes faded away. She blinked her eyes blankly and focused her vision. She immediately saw Yang Kai standing in front of her with a smile on his face. His aura was ancient and strange. "Junior brother," Gao Shueting said softly. She seemed extremely weak. "Senior sister Gao, you're awake." Yang Kai sighed in relief. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Gao Shueting after such a long delay. Fortunately, the ancient wizard technique was indeed the nemesis of demonic qi. His efforts weren't in vain. "Why are you?" Gao Shueting still didn't understand the situation. She only felt that her entire body was weak. Moreover, there were some very uncomfortable remnants of power in her meridians and body. "Senior sister, do you still remember what happened before?" Yang Kai asked her. "What happened before?" Gao Shueting frowned and thought about it blankly. Southern Territory's martial gathering, Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai reminded her. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this. Her pupils shrank as she anxiously said, "Orthodoxy Palace is plotting something. Junior brother, quickly go and warn the palace master." Yang Kai said, "Senior sister Gao, please calm down. Orthodoxy Palace's plot has already been crushed. Lei Gu and Feng Ming have also been executed." "Lei Gu and Feng Ming are dead?" Gao Shueting's expression changed as she asked, "What are they plotting?" Yang Kai asked in return, "How much do you know, senior sister?" Gao Shueting slowly shook her head. "I'm not too sure. That night, junior brother Luo and I received Grand Elder Feng. Feng Ming's invitation and went to his residence as guests to discuss cultivation experiences. There were more than 20 people who went with us, but after drinking something, they fell asleep and didn't wake up. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood that Gao Shueting and the others had probably become the demon race because of that thing they drank. He had been wondering before how the Emperor Realm's people could become the demon race so easily. As long as they sensed something was wrong, they should have been able to resist for a while by circulating their Emperor Qi. At the very least, they should have been able to send a message. Now, it seemed that Feng Ming had used a method similar to poisoning to cause Gao Shueting and the others to be corroded by the demonic qi from the inside. Naturally, they couldn't defend against it. They probably didn't expect Feng Ming to do such a thing. After all, they knew each other very well, and they had been friends for more than a year or two. Since they were unprepared, it was easy for him to succeed. What about junior brother Luo? Gao Shueting asked. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. He really hadn't seen Luo Chen before, but now it seemed that Luo Chen was most likely dead. Then what is this place? Yang Kai smiled and said, This is a small world. Senior Sister Gao, please recuperate in peace. We will return to the Orthodoxy Temple soon. Saying so, he took out a bottle of healing emperor pills and placed it beside her. She had been corroded by the demonic qi, and her yuan qi had been severely injured. Previously, she had almost self-destructed under Lei Gu's control. Although it had been forcibly suppressed by Yang Kai, it had still caused some damage to her. Gao Shueting didn't hold back. She took out a spirit pill from the jade bottle and popped it into her mouth. While refining the pill, she asked, What happened? It's a long story. Yang Kai sighed and sat cross-legged in front of Gao Shueting. He briefly told her what had happened in the past few days. Gao Shueting's expression kept changing. She didn't expect the Southern Territory martial gathering to involve such a shocking plot. Although Yang Kai spoke calmly, how could she not know that if it wasn't for Yang Kai following them and using his mysterious methods to pull in a group of powerful reinforcements from the Northern and Eastern Territories, the Southern Territory would have been finished. If the Orthodoxy Temple's plot had succeeded, there would have been hundreds of the Emperor Realm that had become the demon race and tens of thousands of elite cultivator that had become the demon race scattered throughout the Southern Territory. In time, the entire Southern Territory would have become a den of demons. Chapter 3270. Orthodoxy Temple, originally one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory, was now in a mess, with broken walls everywhere, and the traces of the battle were clearly visible. On the mountain peaks, the remaining cultivator camps were set up, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Whenever they recalled what happened a few days ago, they couldn't help but shudder. A group of people from the Northern Territory, on the other hand, were tirelessly shuttling through the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, inquiring about their well-being. The Ancient Land's 32 Monster King occupied one of the spirit peaks and found a lot of good wine and food from who knows where, drinking and having fun. The atmosphere of celebration was in sharp contrast to the gloomy atmosphere in the Southern Territory. To them, the life and death of humans was of no concern. If they hadn't come with Yang Kai this time, it would have been impossible for them to intervene in the affairs of the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory was also happy to see this. After all, each of the Monster Kings was not to be trifled with. The monster race's temperament was perverse and violent, so if they really mingled with humans, it was likely that conflicts would arise. No one here could restrain them, so if they liked to drink and have fun, let them be. A few days later, Murong Xiao, who was quietly floating in the air and monitoring the surrounding movements, suddenly looked serious and carefully looked in a certain direction, a moment later shouting happily, "They're back!" Schwa. When Zishan's figure suddenly appeared beside her and looked nervously in that direction, only to see several figures quickly rushing over. The one in the lead was Yang Kai, followed by the 7 or 8-year-old girl and the 3 holy spirits from the Eastern Territory, and there was no one else. When Zishan's face suddenly became extremely pale and his fists were tightly clenched, Murong Xiao seemed to have realized something as well. Her pretty face changed slightly, and her eyes turned red. "Temple Master!" Yang Kai flew in front of Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. Suddenly he saw that both Wen Zishan and Murong Xiaoxiao's expressions were a little strange and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Wen Zishan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Where's Lei Gu?" Yang Kai replied, "Fortunately, Lei Gu is dead." Wen Zishan nodded, "All right, thank you for your hard work." He opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he didn't dare to ask. He was afraid that he would get an answer that he didn't want to hear. Murong Xiaoxiao asked on his behalf. She choked a little and said, "Where's senior sister Gao?" Only then did Yang Kai understand why these two people's expressions were so grave. It turned out that they were worried about Gao Shueting's safety. His expression turned solemn, and he said in a low voice, "Senior sister Gao, she..." Murong Xiaoxiao suddenly covered her mouth, bean-sized tears slid down her cheeks, crying like a person in tears. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking, "I haven't finished speaking yet, what are you crying for?" He turned his head to look at Wen Zishan and found that he actually had a sorrowful expression on his face. Even his body was swaying a few times, as if he would fall at any moment. "Senior sister Gao is a little injured, but it's nothing serious." Yang Kai finished the sentence, at the same time waving his hand and releasing Gao Shueting from the sealed world bead. As soon as she appeared, Gao Shueting was obviously still not used to it. She hurriedly circulated her emperor qi to stabilize her body. Looking up, she asked curiously, "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Murong Xiaoxiao's tears were still flowing, but she stared at Gao Shueting with a pair of wide eyes. Then, her tears turned into laughter as she called out tenderly, "Senior sister Gao." Gao Shueting nodded slightly, then looked at Wen Zishan and frowned slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Wen Zishan swallowed hard and walked towards Gao Shueting step by step, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Only when he was in front of Gao Shueting did he stop and reach out to touch her face. A blush appeared on Gao Shueting's cold face as she leaned back slightly and bit her red lips. "What are you doing? Don't move!" Wen Zishan shouted in a low voice. Gao Shueting's body stiffened for a moment, but as expected, she obediently stayed still and let the big hand touch half of her face. The slight trembling of the hand made her heart flutter as she realized that Wen Zishan seemed to be worried about her safety. A shy look immediately appeared on her face, but her heart was warm. How many years had it been since she saw him so nervous? The last time was when she sneaked out to play when she was a child and was almost bitten to death by a monster beast. In a trance, time seemed to turn back, and the bits and pieces of hundreds of years together were imprinted in her heart. In the next moment, Wen Zishan suddenly pinched Gao Shueting's face and lifted it slightly. His eyes widened as he asked nervously, "Does it hurt?" Yang Kai, who was watching the show with relish, covered his face and couldn't bear to watch. The blush on Gao Shueting's face receded, and a cold light bloomed in her eyes. She stretched out a leg from under her skirt and kicked Wen Zishan's lower abdomen, sending him flying with a bang. Gao Shueting's face was as cold as frost as she coldly snorted, "Does it hurt?" Wen Zishan bent his waist and covered his abdomen with his hand, but he laughed heartily, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much." "What's wrong with you?" Gao Shueting rubbed her face and turned to Murong Xiaoxiao. "I'm fine, sorry for making you worry." Murong Xiaoxiao immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, but after a moment, her expression darkened. "Brother Luo, he was killed." Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Brother Luo is dead?" Murong Xiaoxiao nodded as tears flowed down her cheeks again. Although he had already guessed it, he couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. He didn't have much contact with Luo Chen, but after all, they were both from Azure Sun Temple, so he couldn't help but feel sad for him. "What about Xiao Bai?" Yang Kai asked. Although he was sure that the Xiao Bai he killed before was definitely an illusion, he didn't know the specific situation of Xiao Bai Yi. Murong Xiaoxiao said, "Brother Xiao was injured, it's not a big deal." Wen Zishan also returned to his usual posture at this moment and sighed slightly. This time, the Southern Territory has really suffered heavy losses. Yang Kai glanced down and roughly understood the situation with a sweep of his divine sense. The losses were indeed heavy. It was estimated that 1/3 of the hundreds of people in the Emperor realm had died, and more than half of the tens of thousands of elite disciples had died. After this battle, the southern territory wouldn't be able to recover for at least 500 years. What's the situation over there? Yang Kai suddenly pointed to the valley where the martial meet was held and asked. The valley was wrapped in countless vines at this moment. Looking at it, the entire valley seemed to have become a ball formed by vines, and inside the ball, a terrifying dark demonic chi was constantly emitting, turning even the vines pitch black. Hundreds of petite wood spirits were spread out under the protection of the stone mongoose and seemed to be casting spells. When Zishan said, "It's the work of the wood spirits you brought. They seem to have a way to suppress the demonic chi, so we gathered all the people who become the demon race there." After saying that, he sighed again, "But this isn't a solution at all. Their methods can't solve the problem at the root. Sooner or later, those people will be completely eroded by the demonic chi. When that time comes, there will be no turning back." "I'll go take a look," Yang Kai said and rushed over. Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang were also there. After all, no one knew if the wood spirit's methods would work. If the cultivator who become the demon race suddenly attacked again, someone had to be able to subdue them. The two of them had already seen Yang Kai return, but because of their duties, they couldn't run over to ask. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai come over, Ma Qing anxiously asked, "How's the situation?" "Lei Gu is dead." Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang's expressions brightened when they heard this. They clapped and said, "Good." If Lei Gu had really escaped, who knew what would happen in the future? Since Lei Gu had been killed, this matter was basically solved. All that was left was to deal with the cultivator who become the demon race. They also had a headache. There were many of these cultivator, more than 10,000 of them. If they had really killed them in a fight, it would have been fine, but now that these 10,000 demons had been captured, it was difficult to kill them, but they couldn't release them either. Needless to say, it was very worrying. Among these tens of thousands of people, there were disciples from almost every sect and sect, who could be so determined as to slaughter tens of thousands of people. Although the wood spirits were suppressing the devil chi with their miraculous methods, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Xiao Yuyang said thoughtfully, "Elder Yang, do you have a way to awaken the consciousness of these demons?" He also saw Gao Shueting come back safe and sound, so he had this guess. Gao Shueting had also become the demon race before. Now that she looked no different from normal, it meant that the demonic chi that had invaded her body had been expelled. Only Yang Kai or the three divine spirits could have such a magical method. After seeing Yang Kai's methods this time, he had higher expectations for Yang Kai than the three divine spirits. "I'll try." Yang Kai nodded. Even if Xiao Yuyang didn't say it, he would do it anyway. He turned to Mu Na and said, "Patriarch, please withdraw your secret technique." Mu Na nodded when she heard this. She worked together with a group of wood spirits to cast a spell. The ball of vines that wrapped the entire mountain valley suddenly retracted, revealing the situation inside. More than 10,000 demons stood there motionless. Yang Kai looked at them for a while. He knew that if his guess was right, they should have become the demon race for too short a time, so they didn't have the ability to move on their own, unless there was a demonic chi driving them. However, this was also convenient for him to cast his secret technique. His figure flickered and he appeared in the air above the center of the mountain valley. He waved his hand and threw out the few demons from the Emperor realm that were suppressed in the small sealed world. These demons were the ones who had attacked him on the mountain peak before and were captured by him. They had been suppressed in the small sealed world before, but now that he was going to expel the demonic chi, he naturally released them as well. After everything was ready, Yang Kai took a light breath and closed his eyes. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai remained calm. Suddenly his eyes opened and his aura underwent an incredible change, becoming extremely ancient and desolate. Xiao Yuyang and Ma Qing were both stunned and looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of magic this was and how it could be so strange. A complicated incantation sounded and Yang Kai slowly pointed his finger downward. A light bloomed and a halo suddenly appeared, sweeping across the bodies of the 10,000 cultivator. Chapter 3271. As if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, an incredible scene appeared when the halo of light dissipated. The tens of thousands of demons released a bright red light as if they had been injected with chicken blood, their auras rising sharply. When Zi Shan, Ma Qing, and Xiao Yu Yang's expressions changed at the same time, revealing looks of horror. Ma Qing cried out involuntarily, "What kind of secret technique is this?" This kind of secret technique was simply unheard of. As the red light shone, the auras of the tens of thousands of demons soared, increasing their strength by a large margin. Such a secret technique could be called a miracle. Just imagine, if two evenly matched groups of people were in a bloody battle, and one side suddenly received the support of such a secret technique, the outcome of the battle would be without suspense. Not to mention, Yang Kai's secret technique could cover tens of thousands of people. Ma Qing, Xiao Yu Yang, and Wen Zishan had never seen such a thing before, so all three of them were a little dumbfounded. On the other hand, Fan Ku and the others, who had come to see what was going on, looked at each other. Songgo frowned and said, "Why do I feel like this is?" The last few words were said so softly that even Ma Qing and the others couldn't understand them. Fan Ku nodded and said, "A little." Luan Feng frowned and said, "It shouldn't be. How could he use such a secret technique?" Although the three of them had never seen such a secret technique before, they each had similar memories in the divine spirit source inheritances, but because they had never seen it before, they weren't too sure. The three of them chatted one after another, causing Ma Qing and the others' hearts to itch unbearably. They couldn't help scratching their ears and scratching their cheeks, wondering if there was something they couldn't say openly. Why were they being so secretive? However, in front of three holy spirits, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. At this moment, Yang Kai changed the incantation in his mouth and pointed his finger downwards. A pure white light appeared at the tip of his finger and a halo of light spread out. As the milky white light swept over, the tens of thousands of demons let out painful groans. Immediately after, traces of demonic qi overflowed from their bodies and turned invisible. Ma Qing's eyes widened. It really works. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to expel the demonic qi from the demon dwellers' bodies before, but they couldn't find a way. The strange demonic qi was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if they could get rid of some of it, they couldn't get rid of it completely. They also couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. One had to know that they could only expel it one-on-one, but Yang Kai had used this secret technique on tens of thousands of people at once. The difference between the two was immeasurable. The ancient wizard's spell. Fan Hua's face brightened as he exclaimed in a low voice. If it was just a suspicion before, then it was confirmed now. The secret technique Yang Kai used was actually an ancient wizard's technique. Ancient wizard spells? Ma Qing gawked, looking at Fan Hua in surprise. He asked humbly, "Brother Fan, do you mean this is a secret technique from the antiquity time?" Fan Hua glanced at him but didn't respond. He was a divine spirit, and all the Monster King subordinates were comparable to third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. Ma Qing's cultivation was only at this level, and when he came to the ancient wildlands, he was just a subordinate, yet he dared to call him brother. It would be strange if Fan Hua paid him any attention. Seeing the disdain in Fan Hua's eyes, Ma Qing's face turned red, but he didn't dare to do anything because his fists weren't as big as Fan Hua's. When Zi Shan laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he said calmly, "This kid's luck is not shallow. He even obtained an ancient secret technique. This is a great help." Fan Hua said lightly, "It has nothing to do with obtaining it." "What do you mean?" When Zi Shan looked at him curiously. Perhaps it was because of Yang Kai, but Fan Hua's attitude towards Wen Zishan was quite good. He pondered for a while and said, "In today's star boundary, there are secret techniques from the antiquity time, but have you seen anyone use them?" Wen Zishan frowned and said, "I haven't seen anyone. Maybe that person treasured them and hid away to cultivate." Luan Feng chuckled, "You can't cultivate them." Wen Zishan was stunned. "Why is that?" Luan Feng said, "Every era has its own world principles, and under the corresponding world principles, corresponding secret techniques are born. The wizard technique is something from the antiquity time and can only be cultivated under the world principles of the antiquity time. Today's star boundaries world principles cannot meet the requirements of cultivation." Ma Qing and Wen Zishan looked at each other. "Is there such a thing?" Although their cultivations were not low and their knowledge was not shallow, they had never heard of such a thing. Only divine spirits who had inherited memories from their source could know a thing or two about it. Xiao Yu-yang nodded slightly and said, I have heard similar remarks from the great emperors. The great emperors once said that the star boundary's many secret techniques would not have been able to bear fruit in another era. Fan Hua nodded, exactly. Ma Qing was stunned, but since Elder Yang can perform it, it means that he has succeeded in cultivating it. Why is that? Yes, why is that? Not only did he not understand, but the three divine spirits also did not understand. They even suspected that Yang Kai had some kind of opportunity in the ancient wildlands. They even suspected that the ancient wizard technique was successfully cultivated in the ancient wildlands. The reason why the savage, desolate ancient ground was given such a name was because this place had inherited the aura of the ancient, desolate ancient ground, which had not changed over the years. The world principles of the savage, desolate ancient ground were slightly different from the environment of the entire star boundary. An ordinary cultivator would be suppressed to a certain extent after entering the ancient wildlands. Everyone thought that it was because of the ancient wild aura, but in fact, it was caused by the different world principles. If there was any place in the world where Yang Kai could cultivate the ancient wizard technique, it would be the ancient wildlands. But Fan Hua and the others had never heard of any wizard technique inheritance in the ancient wildlands. Besides, Yang Kai had not been in the ancient wildlands for a long time. Where did he learn it? Since you three know that it is the ancient wizard technique, do you know what it is? Ma Qing asked again. Fan Hua said, if I am not wrong, that kid used the bloodthirsty technique for the first time. Bloodthirsty technique? Ma Qing raised his eyebrows. Fan Hua said, stimulating the essence blood in the target's body can increase his power greatly for a certain period of time. I believe that you all know the same kind of secret technique. Ma Qing was shocked. He was jealous for a long time. So it was this kind of secret technique. Of course, they knew the same kind of secret technique. Not to mention them, even an ordinary cultivator would know the same kind of secret technique. It was just a matter of whether it was good or bad. However, when the essence blood was stimulated, it could increase one's power for a short period of time. After that, the cultivator would be weakened and fall into a long period of recovery. This is one of the fundamental wizard techniques that the ancient barbarians relied on to survive. The Luan Feng continued, the ancient barbarian race didn't have the martial Tao that we have today. Only a small portion of them had outstanding aptitude and were able to cultivate witchcraft. The rest of them had to temper their bodies and bones. However, there were also rumors that some of them were able to reach Saint Realm with their physical bodies. Their means weren't inferior to today's great emperors. It was because of the strong bodies of the ancient barbarians that they could endure the bloodthirsty technique again and again. They could survive in the harsh environment. With the current body of the astral world cultivator, I am afraid that they could not endure more than a few times. There is such a thing. Ma Qing sighed. After knowing the truth about the bloodthirsty technique, there was no need to be jealous. After all, it required a strong body to support it. The three of you are really knowledgeable. Although he knew that they had learned all of this because of the origin inheritance, it was not as if flattery was free. Fan Hua and the others did not explain the second secret technique, but everyone knew that it should be a secret technique similar to the clear mind technique. However, it was much more effective than the clear mind technique. It could almost be said that it was the nemesis of the demonic qi. Yang Kai patiently performed the exorcism technique again and again. Low roars and painful howls constantly came from the valley. Traces of demonic qi escaped from the tens of thousands of demons' bodies and quickly dissipated like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Half a day later, the situation of the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was much better. Some of them had gradually regained their consciousness and sat down cross-legged, adjusting themselves while cooperating with Yang Kai's exorcism technique. One day later, Yang Kai had to stop and rest for a while. Continuously performing the exorcism technique had almost dried up his emperor qi. He took a few emperor pills and took some source crystals to meditate and recover. Only after an hour did he start again. After 3 full days, The demonic qi in the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was completely removed. But not all of them. At least 1,000 of them had been completely devoured by the demonic qi. Even Yang Kai's exorcism technique could not save them. It would only cause them harm and had no effect at all. For a time, the mountain valley was filled with misery. The cultivators who had recovered were led by their respective elders to different places to rest. As for how to deal with the remaining thousands of demons, Xiao Yuyang and the others had already decided. Since they could not save them, they could only give them a quick death. Xiao Yuyang did it himself. With one move, he almost overturned the entire valley. Thousands of demons were buried along with them. The scene became even more tragic. Soft sobs could be heard everywhere. This time, all the major sects that came to participate in the martial meet in the Southern Territory had suffered losses, regardless of their strength. The worst few sects were almost wiped out, leaving only a few survivors. Azure Sun Temple also suffered losses. One of their elders from the Emperor realm had died. Among the disciples who came to participate in the martial meet, almost half of the Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators had died. Only a few Dao Source Realm cultivators died. This was the result of Wen Zishan's protection when he sensed that something was wrong. Otherwise, it would have been even worse. Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. The real Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. Elder Yang, I still need you to take a look at these people. While they were resting, Ma Qing, Wen Zishan, and Xiao Yuyang came together. Behind them, a group of people from the Emperor realm escorted 2 batches of people. There were not many people in these 2 batches. One batch only had 7 or 8 people, while the other batch only had a dozen people. From the outside, there was nothing special about these people. It was just that their cultivations had been sealed. The 7 or 8 people on the left had gloomy faces and their hearts were dead. The dozen people on the right, on the other hand, were constantly shouting that they had been wronged. Most of these people were from the Emperor realm. The remaining people were a mix of good and bad. Chapter 3272. The black puppy returned to ruins also followed along and was held in Lu Yan's arms. It bared its fangs and growled at the second group of people. These people seemed to be extremely afraid of it, and each of them had a deep fear in their eyes. Yang Kai glanced at them thoughtfully before fixing his gaze on the first group of 7 or 8 people and asking, "Have they all been possessed by the demonic will?" When Zishan nodded with a heavy expression, "Yes, see if you can save them." "It'll be difficult." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he had never tried, he knew that these demon dwellers who had been possessed by the demonic will were fundamentally different from those who had been eroded by the demonic qi. Even if he had the ancient wizard's technique, there was probably no hope. "Let's try," Ma Qing pleaded. One of them was an elder of heavenly martial holy land, and he really couldn't bear to be defeated here. Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right, but Holy Master Ma shouldn't expect too much." "As long as Elder Yang does his best," Ma Qing smiled bitterly. Yang Kai got up and walked over to the demon dwellers, looking at them with interest. To be honest, even at this moment, he couldn't see anything wrong with these demon dwellers. They were no different from ordinary people. It was no wonder that the entire Southern Territory was still in the dark about the fall of Orthodoxy Temple. There were men and women, old people and young people among these 7 or 8 people. Yang Kai walked around them and stopped in front of a young man at random. When their eyes met, the young man's eyes showed obvious nervousness. Yang Kai smiled at him and chanted an incantation. He pointed a finger at the young man's forehead, and a milky white light bloomed from his fingertip and poked into the young man's forehead. As the light spread, the young man trembled all over and his face became extremely ferocious. A bestial howl came from his mouth as he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, many restrictions had already been placed on his body, so how could he break free? Under the effects of the exorcism technique, the young man was quickly surrounded by demonic qi. As the exorcism technique took effect, the demonic qi on the young man's body continued to dissipate, but his essence, qi, and spirit also withered. In a very short time, his face became pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat as if he had been fished out of water. After a while, his eyes rolled back and he completely fainted. Yang Kai stood and slowly shook his head. Seeing this scene, Ma Qing and the others sighed. They had mentally prepared themselves before coming, but when they saw with their own eyes that Yang Kai's method had no effect on these demons, they gave up. After all, these demons had been possessed by the demonic qi and their wills had long been devoured. These demons had changed fundamentally, so even if Yang Kai's exorcism technique could get rid of their demonic qi, it would also damage their foundation. Even if it could get rid of all the demonic qi, these people would become walking corpses without their own thoughts. Yang Kai knew this very well. Previously, when Feng Ming took out the demonic seed to erode his knowledge seed and tried to possess him, he still remembered it clearly. It's hopeless. Yang Kai glanced at Ma Qing. Did you get any useful information from them? When Zishan sighed, no, these guys are all tight-lipped and are ready to die. I couldn't get anything out of them. Is that so? Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lu Yen. Lu Yen immediately walked up and handed Return to Ruins to him. Yang Kai held Return to Ruins in one hand and stood in front of the demons. He glanced at them and said, if you want to live, tell me what you're planning. If the information is useful, I may spare your lives. The 7 or 8 people looked at him quietly, but no one answered except for the young man who had fainted. Yang Kai nodded. You're all not afraid of death. Very good. As he spoke, he gently patted Return to Ruins on the head. The little black dog roared and suddenly stretched its head out. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a demon standing in front of Yang Kai. This scene made the eyelids of Ma Qing and the rest twitch. Even though they had already seen this strange little black dog's means before, they were still a little shocked. It was not strange for a demonic beast to eat humans, but the key was that the ruins of N did not eat humans, but demons, and yet nothing happened. Previously, it had even swallowed the boundless demonic qi in the valley, which was really amazing. When Zishan looked thoughtful, he knew about the existence of Return to Ruins. Gong Yu found Return to Ruins in the Azure Sun Temple. At that time, it almost swallowed Feng Ming. It swallowed the combined attack of more than 10 people from the Emperor realm and bounced it back. According to Gong Yu, this little beast seemed to have the bloodline of the strange beasts in the demon territory, so it was normal for it to have such a strange performance. After swallowing a demon in one bite, the rest of the demons were restless. They looked at Return to Ruins as if they were looking at their natural enemy, full of fear and dread. However, their powers were sealed, so they could not escape even if they wanted to. Yang Kai looked at them calmly and said, think about it slowly. If anyone has thought it through, feel free to speak. As long as you can provide some decent information, I will keep my word. As soon as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins opened its mouth and swallowed a second demon. Yang Kai did not speak anymore. He just carried Return to Ruins and walked forward step by step. Every time it came in front of a demon, Return to Ruins swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed 5, leaving only 2 standing there. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but they still did not say a word. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed helplessly. As expected, they are all tough men. He turned to look at Ma Qing and the others and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything out of them. Ma Qing said with a cold face, if that's the case, then we won't keep them. If they weren't demons, Ma Qing might have thought of a way to use a secret technique like the soul-sucking technique to pry into the secrets in their minds. However, this was related to demons, so no one had the guts to do so. If they were contaminated by the demon qi, it would not be worth it. There was no use in keeping them, so they could only eliminate them by the roots. Return to Ruins swallowed the remaining 2 demons in 2 mouthfuls. With a look of dissatisfaction, it glanced at the dozen people on the other side. What's the situation with them? Yang Kai asked curiously. You'll have to ask your pet beast. When Zishan frowned, it keeps barking at these people. I don't know if there's a problem with it. After the battle in the valley, the major sects were gathering the survivors and collecting the bodies of the dead and injured. However, Return to Ruins suddenly ran in front of a cultivator and kept barking. In view of its strange behavior before Return to Ruins, when Zishan and Ma Qing were cautious and ordered people to detain the cultivator, who knew that Return to Ruins would keep shuttling through the crowd and find a dozen people one after another, resulting in the current situation. I'm innocent, Temple Master Wen. I'm a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. How could there be a problem? A young girl defended herself with a bitter face. The others also chimed in. Yang Kai said, whether there's a problem or not, we'll know once we try. He took a step forward and went straight in front of the girl. The girl was shocked and took a few steps back. What do you want to do? Yang Kai opened his big hand and directly grabbed her head. When he used his exorcism technique, the girl's face suddenly changed. Traces of black qi poured out of her body and she wailed. Everyone's faces changed when they saw this. There really is a problem. Ma Qing's face was dignified. Wen Zishan also had a look of lingering fear on his face as he looked at the returning ruin in amazement. He knew that if it weren't for this little beast's abnormal performance this time, he and the others would have been deceived. When was a person's mind at its most relaxed? It was when victory was won after a great battle. The dust from the Battle of Orthodoxy Temple had already settled. No one had expected that there would be demons hiding in the crowd, and no one had the ability to distinguish them. If these people were allowed to leave this place alive, perhaps a second or third Orthodoxy temple would appear one day. Yang Kai checked one by one and found that the dozen people found by Return to Ruins had all been secretly possessed by the demon. He didn't know if they had already been possessed before or if they had done it during the chaos. Looking at the dozen people's different backgrounds and cultivation levels, it was probably the latter. Since they had already been possessed, there was nothing to say. In a short moment, they were all in Return to Ruins' stomach. When Zishan said, "Do you want to ask your pet beast to look again? What if there are still remnants of the demon?" Previously, there was no way to distinguish who had been possessed by the demon. Now that they had a weapon like Return to Ruins, they naturally had to choose carefully. Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's fine." Saying so, he threw Return to Ruins to Lu Yen. "Take it with you." Lu Yen took Return to Ruins, turned around, and left. Not far away, Wu Chang watched this scene. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. More than a month ago, when they met at the gates of Orthodoxy Temple, Wu Chang was still rude and mocking Yang Kai, boasting shamelessly that Yang Kai had the qualifications to fight him. But who would have thought that in just a short month, this opponent that he didn't take seriously before would actually speak to his holy lord as an equal? And the incident at Orthodoxy Temple was almost single-handedly saved by Wu Chang. If it weren't for him, so many people in the Southern Territory would have been wiped out. Wu Chang thought about the 200 or so helpers he had casually pulled from the Emperor realm, then thought about the arrogant 32 Paths Monster King, then thought about the 3 holy spirits that obeyed his orders. Wu Chang felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. He didn't know when, but this person who was of the same generation as him had walked so far ahead of him, becoming a person from a different world from him. Now that he thought about his bold words from more than a month ago, he realized that he was too laughable and childish. At that time, this person probably didn't take him seriously, right? Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a deep sense of defeat, like he was a clown. Chen Wenhao, who was standing beside him, seemed to have sensed the change in his mood. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Everyone has their own fate. This person's fortune is as high as the heavens, 1 in a billion. Not everyone can compare to him. Wu Chang sighed softly and said, "I know." He paused for a moment, then said, "When we go back this time, I'll go into seclusion. Once I make another breakthrough in my cultivation, I'll go out and travel." Chen Wenhao turned to look at him and nodded, "That's fine." The flowers in the greenhouse couldn't withstand the wind and rain. Chapter 3273. At the entrance of Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai slowly walked over to a small slope and stared down at the cold corpse, a trace of sadness flashing across his eyes. At this moment, the corpse was wrapped in a layer of ice, so even after several days, there was no sign of damage, let alone being bitten by wild beasts. The fatal wound was on her chest, penetrated by a sharp weapon like a sword. It was the only place where he could see that she did not suffer any pain before she died, but her eyes were wide open and filled with fear and helplessness. "Temple Master!" Hua Qingxi stepped forward and called out softly. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked as he squatted down and brushed his big hand across the cold corpse. melting the ice immediately. He then gently closed her eyes and smoothed the messy hair on her forehead. Elder Ji asked me to stand guard here. Hua Qingxi replied, quietly observing Yang Kai's expression, knowing that Ji Yao was right. Her temple master really did know this dead woman, but she did not know what their relationship was, but seeing the guilt and sadness on Yang Kai's face, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary, but it was not to the point of romantic love. Yang Kai nodded. When Ji Yao had broken through the Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array with him, he had also noticed that Ji Yao had used a secret technique to freeze Jade Chakram's corpse, but at that time, the battle was imminent and he had no time to linger. It was only now that everything was settled that he had the time to come and investigate. The dead were already gone, but her voice and smile continued to play in his mind. If she had not died here, with Jade Chakram's performance at the martial gathering, she would have had a good chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future, but the path of martial Dao was filled with thorns, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. In fact, Yang Kai did not have much of a friendship with her. This time, 20 to 30,000 people had died in the Southern Territory, and even more than a third of Azure Sun Temple's disciples had died, but she was the only one who made Yang Kai feel regret and heartache. What an inexplicable feeling! Looking at the person in front of him, Yang Kai could recall the scene when she suddenly turned around and waved at him after he refused to see her. No one would have thought that the moment she turned around would be forever separated. Hua Qingxi waited for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, she reminded him, "Palace Master, those people over there are her fellow disciples. They want to bury her body." Kai Yang looked up and saw a dozen or so people standing not far away, some fear in their eyes. The one leading them was a young woman who looked to be in her 30s. Behind her was a group of women, but all of them had bleak expressions on their faces. There were even a few younger ones who were sobbing softly. "Please come over." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." Hua Qingxi nodded and walked over to the other side. She walked over to the woman and said a few words to her. After a while, she brought the dozen or so people over. Rakshasa Sect's Qin Pei greets Elder Yang. The young woman bowed and glanced at Yu Chao's body. Her eyes suddenly turned red, but she didn't cry immediately because Yang Kai was right in front of her. Yang Kai glanced at the crowd and found that Qin Pei had the highest cultivation among the dozen people, but she was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The others were only from the first-order Dao Source Realm, while the rest were Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. "You are Yu Chao's fellow disciples?" Yang Kai asked. Qin Pei nodded and said, "Yes, I am Yu Chao's senior sister." "What about your sect master?" Yang Kai looked at her. Although the Rakshasa sect was not a powerful sect in the Southern Territory, Yang Kai remembered that they had a sect master from the Emperor realm. This time, it was their sect master who led the team to participate in the martial gathering. Qin Pei lowered her head and said in a choked voice, "Sect master also went." As soon as she said this, the women behind her who were sobbing couldn't help crying. The Rakshasa sect was a female sect, and any female sect would always attract attention. It was inevitable that some lecherous men would have ideas about them. In the past, they had a sect master from the Emperor realm, and they had arranged marriages with the surrounding sects and families, so they were relatively stable. Now that their sect master had died tragically, and only 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were left, it could be said that their foundation had been damaged. In the future, it would be difficult for the Rakshasa sect to establish itself in the Southern Territory. As long as this news spread, the fate of the many female disciples of the Rakshasa sect would be worrying. Thinking about the future, how could the group of women hold back their grief? Yang Kai was silent. Qin Pei took out a cloth bag from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is..." Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Qin Pei wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Junior sister Yu Chao asked me to collect some seeds a few days ago. She probably wanted to give them to you, but I collected them a little late and didn't have time to give them to her." Yang Kai pursed his lips and reached out to take the cloth bag, but he felt that this small bag was extremely heavy. Qin Pei continued, "Junior sister Jade Chakram admires Elder Yang very much. Some time ago, As she spoke, she couldn't continue, covering her mouth and sobbing. The dozen or so women behind her also began to cry in grief. Hua Qingxi was also upset by this scene and her eyes were a little red. After a while, Qin Pei calmed down and took a deep breath, smiling. Junior sister Yu Chao was really lucky to have met Elder Yang before her death. Yang Kai's hand holding the cloth bag tightened slightly as he felt his chest tighten. Qin Pei continued, "If Elder Yang doesn't mind, I would like to bring junior sister's body back to the sect for burial." Yang Kai nodded gently, speechless. Qin Pei crouched down and gently stroked Yu Chao's head before putting her body into her space ring. "Many thanks, Elder Yang." Qin Pei bowed deeply and was about to leave with her dozen or so companions. "Wait a moment." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and called out to her. Qin Pei turned around and asked, "Does Elder Yang have any other instructions? What do you plan to do in the future?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. A trace of confusion flashed across Qin Pei's eyes as she shook her head. These past few days, she had also thought about this problem. With the sect master dead, where would the thousands of Rakshasa sect disciples go? Currently, the highest cultivation in the Rakshasa sect was only an elder from the third order Tao source realm who had stayed behind to guard the sect. This kind of strength was not enough to protect the foundation of the Rakshasa sect. The Rakshasa sect had always been allied with a few sects and families through marriage, but without the deterrence of the Emperor realm, these marriage partners would most likely want to swallow the Rakshasa sect more than anyone else, so how could they possibly protect the sect? The future of the Rakshasa sect could already be foreseen, unless they could pull in powerful foreign aid. However, without knowing the root of the problem, even if they managed to pull in foreign aid, it was likely that they would invite a wolf into the house. All kinds of scruples made the future of the Rakshasa sect bleak. "Do you want to revive the sect or join another sect?" Yang Kai asked. "If it's the latter, I can recommend you. Both the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory are fine. The choices in the Southern Territory are limited, but you can choose any sect in the Northern Territory. You can join whichever sect you want." Qin Pei's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Elder Yang is willing to help the Rakshasa sect?" Yang Kai said, "Jade and I can be considered friends. Although she went, I can't just sit by and do nothing when her sect is in trouble." Qin Pei couldn't help but be overjoyed when she received a positive answer. The dozen or so Rakshasa sect disciples also looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. In their opinion, the Emperor realm had always been high and mighty. Unless one was a venerable sovereign, they had no right to speak to it as an equal. This was also why they had been standing far away, not daring to approach. This was because Hua Qingxi, who was guarding Jade's corpse, was from the Emperor realm. Although the sect master was amiable when she was alive, no one dared to act presumptuously in front of the Emperor realm. This was the case for a first-order Emperor realm master, let alone a second-order or third-order Emperor realm master. This Elder Yang was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so his status was much higher than that of the Emperor realm. Qin Pei was a little cautious when she spoke to Yang Kai just now, but who would have thought that he would be so amiable and even say that he was friends with Jade? The word friend was too heavy. Which the Emperor realm would be willing to be friends with a Tao Source realm master. Even if there were, it was extremely rare. If Jade heard this, she would probably be overjoyed. When she thought of Jade, Qin Pei's expression was full of sadness. She said firmly, "We want to revive the sect." The Rakshasa sect was the place where they grew up. It was the home of this group of women. If it could be revived, who would be willing to abandon it and live under someone else's roof? The group of women behind her also nodded vigorously. "Is that so?" Yang Kai pondered for a while, then said, "Has your Rakshasa sect ever hired an honored guest elder?" Qin Pei shook her head. The Rakshasa sect only had the Emperor realm. If they really wanted to hire an honored guest elder, they would definitely choose the Emperor realm. However, the Emperor realm generally had their own sects. Who would go to the Rakshasa sect to be an honored guest elder? There was no need to hire a Tao Source realm master. "Hire me. I will be the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder in the future." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Qin Pei was immediately stunned. When she heard the meaning in Yang Kai's words, She also knew that Yang Kai intended to help them revive the sect, but she didn't expect that he would use such a method. In her mind, Yang Kai would at most announce to the outside world that he was sheltering her so that some people with bad intentions would be wary of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She had never imagined that Yang Kai would actually be willing to lower himself and become an honored guest elder of Temple Luo sect. This was an honored guest elder. Even if he had the title of honored guest, it was tantamount to bearing the mark of the Rakshasa sect. In the future, if the Rakshasa sect was in trouble, how could Yang Kai not lend a helping hand? Seeing that Qin Pei didn't answer, Yang Kai touched his nose and said, "Is it that only women are allowed to exist in your Rakshasa sect? If that's the case, I can recommend someone to you. Her cultivation isn't worse than mine." He was naturally referring to Ji Yao. He believed that Ji Yao would be willing to help with this small matter. No, no. Qin Pei hurriedly waved her hands. What kind of joke was this? Even if the Rakshasa sect really did have this rule, it was now gone. What kind of person was Yang Kai? He was the biggest contributor in the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple this time. He could easily command more than 200 people from the Emperor realm, more than 30 Monster King, and 3 Holy Spirits. Even if he wasn't from the Emperor realm, no one in this world would dare to look down on him. With him as the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder, who would dare to act rashly? Chapter 3274. It is our sect's blessing that Elder Yang is willing to be an honored guest, but our sect is poor and doesn't have much income. In terms of monthly salary, Elder Yang may have to suffer a little. Qin Pei's voice became softer and softer, and by the end, her face had turned red. She was really worried that she couldn't afford to hire Yang Kai. If it was an ordinary Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, it would be fine, but the key was that Yang Kai was not an ordinary the Emperor realm. If they really hired him, the monthly salary would be too little, and if it was too much, the Rakshasa sect wouldn't be able to afford it. Yang Kai raised the bag of seeds in his hand. "This is enough." Qin Pei looked at him gratefully. That bag of seeds wasn't rare and only cost her less than 100 source crystals. She knew that if it weren't for Jade Chakram, he wouldn't have done such a loss-making business. He really treated Jade Chakram as a friend. For a moment, she was sad and grateful. If Jade Chakram was still alive, she would probably be very happy. Suddenly, she said, "What about Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. If he came to the Rakshasa sect to be an honored guest, would Azure Sun Temple agree? Yang Kai said, "It's okay, Temple Master Wen won't object." "Many thanks, Elder Yang." Qin Pei bowed deeply. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Take your fellow disciples and find a place to rest. When the matter here is settled, I will go with you to the Rakshasa sect to settle the matter." Qin Pei respectfully responded, and then led the group of women away. Yang Kai turned to Hua Qingxi and said, "Inform me when the great emperors come." He had previously sent an old man to the Star Soul Palace to ask for help, and it was about time. Xiao Yu Yang had already set off to meet the great emperors, and it would take at most 2 days. Hua Qingxi nodded and watched Yang Kai leave. The matter at Orthodoxy Temple had basically been settled. With the return to ruins ability, there was no need to worry about hidden demons. The monster kings from the Emperor realm and wild ancient lands in the Northern Territory couldn't stay here any longer. Yang Kai summoned them and led them to the space array he had arranged before, and sent them back. The group of people from the Northern Territory were still fine. After witnessing Yang Kai's appeal this time, each of them was more obedient than the last. If he asked them to stay, they would stay, and if he asked them to leave, they would leave without a second thought. On the other hand, the monster kings of the ancient wildlands all looked at Yang Kai with reluctance, as if he was a piece of delicious meat. If it weren't for the 3 divine spirits, they would have already pounced on him to try and win him over. Even so, when they were sending them off, the expressions of the monster kings were more bitter than the last. The female monster king, Dumi, had a tender and sweet look on her face as she openly teased, "Master, when you have time, you must come to the wild ancient lands to visit this servant. This servant will miss you." The Luanfeng's face immediately darkened. Fan Hua and Zhongguo also looked worried, sighing in their hearts. After bustling about, they finally sent the group away. Yang Kai turned around and sighed, "Junior sister Yao, do you think I can't see you sneaking around?" Not far away, behind a big tree, Ji Yao's figure appeared and walked over step by step. There weren't many people from Ice Heart Valley, so when he sent them off, Yang Kai didn't see Ji Yao's figure at all. With a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that she was hiding nearby, but he didn't point it out and only spoke now. Their eyes met and Yang Kai said helplessly, "You're not going back?" Ji Yao said, "I'll accompany you." Saying so, she took the initiative to grab Yang Kai's hand and flew off in a certain direction. Her jade-like hand was soft and smooth as if it had no bones. Her fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making him involuntarily relax and feel refreshed. Yang Kai didn't know what she wanted to do, but he didn't resist and let her pull him along. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. At this time, the Orthodoxy temple was completely empty. The surviving cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were basically all gathered in the valley. The disciples of the Orthodoxy temple were almost all dead, so there was not a single person in the buildings on the mountain peak. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the mountain peak that Ji Yao unintentionally chose was where the group of people from Azure Sun Temple used to live. Breaking straight into a room and closing the door, Ji Yao let go of Yang Kai, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and stood there, her heartbeat suddenly becoming much faster. Yang Kai looked back at her and saw her putting on a look of resignation. He couldn't help laughing. "What are you doing?" Ji Yao opened her eyes and looked at him, asking back, "What are you doing?" She looked at him with a look that said, "Do whatever you want." Yang Kai was a little speechless. "You were the one who dragged me here, okay? Now you're asking me what I want." But thinking about it, he guessed some of Ji Yao's thoughts and felt a little warm in his heart. "I'm not that fragile." Ji Yao stared at him with her two big eyes, not knowing whether to believe him or not, but she was caught off guard by Yang Kai pulling her into his arms. Suddenly, her body stiffened and she said in surprise, "Didn't you say?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "I'm not that fragile, but since someone took the initiative to deliver themselves to me, there's no need to be polite." With a little force, the two rolled onto the bed. Ji Yao suddenly felt like crying, but no tears came out. While trembling all over, she felt a big hand roaming around her body. The fingertips seemed to carry an electric current. Wherever it passed, it made her body and mind surge, causing her already tense nerves to become even more tense. His heavy breath followed her lower abdomen all the way up, blowing across her chest and neck, and finally sprayed onto her face. Ji Yao quickly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes constantly trembling. In the next moment, she felt her lips being unscrupulously invaded, and a suppressed sound came from her throat. Yang Kai's actions this time were extremely rough, without the slightest hint of tenderness. His big hand rubbed, causing Ji Yao to feel pain, and the suction coming from his lips made her feel like she was suffocating, as if she could die at any time. After a long time, their lips parted, and Ji Yao gasped for breath. Although she didn't open her eyes, she could clearly feel a pair of sharp eyes sizing her up, causing her cheeks to roll hot, not daring to open her eyes. Just when she thought it would be difficult to escape this time, Yang Kai suddenly lay down, his head resting on her lower abdomen, not moving for a long time. Ji Yao opened her eyes suspiciously, slowly got up, moved Yang Kai's head to her thighs, and lowered her head to size him up. For eyes met, Yang Kai smiled slightly and Ji Yao said, "Do you feel better?" As she spoke, she reached out to tidy up Yang Kai's messy hair, her movements gentle like a newly married wife. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her soft hair, patting it gently in his palm. "After we go back, I will go see Senior Bing Yun." Ji Yao's delicate body trembled, and she nervously said, "See her? For what?" Yang Kai looked up at her and said matter-of-factly, "Naturally, it's between you and me. I believe Senior Bing Yun won't stop it." Originally, he didn't want to be fickle, but after this incident with the jade bracelet, his mentality had some subtle changes. He was less indecisive from before and more decisive. The blush on Ji Yao's face immediately faded, and she became a little pale. "No." Yang Kai was stunned. "No?" Ji Yao shook her head. "Don't tell Master." Yang Kai was stunned and then smiled. Do you think Senior Bing Yun is blind? She probably already saw through your thoughts, but if that's really the case, you'll have to suffer a little. You know, I still have Su Yen and the others. I know, but don't tell Master. Yang Kai was really surprised. Why? There's no why, just don't say it. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You and I are already like this, why do you still want to hide it? Isn't it better to just open things up and be above board? Ji Yao didn't speak, but she kept shaking her head. Yang Kai's heart sank, and he said with some discomfort, You don't want to, no. Yang Kai said, Then do you know what you and I are doing now is considered stealing? He was worried about Ji Yao's face, but he didn't say the rest. Ji Yao lowered her head and said, Stealing is stealing, the current situation is quite good. Yang Kai looked at her with a stunned expression, wishing he could crack open her head and see what was inside. Ji Yao suddenly said coldly, If you dare to tell anyone, I will enter secluded cultivation and never see you again. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly comforted her, Okay, I won't say it, I won't say it. Ji Yao's expression returned to normal, and she sat there quietly, looking down at Yang Kai's face, her eyes filled with gentleness. The room was extremely quiet. Yang Kai was lying on Ji Yao's supple thighs, his entire body wrapped in a faint fragrance, and he felt all the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few days disappear, his body and mind completely relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, took out a communication artifact from his space ring, and poured his divine sense into it, then stood up and said, The people from Star Soul Palace are here. Your hair. Ji Yao called out. Yang Kai's hair was now a mess, so if he really ran out like this, it was likely everyone would know what he had done. Yang Kai quickly turned around and sat down on the bed. Ji Yao knelt behind him and tidied his hair before pulling him up and smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes, her expression serious. Yang Kai smiled lightly and reached out to pull her into his arms. Ji Yao vigilantly placed her hand on his chest and frowned, Business is more important. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her, but it was only a light kiss. After a while, the two walked out of the hall together and flew towards the mountain valley. Somewhere in the mountain valley, when Zishan, Ma Qing, and the others had gathered, Xiao Yuyang, who had gone to greet the great emperors, had also returned. There was also a burly old man who didn't look young, but his hair was black and his aura was astonishing. There was also a white-haired old man with a restrained light in his eyes. These two were Star Soul Palace's great elder, Lei Hong, and second elder, Shuizheng Mao. Both of them were powerful third-layer emperors, and if Xiao Yuyang was included, the entire Star Soul Palace had 3 third-layer emperors. The background of the great emperor's sect was obvious. Chapter 3275. This group of people had obviously learned about what happened to Orthodoxy Temple on their way here, so at this moment, all of them wore dignified expressions. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air, everyone turned to look, and when Zishan said, Yang Kai is here. This was not the first time Lei Hong and Shuizheng Mao had seen Yang Kai. Last time, when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, everyone had seen him before, so naturally, they were not unfamiliar with him. At this moment, they were all a little surprised. If Xiao Yuyang had not told them in advance, they would not have believed that Yang Kai had single-handedly saved Orthodoxy Temple. He had actually been able to bring in so many strong reinforcements in just one day and even seemed to be able to arrange a domain-crossing space array. Such a talent was simply astonishing. Thinking back to when he went to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace to gain experience, Lei Hong and Shuizheng Mao didn't pay much attention to him, but now they treated him as an equal in their hearts. Temple Master, Holy Master Ma, Gold Envoy Xiao. Yang Kai landed and cupped his fists one by one before greeting Lei Hong and Shuizheng Mao. Lei Hong and Shuizheng Mao exchanged a glance before suddenly bowing deeply. Elder Yang turned the tide and saved many of our fellow Taoists in the Southern Territory. On behalf of Star Soul Palace, we cannot thank you enough. Protecting the Southern Territory was the responsibility of Star Soul Palace, but Star Soul Palace was unaware of Orthodoxy Temple's plot, resulting in many casualties in the Southern Territory this time, which was a great blow to Star Soul Palace's prestige and reputation. If Orthodoxy Temple's plot had really succeeded, Star Soul Palace would not only have lost face, but even the foundation of the entire Southern Territory would have been shaken. The gratitude of the two at this moment was sincere. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Both of you are too polite, it was only my duty." He then sighed, "It's a pity that things happened so suddenly that I was unable to do my best, causing my Southern Territory to suffer great losses. I am ashamed." Shui Jingmao shook his head and said, "If not for Elder Yang, the Southern Territory would have been in great trouble. Being able to save so many people is all thanks to Elder Yang." Yang Kai smiled modestly, "Fortunately, I made some friends, so I dare not claim any credit." Shui Jingmao and Lei Hong were silent. Previously, the two of them had looked down on Yang Kai, and even when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace, they did not take him seriously. The main reason was because Yang Kai's other elder Tan Junhao had died at Yang Kai's hands. Regardless of whether Tan Junhao had really done anything wrong or not, he was still, Tan Jun was elder, Tan Junhao had died at Yang. Of him was Tan Star Yang, Tan Stars Yang Stars, Sun Yang's them. Yang Sex Yang. It was only today that her impression of him changed. He was neither arrogant nor rash, and his temperament was extraordinary. It was no wonder that he could progress faster and further than his peers. "Everyone from Star Soul Palace is here?" Yang Kai glanced at the group of people not far away. Many of them were from the Emperor Realm, and there were at least 100 of them. With so many people from the Emperor Realm, it was obvious that Star Soul Palace was not the only one who had come. Shui Jingmao said with shame, "When we heard the news, we traveled day and night to get here. We also called some people from other sects to come, but we were still a step too late." The main reason was that Star Soul Palace was a bit far from here, and the people who had gone to report the news were delayed for a few days, so they had only arrived now. Coming here to take a look, the matter had been resolved. They had made a wasted trip, but they could not just go back like this. While it was true that Orthodoxy Palace's plot had been crushed, this matter still needed to be investigated thoroughly. "Where are the great emperors?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. He did not see the great emperors. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the great emperors to not show up for such an important matter. He had sent someone to Star Soul Palace to report the news in hopes that the great emperors would come. As long as the great emperors showed up, Lei Gu and the others would not be enough. As soon as this was said, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing also showed puzzled expressions. Ma Qing said, "Yes, why don't we see the great emperors?" Shui Jingmao heard this and said, "The great emperors heard that the matter here had been resolved, so they returned to Star Soul Palace." Everyone was a little speechless when they heard this. Since they were already here, why didn't they come and take a look? After all, this matter was not a trivial matter, so they should have personally checked it out. But the great emperors had actually returned halfway, but since this matter concerned the great emperors, no one dared to say anything. Yang Kai asked casually, "Did Princess Lan Sun not come?" Lei Hong said, "Her Highness the Princess is in seclusion today." "Thank you for your concern, Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Shui Jingmao said, "Although the great emperors did not come, Great Elder and I can handle this matter. I have some questions to ask little brother Yang." He quietly changed the way he addressed Yang Kai to little brother Yang, but it sounded much more cordial. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Elder Shui, feel free to ask. This one will tell you everything I know." Shui Jingmao said, "I have already heard the general situation from Elder Shao, but I don't know anything about what happened on your side. If little brother Yang doesn't mind." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "It's nothing. The situation is like this. On the last day of the martial gathering, I suddenly received a message from Elder Luo Chen asking me to go out. She briefly recounted how she was lured out by Luo Chen and didn't hide anything, including how she was ambushed and assassinated. In fact, I have something I want to ask you all." Yang Kai frowned, recalling what happened that night and still feeling some lingering fear. Shui Jingmao thoughtfully asked, "What is it?" Yang Kai said, "The person who tried to assassinate me in the dark night was so quiet that I didn't even notice him approaching me from behind. After I counterattacked, his figure turned into smoke and dissipated. It is impossible for such a person to be unknown. I don't know if any of you have any impression of such a person appearing in my southern territory. If there were any fish that escaped the net this time, that assassin was the only one. Yang Kai was severely injured by him, but he couldn't even see his face clearly. He didn't even know if the other party was a man or a woman. This was a great loss. What was certain was that the assassin was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was extremely proficient in the Tao of assassination. Yang Kai even suspected that the assassin was an existence close to the great emperors that Yang Yan mentioned before. According to Yang Yan, there were still some old monsters in this world. Their cultivations had already reached perfection and could not be improved any further. However, the capacity of the worldly bottle was limited and could not pry into the Tao of the great emperors, so they were stuck at a bottleneck. Most of these old monsters lived in seclusion in the mountains or quietly cultivated. Ordinary people could not see them. If such a person took action, it would make sense. However, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest bit of demonic chi from the assassin. In other words, the assassin did not become the demon race, so why would he collude with the Orthodoxy Temple? Everyone frowned when they heard this. Ma Qing said, "I have never heard of such a method." He turned to look at Wen Zishan and asked, "What do you think?" Wen Zishan also slowly shook his head. Shui Zhengmao said, "Maybe it was not done by someone from the southern territory." Lei Hong was shocked. "You mean?" Yang Kai looked at them and frowned. "What do you two think?" Shui Jingmao pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Such an elusive assassination method isn't something that can be cultivated overnight. According to my knowledge, there's a place in the world that can foster such a figure." As soon as he said this, Ma Qing and Wen Zishan seemed to have thought of something and were shocked. That can't be right. Yang Kai also suddenly realized, Shui Jingmao is saying that the West. Shui Jingmao immediately raised his hand and said, "There is no real evidence, so I dare not jump to conclusions." Yang Kai knew what he was worried about, so he did not continue the sentence. However, after being reminded, he felt that it was possible. The assassination technique was extraordinary, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to have such an ability. A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of assassination. All the signs pointed to that force. But how did the matter in the Southern Territory involve that place? And how did it get mixed up with the demon dwellers? Lei Hong frowned and said, "It shouldn't be. That place is still a part of the territory. How could they do such a thing? Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. If you have any intentions in the future, please pay more attention and don't relax your vigilance." Brother Yang being able to escape this calamity was a stroke of luck. If that person harbors ill intentions and sets his sights on others. Shui Jingmao didn't finish his words before shuddering. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most terrifying. The person who attacked Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of assassination. If he was targeted, he would have to sleep with his eyes open. However, if Yang Kai could escape from that person, the other third-layer Emperor Realm Masters believed that they should be fine. But just because they were fine didn't mean that their fellow disciples were fine. How many third-layer Emperors could there be? There were too few clues, and Yang Kai only fought with that person for a moment. Even he didn't know whether the person was a man or a woman, so he couldn't count on others. Next, Yang Kai briefly explained what happened. After learning that Yang Kai could really arrange a space array that could cross territory, everyone was amazed. Although they had already investigated the space array before, guessing and confirming it were two different things. However, it was also thanks to the space array that Yang Kai was able to gather so many helpers in a single day and resolve the crisis in Orthodoxy Temple. What he said was similar to what Xiao Yuyang and the others knew. The only difference was that they didn't know Yang Kai's experience. After learning that Yang Kai had followed Lei Gu all the way to the southern swamp and set up a trap to kill him, everyone couldn't help but sigh. There weren't many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters in any place, so they had a good relationship with each other. Lei Gu had been possessed by a demonic spirit and lost his ability to think, ultimately ending in tragedy, so it was natural that everyone felt sad. Next up was to settle down the survivors of the various sects in the southern region. As time passed, the news of what had happened here gradually spread throughout the entire southern region. The experts from the various sects who had been left behind to guard the Orthodoxy temple rushed over to investigate the situation. They also wanted to confirm the extent of their own casualties. Almost every day, there were people going in and out of Orthodoxy temple. In less than 10 days, Orthodoxy temple became quiet as everyone who needed to leave had left. After this incident, the Southern Territory would likely fall into a state of recuperation for a long time.